And it might get inconvenient for you. It might get really hard for you to make that decision. But either the thing that they're doing is wrong or it's not.
Well, I mean, that sounds like an argument for pure pragmatism, but we weren't really talking about pragmatism.
No, it's not a matter of pragmatism. You're erring on the side of pragmatism, perhaps, but that's the choice you're making. What I'm saying is that first of all, I'm not sure where you live, but here in the United States, I live in Wisconsin. Okay, and if you looked at if you had all the records in the United States, you would probably find records for either the government or somebody owning pretty much every piece of land. Okay, that doesn't mean there's people on every piece of land. I could probably walk out. Now, I live in a town, but I could probably walk out into some woods. In fact, I probably wouldn't even need to go woods. I could probably find a spot in my yard in town right now and dig down a few inches and see dirt that literally no other human being has ever seen before. Okay? It's not like there's human beings everywhere in the world.
Well, there is.
How much are you willing to inconvenience yourself to stand up for what's right?
Well, there is obviously homelessness and people that are just living, in various places. But I don't know of anywhere, well, unless you're maybe talking about maybe somewhere in the Amazon jungle or maybe deep in the jungles in Africa, there could be some places like that where you're not taxed, actually. But in terms of, well, yeah, so that's one thing. But, I mean, but if you're saying, Bob, there's somewhere you can go and just build a house and live there and not be taxed, property tax and not be kicked off the land, other than somewhere like deep in the jungle somewhere, I don't see anywhere that's possible.
That's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is you might be kicked off the land. You might be forced off the land. You might be told that you either need to leave the land or you'll be shot or imprisoned. I'm saying that might happen. But at that point, that's the whole decision. That's the whole discussion. That's what I'm saying. Either the thing you're saying is absolutely wrong. It's either that important that you're saying, fine, you're going to have to kill me to get this land because you're not right. Or it's not actually that important. And you're going to say, okay, I'll go along with it. I don't like being taxed by force, but it's not worth my life. Because that's what people did with the weed, right? It was illegal, okay? And most people, I would say most people, even if they wanted weed, still made the decision, it's not worth my life. It's not worth imprisonment. It's not worth the fines. It's not worth possibly being shot over. None of that is worth it. And I don't consider it to be a human right that was violated. And so I'll just obey the law because that's the law right now in this community. I won't do it. Just because some people chose to not follow the law doesn't mean everybody else now owes them or some sort of restitution because they chose to break the law when it did exist.
All right, I think I got it. I think I was able to really see what you're saying here. So in my view, I would say that if you comply with the government doing something to somebody else, it makes you about as complicit. Maybe even more so if the person could have stopped it. So you see a road nearby your house and they just drop the speed limit. You can't go over 5 miles per hour here. And they're just slamming people all day long.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're just saying, well, you know what, that's messed up, but I'll go 5 miles per hour. And going 5 miles per hour is just a speed trap. They just did it because this town needs money. I would say if you're not out there holding the sign, speed trap ahead, that would be, I would call myself part of the problem. And then when they finally change the law or someone catches up that the government did this illegal action and they stop people, they pulled them over for a government-funded fishing expedition, I would be like, yeah, it's time to pay up.
I don't see it as it being you have a problem somehow if you're not out there trying to get them to change their arbitrary laws that don't affect you. If they want to make the speed limit 5 miles per hour, to me, that matters exactly zero in the grand scheme of life, the universe, and everything. It doesn't matter if they have a 5 mile per hour speed limit. Okay. If at some point it becomes an issue in my life that I think that because of that speed limit, it's violating a like creator given right, then as far as I'm concerned, the law is baseless anyway. They don't have a right to make it. Okay. So if they made a law saying that I don't have the right to eat food anymore or whatever, like just something stupid. Okay. I don't consider that to be a law that a government has a right to make. And so I just wouldn't listen to it. I would accept the repercussions that are possible with me just not listening to it. They might come to my house and shoot me for picking those berries and eating them. I understand that. But it's that important. It's so important that they don't have the right to make that law. I'm not going to go along with it just because they make it if I think that it's violating a right in that way, like a human inborn right that we have.
I love what you're talking about, man. Can I point out a summary of an inconsistency? I usually see this inconsistency. On one hand, it's might makes right. The government's powerful. It says what the laws are. But then on the other hand, it's murder is bad. So it's like, how is might makes right, but murder is bad? You know what I mean? It's a spell they're trying to play on us, bro.
See, I think might makes right is the ultimate conclusion of those who refuse to be governed. Basically, you can dream all day about everybody working together and being on the same terms. That can work, but as soon as someone comes along that decides they don't like your rules and they have a bigger stick, they are now the rule maker. Okay, not because they're right, not because they are morally higher, but because they're the ones that are stronger. That's why the argument of no government whatsoever, for me, it falls apart, because it's based on probably like what our government is now, which I think is kind of like this horrible, mutant, disgusting monster version of what a government actually should be. But the idea that there should be no hierarchy whatsoever, all that means really, in truth, is that the biggest person gets to decide who they're going to sleep with and what food they're going to eat. That's what that actually results in. It's only when enough of the weaker people work together and say, if you try that here, we will all take you out. We will all remove you from the community. Only then does that 90% itself out.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm interrupting you, Bobby. I like what you're saying, man, but like, look, I am curious. Like, sometimes it's common, it's instinct to position good or kind or nice, friendly morals above the darker morals or selfish or whatever. But and I hear you say that as like, it doesn't mean that it's higher moral, but you mean good. But do you also feel that good is higher than evil?
My view is that there is a standard that is set by our Creator. And that is how we know what is good and what is not, what is true and what is not. Okay, it is my view that is how we even have an opportunity to glimpse the concept of truth, is by our Creator allowing us to do so. Okay, and so if you want to remove the standard that would uphold that basically, and I'm not sure how to word it exactly, but by taking away the standard, you're not freeing anybody. What you're actually doing is hurting people. If you take away the standard, if you take away all rules, that's not actually freedom. That's pain. That's suffering. That's misery. Okay. If you take away all rules,
hold up. Maybe because everybody decides to cooperate, though. Even in the, you know what I mean? Like, even though there's no rules, maybe they decide to cooperate.
I'm not saying that that's impossible. As far as I think that is possible. I think that's exactly what would happen if like, let's say the federal government goes away, the state government goes away, or whatever. I think exactly what you're saying is what happens. It's called tribes. Groups of people will get together that have a core set of rules or beliefs or standards that they agree on, and that's their community, that's their tribe, that's their group, And if somebody wants to come into it, that person either agrees to follow the rules or they get removed from the community. I mean, that's essentially what happened, right? Tribes. That's what it was. That's what we do in a certain way. That's what we do with nations is
nation
you
tribe.
want to be part of our nation. You agree to the rules or you're not allowed here. We do that with corporations. We do that with our households. You come into my house, you agree to follow the rules or you're not allowed here. That's what we do in every other aspect of our life. So to say that that should be removed, and essentially you're saying anybody should be able to walk into your house and you should be able to get along with them just no matter what standard they're working from. Well, that doesn't make any sense, because what if their standard is they get to sleep with anybody they want to? That's not going to work for me if you walk into my house and I have 2 or 3 daughters and a wife. We're not working from the same set of rules.
Right.
You know what? I just want to mention this because I think often people don't actually concede arguments when they should. And actually, I've thought about what you say, and I actually now fully agree with you. You've actually persuaded me. And I was thinking about this because I thought, if I don't think about taxes, I think about something else. Say wearing a face covering, right? I did exactly as you said. Like face coverings were mandatory. I was like, nah, fuck that. I don't believe in it. And I just walked into shops without it on. And for the most part, nothing happened to me. And then there were a couple of instances where people kind of came up to me and said, you got to put it on. And I was like, no, I don't. And then nothing happened to me. Right.
Yeah.
So even though there was this threat of financial penalty, I didn't really believe that anyone would enforce it, but I was prepared to take that risk. And so what you said is actually 100% true. So I just wanted to say
exactly. And that's, I think that's the way that I think that there's, and it could be that this is purposely instilled in people. This is like a part of them getting people to, be the sheep instead of being, the wolf or whatever. Is basically what you're saying is people, they're convinced you have to wear the mask. Well, no, you don't. You can wear the mask. You can choose to wear the mask. Even if you don't think it's right, you can still decide it's not worth what might come if you don't wear the mask. You can make that decision for yourself. But at no point do you ever actually have to wear the mask. You just need to make up your mind. This is so important that it doesn't matter what they threaten me with. I need to not put that mask on. It's that important. And that's exactly what I would do if, let's say, they came to my house and wanted to vaccinate my kids because it was for public safety, or if they wanted to vaccinate me. That's what I would do if they wanted to come and take all the guns from our community. Those are points in the sand where I would say no. Yes, I realize I may not win this, but it's like it's not about winning. It's about saying I'm going to fight even though I might not win. It's that important. And if it's not that important, why are you basically elevating it as if it is, when you know that it's not? When you know that you won't actually go to that point, then you shouldn't be arguing for it to that point. So the people who really like weed and really want to smoke the weed and they really think it should be legal and maybe it's awesome for them and their health, I think that if they chose to break the law anyway, I don't think that makes them morally wrong automatically. I think that you can be morally right and break the law of the land depending on the situation. But I don't think that there's a burden that is then put on everyone who chose to obey the law because it wasn't worth the punishment to them. Like me myself, I've never smoked weed and I have no intention of ever doing that. And it doesn't matter to me if it's against the law or not, because I never plan on doing that. Okay. But I didn't break the law. So I don't think that there's a requirement now placed on us to grant restitution to someone who could have just chosen not to break the law. Or
Can you elaborate?
You fucking goody two shoes, Bob.
well, yeah, maybe I'm a
I
good
would say
elaborate on what?
what I'm getting to is a victim has to have a crime has to have a victim. And if society has done things that victimize people, then they need to do restorative justice and make that person whole again.
Fine, but that's what I'm saying. Okay, Bob, because Bob, when you say the restitution, do you mean like spend societal energy on something that, like, what do you mean?
So I'm okay with, like, if somebody was arrested and they were given 30 years in prison, and now 15 years into their sentence, that thing that they were put in prison for is no longer illegal. I'm perfectly okay with them saying, okay, this person they shouldn't have to do the other 15 years, right? Because it's not illegal anymore. They are no longer a lawbreaker. They are just a citizen, right?
I'm ahead of you. I'm ahead. So you mean literal restitution for a situation like that or something? Okay.
Right. But what I don't think is okay is then to say that somehow the community now owes them for every year they were in prison and all of the stuff that they missed. And no, it was the law at the time. And at the time they were a lawbreaker. They may not have had a victim that was physically hurt or stolen from. They violated the community. They violated, like, the basic principle of being part of a community, which is you agree to follow the rules if you want to be part of a community. That's what all of our stuff is based on. You want to be part of this congregation, you follow the rules. You want to be part of this company, you follow the rules. You want to be part of this school, you follow the rules. You want to be part of this family, you follow the rules. All of these things, that's exactly how society as a concept works. And so when you decide to violate that, even if you don't like the rule, then you need to accept the punishment for violating that. And either you think it's important enough to accept that punishment, or you don't.
And I would say no victim, no crime. Society can only step in and use violence, use force to represent someone else's life, liberty, or property.
Oh,
A
yeah.
person cannot victimize themselves.
Yeah, dude, the criminal justice system is a profit industry. I mean, come on, bro. It's just...
The only problem with that is that it removes the rights of the community to dictate who is and who is not part of their community. You have a God-given right to freedom of association, and what you just said basically violates that freedom. If the community agrees that stop signs need to be obeyed for the safety of the community's children, and you want to drive through stop signs and not stop, you deserve to be punished, because you're defying the community, and they have a right to not associate with you anymore. So they have a right to remove you from the community so that you cannot endanger their children.
Dude, I'm all for the justice and everything that you're talking about. In order.
It's like, think about the children. That's hysterical, like, thing people just say, like, in the, marijuana has to be illegal. Think of the children.
Would you argue that parents shouldn't think of their children?
Or how about just teach the kids, like, hey, if you go into the street, make sure you look for cars.
Yeah, you can do that.
What's wrong with that?
Sure. But if you and your neighbor agree that you don't want people speeding down the street just in case, I think that you have a right to agree that that's not going to be okay on the land that you own. And if you as a community decide that that's not going to be allowed in your community, I think you as a community absolutely have the right to tell anyone who doesn't like that rule to leave. Otherwise, your freedom of association is being violated. I would say that person that doesn't want to obey the speed limit, they should go find all the other people that don't want to obey the speed limit and make their own community, and go not obey the speed limit and not obey the stop signs in their community.
Well, I would say whoever's invoking violence, they could leave.
Invoking violence?
Yeah, which side is saying these laws need to be in place, and which side is offering some sort of community for these things in place? So you've got 51% and 49%. Okay, I would say that part's irrelevant.
It's messy.
As you mean, as far like if you're in a community and 51% agree with a rule and 49 disagree?
Yeah, and then the 51% says, well, we've got 51%, but we're still going to shoot you in the head if you disagree. They can't offer anything other than violence?
That seems
not a
to
community
me
anymore.
that seems like a really simple solution.
Work.
The 49% can decide to become their own community if they want, or if they truly believe that the thing that's being perpetrated upon them is a violation of their human rights, they stand up and say no, and we're going to fight you for it. And yeah, we may die, and yeah, we may lose, but it's that important. We're going to fight.
So it was always about violence. It had nothing to do with the children.
That's the only ultimate end to a dispute that is not that doesn't have common ground. If somebody says to me, I think it's okay to rape people, and I say no, it's not, we don't have a common ground to find there. Either they're going to not rape my family, or I'm going to fight them. That's it. That's the only option left.
Yeah, then you're talking about a victim again. Doesn't a rape have a victim? Who?
And
If I go past this stop sign,
be a victim.
yeah, if I go past this stop sign, how are you victimized?
You violated the rights of the community to freedom of association.
And you're victimized by that.
Yes, 100%.
So that
You
sounds
have
like a
violated my
you
right
issue.
to not have to associate with people who are lawbreakers.
Well, if you see things in that way, then you'd have to say surely that. Sorry, give me a second. If someone has broken a law in the past, then they are still a lawbreaker, even if the law changed.
Say that again. What's that?
Retroactive instead of proactive.
You're talking about freedom of association, right? Which is I think it's a fundamental right people have, freedom of association, 100%. But you were saying that if they are lawbreakers, then surely if they've ever broken the law, then they are always a lawbreaker, right? This can't be a temporary. Well, how do you?
And I can explain why. And I've actually had a similar conversation. I would say, I said to this girl, I don't lie. And she said, oh, well, you've never lied before? Well, no, that's not what I said. I didn't say I've never lied in the past. When I say I'm not a child, I'm not saying I've never been a child. I'm saying I am not currently a child. When I say I don't lie, it doesn't mean I've never lied in my past. What it means is I am not a liar now. I run my life in a way that I do not lie. If I say I am not a thief, it doesn't mean I've never stolen in my entire life. When I was 5 years old, maybe I took some bubble gum from the store. It doesn't mean I've never stolen. What it means is that is not what I'm about. I am not a thief. I run my life in a way that I do not thieve. And so a lawbreaker, they may have broken the law. That doesn't mean that they have to forever be a lawbreaker. What it means is they broke the law, and maybe now they've decided they don't want to be a lawbreaker anymore. They've realized what's wrong with that.
But what if they decide that, like, 2 years into a 10-year sentence, that they're not a lawbreaker anymore? Should they be released?
That comes down to the community not being able to actually know what's in that person's mind. And so that's why we have things like sentences, right? We can't know if somebody has changed their mind or is actually sorry. And so rather than simply take everybody's word for it and hope that they don't hurt anyone else, we say, here's the standard. If you break this law, this is what you have to do to repay the community, to make restitution to the community you violated. And when that's up, then we'll consider basically you have another shot.
But that doesn't, like, this doesn't seem consistent, because what you're saying is if the law changes, they should be released, which I may or may not agree with. But also we should honour the sentencing at the time it's given, because of that reason.
Well,
like,
I didn't say that they should be released. I said I don't mind if they're released. I wouldn't. If weed was made legal right now in our town, I would not be out on the street fighting for people to get released from prison. Okay, I would. If they broke the law, they broke the law. But I also would not be out on the street if they decided to let a person who smoked weed out of prison because it's no longer illegal. I wouldn't be out there fighting against that, because I don't have a case in my opinion. I don't have a case either way that thing is automatically a moral wrong or anything. I don't think that they violated anyone's rights currently with what they've done. They did break the law. They were punished for it. And if the community decides that they can be released now, then that's what the community decides.
Okay, but what would your preference be?
My preference? Oh, let's see here. So talking about specifically something like weed. They smoked weed, they got caught, they were put in prison. And now it's legal. And this is, I know this probably isn't going to sound good to a lot of people. My preference would be that the law had not existed in the first place if it wasn't going to be backed up by execution or exile.
Fair enough, but given the two choices, to either continue their imprisonment or to release them, given those two choices, what would your preference be?
Given those two choices,
I mean, you mean executing the law, right? You don't just mean murder for punishment.
No, I think you meant execution in that.
well, okay. I think that killing and murder are two different things. But
Okay, my bad.
I'm thinking about. I don't know that I have an opinion either way. Like, I can see the argument from both sides, and it wouldn't directly affect me if they had to stay or if they were released. I guess maybe in that situation, I would say perhaps a standard should be set for like how much of their punishment have they served. While they were serving their punishment, did they continue to resist being governed? I don't know if I have a good answer for an absolute yes, let them all out or make them all stay. I would say if I had to make a choice between those two, and that was the only information I had was they broke the law, and it's going to be your word, and they're all going to be released, or they're all going to have to stay. I would say make them all stay, because I don't know all of the details of everything else to make a safe decision to let them all go, because I don't know what else all they've done.
What if there was your daughter?
Sure.
What if there's your daughter that was in jail? Would that
Yeah,
make a
so I was
difference
gonna
now?
your family now. Now
What's
someone else's family is keeping you from associating with your family because they said here's a rule that if your family member breaks, they're not part of society. Would you want to correct that, or do you want government to stand by that your family is no longer part of society?
I'm not sure if I missed some of what you said. Can you say it again?
Okay. Yeah, it is okay. So you have a child, a son. This son
Okay.
breaks the law. He ran a stop sign. They said the sentence for this is life imprisonment. Your life is now, because you endangered a child, and that's the ultimate crime in their society. Then later
Okay.
on, they figured out that no child even comes near this stop sign or this road. It was complete fabrication. Like, it was all because some dude was selling stop signs, and they wanted to sell more stop signs. And once these stop signs were manufactured, they had to put them in place. Otherwise, they would have been fraud, right, on these stop sign manufacturers. So you find out that the stop sign was never supposed to be there in the first place. A lobby made it that way, and now your child is serving life behind bars. They come forward and say, "Oh yeah, this stop sign was part of that scandal." So, do you say, "Well, sorry, son, you did run the stop sign," or do you work together to restorative justice to make sure you and your family and other people's families are no longer affected by the stop sign industrial complex?
So a couple of questions then about the situation you just described. Do I know for sure that my son actually broke the law in this situation?
Yeah, so you know for sure that that stop sign was not there 1 second, and all of a sudden, boom, it magically appeared, and someone got him. he didn't have time to even stop. It just like stop signs were just springing up all over the place at this time frame.
Okay. Right. So what I would consider that to be, if it wasn't the law when he set out driving, then I mean it wasn't the law. They didn't have the right to stop him anyway. I mean that's
The
just
signs predate that was part of it, right? You already have to stop when you see a stop sign.
right. But it sounded like you just said the stop sign magically appeared, and he didn't have time to stop. Like he didn't break the law. Then it wasn't there.
No, it was there because it also appeared in front of him. Here's now a
Listen.
magic stop sign, something he's been doing his whole life. That's a human right, freedom. All of a sudden, you boom. Here's a no-go. You cannot cross this line any longer. It doesn't matter what. It doesn't matter
Chris,
where
making
they
a
were
good
at.
point. Listen, when you go to park your car, at one point they're gonna put up a stop sign that says no parking. They're not gonna let you park there because you were there for the sign. They're gonna take you being there before the sign went up. Once the sign goes up, they take it the whole block, and they also tow. So this is what he's saying. Okay, this is how the laws start. They don't wait for you to say okay. They just start at one point, and then you have to oblige.
So here's the thing: if signs were magically popping up in places, that's no longer the community deciding that that's going to be a standard that needs to be met. That's just either some magical entity or the government being a tyrant putting up stop signs, which I'm guessing is probably what you meant. The government pops up stop signs and doesn't tell anybody. That's just tyranny. That's not like a legitimate government. That's just tyranny. Okay, so the community shouldn't be allowing something like that to take place. So there's layers to where the problem actually lies. But if somebody breaks that law, they need to decide for themselves if it's something they want to risk or not. Running a stop sign might be something someone wants to risk. Like I would do it. Like if I really honestly believed that it was the difference between my child living or dying, whether or not I got them to, their specialist fast enough or whatever to give them their medicine. Okay. I would consider it morally okay for me to run the stop sign because I'm trying to save my child's life. And it would be more detailed than that. My about the moral, it wouldn't just be that simple, I think. But in my mind, what I'm thinking is I would be willing to run a stop sign in that situation to save my child's life. But I also would be of the mind that I'm accepting the repercussions that might come from me doing that. Like if they want to fine me because I drove past that stop sign, like I would already have accepted, yes, I might get in trouble for this. My child's life is worth it.
Yeah, I think that clears it up. So it's more of a case-by-case basis than a sort of blanketed, nebulous understanding of law and order. It's like how much association varies from generation to generation, or from law to law, or from idea to idea. What might be acceptable for a level of association today, later on in the future, someone say, well, now we've got a better society or a better environment, a better community, system. So we can accept or reject people based on how much space or how much tolerance is being offered.
I think that what you guys are getting at though is like I think it like points out or shines a spotlight on one of the issues with what we have now, which is that rather than communities establishing themselves and saying here's our standards, what it seems like people are doing is allowing the government to decide this is a community now and we decide what this community standards are. And I don't think that's how it should work at all.
Yeah, that concept of the social contract.
But see, I don't rely on man-made laws to provide to me enlightenment on what is right and what is wrong. That's not where I look. I look at man-made laws as, are they violating my God-given rights? If they aren't, then most likely it's something that I just go along with. They say I have to pay for water. Well, I don't think that I have a creator-given right to demand someone else give me my water through pipes. I don't think I have that. They put the pipes there that's connected to my house. They say I got to pay for it. Fine, I'll pay for it. But if they do violate my rights, I don't consider that to be a law made by a legitimate law made by a legitimate government. I consider that to be a government attempting to step outside of the authority that it has to make a law. So, for example, I, as a parent of my children, I don't have the right to make rules for somebody else's, like, the neighbor's kids. I'm an adult, and I could say, here's the rule for your yard to the kids. But I don't have any power there. So when the government tries to reach into my private life or my life itself and say, this right is no longer something you have anymore, I consider that the same as the parent trying to tell the neighbor kids what their rules are in their yard. Well, the adult has no authority in their yard. The adult only has authority in their own yard for their own kids. And so at that point, it's like you can make the law. They can make a law all day long. They can make 10 million laws that all say basically the same thing about a right not being a right. And it can be the law of the land, and I'm still going to say, no, that's not the way it is. I don't care about your law. It's not a legitimate law. You as a government didn't have a right to make the law in the first place, therefore it's not legitimate.
But then people still follow the illegitimate law until they can find a system that a legitimate system that to change, modify it. So follow the law until it's able to make more sense and be.
I think
what the community wants.
People probably do that a lot. Yeah, and I think that that's a legitimate way to go if the law is not violating creator-given rights. I think if the law is violating creator-given rights, then there shouldn't be any room for go along to get along until you can do better. I think that should be a line in the sand for people where they say, you don't get to reach across this line. You reach across this line, you lose your hand, government. You better back off. And I accept the possibility that it's a fight that I won't win. Like, I realize, like, people might say, well, they have the military, and they have all the guns and the tanks and the bombs, and they have the police, and they have everybody, and the schools are all on their side, and they have the science. Dr. Fauci, science himself, says so. I recognize that it's not necessarily a fight I'm going to win, but I don't think that's the point at all. I think the actual point is, do you stand up for something that's right, even though you know you're going to lose or that there's a strong possibility, even though you know you might not win, do you still stand up for it anyway?
Well, this is my logic when the first kind of mask mandates came in and I just ignored them. I'm not just really fighting for myself at that point. I'm making other people realize that they don't have to put up with this. Because when they see me just flagrantly non-complying, I noticed other people would look at me and they would be kind of puzzled. They'll be like, why isn't he wearing his mask? And at least there's that like fragment of doubt in their minds. Maybe I don't have to do this either.
Yeah. Like, you can do that? What? Wait, that was an option?
Yeah,
like, well, they might tell you it's not, but I mean,
I still get that
Clearly it
confirmation
is.
from people.
I
Like I'll
think
be in
that
Walmart.
I don't. Again, I don't know where you're at, but here in the United States, like one of the ways that I thought about that particular thing in the United States is that most of the time, if not every single time, capitalism is going to win out over something like that. They want my money. And so it's like if they're going to tell me I have to wear a mask, their kind of mask, or else, then I just say, then I'm taking my money elsewhere. And I didn't have a single business. There was one that tried. There was one that tried, and that was Best Buy. And here's what happened. The guy near the front, he said, you have to wear a mask. And I indicated I wasn't going to. And he said, then nobody's going to help you. They didn't try to kick me out of the store. They said, no one's going to help you. Okay. We won't help you check out. We won't help you with anything. And I accepted that. And I went to the back of the store, and my wife and I, we were there for actually a fairly large purchase that day and we were going to pick up a speaker. And there was one guy who noticed that we were looking around and seeing stuff. And he came over and he said that he noticed that nobody was helping us. And he got on it. He answered any questions that we had. He took care of everything that we had. In fact, he even took us then to a special register where we didn't have to stand in line to take care of our purchase.
That's dope.
He did. He took care of all of it. He noticed
not
that
only
we weren't
did you
being
get
helped,
help
and
and
he
get
jumped in there and
everything
made
you
sure that we
needed.
had. Yeah, he made
got,
sure we
like-
had a phenomenal experience.
Yeah, so it's
And
actually better than the standard experience.
Yeah.
You want a fast lane.
And that's what it comes down to. They're businesses. They're literally there to make money. So it's like, I think most of the time, if not all the time, it's going to be capitalism that wins out in that situation. Goodwill did take us out, but it's like Goodwill's not profit. So
They also they do like Best Buy somewhat runs on commission too, so that guy might have been thinking, he'll get the commission type of thing too.
Hey,
especially
dude,
before you looking at a like $900 speaker or something, it's like
Yeah.
shit, $90 tip for me.
but like the point still stands. His personal capitalism won out over whatever his manager maybe told him not to help the people without masks, right?
Yeah.
So
Well, I mean, there's a slightly different but still kind of similar enough case where I don't know if you guys know about the Gillette adverts from I think 2019, where they basically went from, they just started shitting on men basically and saying, you men are all sexist. You need to be nicer to women, right?
I stopped buying them. Those were my favorite razors, and I stopped buying them.
Well, this is the thing, right? Their sales plummeted because they're basically talking shit to their customer base, and then they were like, "Oh, you know what? Like men just want to grow their beards out. That's why the sales are going down." That was the official line. And then you look at Dollar Shave. The Dollar Shave Club sales were booming because their marketing is actually aimed at men, not at the fucking simpering twats, that Gillette thinks buys his razors.
And then, like a little while later, at some point I had read that, I don't know if it was a CEO, some head guy at Gillette. He basically had some line. It was something like, "Well, we're happy with our ad campaign, but we're moving away from that now, and we're going back to our normal stuff." So, like basically, like trying to like kind of brush it under the rug, but say that he doesn't regret it. But now they're going back to other stuff or whatever. It's just like, yeah, all right, okay, buddy.
Well, he definitely regrets it, but what? I mean, if it was a new CEO, I could just imagine he's walked in and he's gone, "What is this shit show?" But there's probably a couple of ideological investors that he has to keep on side, or there's like a couple of guys in the C-suite or whatever that he has to keep on side. So he can't just say, "Oh, that idea was shit," because he's going to piss off the wrong people.
Right.
That sounds like a pragmatic political answer.
Right. He can't, like, he probably doesn't want to admit that the brand made a bad decision, because then they're saying, yeah, the brand made a bad decision. So it makes sense for him to be like, well, we're fine with our choices back then, but we're changing them now.
Yeah. Nothing to do with the plummet in sales.
Right. Of course. No. Big success. Very success. All the success.
Yeah.
Yeah, the only place that actually mask thing was Goodwill, and my understanding is that they're a charity or they're nonprofit, so it's like capitalism doesn't even factor in there because they don't make that money anyway, really. Like the company doesn't. So
I went into the Apple store and just everyone in there was wearing a mask, and the lady was like, "You got to wear a mask to come in here." And I only needed a charger for a wireless charger. I didn't even give him a chance. I was like, "Never mind," and just walked out. It's not even I don't even know why I went in there. It was probably more expensive than other ones.
you
know,
get those
like,
off
you
Amazon,
probably just
Jeremy.
did me
Come
a
on.
favor. Thank you.
It kind of reminds me, like here in Minnesota, for a while there was like, I wouldn't say like a protest, but they did this open carry thing. And a lot of businesses then put up signs, no weapons allowed. So people were just walking in anyway, because I guess there's a part of it means that you also have to ask the person to leave with part of the law. And then people would say, "Yep, it's time for you to go," right? You didn't read the sign out front, but other times they didn't. So it kind of became into this weird sort of civil rights thing, like what type of people are being asked to leave versus what type of people they weren't approaching. And then they just changed the law and said the sign's enough. If you walk in if you walk into a building and here's the laws for how the sign has to look, it has to be in the front door, it has to be this size, this color. If you walk through that sign, it's a $10 fine. They don't have to ask you to leave anymore. I mean, they didn't do that with like mask mandates, right? I mean, or some places did, right? Was there a fine associated with not wearing the mask?
Bro, we don't want no more masks. It's safe now.
Yeah.
I think that
it's over, right? Didn't like Fauci just say on the news like last week it's ended?
They got 2 years.
there
Don't
was.
you think that's what flags was?
I think there was a news article that mentioned, I don't remember where it was. I think it was a different country than the United States, but it was some place. There was the fifth wave of COVID was decimating the city or something. So who knows if they're going to come up with another one.
Well, I mean, I don't know about you guys, but in the UK, no one's on board with it anymore. We're all just thoroughly bored and can't wait for the government to just fuck off with it. But to be fair, they are fucking off with it. So I think they've probably timed it about right, because a lot of people I'm speaking to are definitely at their end of their patience.
Well, I'll mention this, not to go on a full side rail in terms of the astrological part, but Saturn and Pluto have been in what's called a conjunction, which means they're right next to each other. It's a pretty rare thing. I mean, the last time it happened was like 1947, basically. Well, yeah, World War II, sort of the end of World War II and through World War II. But in terms of the conjunction, but 9/11 was the opposition, 180 degrees during 9/11. But anyway, Saturn and Pluto is always correlated with, like, Saturn's the principle of control and limitation, isolation, and sort of control measures. And then Pluto tends to intensify whatever it comes in contact with. So you have this kind of intensification of the control part of Saturn. And so quarantining, isolation, all that stuff is absolutely classic for Saturn and Pluto. And basically Saturn Pluto came in right around 2018, 2019. Well, I'd have to see exactly, but essentially right around the beginning of the pandemic, it came in, and then we've been in that cycle. And then now it's at 20 degrees right now. Like today it's at 20. And usually for these larger alignments, 15 to 20 degrees is usually when they start, when it's starting to, at the beginning of it. And then once it's leaving, 15 to 20 degrees when it's leaving. And so we're literally at that 20 degree point. So yeah, I've been thinking, I wouldn't go as far as to say I'm completely predicting it, but I mean, knowing that Saturn and Pluto is on its way out, beginning of this year, I was thinking that likely this all the lockdowns and a lot of this stuff are going to lighten up. Probably, they're going to still get away with a lot of the changes, and God knows what that will stay, but at least the kind of acute part of it. And I wouldn't be surprised if they planned it with that as well. Like they knew that those were going to be aligned and, they use it to their advantage.
Hey y'all, what's good?
Hey, what's up, Lemon?
Yeah, just trying to keep it flat, I went on Jose's earlier trying to talk about how the horizon forms over a flat surface. They were trying to say what's happening with this picture where the water appears to overtake the light tower at 30 feet. And I'm like, refraction, perspective, something like that.
I often think of magnification as well, like the idea of like bifocal glasses, if you got like the kind of lens on the bottom, lens on the top. Essentially, in a way, I kind of think that that's happening. You've got the atmospheric layers sort of above the water, and then you've got those different mediums. And so sometimes I see it almost
multiple.
like, yeah.
Hold on, Joe. No, I don't want to cut you off, but there's multiple ways to show if this magnification thing's happening. One, you could send a camera up to the moon. Another one is you could do a angular size.
Let me cut you off to tell you I don't want to cut you off.
Yeah, I hate to cut you off, but I have to cut you off because that's one of the things that you could do with the magnification. That's like, it's not that much. Like they send cameras up all the time. They send balloons up all the time. It's like within range.
Zoomed in after, magnification. I mean, I can't tell just by a photo. I think they, just wanted to hear what I thought about light and how it's presented to the eye. But, for the purposes of whether the earth is flat or curved, it doesn't say much for your side if you're showing a picture where there appears to be 30 feet of water overtaking the lighthouse on a ball. That just doesn't make any sense. So obviously it's probably something refractive and zoomed in. But, on the fly, I could only answer, refraction or perspective. I tried to talk about, how something smaller in the foreground could obstruct something bigger in the background. But they were working through the main point, saying anything below the level of the eyes would never appear to overtake anything above the level of the eyes. So they were trying to work on some other point at that point, but this stuff's complicated.
You know why that coin on the table thing, even though sometimes a little bit of the lens is under the table and shit, is because that's how you're seeing always. Like, there's always going to be a wave or a hill or a mountain. Like, we don't live on this perfectly flat, 2D surface. There's all undulations everywhere. So there's always going to be some, little tiny thing in front of you.
And life is short appears to work out basically that we idealize these visual principles that we're talking about. We talk about an ideal situation where there's no surface in the way. Basically, where your visual angles can expand equally in all directions with no obstruction that your visual angles hit when they're trying to go out and expand from your eye. But when you're dealing with a surface below your feet, your lower half of your visual scene is going to try to expand, but there's a 6-foot surface in the way if you're 6 feet off the ground. Whereas the top part will expand exponentially. And so how does the eye interpret this uneven pairing of visual information where the bottom bottoms out at 6 feet, but the top keeps on expanding? It's going to give you a horizon line unless you get far enough above the surface to get a wide enough visual angle. I guess they can't see it. There are really smart people that have no images. They can't visualize stuff like this, frankly. Not unless it's put in front of them as a model or something, and then they're like, oh, I get it. And I'm too lazy to draw like a model or something, but I guess I'm going to have to do that for them to get this concept.
I should be back in a little bit, guys.
All right, take care. Nice talk, man.
Like, think about it. If you're on the ground, we don't even know if that's the real Bob Dole, so don't get too excited. So if you're on the ground, right, say you're at sea level about to make this observation, and you're looking at a ship in a distance. Now, if you're at zero, say you're at 0, there's going to be waves in front of you, between you and the ship. If you're at 3 feet, and there's 1 foot waves, 50 yards in front of you, and you're looking at something that's miles away, How big is that little 1 foot wave or 6-inch wave, or even if it's a 1-inch wave? How much is that 1 inch going to block out in the distance? And of course, it's going to do it at the bottom because that's the part you're looking at. It's on the bottom.
Yeah, and they granted that, but they said if it's below the level of the eyes, it could rise up. As long as it's below the level of the eyes, it will not obstruct what's beyond. And I don't know if I even go with that. I mean, it depends on the aspect ratio. Like if you're really low to the ground, something that's, in the foreground and shorter than what's in the background can still obstruct. Now, if you're going to add the caveat that as long as it's below the level of the eyes, it can't obstruct anything taller in the distance. I mean, I don't know if I can go with that.
Yeah, a 1-inch wave 50 yards in front of you going to block out a lot of the bottom of an object that's very, very far away. I'm telling you right now, that's how it works. So
And
when you
that's the
have that
point of
little
having
1-inch wave, some grass or something that's blocking it, whatever you're looking at, it's going to get cut off at the bottom.
I do think that's a factor, but I also think magnification is a huge factor, because if the environment has magnification to it, then the meeting point of the ground and the sky is going to change. Like if it's closer to you because it's being magnified and the other atmospheric conditions, the point like that, like the word optical extinction, like the idea of like wherever that optical extinction point is where the ground meets the sky, the horizon, that can change dramatically. So if it's magnified and the atmospheric conditions make that closer, then yeah, you're not going to be able to see as far. It's going to look like, the bottom half of the buildings are covering it up or, are being covered up. Whereas on another day, like, those where people show that black swan image, the one day where you can see all the way to the bottom of the oil rig, then the other day it looks like it's being cut off. What I think is happening there is you have magnification, and when it's magnifying, the optical extinction point is closer to you. Therefore, it's going to look like that thing is cut off, even though it isn't really, because on another day when you can see further and the magnification is different, then boom, it's like you can see the whole thing. It all opens up.
And we don't say that refraction doesn't occur. The way that they try to strong arm the argument is they say if refraction is occurring, then it's possible for us to see further on a ball. That's fallacious. Refraction needs to be occurring the way that they're saying over a ball. I mean, what are their claims about refraction? They say that the thicker medium will always be toward the Earth's surface, and therefore refraction will always be downward toward the observer, lifting the image up over a ball. I mean, that's basically saying any amount of refraction can bring something back over the ball. I mean, that's kind of weak when it's stated clearly like that. I mean, does refraction occur in this way? Most of the time when we're looking at Snell's law or refraction, it's from medium to medium with some sort of boundary. How can you justify that way of looking at refraction when you're in the medium? What refraction is happening when you're in the water or in the airy medium? You need a boundary between two media. And unless we have that, how can you invoke refraction like that? I mean, unless you're saying the air is made of multiple steps of different media as you go down and lift the image above the ball, how can you justify that? That's just a kind of a specious claim at that point, built off of a bunch of principles that build off of each other, but really kind of don't really make sense.
Yeah, refraction is like on the black swan when you have that the arm of the rig. It's kind of wavy, right? So light will bend. It will bend, and it'll make like arms wavy. You'll also get like on a pavement, the heat will make the object wavy. But at no point will refraction lift up the whole image and bring it up. I don't know where they get that from. That's fallacious.
I mean, we need to see discontinuity between air layers. I mean, I can't have them come to a lab and show me air layer 1 and air layer 2, but I'd be comfortable inferring refraction if there's a discontinuous air layer that they can show. If they can't show that, their interpretation of refraction, where it's eventually bending down toward the observer through, I don't know, successive air layers or whatever the hell they're saying. It just sounds kind of weak. I mean, I don't see discontinuous air layers. I see one continuous air layer. I don't see what they're talking about.
Yeah. No, it's a lot. Looking to a fish.
You're roboting, Godric.
Well, I had to point out the hypocrisy also because they say that flat earthers, well,
two different mediums. Not.
Well, they imply that the flatties are just saying it looks flat, therefore it is flat. But what else do the Globers have if they're saying it looks like it's obstructed? The only thing that I can think of obstructing it is like a ball hump of Earth curvature, therefore it looks like a ball by extension. They're saying the same thing. And they're taking away the only way to test it with a laser. The only thing that they have left is what it looks like in a theodolite, what it looks like in a camera, and then they have the nerve to say that the flatties are just saying, oh, it's flat because it looks flat. You know, the hypocrisy. It's just so disgusting.
What was
Oh,
the
you're
problem
you're
on
you're,
the
you're
chat
saying
then?
that it's a yeah. You're saying that they sorry chickens. You're saying that right if they say it looks flat, but you're saying that some of them are saying it looks curved because there's the hump basically.
In a way, yes, they're saying it looks obstructed, and the only thing that I can think of that obstructs is a curve. Therefore, by extension, it looks curved. I mean, it's somewhat similar logic. I mean, the only way to test that logic is a laser, and then they say, "Oh, laser's curved, therefore you can't test the curvature of the Earth." I mean, bunk. I mean, the only thing that they have left is NASA's curve distorted photos, CGI, and the way that it looks when it's brought to your eye via theodolite or something else. So it's kind of like they're accusing us of the same thing that they're doing.
Were you gonna say something, Kicking Chicken?
Yeah, I overheard y'all talking about refraction. What's the problem with that on a globe?
People are implying that light is a string that is going over the ball for their model to work. We need to prove that that's the case. We can't do that.
Okay.
And what do they accept as proof? Mick West's sugar water example. Despite the fact that our atmosphere isn't sugar water, he is demonstrating, I guess, refraction of a laser. But problem number one, our atmosphere isn't sugar water. Problem number two, light isn't a laser.
The sugar water was to simulate an atmospheric gradient, which is what
Yeah,
the
but even
atmosphere
if
is.
the funny thing is, according to even one of your top guys, even if you had done it in air, a tank of air, that still wouldn't have been the atmosphere.
And also,
So
since
you would need to show how the light's bending in the atmosphere in order to know how the light's bending in the atmosphere.
Well, the problem with that theory of refraction, gentlemen, is you have to go from boundary to boundary, from layer to layer, usually in most ways that we think of as refraction. With that sugar water, you have something that's different than the atmosphere. I guess they're simulating that it gets thicker as you go down, just like the sugar in the tank, settled as it went down, but you're dealing with something that's dissolved in another medium. The medium's the water, and the medium has stuff that's mixed in it that settles. Does air, quite do that? Air appears to be a homogeneous mix that doesn't quite do that. So the only thing that they could be simulating is the temperature layer with, something denser or cooler toward the ground and something warmer or less dense toward the top. That's the only thing that could be simulated. And do we always see those conditions where it's cooler on the ground, warmer toward the top? I mean, I doubt that matches all conditions. So, I mean, I get what they're trying to simulate, but I just don't know if it's quite true to reality.
And we see mirages and stuff, and that's how it works.
Well, that's an obvious bit of refraction in that you can see a layer and a reflection. So if you're going to say that refraction of that sort or whatever happens, show the discontinuous air layer, show the reflection, show the inferior or the superior mirage reflection. Otherwise, I would just say it's right there over a flat plane, slightly magnified right in front of your face. It doesn't need to lift over a ball at that point. It's just right in front of your face, slightly magnified.
Yeah, Kick Chicken. I don't know if you heard my point before. Am I coming clear now?
Yeah.
Loud and clear.
Yeah.
Yeah, so like on the Black Swan, you have that oil rig and the bar is wavy, right? So we know that bar is being refracted because we know the bar is straight, but it's kind of wavy. So that's like an example of refraction. So we wouldn't expect refraction to, lift the whole picture up, 45 feet, which is the missing curvature. Right, so how do you get that?
Well, the light just looms up.
Well, the globe claim is that
Is that what light does in the atmosphere? Hold on, Lemon. Is that what light does in the atmosphere?
Yeah, we see it all the time.
We checked
Objects
it, though.
can appear higher than they actually are.
If you were to first do that, if you were to first know it was higher or lower, you would need an actual position on it, right?
Sure.
So I'm looking at something. How do I get an actual position on it according to where I
Like,
am?
I get some data on the object you're looking at. The
Okay,
compare.
how do we get the data that tells us the actual position?
We mean by actual position. Okay.
Well, when we look at it,
See,
it's refracted. Sometimes it's higher, sometimes it's lower. How do we know where the actual position of this thing is?
we could probably control for the refraction to see where it would be.
How about we just get in a motorboat from the seashore and drive to that and say, oh, it's 13 miles in that direction.
But the
Hey.
thing is, you guys are implying that light is refracting all over the place, not quite giving us the true position of the object over a globe. That's dangerous.
What does that have to do with the motorboat,
question
Leonard?
is, where is this object actually positioned? Are you guys just invoking refraction without actually knowing where the actual position of the object is, like, say, below a hump of Earth curve or over a flat plane? I mean, is this begging
That's
the
why you
question?
would, that's why you would control for refraction.
Why does getting in a motorboat, driving and saying it's 13.2 miles away from the beach in direction X have anything to do with refraction? Because no matter what, whenever you drive that, it's going to be the same distance. It's not going to change due to refraction. It's going to be the exact same spot.
But Leo,
according to the viewer, hold on, Lemon. According to the viewer, though, Leo, we need to know where that actual position is according to when someone's viewing it. You know, if we drive up to it, that doesn't really help us for the guy viewing it way miles back.
It's still the same position. It's just further back for him. It's still in the same position. It hasn't moved.
But Leo, you guys are saying that the object is refracting from its true position over the ball to allow us to see this far. So do we know where the actual position is, or do we just assume that it's gone beyond a hump of Earth curve? That's problematic.
It's not problematic. You get in a motorboat, you drive 13.2 miles every day of the year, and it's going to be 13.2 miles.
I agree with you, Leo, that it's 13.2 miles away. The system that we were invoking was whether it's actually below a hump of Earth curvature or actually over a flat plane. Which position in that regard is it occupying?
It doesn't matter the shape of the Earth. It is 13.2 miles away when you drive to it every single day of the year. Whether there's Earth curve or flat plane, it's 13.2 miles.
That doesn't help us solve what the shape of the Earth is, Leo, when globers are invoking any amount of refraction to say whether we're on a ball or not. Whether it's 13 miles away or not is irrelevant. Is it below a hump of Earth curve actually with an actual position there and being lifted up into the air, or is it just over the flat plane being magnified or diminished slightly over a flat plane? That is where the question is going.
Well, how about we know the distance, which means we know the position, exact position. Now we determine why. Now we do test why and why not on days we can see more of it or less of it. But we do know that it's 13.2 miles away.
Well, we know it's 13.2 miles away, Leo, and we know that refraction occurs. We just don't agree with the globers as to how an image is being lifted over the ball via refraction. We have a big disagreement about that.
Right, but the position of 13.2 miles stays the same. It doesn't change.
Right,
It's just
the position doesn't
how
change.
much refraction, how to test the refraction to see what it does on each day to see how it affects how you're viewing the 13.2 miles.
So we need to see if refraction over an obstacle like the Earth curvature is occurring like the ballers are invoking, or if it is just simply magnification or diminishment or diminishing or whatever of something that's right in front of your face over a flat plane. Those are two different interpretations of refraction.
So we've established that it's in the position it's in, the distance away we know. And that does not change, but how it is seen can change.
Right.
So if day one we only see half of it, and the next day we see 3/4 of it, and the next day we see 1/4 of it, what can we chalk up to being the reasons why we see that?
Refraction over a flat plane.
Why are we judging what shape it is? I'm not even judging the shape. I'm just saying what can we determine about what's happening? Not the shape of the Earth.
Fine, it's refraction. Then it's refraction.
And how can we test to see if that's true or not?
We do what Dr. John Dee did when he was testing for his long distance observations. He used different colors of light that refract at different degrees if refraction is present, and compare the refraction or whatever.
All right, so how would we do that over water? Say like the oil rigs, and we measure the distance to oil rig A, and it's 13.2 miles. How do we do the different colors of light and how it would refract if we're talking about the water itself appearing higher or lower on the object?
We would shoot the different colors of light to the oil rig at a known height and compare what sort of height, I guess, at which it's registered on the sensor, registered by the person looking at the light, seeing if it's higher or lower depending on the color.
So when would you do this observation? Because if you do during daylight, the sensor is going to pick up the light from the sun.
You'd have to average it out through the nighttime, the noon, and the day, or whatever, morning, noon, and night, I guess, and you'd have to average them. Depends on how many measurements you want to do.
What would be enough measurement to say refraction is causing the water to appear above point A?
We'd have to get an average and see the statistical deviation, I guess, outside of that average. And statistics, you measure how much deviation you have from a mean value where you average a bunch of values out and see if it's, happening over and over again in a statistical way, or if it's just a one-off blip with like a chi-square distribution or something like that. If you want to do statistical analysis.
Based off these statistical analysis, how can we determine, if we did not know the shape of the Earth, how could we determine what shape the Earth would be?
Based off
of those things.
I mean, we just have to shoot a laser. I mean, you determine the shape of the Earth in another way. You just shoot a laser, assume that it's more or less straight, and see if it hits the eye or the target at the same height from observation to origin and back again. I mean, that's all you do.
Okay,
so now hang on. One thing you're missing, you guys, we can control for refraction, right? So we take observations when it's the coolest, so there's less or no heat, or little heat, and when it's the driest also, so we're losing that sea mist, that atmosphere, and that way we're going to either get refraction to slim or none.
I guess we'd have to get a range of representative conditions. If we know that refraction is going to fluctuate the value, I guess we'd have to take it throughout the year, or if, we ain't got a whole lot of money or whatever, at least, 2 or 4 times a year to get a range of values, try to keep it within that range, to say, okay, this is normal refraction. We'll factor for this within this range. I think that's the best we could do.
Okay, so
and we know when that's going to happen, because when it's the hottest and the wettest is when you get all kinds of crazy refraction. We know that.
Could we control for the amount of refraction we witness by going up in altitude?
Going up in altitude? I guess we could try that, sure. I mean, how high in altitude did you want to go? Most of these observations are made at ground level.
Yeah, and to control for refraction and reduce the amount of refraction, we could go up in altitude, let's say from 6 feet to 200 feet.
You don't know if that's what you're doing because you don't have any actual positions.
Really?
You have no control. You have no actual
I'm
positions
on the ground. I don't know where
in the
I'm
distance.
Jeremy, if I'm standing on the ground, I don't know where I'm standing. I don't know that I'm standing
Yes, but if you're looking at Yes, but if you're looking at something in the distance, you don't know where that actual position should be according to where you're seeing it.
We've already
You have
gone
no
over
way to
that.
tell that.
We're trying to go backwards when we've already.
Hang on, back up. Hang on. How do you go 200 feet in the air and back to observations? Go.
You're acting like you got past this point, and you
No, let
haven't.
him answer. How do you go 200 feet in the air and make observations?
You get on a vehicle that allows you to travel upward and get on that vehicle and go 200 feet in the air.
You mean like a helicopter?
Yeah, I guess you could do it from a helicopter if that's what you wanted to do.
Or you could get on a hill near the water.
Well, that's about 20 to 25 floors. So, like you said, it would have to be a helicopter. You'd have to do it from a building and go from there, practically.
Yeah, I mean, and then you could test to see what the difference in altitude makes on the same relative refractive day.
Right. That way we could factor for refraction and see if the laser is still, going past a ball for the shape of the Earth, or if it is conforming more to a flat surface to finally have some sort of data that would be good enough, hopefully, unless people wanted to pull out excuses and, workarounds.
How come
Oh,
he keeps adding the shape of the Earth in? I'm just getting different refractive indexes and how they make things appear higher or lower. I'm not even talking about the shape of the Earth.
Right.
Then after that, after we collect all our data, we could determine if what shape the Earth is based on the data.
So we'd have to see how the light bends up and down relative to the horizon, relative to an object in the foreground and the background, and see how things are waving up and down, I guess, due to refraction.
Mm-hmm. So say like day A. Go ahead, Left Lane. I cut you off.
No, I was just saying, one thing, like if you were at a hotel on the beach and maybe there was an oil rig 10 miles out, and on the beach, observing it with zoom, full zoom, it was all distorted like we see in the Black Swan. So it's saying, yeah, there's a lot of refraction going on. But then you go up 20 floors or 25 floors and zoom in on it from up there and see if it doesn't, look like it should. Are you canceling out, those severe refractive effects by going up higher? Is that what you're trying to do?
Well, I mean, we could try to cancel those severe refractive effects, but basically people have standard refraction for terrestrial purposes looking out over the land of 7.6R. I mean, we could factor that in. We could do our own measurements and factor our own refraction if we wish. There's different ways even to catalog refraction. There's, not necessarily one way to do it, with this, that, or the other. You have Snell's law refraction, which is going from medium to medium. You have terrestrial refraction, where you try to make a bigger ball. You have refraction equations that try to take into account the pressure, the moisture, the temperature, the air density, refractive models.
Lemonbird, since you brought up 7.6R, what are ways in which we could test to see what the radius of the Earth actually is?
Like
that you would accept.
Before, you need a straight standard that goes out over the land. I think Globers and Flatties could accept this, but the Globers say just because a laser curves in sugar water or whatever, that all of a sudden it's not a good enough standard. It's just, I mean, at that point, you don't really have a way to test it. Except by looking at a theodolite or looking at a picture and saying, oh, it appears obstructed here. I mean, you need a straight standard to measure the land against. Otherwise, the claim just gets a little weak.
First thing I would do, instead of looking 20 miles, I would shorten that to maybe 2 miles and see what you get. And you could get numbers that would match the prediction of the sphere or the 2 miles.
We can go 1 mile, 2 mile, all the way to 20 miles. We'll do every mile to be thorough. And like you said, yeah, you would need a hypothesis to say that you should have curvature according to a sphere. If not, then it's not curvy, then it's flat.
Wouldn't we technically have to measure the entirety of the Earth?
If we want to say yay or nay, yes. One variation on this test I think we could do is shoot up lasers straight into the sky, or if you're going with a globe where there's no straight up, I guess straight up to, I don't know, zenith, to, as 90 degrees up as much as possible, and have 6 positions where these lasers are shot that are hopefully visible if you're high enough off the ground. 3 positions from one side of the quote unquote globe, 3 positions from the other. Now, if we're on a flat surface, you would expect this person who's high enough in the air to see all 6 streamers going up straight into the air. If we're on a globe, you'd expect half to be visible. As far as I can tell, that might be solid enough to go with if you could see these streamers, either half of the streamers on a ball and or all of them on a flat surface if you're at the right position.
Okay, so how did I guess what I'm confused about is, since you brought up 7.6R, I want to get a consensus with you guys. What is the ways that everyone in this room can accept of measuring the radius? Not knowing the actual dimensions or what shape the Earth is, whether it's I'm going to be kind of pedantic here and say a flat dinner plate or a sphere. How could we measure the radius of the Earth?
Well, first of all, I disagree that you have to measure the whole Earth, because
I didn't say measuring the whole Earth.
According to the spheroids, they believe in gravity, so gravity would make it a sphere. So you wouldn't have to measure the whole Earth. You just have to debunk the globe model.
I did not say measuring the whole Earth. I said the radius.
Lael, I would say if you could consistently measure curvature upon the Earth's surface in, not in just one area, but in multiple areas, that would get towards a radius value.
Yeah.
Leo, what would prove to you that we're on a flat plane? I guess I'll ask the question back to you. What would prove to you that we're on a flat plane for you?
Is that for anyone?
For Leo, but if he can't answer, I'm going to open it up to somebody else.
Sorry, I got interrupted. My dad's going to the hospital.
No worries. Take your time. Sounds like you're busy. I'm sorry.
No, he called me away. They're going up there now, but he has a kidney stone that he's having problems with. But yeah. If we didn't know the shape of the Earth, how could we determine the radius? And let's pretend it is let's say that it is a circular, relatively level plane. How could we determine the radius and measure the radius?
There's no radius on a plane.
Yeah, there is.
Okay, Leo, you kind of asked a question when I had a question on the table, which is fine. I think you've had that question answered twice. So is there something missing in the answer that you'd like to hear? Because I asked you what would be good enough for you to go with it being a flat plane, for you to prove it to yourself that it's flat. And then you asked the question back.
Lemon, he has a problem. He's trying to measure radius. That assumes a sphere.
No,
radius on a flat plane. Period.
I can draw a circle on a piece of paper that's not a sphere, and it has a radius.
Okay, then from a flat Earth perspective, Mr. Leal, that would be going from the center of the Earth, the North Pole. We'd have to go to the North Pole and walk out to the edge to get a full radius. That would be a flat radius of a flat circle or a flat system, as opposed to a globe radius at that point.
Okay, and is it possible to measure from the center of the North Pole outward to the radius get the radius of the Earth?
Yes. It would be a flat radius or a globe radius. We would need to see if we're walking along a curved surface or on a flattish plane.
And if we didn't know, how would we determine that? If we're just walking straight and measuring a lane.
We would have to shoot a laser and assume it goes straight. Now, Leo, I had a question that hasn't been answered by you.
Use a laser.
Would you like to answer now?
What's your question, Lemon Bird?
My question is, what flat Earth evidence would be good enough for you to go with it being flat?
Well, since we have pictures of the Earth, are at least half of the Earth, or a little over, and it appears to be a sphere, I would like a picture of at least half of the flat Earth to produce that to have evidence for the Earth being flat.
Gotcha. You'd like a picture of half, if not maybe even the whole thing. Okay.
And yet, in the 5 years that I've been asking for it, nothing.
We can't go that high. The pictures
I
are of the 120,000 feet dog cam. That's the best we can get. That's the highest we can go.
Well, Leo, I think we may have an excuse for that. We do hold to a firmament, a limit to how high you can get off of the surface. And so at that point, you can only get so high and see so much of the surface, Leo. So just like you have your excuses for the globe side, I think we have our excuses for the flat side as well. So I don't know if you're going to get that sort of evidence, even if the Earth is flat.
How high is the highest point of the firmament? And when Lemon Bird says this number, does everyone else that's a flat earther that agrees that there's a dome agree with Lemon Bird's height?
Okay, that's 2 questions. I guess with question number 1, I would say about 100 to 200 miles up if there's a solid firmament barrier. Anybody else?
200.
We'll just go with the number 200. Does
8,000.
anyone else that's a flat earther agree that it's that high? You said 200 miles, but the sun's 300 miles.
I said
3,000. Anyways, never mind. Not getting into that.
Eric DeBay thinks the sun's height is like 3,000 miles.
That would be off of triangulation, gentlemen. So if you had a 200 height barrier dome and a 3,000 mile high sun, the only way to reconcile that with a firmament that I can see, gentlemen, is if the firmament has various layers or if the sun is refracting away from its true position up there.
Wait. Time out. Why are we talking about the sun? I just want to know if all the other flat earthers in here agree that the bottom of the highest part of the dome is 200 miles, like a Lemon Bird says.
You brought up the sun, Leo. I'm just trying to.
Someone else did. Someone else brought it up, and I realized that it was even though I started talking about it, it's deflecting from the point. So, Lemon Bird, we'll say 300 miles because you uses the word 300, okay? Or you did say 300. The highest point of the dome is 300. Does every other flat earther in here that believes in the dome agree with that? The silence probably means no.
I can speak for Eric DeBay. He would disagree with that.
I disagree.
You disagree? Why is that?
Well,
because so as far as they can throw you.
I don't know.
Okay, he doesn't know. Moving on to Electric University.
No,
actually, you're not even a flatty. Is there anybody else who's flatty who wants to weigh in?
The whole point of this is if flat Earth can't agree on the height, then why should we trust it at all?
Why should we trust what NASA's presenting to us?
No. Why should we trust? Why should we trust your distance to the highest point of the dome if no one else can agree on it?
I can only tell you why I believe in a dome, Leo. We are not a unified front in that we're presenting to you this unified theory. I can only tell you why I would go with that number. What you should have done, Leo, is ask me why I believe in it, since I'm the only one who's affirming it.
Well, other people believe that there's a dome, right?
I haven't measured it, but
I think there's a disconnect. He thinks he can get a radius on a flat plane. There's a problem there with his geometry. A radius
I don't
means
want to
sphere.
confuse Leo because he gets very myopically focused on one aspect of his question. As opposed to the height of the dome, I would go with the rockets that appear to hit it about 70 miles up. So that's why I would go with that distance along with Project Fishbowl and Project Dominic launching stuff up and exploding stuff at about that altitude, roughly.
They didn't hit the dome.
They hit something, and it was about
No,
200 miles up. So
well,
I'm pretty comfortable saying that.
Well, they were designed to do that for nuclear tests.
But by the way, God,
I don't agree.
Wait, rockets hitting the dome. I haven't seen this. What are you talking about?
They appear to skate the underside of it, where they appear to go up asymptotically curved, like they're leveling out. And the gas appears to expand like it's hitting some sort of air barrier, firmament barrier, a layer up there. So without
independent rocket videos.
Wait, hold on.
So
The gas,
the
gas expands because the gas expands because
Like a
it's
liquid
moving through an area of low pressure.
Yeah,
And also,
that's what I.
if it hit the dome, it would explode, especially going at that insane velocity.
And that was my other point. A rocket moving at a rocket's velocity makes contact with something, it's going to explode.
Yeah, like that's a good point,
I guess
because
we have
every
excuses
single
on both our sides, gentlemen, because if we were spinning, we'd be able to hover above the Earth and notice it. Out pop the excuses of the atmosphere being carried perfectly with the Earth, et cetera, et cetera. I guess the only way to cover these rockets that don't go up there and explode is maybe the layer is padded, maybe a little soft. Maybe these rockets aren't as hard and as full of stuff as we thought. Owen Benjamin implied that it was a balloon that we were seeing based off of the way that it was bouncing up and down and the inertial forces that would typically tear something of that magnitude apart if it was solid. And so I think we have to look into this a little bit further, gentlemen.
why is Owen Benjamin a source of authority on this issue?
I didn't say Owen Benjamin was a source of authority, Leo.
Then why are you
like how I myopically treat your question when you try to take another thread of the conversation? I can myopically focus on what we just said and not let the conversation move on, just like you, Leo. Keep that in mind. But going back to Owen Benjamin, Leo, I am taking data from other non-official sources. I don't trust NASA, so I'm going to trust other sources. Owen Benjamin may be one of them. Do you have a problem with that?
I don't have a problem with taking information from other sources other than NASA. Let's talk about SpaceX, which has nothing to do with NASA. They've sent many rockets up and had them return. They never hit the dome, or never exploded, and they went very high up, and the whole entire rocket re-landed. Are you saying the ones that exploded reached a threshold where they would hit the dome and explode, but SpaceX's didn't?
Well, I guess I'd have to trust that SpaceX went that high. Frankly, I think NASA's full of crap and lying about how high up they went. I don't trust
NASA
them.
has nothing to do with SpaceX.
Something else.
NASA
do you know how many contracts? Do you know how many contracts SpaceX has with NASA?
Hang on, let me explain.
Well, say the distance that it's traveling. It's not NASA. It's SpaceX.
NASA is in control.
It has nothing to do with SpaceX.
No, they're not.
There is 200 employees that tell SpaceX what to do from NASA.
Is NASA in control of the Chinese space agency?
So basically, gentlemen, in response to Leo's question, Leo, SpaceX is still heavily controlled by NASA, so you are still talking about more or less the same entity.
No, they're not. They're an independent company.
They're not. They're not.
Yes, they are.
Can you prove they're an independent country?
Can you prove to me that you're the one that made the claim first?
I didn't make that claim. I did not make that claim.
Well, Leo, you're being contrarian, and you're not really giving us evidence of your contrarian claims.
I'm telling you to prove they're an independent country.
They're owned. They're owned by Elon Musk, who is not owned by NASA.
He didn't say owned.
Elon Musk owned Tesla. So now you're switching.
Guys, I know you can hear my fucking joke.
Yeah, go ahead, Grim.
Hold on, we're gonna need to queue up.
He didn't say owned. He said controlled. Hey, thank you, Lemon. Appreciate that. He said controlled, not owned. So don't straw man him, dude.
Well, okay.
When the contract is the government, then you are basically controlled by the government, and you wouldn't even be in business had you not gotten all the money from the government in the first place. Therefore, thank goodness He's
It's
not.
because
They're not
NASA.
owned, but controlled. Yes, by government, not NASA so much. That's
Yes,
the only.
and
Does Elon
and to
control
add to that,
the
NASA
company?
and
Yes
all
or
the
no?
space agencies are colluding together to lie about the existence of space.
Does
Mhm.
he own and control SpaceX? Does Elon Musk own and control
Why the
SpaceX?
fuck does it matter if he
No.
owns
He
the
gets a
company?
bunch of
No
money, but
shareholders.
does he control it? No. Does he really own it on that level where he calls the shots? Not really.
Exactly. They're all, and guess who Elon Musk is owned by? The elites. So they
No, he's not.
No, he's
So,
not.
bro, Leo, what happens is these government agencies can't tell you that we're a corporate fascist tyranny where we pull all the puppet strings and we're in control. They have their pretty little front men like Elon Musk, Mark Zuckerberg, and others to be the public
Oh,
face
gosh.
of their
Yeah, Mark
facade.
Zuckerberg looks
So,
like a
Leo,
robot.
you kind of have to wake up about who is actually pulling the puppet strings with this stuff.
They cannot see who's pulling the puppet strings because they are blind.
And you
You
can
gotta
see
wake
that
up.
because you're not.
And you could be making shit up.
Or you could be just believing the establishment tripe and not using discernment. So I guess
Yeah.
we'd have
Right,
to do some
exactly.
Is the
investigation.
government in control of everything Elon Musk does?
What are you talking about? Which government?
Probably all the way
US
down to
government.
him having to smoke a joint on television. Yeah.
They
doubt
need
it.
their front man to look good, and he can't look good if he's smoking pot and looking like a vaped out, reject. Sorry,
What
Grim, or anybody
on
who
earth?
happens to smoke.
Oh, that guy.
Although
That's
there are
the
some
loser.
very functional people who do smoke, like Mr. Electric University and others.
The Electric University. You like to smoke that pot?
We could go back to just talking about the rockets instead of who owns them and all that.
Absolutely.
Why even like? Okay, I have a question for the Flat Earthers. Why is there this grand conspiracy to hide the shape of the Earth?
We'd have to speculate about that. If we had to speculate, inaccurate maps have the potential to hide huge swaths of land. And expanding pizza, if you were, for something flat at the least. So that's why I'm saying pizza, just for, colloquial effect, versus a wall that tapers to a point has more land. So that could hide
Because
bases, people,
because
resources, all that.
the elite they promote the scientists they want on mainstream media to push the heliocentric model and silence the real scientists, and the historical scientists that proved the earth was round were all connected to the cult and were conspiring to change the
cult?
model of the world to push the Big Bang theory and evolution so that they all come
No,
together,
you're making
and then
stuff up, my
atheism
dude.
makes sense.
Sorry.
Well, we
I
can
told
go
you,
secular with.
I
You just
told you
made
it
up a
was
bunch of-
speculation, so I don't. It's not like I have 100% proof, so it's still so
You asked us to speculate, and then you reject the speculation.
exactly.
Fine.
You,
On the
you
secular
immature. You
side,
were born in 2005, so I don't think he has a very smart head.
well, let's do this together, people. You asked us to speculate. Here is the speculation. They're probably hiding land. They're probably hiding money.
You wouldn't even
And
be able to
on the
get
more
there.
philosophical side, gentlemen, a flat and domed creation is easier to point to some sort of transcendent, world-changing creator. And if they are occultists, as they appear to be, since NASA was started by Project Paperclip Nazis, which did have an occult, kind of connection, maybe they hate this creator dude and they're leading people towards some level of deception. If you don't have a creator, you could not always, hashtag not all, be a little bit less hopeless, less hopeful than if you know that you're in an endomed terrarium from a creator guy. That's one possible philosophical link.
First off, I'm not a secularist. I'm a theist, and how would the flat Earth and the dome cosmology lead to God?
It's
That
more
doesn't make
obviously created. The globe is never talked about in terms of, God put it together like Plato or the creator, kind of shaped it into a round shape with his hands. It's always talked about with removed forces that are impersonal and have little to no reference to any sort of transcendent creator. Something that's flat and covered by a dome appears to be much more obviously created and much less from a natural, apersonal process.
Why couldn't the Earth has always been here? Like it's an eternal universe. It's always existed, never had a beginning, never had an end. That would eliminate the reason for God in that
That's
case.
not intellectual. That stops investigation. That's not something that encourages exploration. So it's not intellectual. It's just like saying
Yeah,
it
but
just is.
as opposed to God, that's
But
intellectual.
but the thing is that encourages figuring out how he did it. If he said he did it, okay, how did he do it? That encourages
No,
a
you're
deeper
assuming
exploration than
he
saying it just is.
existed to do that.
So it's
That's
like you say.
unintellectual in itself, right?
Well, it's like you saying that you made this business. That's a revelation from you. I assume you exist since you said it. It's just like the same with God saying, "Hey, here I am. Knock, knock. I exist. Here's how I made the thing." So it's more along the lines of a revelation than just saying, "Oh, it just always was from an impersonal universe that has no mouth. Can't really tell us that that's the case, but we're just kind of
Oh, to me,
assuming
it
it."
sounds
And
the
that's
same.
it.
I'm not trying to argue with you specifically, but to me, it just sounds the same as like knock, knock. Here's the universe. Always been here.
Well, let me ask you this: if
But the universe.
if there's a painting, like a piece of artwork, is there any logical sense that could say that that wasn't created? Like if you're standing in front of a big painting, a beautiful painting, is there any
No, it
other
wasn't. It
option?
was transformed.
Is there any other
Yeah.
option than that was
Yes,
created?
exactly. Nothing on that was created. It was transformed.
Hang on, let me say something to
Yeah,
kick
I
what
wouldn't.
Kick Chicken said. When
All right,
you
sorry.
when you invoke a spinning space ball and a Big Bang explosion, you remove the need for God. Okay, I think that's what he just did.
If anything, in my view, the Big Bang shows the
However,
need for God.
if you have a flat plane with the local sun and moon overhead, that invokes a creator. That is not a
No, it
spinning
doesn't
wheel. That's
really.
not
Not
gravity.
really.
That is not physics. That is nothing that we understand. That invokes an intelligent designer that designed it just for somebody like us. That's the difference.
Well, not really, because the flat Earth could have always just been here. It never had a beginning, could never had an end. It was never created. It was just always existed.
But the thing is,
there's a,
Hang on, wait. When
Right.
has that ever
I mean,
made
the
sense?
Earth,
When has
the
that
Earth
ever
could
happened
have
in
a
your lifetime?
finite age, being that it might have been transformed into the Earth, though the materials that were there weren't created or anything. They were just transformed and relocated, right?
Gio, I think you were trying to say something.
I'm sorry about that.
No problem.
This
The
is
Earth,
globe logic. It's always been there. It's never started anywhere. It's always been there. Does that make any
Giving a
sense?
hypothetical
well,
that debunks your logic.
I was gonna respond to that. Yeah, I was gonna say, Godric, that actually we know someone. It was I won't mention who it is. Just it doesn't matter. But it was somebody that was in the old days on the 24/7 flat Earth, the 1.0 server, the original one. He was like a gold on there, and he was. But yeah, that's what he thought. Well, I guess I'll give a shout out to him. Yeah, it's Flatmatic. I actually haven't talked to him in a while, but yeah, Flatmatic. And I remember him sharing that. I mean, obviously, I can't say what his thoughts are today. It could be different, but back then he was. It was sort of the closest to an atheist position I've ever seen of anyone that would has a planar stationary Earth type cosmology. And yeah, that's what he was saying. Like, I don't think he called himself atheist necessarily, but he did say it could be called that in a way, meaning that it never. He was saying that in a sense it never was created, and there is no beginning and no end. It's just always existed. It's always been here.
Well, the question becomes for Electric Universe or whoever wants to answer, what transformed it? If transformation just occurs, that makes the universe arbitrary. Part of how we determine whether there's a personal agent or not is limiting impersonal matter, saying that a river is impersonal. It goes along a course unless diverted by an impersonal agent because the river itself has no agency to change, transform, or divert itself. So if you're getting rid of that principle, at that point, you have no way to determine whether a personal agent was involved and or this universe, this unfeeling, impersonal universe. That's kind of a step toward pantheism at that point.
well, you gotta realize you gotta think about the electric force and how it's not just bumping rocks like billiards on a pool table or something. That there's a lot of intricate things going on with this transformation of matter. And that transformation of matter also moves matter, relocates, reorganizes, structures. It does a lot of different things, but it's just a couple of simple rules that do all of this. It's not like it's like necessarily needs to be thought about or somebody needed to tell it to do something. It could just be an inherent part of the way it already was.
Well,
You
how
know,
much
and
is
that's
it going to change? I mean, if we don't even know how much a river is going to change course, do we even know what the river is doing? If it could just up and be like, you know what, I'm tired of flowing toward the Nile, I'm going to flow westward or eastward or uphill. How do you know something like that? We know things based off of impersonal natural forces with no personality, no way to change, and personal agents that do have the ability to change things and, you know, make choices. That's a key element of how we investigate whether personal agency is there and or something natural.
well, I think it's human nature to add personification or something to inanimate objects, right? But I think that's to make us feel more comfortable. I don't think that just because we live our lives from a start to an end, that might be the reason why we envision a linear time in the first place. It could, you know, if we were other beings who didn't ever die, and we might be able to look forward and throughout and all that through time, like it's all one big bubble, and just look around in it for all we know, and it won't be linear in such like it is for us now.
That does sound rather confusing, though, because you only know this life. You came out of your mother's womb, so you were born
That's
into
why I
this
said.
system.
That's why I said it
Yeah.
might be human nature for us to think along those lines, but to step outside the box, you know, you need to, you know.
Well, the
Well,
thing
you
is,
must be.
like,
If I may just add, sorry, Lemon.
no problem.
What you have to do, because there's a lot with the heliocentric model and all the scientists, astrophysicists, astronomers. This is all to do with a lot of assumptions, right? There's a lot of assumptions to take on
Not the
board.
heliocentric model. It's the Big Bang model that does with all the assumptions.
Well, it's all part
Heliocentrism
of the same thing. You know
evolved over
exactly what I
time
mean,
through
yeah. All of
observations.
that, yeah, because you just jumped in there. I hadn't finished really, but what I was trying to
I'm
say
sorry,
was
brother. Go ahead.
all that includes the Big Bang, the universe. All that requires a lot of assumptions, and you know, there's nothing concrete really that we can say this is definite a dead cert. We don't even know what the sun is. We
And also,
as human, can I just finish, please?
no problem.
We as human beings on this earth, we don't know what the sun is. We know what it's. We observe what it does in a day, but we don't know exactly what it is and how it works. We don't know that. It's all an assumption. This is the thing, right? Even your body that you're born with, that's aging in front of you day by day, minute by minute. You can control that to a certain degree, but you will die in the end. It's part of the cycle of life. This is how you know it's creation. It's not man-made, is it?
Well,
We
when
were
we're trying
created.
to investigate certain things, I think EU is kind of taking away a key element of investigation with personal causation versus impersonal causation, which ultimately threatens to muddy the mixture. At that point, you're saying the universe can just change arbitrarily without any sort of personal agency involved. At that point, we can't tell what's what or what's going on. At that point, it's just kind of this arbitrary mysticism potentially.
So yeah.
Well, I
What's
mean, what kind
happening
of
up in
personal agency is involved when, you know what I mean, when chemical reactions happen in nature?
They happen in a regular fashion. You don't just have sodium and chlorine combine. Instead of making sodium chloride or table salt, they make gold. As far as we tell, that doesn't happen. Not unless a personal agent or something different comes in and makes things happen. So that is where the line is between the way
Yeah, but I'm
things
not saying
normally
who's
run
arguing for
versus
that.
how they run after something else changes with a personal agent or something else.
Yeah,
What
plasma.
are you arguing? For
The
those who are
recombination of
listening,
plasma,
what are you
right?
trying to say?
You know,
Those who are
you've seen
listening.
the Sapphire Project, right? Where there's the transformation of elements.
I've heard of it.
Yeah, I mean, there are some things that, you know, when the standard narrative said, no, we can't do this and we can't do that, there are some things that can actually be done. And they're done at cooler temperatures and without all the nuclear reaction waste and radiation let off and everything. Matter of fact, this plasma can radiate or, you know, neutralize nuclear waste in an instant. This is stuff that they should already have been doing. They should, but I think they already knew this. This is one of those like, remember nuclear waste? You know how much money we have to spend when we
Yeah, hang on.
spend
Who is they,
most
for
of our electric
starters? Who
bill
is
goes
they?
to
Who is
nuclear
they?
waste, right?
Who is they?
So what I'm saying is that it might be for a reason why they've hidden some of these secrets about how easy it is to use electricity for certain things
Oh,
in different
absolutely.
times. So
Grim,
that they
do
can
you
keep
do you think that free energy
charging
exists?
us for nuclear waste.
Do you
Go
think
ahead.
free energy exists, Grim?
Free enough, yeah. I mean,
Like, do you think it's
not
possible
perpetual
that
energy, but
do you think it's
yeah.
possible that they're hiding devices from us that can like maintain plasma fields that can create energy?
Of course, that's more than possible.
Yeah.
It's
Nice.
more than feasible. It's probable. Yeah.
Well, that's what's
In my
cool
opinion.
about like this whole process of people coming to a lot of these understandings, because eventually we will get like re-access to that, is how I see it. Because right
Right.
now they're hiding it from us and controlling us, with it.
I think
Well, that's why they don't want to talk about the super electric nature of space and stuff like that. Because I mean, if there's all that in space, what about why do I pay so much electric bill?
well, Jen, were you trying to get in there?
No, I just wanted to know in what's this gentleman trying to say about where we live. Does he believe it was created, or is it he thinks it wasn't created by the God? That's all I was wondering. Just
Why
wondering
would
where he
that,
was
man?
going with his ideas.
Well, I'm not pushing any ideas or trying to take away anybody's religion. So I'm not, no need prodding for that, because you don't probably want to hear the answer.
Well,
No, I
there's
don't.
no.
Fine.
Actually, can I
It's
ask
not
him
in
about the
line
free
with,
I'm not
energy
religious
stuff?
myself. So.
yeah, it's not in line with
Yeah,
a
I'm not
religious
non-religious.
person, put it that way.
Yeah,
Yeah,
go
but
ahead,
I'm not
Chicken.
religious anyway.
About the
I'm not
free
religious
energy
myself.
stuff. About the free energy stuff, I think you need to define what you mean by free energy.
Well,
Yeah,
we're paying for
I don't
energy at
mean
the moment,
overage
right?
or something like
What
that.
we mean by that is that energy is flowing like electricity. The powers that shouldn't be know this. They get it for free, and they charge us for the use of it. So the free energy, the wind, the sun, solar,
It's not
electric,
really.
like Tesla tapped into. Sorry, go ahead.
I
Yeah,
mean,
and
scientifically, that's not really free because you're converting the energy from an already like emitting source.
They
Because
know
when I
that.
hear free energy, I usually think of like the energy. You mean like that energy, the energy that comes out of nowhere? Because there's a difference.
Vacuum energy, yeah, 0 point energy or something, yeah.
well, what I would
But
say is that it can be pulled directly from the ether, from the medium that we're. So basically, like Richard Feynman, who won a Nobel Prize, talked about and had done a lot of writings on how there's 100 volts per meter that's measurable from the ground up to the sky. 100 volts. Every meter you go up, there's another 100 volts,
potential
but it's only
potential
potential.
vote.
Yeah. Right. So it hasn't been active. It hasn't been actualized. It's only potential. So it's 100
Yeah, it's just a
volts.
field gradient. Exactly.
Yeah, and once that gets activated, like essentially that's what I would say lightning is. You've got the sky, which is positive, the ground, which is negative, and then you have this medium. And when essentially it's like a short circuit and you get an actualization of that voltage, then boom, you get lightning. Now, if there's a way to extract that directly from the environment in a way that is infinite, as it were, like it just keeps doing so, then you'll be able to just pull that right out of the environment indefinitely.
Yeah, and that would be free because you've harnessed it and then you've directed it to your collecting point, and then you distribute it to those who need it. If that's possible, that's free energy. That's what we mean by that.
It's just really hard to collect lightning's energy.
Lightning
Right?
in a
I
bottle.
mean, no, I meant
I would
like
agree with you. I would agree
in a
with you on
battery
that.
or
Yeah.
something to collect it. Yeah, it's happened so fast, and usually you need a little bit of time and slowly over lower amperages give a charge to a battery. So it
Yeah.
seems like until we can figure out a good way to actually, but there are other ways, like just using lasers and stuff to attract lightning. Lasers are like a plasma. It ionizes the air, which allows for the electrons to flow freely across the ionized air. And so that could work. And there's all kinds of different methods that I think they're actually using here and there too. Like, remember
Grim, have
some
you heard of
military stuff
have
where
you heard of the,
they were using lasers. Excuse me. Sorry. Go ahead.
yeah, no, it's good. I was just gonna say, have you heard of the oscillator technology? These oscillators, which essentially were able to extract the voltage directly from the environment and put it into a consistent current.
Well, absolutely. That would just be like a huge Van de Graaff generator situation where you've got a couple of different materials that would, between the two moving across each other, collect electrons along one of them, in these materials. But those are, high voltage, but no, I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, there's no real current involved in that as far as it's a discharging collection of current. So it's really hard to collect discharge current.
That's
Well,
why
other than
solar
flowing.
I prefer solar energy really, because it's less intrusive, isn't it? Not so high voltage, and you collect it in your batteries, and then you feed
You're just
your
transforming
pumps.
heat.
Well, I hear you,
infrastructure.
Grim, on the Van de Graaff. I hear you. Yeah, I don't think you could do it with that spectrum, like the static field. You could get some nice shocks going and some bursts of energy, but with the Van de Graaff, and Van de Graaff is cool for static fields. But I'm referring to, I mean, really in the ancient legends with Tesla, everything that happened with Tesla, in terms of the legend, as it were, perhaps not the mainstream story you'll read about, but is that he was using and advancing this oscillator technology. The oscillators were these devices that were able to like I said, fully pull the energy to create electricity right out of the environment. And that is like what they took from him and basically co-opted, hijacked, stole it from him, and then certainly changed a lot of the history books and information on him.
Yeah.
And then there's obviously the mystery of what happened to him when he passed away and all of that as well.
No
But
doubt in my mind, you're right about that. No doubt. I mean, the dude basically, he was talking about talking on microwaves, which is what we're doing right now, 100 years ago. You know what I mean? Like, wow.
Yeah. Microwave energy. But like Gio said, it's been hijacked, and now we have to pay for the energy. Not good energy at that. And you guys over there, you have a lot of power shortages and blackouts and whatever. Yeah,
Not only do we pay
power
for the
outages happens a
energy,
lot in the
we
US.
pay for storage. Part of our bill, a big part of it, goes to the nuclear storage for the waste. That racket. So if they could just find a way to get rid of that, that would lower our electric bills. See, they have a way to get rid of it.
When you guys, whoever said hijacked, the situation is like the same thing with the water. There are people that will collect fresh rainwater and drink it, and now it's illegal to collect rainwater. So now they hijacked that, so we have to buy their fluoridic water.
Yeah, I think that's something that has to change. That's wrong, isn't it? How can a government own water? That's crazy. That's robbery. Robbery from the
They
city.
already do it, don't they? When they dam it up and they avert the water in other places. And here in California, they'll tell us we're in a drought. Yet China and Walmart still buys up our lake. They're still selling the bottled water from our lake to them, even though we're in a drought and we get fined. We get fined if we water our lawns or something. Well, I've got 40 acres. But I mean, other people, the regular houses, get fined for that shit,
Yeah.
I'm just saying, it's kind of, it's kind of backwards.
It
People
is.
don't pay attention. They're all caught up in their lives, and they're, these little things hit them incrementally more and more, and they just build up.
It's an example of hijacking by the government.
Yeah, and you're getting hijacked before you realize it.
I think that's why they did this. Is essentially, I think the hiding the land was because of all the gold and resources that they used on those lands to take over all of the gold standard on our lands that we're on now, and then the free energy part of it. Yeah, I mean, in my opinion, the globe Earth deception would be at the core of that, because if they stole the free energy from us and wanted to take over the world financially as well, then I think the globe model was the core cosmological trick that was used to fuel the whole thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
It was a
Absolutely.
bait and switch.
There's a chance you guys are just throwing that in there in the middle of all this other stuff that is going on and kind of like defusing yourselves from talking about that other stuff that's going on, though.
No, not me. I mean, I'm not diffused. I know what's going on. I'm the man that talks about revolution. So, you know, I'm the man that's always shouting out, let's get it sorted out. So
Well,
I
yeah,
know
but
what's going
even if I
on,
can
and I
give
know what the
you
remedy is. I know what
but
the
listen,
remedy
if I
is
was
for
a
this nonsense.
tyrannical psyop giver, right, I could give you, if I can get you to waste 30% of your time, 50% of your time talking about it, then I've won anyway. Because
Well,
I've
the thing is, I would say,
literally
Grim, that it's all part of
gone into
the
mate.
puzzle. But I mean, at the end of the day, I think in terms of like, if we have just enough people aware of enough of what these guys are doing, I think we'll be good. You know, in terms of being able to get our sovereignty back. Because I mean, it's not that not everyone has to know everything, but enough of us have to know enough.
Yeah, a
I
little bit
think
of a
I think if
The
tip.
I was
thing
a flat
is,
earther though, I
the
would
thing
have like
is,
the flat Earth hour. You know what I mean? And then
the thing
everybody
is,
get
you guys
hard and
talk
heavy for a
about
good hour or two.
the difference is we talk about truth, but you guys talk about lies. Like we don't have to listen to the
Yeah,
news. We
let's
know
not
that
forget
you
that.
guys think that like Putin is about to invade Ukraine. We know that's all bullshit. We don't waste time on that bullshit.
Yeah. And
I
flat
don't think
Earth
he knows
and
who he's
We
numbers
got
are
our
talking
lives
nothing.
back because we don't have to listen to the
Yeah.
news. It's all
to.
propaganda, mass propaganda, mind control. That's what you're on.
Someone
More
might
and
want to
more, more
inform
and
him
more
who
people
he's
are moving
talking
Yeah,
to
towards the
so
you
he
flat
got
Earth.
doesn't
aim the
continue along
message
that
before you
line.
shoot. Yeah, I'll
Yeah.
vouch for you. Aim the message before you shoot. Like, yeah, as a friendly. You know.
I'm right behind you guys with anti-vaccines, no Big Bang, no neutron stars, no black holes. I'm right there with you on a lot of those issues. No, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
The
No globe,
government
no globe,
nonsense,
yeah.
the secret
No
societies that
globe.
run the fucking. I'm not there with you, dude, but I'm telling you all the places I am with you on,
Well,
right?
if you're with me on those things, then you have to be with me on the no globe because it's
Well, that
always
sounds
linked.
cultish to me.
You can
I
cherry
don't believe
pick,
in
but
that
that
kind
just
of
makes you look silly
mentality.
when you
I'm
cherry
sorry,
pick.
dude. You don't have
When
to
you
agree
Yeah.
with
cherry
me on
pick like
everything
that,
I
it makes you
agree.
look a little bit inconsistent, is what I'll say there,
Yeah,
because
well,
it seems to me.
you could appreciate the points that he's with you on.
Oh,
Right. That would be
100%.
what a smart person would do, right? Because then you could
Oh, of course.
utilize a utility of me whenever you need and know my positions and when you have support in the room or not. You know, because I think it does matter, especially when you get ganged up on and you don't know what's going on around you. Like this
Well,
guy, he's talking about he knows my positions and he's insulting me to high heavens because I don't have any of those positions. Those are the fucking lamestream narrative positions. So he needs
yeah.
to sometimes learn who. Some people need to just learn who they're talking about first before they start assuming they know what the fuck these people's positions are.
Well,
Because you
yeah,
might make an
agreed,
enemy out of
agreed,
a
agreed. I
friend.
mean, we didn't know that.
Hang
No
on,
one
hang on.
knows.
Okay, let me say that a different way. I appreciate that you agree with those positions, okay? But let me ask you this: what would it take to admit that you've been duped?
Yeah, come on.
I've been duped already. That's how I'm not a lamestream narrative spouser. That's why I don't
Right.
believe in black holes and big bangs because I know I was
Okay,
duped.
I'm
I
glad
made
you
A's
said
and
that.
B's in school. Yeah,
So
I
what
made
is it?
A's and
What
B's
is it
in
about the
school.
globe that's keeping you there? Then what's keeping you invested
We can
in a ball
avoid
that
that
you've never seen,
conversation
never
because
measured, never
that's a
felt?
6 or 7 year long conversation that I don't need to waste my time with.
No, it's not. It's not a waste of time because it's
It absolutely is. There's
remember
other things that
we
are
were hang
happening.
on, we were in
Listen,
your
they're not
position.
threatening to vaccinate me with the globe today, right? But they're threatening to
No, I'm just
vaccinate me with a
asking you a
vaccine.
question. That's
So I
all.
want to focus on those kind of things, right?
What
That's
you have,
my position.
If we could
yeah.
maybe
If
chill
you
on
keep
the
begging
gamer.
me to talk about it, you're being antagonistic, and that just
No, I'm
shows
not
that you
being
really don't want to.
antagonistic. I'm not being antagonistic. I'm
Really
not.
don't want to find
What I'm
common
trying to say
ground.
is that I was in your position at one time, but 7 years
I don't
ago,
believe you ever were in my position. You're belittling me by and minimizing me to
where the
you
globe
now,
is,
in my eyes.
where now we're being a bit obtuse and a little bit pedantic there. What I'm saying is that if you're thinking that the Earth is a globe, that's fine. That's what you think it is. It's what you believe it is. I was like you. Is what I'm saying regarding the globe only. Okay, we're talking about the globe,
Okay, that
the
was
heliocentric model. I was in your position in that I believed that the Earth was a spinning ball. I believe that. But now, 7 years ago, that changed because I looked into it. That's why it changed. I actually looked into what I was taught. It was brought to my attention, so I had to look at it. Right? I'm asking you, what's keeping you on the ball? After you've heard our case, you've heard all of us here who are flat earthers, so you know what we feel about it, what we understand, and we understand your model. So what is it that's keeping you on the ball? That's all I'm asking. Nothing else. Doesn't take 7 hours or 7 days.
First of all, none of you
years.
have the same argument, so you can't stand there and go, "You've heard all of us, so you know our argument." You all have different arguments, right?
You've heard
You
our
don't have a
arguments.
model. You don't even purport to need a model. That's a
correct.
fishy thing, right? And you dismiss things that are evidence and say, "I haven't seen anything," and you do that a lot.
I mean, I haven't seen
hold on. To be fair to both sides, I feel like there's been generalizations. I understand that there are certain things that people generalize on, but like I don't think there really needs to be like sides and generalizations. Like, can't we actually just talk about the point one at a time rather than making generalizations and then trying to throw shade on that generalization?
Yeah, I'm
I'd
not
rather
doing
not
that.
have
I'm
the
trying to just
conversation at
explain.
all. I really, really would, because I can see what this tactic is, and it is to make sure I'm alienated from the group, even though, you know, I'm absolutely about that.
Not
Jim
at
has
all.
always
Not
been
at
about
all.
that kind of shit.
Not at all.
Well, I'll
No,
just say
I'm
this, Grim.
trying
What
to
I would
respect
say,
you.
all right, hold on, Jim.
I'm trying to respect you as a human being. I'm trying to respect you and respect your views. My question is sincere and genuine, and it's what's keeping you on the globe, even though you know our arguments and where we disagree. Like you said, a model. Let me just address the model. A model, as far as I'm concerned, should be a model, a replica of what exists. So I can relate to it and say that is indeed a model of my Earth that I live on. Yeah, so I can measure the curvature, I can see the spin and everything else, and we're indeed in the vacuum of space. We don't claim to have a model at all. We don't make any model. So the model that we're given doesn't fit the reality we live. Is what we're saying. So we're not trying to. Hang on, let me just finish.
Okay, no, Jen, I'm gonna have to just mute you because that is technically a monologue. So let someone else jump in for a second. I'll unmute you in like just 30 seconds. But so I was just gonna say, Grim, what I agree with everything Jen said. That was well, not everything, but I mean, well, anyways, no, what he said, I hear him on all that. And what I was gonna say though, Grim, just to kind of keep it on this topic, but to possibly keep it positive, I think the audience for the live stream purpose may be interested to hear, like, because you do share a lot of the similar thoughts that folks that think the Earth is a stationary plane do, but then you do have the globe perspective. So just to kind of understand where you're coming from, not like in an argumentative or fighting or trying to like, and any of that stuff, but more just from a perspective to understand you and how you think. Like, what would you say are a couple of the things that are really compelling that make you think that the ultimate truth of all this is that yes, the Earth is a globe, but there's also the kind of controlling people that are doing evil stuff.
Well, I'm really not into the arguing about if the Earth is a globe thing or giving my, thing. It's been how many years? It's like
no, but I'm saying like not an argument, but more like an interview. Like if you were being interviewed, more like that style, just so we can understand how what you think is the truth, so we can hear from you.
Well, it feels like all right. So basically, just for the record, it's like I don't even want to have this discussion. So I'm answering under duress in a way, right? Because yeah, so I'm basically, I'm not here to talk about my differences or what's, all that. I'm just here to talk about our similarities, because it's not that I agree with you guys about the shape of the Earth and stuff. I just like the inquisitive nature, the, rebellion against the scientific, because that's what science is supposed to be. You guys are actually doing what you're supposed to be doing. You might not be, in my eyes, correct how you're approaching it or whatever, but still, it's the spirit of it all that I enjoy. Like, you know what I'm trying to say? So the people that on the other side, well, I'll say the standard narrative keepers, they irritate me on a level that makes me like you guys way more, because you have that free spirit to want to find new things out, even bumping in your head and you know what I mean? However you get there, you still, it's a journey that you're taking, and you're having a good time with it, and stuff like that. But these other guys, they want to shut that down and act like everything's already known, and that kind of thing is despicable. And I have kind of a thing for the underdog, where I always want to, you know what I mean? And so I'm not, I have my reasons, dude. I mean, a lot of the things that flat earthers are people who, okay, take a look at this. And then I say something, and to me, it's like, yeah, I see something that seems real. It might be really easy for me in my mind to understand it, but I realize a lot of people, we don't all think the same. And so the picture that's being painted in my head is probably not the same one that's painted in this other guy's head. So when I see things, off and obstructed by horizon on what I'm supposed to be thinking of as flat, or if I assume is flat, I'd be lying to myself to assume that was flat, being that I actually do see something obstructing this thing. The next move I would have to do was assume that there was something going on with light that would make that obstruct a thing. So I'm not really experiencing a flat plane and a flat, you know what I mean, all this. I'm experiencing something that is not flat in my mind, and that I would have to make up excuses as to why this is obstructive and stuff. That would mean that I'm making an assertion and I'm not just experiencing a flat plane. So I've heard so many times where people is like repeating this, that they've only experienced a flat plane as if they've never seen a thing obstructed by the horizon before in their life. And if that's the case, then I mean, maybe whatever, they're not the one for this conversation, because you got to see a little bit further and outside your own area. You know what I mean? So before you can start saying this is the truth and this is what I know and all of that. And we get a lot of that out here. And then you got this is what the stars really look like videos. And I started going, well, you know, you can see that you're not focusing your camera correctly. Here's how you focus your camera. I can show you Venus. You can see the crescent nature of Venus, and it's not some warbly moving blobby thingy like it could have been had I left it out of focus, is what they were doing. And then they erase your comments when you're trying to be polite and show, like, are they really making a mistake on accident or not? And so I noticed they weren't making the mistake on accident, and they were erasing the comments. And that was another sign of lying to me. And I thought, well, this movement seems to be full of swindlers.
Okay, Electric, you made your points. Hang on a second. Let me respond to Electric. He made his points, and he told us why. You don't have to answer those questions. You don't have to have the conversation. Gio, he doesn't have to answer if he doesn't want to. He doesn't want to be dragged in a conversation. That's fine. And Jen, even though you're being personable, he doesn't have to answer your question. Okay, period. He's clearly a conspiracy theorist, and that's fine. And he doesn't have to talk about flat Earth. He's a conspiracy theorist, but not with the flat Earth. So that's
I
fine.
think he did share a lot, and I thought that was awesome. That was well said. I agree. Things do get. I would call it that they're getting obscured visually, but I do think that that obscuration of objects over long distance could be seen as a curve. I'm not saying the Earth is curved, but I'm saying that the variation of how the horizon manifests within the environment could be seen that way because of the way things get obscured. However, where I think the truth of that is that as you look out over the Earth, what I'm always looking for is the base geometry. Like, what's the core foundational geometry? And then try to figure out how magnification and the actual perspective effects are taking place. Because the reason I would say it is an extended plane, the fact that we see too far means that, like, when the horizon is closer, like where the ground and the sky meet, like due to magnification, when the ground is closer to you, then things are going to be obscured at a closer rate. But once the environment is more clear, boom, we see that core geometry of the plane that extends out. So that's why I think it is the plane. Well, it's one reason. I mean, I was just trying to say it quickly, but I think what Grimm said is logical, and I can understand what he's saying, but I think there's a couple things within it that, in addition to the one I said, but there's other factors like, well, I won't go into others, but yeah, there's a lot of several other reasons as to why I think that the foundational geometry is planar. Although I agree, we are getting the things being obscured or, obstructed.
Yeah,
you want to call it?
Yeah.
That.
Thank you, by the way, Gio. And and that's all my point is. That it would be like after the fact, so I wouldn't be able to honestly say I experience what I consider, a flat plane. Even if I wanted to be a flat earth, like if tomorrow I'm like, I'm gonna really try and be, you know what I mean?
Do we see too far?
I would, for me to be a flat earther, I would have to find a reason optically that obstruction would occur and on a flat plane.
I got you on that. I got you on that. And I agree. I think that is at the key of unlocking it, what the truth of it is. So I agree with that inquiry. But I would also say, but you would agree that we see too far, because that would be that you'd be seeing a plane in that sense.
Well, too far without an atmosphere. I mean, with an atmosphere, seeing too far, quote unquote, right, isn't necessarily too far, right? Because with a lens, bending that lens, you can loom an object over
there is no measurable curvature, though. No, not 1 degree of curvature has been measured. We have the what was it, in 2016 or 2017, 2019, we have these Brazilians that brought to bear the latest technology to discover and prove Earth's curvature. Seven observations were conducted, and they failed 7 times. They became flat earthers instantly, because
They
they
were
never
already
found
flat.
the curvature. 7 Brazilians from different fields relating to geology and using of such equipment to measure the Earth's curvature, and they never measured any. Okay, and they're using today's technology, modern technology. They use GPS, theodolites, laser beams, etc., and they never found a degree of curvature anywhere. And I talk from my experience traveling by ship from Nigeria to the UK, 2 weeks.
Well, Jin, let me ask you this, Jin. Hold on, let me ask you this. So, do you agree that things that are on the surface of the Earth can get obstructed, obscured, whatever word would like to use? Do you agree that that happens?
Yes, of course, because we have.
Okay, then hold on. Let me just do a quick response. Okay, in general, you say yes. So, can you understand that somebody else who, may think that that is the difference of the curvature of the Earth?
Oh, I understand that, but it's not happening everywhere, every day. It's not happening all the time.
Well, that would be the thing. Like we'd have to hear his perspective,
frequency.
And then we could share. People could share theirs to try to decipher which is the case, because there is some overlap.
I was trying to do that. That's what I was
There's
saying.
some overlap, and we know, and what some of these guys will do, as we know, well, they'll take a shot of something that's obscured or obstructed that fits the 8 inches per mile squared, even though, like you said, it's not always that every day, but they'll get one that is what would fit 8 inches per mile squared, and then say it's Earth curve.
Yeah, that's correct. This is what I'm trying to say to people, that I traveled for 2 weeks on a ship from Nigeria to England, and not 1 degree of curvature did I see for the whole 2 weeks. Now, granted, I was 9 years old at the time, okay, but I remember.
Yeah, but would you see curvature like that though? Would you really see it?
No curvature.
No, if it was a globe, I'm saying.
You would not expect to see it, no, if it were a globe.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, actually, I think you would if you're up at altitude. Were you saying you were at what altitude were you at, Jen?
A boat?
No, on sea, ship.
I don't think if the Earth was a globe of the size they say that you would be able to see it from that level.
Oh, you would, man. Because my dad showed me the Canary Islands from where we were, and if you factor in the Pythagorean theorem, that island wouldn't be visible.
Well, yeah, if you're talking long distance, I agree that that could happen. But I was just thinking within a short range with your naked eye.
No, with the naked eye. I mean, admittedly, but we are seeing islands that we shouldn't be seeing because of the curvature. But not only that, I mean, we're looking. It's just level though, level. And there can be no flat spot on a ball. There is no. Hang on a second. There is no way that you can be on a spherical object, and doesn't matter where from your position, you will see curvature. You will see it, no doubt about it.
Okay, so you mentioned Canary Islands and factoring in the Pythagorean theorem. How does that incorporate into the observation?
Well, it's the drop curvature, the drop value. You know what that is? The drop value, 8 inches per mile squared.
That's not Pythagorean.
You factor that in over the distance that we were observing this island from.
Well, Jen, you may have misspoke. You probably didn't mean Pythagorean theorem. You probably meant the Earth curve calculator.
Yeah, the
definitely
Earth curve is what I
didn't mean
meant.
Pythagorean,
Yeah, Earth curvature chart is what I'm talking about. Yes.
Right.
That's
No, that
exactly
is
what
true.
meant.
I mean, you can see the island of Kauai from Oahu in Hawaii. Those are two islands. They're, depending on where you're at on Oahu, it's anywhere from 90 miles up to 120, and you can see it with the naked eye.
That's amazing.
Yeah, and so essentially Kauai, if you're on Oahu, the entire island of Kauai should be underneath the Earth's curvature. But we see
2 miles, 2 miles of curvature that should be there.
I can't say that we see all the way to the bottom of it because the resolution at that level is very hard to make out. But we see the major portion of Kauai with the naked eye from Oahu.
The upper portions, the actual mountain itself, the upper portions. Right. Yeah.
Well,
it's
you really,
by the way.
It could be argued depending on the shots. I've seen them anywhere from what looks like at least the top 3/4 of Kauai.
The thing is, we can see that object from that. It's not being refracted up.
Yes, from mountain to
Right.
mountain,
Not
you
only
can
not
see
only that,
Hawaii
and
in
my,
its
my
entirety.
other one is
Bro,
when we're
Jane,
flying.
you have to at least stop at some point because you'll just keep going indefinitely. Go ahead, Grim.
I'm thinking, yeah, from mountain to mountain, you can probably see Hawaii pretty easily. And I remember being able to, from the top of a hotel, see a mountain.
Yeah, but we're talking from the seashore. We're talking about Oahu Beach, the beach, Honolulu Beach. Looking
Well,
at
I
it.
could take a picture from there, and it looks like I'm standing on the beach, actually.
I just posted one of it, which is just there's several shots. That's just one shot of it where you can see the major portion of Kauai. I've seen even better, more close up ones in terms of the photography of it. But yeah, that shows the distance and the amount of curvature. It should be at 90 miles. Like I said, you can do it at further, but at 90, it's 5,402 foot drop of curvature. And it and then when you look at the actual altitude of Kauai, the whole thing should be hidden.
There you go. But yeah, it's visible, naked eye. So, yeah, this is natural evidence.
But to be fair though, Grimm's original statement was that it's looming. Is that what you said, Grim?
Is it to Kauai?
Well, I think he was saying that it was a looming effect.
Well, I'm not saying it is. I'm just saying that is a natural thing that you would get from, from that situation. Looming is just a normal, natural thing, and it happens all the time.
Yes, it's one of the most common
Sometimes
ones
it's
of a rare event. It's not. Don't make it sound like it's happening every time. No, it's a rare event, but it's one of the most common ones of the rare event. That's the thing that people must
basically what I
understand.
mean by that. Yeah.
You don't see looming every single day of the week.
Well, no, you actually do see looming every day of the week.
I don't know. I don't know where that is.
Well, no, it's just you can watch the horizon over time, and it goes back and forth, back and forth.
Have you done that? Look, my question is this here. Look, because you're making a claim, right? I'm saying to you that
everyone
people
who does
don't see looming. People who live on the coast and on the sea with their ships don't see looming every day. And when you read
They
up
do.
about looming, it's
the
actually
variety
a
of
rare
looming.
event.
I mean,
It's a rare event, but one of the most common ones.
You're not a very good
of
listener.
rare events.
You're really not a very good listener, Jim. Okay, so you
When I'm talking,
absolutely see, Jen.
when I'm talking,
You
you
weren't
should just
talking
let me
first.
talk, and then you can talk afterwards. That's all.
Right.
That's
It's
all
like
I'm saying.
when you want to start interrupting me, I should just let you do that and continue doing that. Therefore, you
I'm
always
listening to what you're
never learn
saying.
your
I'm
lesson.
listening to what you're saying. I am
But
listening.
Jen, are you really?
Yes, I am listening. You carry on
You're
now.
still talking a lot. Like even you
Carry
tell me
on
you're
now.
still listening, you continue to say it. So yes, looming happens every single day. It's the amount of looming. You're talking about extreme looming that doesn't happen so very often. And I agree, it might not be so very often in some locations, but extreme looming is different than regular looming, because when you look at anything over time, the horizon doesn't just stay put. The variable horizon, or the moving back and forth of the horizon, is the unlooming and looming over and over and over and over and over. And we've all seen that looking at the horizons videos over time. Remember? That's looming too. It's just not the amount of looming you're looking for.
I would say that if you go to the oceans, people, and you take your boats, I guarantee you won't see looming on that day. It doesn't happen every day for everybody. It's a
You mean
rare
extreme
event.
looming.
Now you're
guaranteed
talking
to
over
see
me
looming.
now. You see? I let you talk. Now I'm talking, don't interrupt.
Well, Jin, to be fair, you were pausing a little bit. Sometimes there is a delay in your mic. I don't know if it's because of your region that you're in, like the continent you're on, or whether it's your system. But there is a delay. You did kind of pause for a second, so I think he might have just thought you were done.
Yeah, I
I'm not done yet.
I wasn't
was
talking
just trying
while
to say,
your
I haven't
voice was.
finished yet. I haven't
You weren't in
finished
the
yet.
middle of a sentence. You had finished a
I haven't
sentence. There was a
finished
pause,
yet.
and then I started to talk, and you yelled over me real fast.
I was talking
You
because I
were a
hadn't finished
victim
yet.
while you
So you
victimized
just,
me.
what you need to do is just
Well, Jen,
let me tell
how
you.
about
I will
Jen?
tell you when I'm finished.
Perhaps
I
Jen,
usually
perhaps
say I
just work
yield.
on Jen. Just real quick, perhaps just work on like try to say your piece. Try to keep it to at least 1 point so that he can respond, and then
Well, yeah,
let him know when
I'm
you're finished. And
trying.
then, yeah.
I'm trying. I am trying. Okay,
This is
when I'm
why I didn't
finished, I'm
want to
going to
do it.
say I yield. Then you know I'm finished. Okay, that's the manners. That's manners for you. You when you hear I'm yielding. Okay, all I'm trying to say is that your looming that you're talking about, extreme looming. These things are indeed rare events, and if people do go out to sea on their ships, have a look around. They're not going to be seeing looming every day. It is not a common thing that happens every day. It's a rare event, but it's not proving that the Earth is indeed a sphere. That's the thing. Okay, I yield.
Yeah, me too.
Oh, right.
So,
I
Jen,
yield.
are you saying that in your viewpoint, something that you're calling looming is actually bending stuff around the other side of the Earth?
No, not at all. That's
Okay,
not what I'm
well,
saying.
because it sounded like you were saying that looming does exist, but it's rare or whatever. So, what is your definition of looming? Because I think what Grim was
Oh,
referring to
looming
is the
happens
effect.
when, yeah,
Oh,
looming happens.
Gio, if
It
you wouldn't have
depends on
pointed
the
that out, I could have just
atmosphere.
walked away with the W and he wouldn't have known what happened. I'm just saying, that's why I said I also yield. You
Yeah.
win. I'm right. You win. Looming exists.
Basically, looming occurs when
Right.
the atmospheric temperatures are correct. That would make an object appear to be looming above the horizon. That's all, and that's a rare occasion indeed. That's
Okay,
what I
because
mean.
I think what he was referring to is something that is making it loom around the curve.
Yeah, no, that never happens. Never happens. We don't have a curve for that to happen. We can't measure the curve for
Then
that to even begin to happen. You
what is
see.
your definition of looming then, Jen?
Well, I've already just said it. It's just where the atmospheric temperature is conducive to make an object on the horizon appear to be floating above the horizon. Okay, and sometimes it also can make the object float below the horizon as well. There's two types. Okay, but they're rare. But these are the most common ones of the rare events. Looming and what's the other one? Ferragamo. What's the other one?
Fata Morgana,
Mirages. Yeah.
towering,
Yeah.
stooping.
So this is the most common one, is the looming one, and it states that it depends on the temperatures of the atmosphere that creates this image, this mirage, this looming thing. That's it. It's not
Well,
coming from the curve and looming upwards.
one thing I wanted to
That's
ask
what I
Grim,
mean.
Grim, if you feel like it is looming where it's bending around the curve, what how could it do it to always make it go at 8 inches per mile squared? That's one question I have.
Well, it doesn't, right? It's always looming in averages. The average is about that, but it's not. That's only a parabola that goes for about the quarter of a sphere, if a little less than a quarter of the sphere, and then you can't use the formula anymore, right? So it's not really 8 inches per mile square the whole way around.
Extremely close, though.
Well, no, the parabola ends very quickly before you even
I
get
know, but
to
the
any of
actual number is not far off 8 inches.
Oh, yeah. But if you use the averages, it's not. If you
But
go
you
from
don't
one
really
extreme,
need
you can get it way off, though.
to measure a sphere, though. You don't really need one that continues going around it. All you would need is per quarter of the sphere. So if you go from a quarter of it and you're getting 8 inches per mile square within that part of the arc, you can just start again at the next one and do another, start at 0. So it's like north, south, east, west. If you just split
I
the
remember
globe into
overlaying it on
quarters,
a sphere.
you're going to get
Gio.
that curvature rate that will be consistent in all 4 quadrants, which will be that roughly 8 inches per mile squared arc.
Have you done that? Have you overlaid that over a sphere to see how much of the sphere you can actually appropriate it to? Because I think it was like less than a quarter. It wasn't that much.
Do you have a better one? I mean, if you believe in the sphere, it should be very, very calculable. That's quite easy, right?
Well, no, it's not. Well, I mean, how easy do you think? squaring a circle is.
Well, I mean, we
It's
see the
really-
globe Earth like that. I mean, that NASA gives us like that shot. I mean, it's pretty spherical. So, like, I mean, what's the curvature rate in your mind if it's not 8 inches per mile squared?
Well, you to claim anything larger than that small amount that you can only measure, that then you'd have to be in a satellite. You know what I'm saying? And I'm obviously not there, so I'm not going to make any claims outside of the smaller measurement. So that's for the sake of keeping in within places where like I'm not using evidence that's outside of your belief structures. You know what I mean?
Well, if I was able to just instantly do telepathic psychokinesis and I created a ball that was 3,959 miles in radius, I literally just created this huge sphere. What is in your mind, if it's not 8 inches per mile squared, what is the curvature rate of that sphere?
Well, again, I don't know a lot of curvature rates. You know what I mean? Like, I would just be able to tell you there's an arc between two distances, and then I would piece those distances together, try to like set it quarterly or something, and put 4 quarters together. And
So
it
what
would
would
come
you
out.
expect
It
to
would come
measure
out
then?
very close, but you would just have to add those up, and then there's going to be obviously a little, error. I would take a circle around the center point, draw a circle around the center point. You know what I mean? Mark my distances.
That's where they
But
get the 7. That's where they get the 7.98 inches per mile squared
yeah.
value.
But then again, I'd be using a circle on a center point, and I'd be using straight lines to get my angles for my circle. And then, there's so many different flat Earth arguments about that kind of stuff. But I mean, when guys are doing this on paper, it's not a problem.
Well, as far
When
as you know, like
you draw it on a basketball, it's not a problem. But for some reason, the guys won't accept it when it comes to the Earth, and you do
well, let
small
me ask you
sections
this.
of it,
Let me ask you this.
calculate them together.
Do you feel like the Earth has been physically measured?
I feel like a lot of it you mean like in its entirety physically, like someone put one arm or like, I don't know what you mean.
Perhaps, yeah, or just measure the curvature. Because I was just going to ask you if you have anything
Yeah.
where like it shows like what they got. Like the first mile, did they get 7.98 inches? The
Oh
next
yeah,
mile, did they
yeah,
get
yeah,
32
definitely.
inches? I mean, is that what they got?
Yeah, off of the beach of Tel Aviv, dude, there was I think a tower that was like 180 meters or 360 meters tall. At 43 kilometers, like 180 meters of it was obstructed by the beach. It moved back, moved forward several kilometers, took another measurement, got, the appropriated rate of obstruction was less now as we moved forward towards it. In the experiment, I wasn't involved in the experiment. And but everything matched up with very close to, there's circumference of the planet, or also the
What was that 8 inches
8 inches
per mile squared?
per mile square. Very very close to it. They were only like 43 kilometers away at the furthest point.
Okay,
And
so
then
you
as
do
we
so
moved
you
in
do agree that 8 inches per mile squared is generally what the Earth should curve away from us.
on over water or over sea level, yeah, it's pretty
Sure.
much around that as an average. But there's extreme differences in looming, right? There's extreme fucking examples of, like if I take my lens and I move to the edge of my lens, I can get this huge jump from the edge of my lens that I normally don't get. And it's like, wow, that's, you know what I mean? That's a huge amount of difference right there on the edge of the lip. And that can, when you're looking at those distances through that thin of a layer, I mean, we're not that tall, so we can get a lot of, atmospheric effects in between us and a horizon.
What is the
things
difference
going over
between?
water.
Yeah, well, I
the
appreciate you
question-
sharing your thoughts on that, Grim. Yeah, I appreciate it.
The question that's asked is, what's the difference between looming and a mirage? The difference between them is that the mirage takes place in hot regions, whereas the looming takes place in cold regions. Another difference between the mirage, or between them, is that in the case of mirage, the light from distant objects appeared to be reflected from the ground, Whereas in the case of looming, the distant objects appear to be flying or floating. That's what it states here.
Well, to expand on
So it's
that,
cold regions. The looming
well,
happens in colder regions, not in hot regions, apparently.
well,
So
mirage
you've
is
got
a mirage is where the light gets bent, you know, and you have a mirror image, and it can't be. It's not if it doesn't have a mirror image, it's not a mirage. Looming is just when an object appears higher than it actually is.
Yeah, which is a type of mirage
to be
in of
on the
itself.
ground,
It's called a superior mirage. Looming is literally a superior mirage. I don't know where you're going. Basically, it's because it's not flipped or inverted.
Well, there is a flipped image on a superior mirage. It's usually above the object.
Yeah.
Mm,
But it's
which is
required
also
on
room.
temperature, and loomings happens in colder regions, according to what I just read. You can find it on the internet. That's where I got it from. That looming happens in colder regions, whereas mirages happen at hot regions, apparently.
Also, high crit.
And make sure you read it again and learn that looming is also a mirage.
Well, yeah, it is a mirage. That I'm aware of, but there are different types of
But you're
mirages.
saying they're, yeah, but you said it as opposed to a mirage.
Well, this is what it's written here. I'm reading it as it's written.
You meant superior versus inferior, I think,
Yeah,
right?
I didn't read about it. I didn't read about inferior, superior. I just read an article on mirages. That was what's the difference between a mirage and looming? This is the question that was asked, and it was answered by the so-called experts.
Jin, let me ask you this, just to kind of like try to put as many eggs in the globe basket as we can, just for the sake of conversation. Could you ponder a concept where if somebody does think that there's like that the thing is bending around the curve, that they could in a way see these observations as happening on a globe, but they're just bending around the globe to make it look like a plane, like a planar surface? Even though I know that means a little bit, but could you comprehend that they may see it that way?
I mean, I don't see it that way. I've never seen it that way, so I can't understand how they're able to see that. So pondering, I can't even begin to ponder. Our eyes don't work that way, and I'm 60 years old, yeah. So I've had a lot of experience on sea, on land, flying boats, canoes. You don't see this stuff, not the way they see it, and then actually flying. It's a physical ball that they said we're on. Must see curvature somewhere. You got that channel, J. Tolman Media, all right? This guy with his infrared camera shows you Hudson Bay and not a single degree of curvature. Not one, it's just flat. Beautiful flat.
I do agree with you, Jin. I agree. I guess what I was just kind of like as a thought exercise, trying to see if what you would think about, like just in terms of people do see it this way. I mean, I know there's people that I know that are very intelligent people who, now maybe they haven't deeply researched this topic fully, but where that's what they would say, like just in terms of the concept of the way that refraction is basically causing things to bend around the curve.
Yeah. You would, for that to happen, you would have to have seen the curving in the first instance that you know that it is a curve, that's happening. You see what I mean? But when you've never seen the curve, it's hard to even visualize and concept this thing. You've never seen it. You've only seen, it's like I'm looking for the curve, but my eyes are banging on level all the time, yeah? I'm looking for the curve, if you can imagine, but I just keep hitting level wherever I look. It's level here, level there, level there, level there.
But in reality, you're really looking at objects that are obstructed by a horizon, and you're then rationalizing that it must be an optical effect, but you're not actually experiencing flat at that moment.
That's a wild assumption,
You're rationalizing at that moment.
That is a wild assumption, sir. Wild.
I don't think anybody in here could actually say that I'm wrong about that.
I would have to say you're wrong for sure, because you're saying what I'm seeing is not what I'm seeing, and I'm allowing for refraction and that, and we're talking like 1,000 miles, 500 miles views of long distances, no curvature at all. I'm sorry, I would totally disagree with what you just said.
Never seen
Not only
an
that,
object.
not only that. As I'm talking, you're talking over me. Not only that, I have flown long distances and not experience a single degree of curvature during flight. And that would be impossible. Sorry.
You said that like 6 or 8 times already. So is it okay if someone else is allowed to talk in the room?
Stop moaning and carry on.
Right, because you went about how you didn't see curvature your whole life and all of that, and then right. So you've never seen an object come up from over the horizon after you just told
Never in my
Gio.
life.
You just told Gio a few minutes ago that you had.
Well, let me ask you guys this. I just posted something in the chat. It
Gio,
just shows,
didn't he just tell you he
had what?
He had seen things come over the horizon, and that he is explaining them with optical instead of it being, he says it's I see it as an optical effect, the opposite of looming. He literally just said that.
Are you asking me?
He explained away the hump as an optical effect, admitting that he does see the optical effect that he calls the opposite of looming.
No, I didn't say anything like that. Even Gio
Look, I'm not a
clarified
liar,
it for
dude.
you.
Listen, man, I'm not a liar, and I have no reason.
You're lying now.
I have no reason
you're
to give a
lying
shit
now,
about
sir.
this whole argument. But I'm not going to let
now
somebody
lying,
just bullshit me right in the face. I'm not doing
You're
that.
lying now, sir. You're lying.
Okay, dude.
You're calling me a liar.
I think this is
Where did I
recorded.
lie? Where did I lie?
I think this is
Where
recorded.
did I lie, dude?
You guys, hold on.
Correct. This is
Just hold
recorded.
on for 1 second. I don't want to mute anyone, but let me just kind of jump in. I to be honest, Grim, I'm not sure exactly what was said because there was a lot of over talking and I couldn't hear everything as well. But Jin could clarify it, but for you, and I think we could just get back to it. But I just wanted to say that, okay, I just posted an image in the chat, and it just shows, that one of those oil rigs, and it shows on 2 different days. One of them, it looks like it's being obscured from about, a quarter of the way up. The other one, you can see, out. Now, like
Gio, can I stop you for just a second, man?
Okay.
Just before we go any further and let this get washed away, because this is the point. He just called me a liar like twice, and the man is lying. All right. You asked him the question personally. You said, can you understand how they can, when they see this thing in the horizon that we've all seen? You asked him that question specifically. And he says, well, I don't see it as curvature. I see it as, meaning he sees it. He sees it as, and then explained it as the opposite of looming. We have the video, dude.
No, wait a minute. I think you misunderstood me. I said, I never ever seen that in my life, meaning I've never seen an object curve from behind a curve because I've never seen a curve. For me to say that something is curving from behind a curve, there'd have to be a curve there in the first place. I've never seen that. So I've seen objects, pictures only. I've never seen it. Hang on. Please let me finish. I have never seen it for real in my life. I've only seen images. I've never actually seen it for myself in my life.
I want to hear what you're saying, but is there any way we could kind of dial it back? It's getting very, very tense.
Yeah,
come
I was just wondering, like, how anybody can sit there with a straight face.
Please don't pick on me all the time.
They've never seen
That's
like
like
a
the
mountain
5th time
come
today
up from
already.
over the horizon,
5th time now.
top first.
5th time now.
5th time.
Oh, you definitely weren't. Hey, fuck you, dude. You definitely weren't talking this time. You definitely were not talking this time, Jen. You definitely weren't. So stop interrupting me, dude. It's just really hard to believe in this day and age. The guy who tells us he's been in an airplane has never seen mountains or anything come up from the top first from over the horizon, and then have to explain it away in his, whatever idea that it is. But you definitely saw it.
To get back to that, I think ultimately Jin would just have to describe exactly what he meant. I heard him say, because he was first saying, okay, you said the looming, which I thought you meant that was the things curving around the curve of the earth. Jin, then I do remember him saying that yes, there is a looming effect, something he was calling looming as well, but he was saying it's very rare. And then I asked Jin, I said, so Jin, are you agreeing that things go around, around a physical curve, as it were? And then he said no. He said that what he thinks it is, or it's when images are shown higher or lower, is what he was saying.
Yeah,
right. All that matters is that he acknowledges, Gio, all that matters, he acknowledges that he saw it and that he thinks it is something else. That's the whole point of this conversation. Thank you.
Well, why? I mean,
therefore, he can't see. He didn't see.
I'm not saying. Hang on. I'm not saying it's coming from behind the curve. I never did say that. And when I said this,
it doesn't matter what you say. It matters what you saw.
No, it doesn't. Hang on. I'll let you finish before I can speak.
Yeah, let's give Jin his time. Go ahead, Jin.
Yeah, right. Basically, I then went on to say that I've been looking for curvature everywhere. It's like my eyes hit the sea. You know, when I'm looking for curvature, right, from above, I don't see curvature. I'm looking for it, but I don't see it. And then he went on to say, I'm misunderstanding what I'm looking at and whatever. And then I said, that's a wild claim, is what I said. Okay? That's all I said. You can go back and check.
Oh, okay, here's another. Let me rephrase the question. Have you ever seen an object come up over the flat horizon from the top first?
Yes, that happens a lot when I'm driving. When I'm driving.
You see what I mean, dude?
When I'm
For in other words, he's rationalized that it must be flat, even though
when
it's
I'm
coming
driving
up
on the road
first.
or in a
Thank you.
boat. That doesn't prove curvature, does it? That's not looming, is it? That's perspective, angular resolution. That's
No,
what
it's
we're talking
not.
about here. We're not
There's no
talking about
reason for
looming.
you not. There's no reason for you not to see the beach of
Excuse
an
me, is that
island that you
looming?
see
Is
the
that
mountain
looming?
of
Is
on
that
a flat
looming?
Earth.
Is that
There's no
looming?
reason for you not to see the beach of an island that you can see the mountain of on a flat Earth. What are you talking about? The mountain's further away than the
No,
beach. The beach is closer.
basically,
The top of the mountain's
I
further
said I
away.
see what you said I see, but it's due to angular resolution. It's not due to anything
There you
else.
go. You've excused it as something else, like my point
No,
was initially.
it's because it's what it
You
is.
see something
It is
that
what
you
it is
see
because.
All right.
something that you don't like.
Yeah,
All
go
right,
on, Joe.
let me jump in. Hold
So
on.
you rationalize it as
Yeah,
something
please, because he's
else.
twisting around what I'm
Therefore,
saying.
you've
He's
seen it.
twisting what I'm saying around, you see.
No,
All right.
I'm making you tell the truth.
Go on then, Gio, because I want to rebut that in a minute, but you carry on, please.
Okay, let me just get into something, which is because this was the image I posted before. I know Grim wanted to cover that, so that you guys definitely went on that. But this is the original thing I was going to say. So when we look at this kind of where it's from the same position, and you have essentially what we're talking about are two different ideas of this phenomenon. And you guys can say whether you agree or disagree, or you could also, say it's something different. But what I would say is this: one of them is that the core geometry is an extended plane. That's why on the one where we see further, we're seeing that extended plane geometry. And the reason that you're getting that obscuration, I would say, has to do with magnification in the environment, which creates the meeting place of where the ground and the sky changes. The meeting place of where the ground and the sky alters depending on the magnification levels, which is also why the
What
sun.
do you have to assume? What do you have to assume first to do that, though?
It's like a bifocal lens, glasses where it's bifocals.
No, but I mean,
the bottom layer is being magnified due to the moisture in the air, and it changes its position in where that hits the sky, because that part. That's why on that picture, you see how the one that shows where the thing is cut off.
Hold on a second.
Let me finish this part, because the one that's flashing back and forth, but the one that shows the where the thing is cut off, the water looks really defined. Like it almost looks like a close-up. That's because the water layer is being magnified. Whereas on the one where it shows it more distant, that all of that is not being magnified, and you're able to see further.
Absolutely, I agree, 100%. Exactly. That's exactly
and
what
the
I
camera's
said.
focused, and the camera's focused at that distance, so it's going to focus better on the water level and not focus that well, because you can't focus at both at the same time, right? And not focus on the past the horizon out in the distance, so you would see blurry.
I think there's two different shots.
That's actual facts. And then the main point of all that really is that this is a waste of time, because all this is doing is causing division.
It is two different shots, but it's from the same location, so you're just getting different conditions. But it is the same on that level. But okay, so to finalize this,
hold on one second.
We got to get to the globe explanation.
Gio, real quick, man. So to get to where you were, what would we have to assume first? Assume that what you're seeing wasn't actually a horizon, and it wasn't actually curved. You have to assume that's because you're looking at something. If you were to just take it for what it looks like there's a horizon there, and there's an object lower than the horizon behind it. And so after that is rationalization as to what a bias. Now you want it to be flat. So therefore, you know what I mean? Like you have to assume that these optical things are what's making
how I
it
live my
look
life,
good.
mate.
Oh,
That's
well, I
not
mean,
how
that's
I
what
live my
you're
life.
doing. It's not how you want to have to admit
I'm not
it,
living
but
my
that's what
life
you're doing.
wanting the.
You don't have to admit something to someone for them to know you're doing it, right?
That's something that you're reading into in the wrong way, because I'm not living my life wanting the Earth to be flat. I was told it was a globe. Okay, I have found no curvature. I have found no spin to be detected on this Earth. They never went to the moon, so there's no way our Earth is in the middle of a vacuum. Okay, without any containment. So as far as I'm concerned, these three fundamentals have to be settled, and they've never been settled. Okay. Plus, when I'm on the ocean and I might be approaching an island, if the island appears first, that is angular resolution from my perspective. That's what that is. Okay, it's not I'm coming over a curve. Plus, I've never flown over any curvature of this Earth. Everything I've seen has been level. Never seen a single degree of curvature. If I have done, I'd say the Earth is a globe. Remember, I learned it was a globe. Blimey. I did learn it was a globe, yeah? Even though it wasn't.
Thank you, Jen. Okay, so I wanted to say as well, like, so the globe explanation on this, of those two, Grim, would you say that the close-up one where it's being cut off, that is the actual curve of the Earth?
Oh, I'm not gonna look at these pictures right now. You know, I'm not. You guys are really wasting my talents with
When
this
you
shit.
see, when you see too far, that's because it's bending up over the curve, right?
Yeah, whatever.
The light
Sorry,
gets
dude.
bent
This isn't
as
important to
the
me.
Been refracted.
I appreciate your
All right,
friendship.
yeah,
and
maybe
shit,
this
but
isn't the conversation for you then. What were you saying?
that's what I was saying. Yeah, go ahead, guys.
the light bends with the gradient, so when the light meets a different part of the Earth, because the horizon is just where the sky, apparently the sky meets the ground, so if the light curves and meets somewhere else, then the horizon might appear further or more closer.
Okay, wait, say that one more time so I can understand it.
Okay. Because in certain conditions the light will bend around the curvature, right? So, and the horizon is caused when your line of sight meets the curvature of the Earth. So if the light bends around the curvature of the Earth and meets somewhere else, it can cause the horizon to appear further or closer.
But you're using the word curve, but yet we don't see any left to right curve
Well, you
at
wouldn't.
all.
You wouldn't at ground level.
Well, you would.
Just posted another one. I just posted another one that shows two of them, one on the left, one on the right. The one on the left, there is that obscuration and the more magnified water layer. The one on the right is more clear and the water's not magnified, and then you can see the extended plane.
Yeah, thank you for the images. I've seen these images before, but nice to see them again. But
Were
yeah,
those camera settings the same as well? You see what I mean? Like, how do we know those camera settings were the same or not, or if the focal point was different, or if any of any of those things?
Those are good. Those are always good things to think of. You think there's something a camera could do
That's
that would
why I don't
actually
argue about
obscure the
pictures and Isle of Man stuff and all that kind of stuff, because
Just interrupting. Hold on. I was going to say, do you think there's any type of photo that you could do on a camera that would literally obscure the feet of the oil?
I was getting to that right in the middle of when I was interrupting. I was already answering the question that you were going to ask, I suppose. Yeah, so that's why I don't argue about the photos and the camera and all of that kind of stuff, because we got too many different cameras and photos and people not giving us the data from the actual camera, and that is all part of a problem as well. And this averages. I mean, there's places that vary from day to day, and you need to stay and take averages. And then
you still need to explain how you can fly
a lot of
from the
people
North
just
Pole.
utilizing opportunistic moments and presenting them as average, and that's just ridiculous. And that's what. Meanwhile, right?
Meanwhile, you still
what's
need to
happening in the
explain.
economy today?
Meanwhile, you still need to explain how it is we don't notice it when we're sailing, when we're in a submarine, or when we're in an aircraft, not to notice any degree of curvature anywhere, and why it is that the documents from NASA, CIA, MI6, KGB, the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, all purport that we need to assume that the Earth is a motionless, stationary, flat plane when firing weapons, rockets, or flying. These things have to be addressed.
I mean, I've been there for so many of those arguments, and I've shown people, show you over and over again how that's not true. Every single thing and every point that you've said, I've watched ad nauseum, dude, and I just don't appreciate you just coming back to a different room and acting like you never even got your ass handed to you in other places about all of those topics.
My ass has never
That's
been
why I
handed
don't
to
care
me
to have
at
this
all.
kind of a fucking conversation. I swear to fucking God, it's a waste of time. And it's Groundhog Day, and I feel like Bill Murray, and every fucking day you came back with the same fucking argument.
Of course, I'm going to come back with the same argument
It's
because it has been
ridiculous,
addressed.
It's all good, guys.
Now there's the insults.
Jen, it's all good. I think we're all good. I think we can just. I think that Kickin' Chickens is what he was talking about. Okay, he just posted an image. So what's interesting about your idea, Kickin' Chickens, is that it's actually somewhat similar to what I was describing in terms of like a magnification layer. But you're describing it as a curve around an Earth, and I'm describing it essentially as the medium itself and perspective. But where I would just ask you, like, where are you getting the idea that it's a curve of the Earth that's causing that? And then why does the thing behind it display itself right with the planar geometry? How is it doing that?
Well, the light's just
You're not going to. Okay, go ahead.
well, the light's just bending around with it, so it's gonna kind of carry. It's gonna illumine up. Here, let me just get some diagrams up.
Right.
I mean, I feel like we're getting somewhere when we can really consider both sides fully, and be able to have at least level of respect to understand what each other is saying. Because
Yeah, the guy called me an idiot.
I'm willing to say there are different ways of seeing it. I have someone who's
the guy called me an idiot. I didn't call him an idiot, did I? I didn't insult him once. Did I now?
I don't think
I didn't insult him once.
I didn't call you an idiot.
You called me an idiot earlier. Not you.
No, I didn't.
Not you. What's that word? Is it Jem or Graham or what his name is?
Groundhog Day, Bill Murray, where we say the same shit over and over and over again.
I thought you called me an idiot.
I'm Bill Murray.
Oh, right. Okay.
Well, Grim, I'll say this, dude, for myself. Okay, so I am in no way on the fence of the in terms of what my understanding of the geometry of the Earth is. However, I have not seen some of these things physically validated to where I'd really like to see them. You know what I mean? Like, so that's why to me it's infinitely interesting, because there is a way to verify this, and it's going to be fascinating to see what it is and what is actually happening. Because to me, that's like a truth on a very deep level in terms of the Earth. So it's not necessarily about convincing someone here and there and whatnot, but I think it's interesting to look at the different sides to understand, the logic of both. Because, yeah, there are people that think that it bends up around a curve, and then they use the refraction model.
Yeah, it is a distinctive shape. You would know if you're on a curve, whether you're driving, sailing, flying. You'd know. You'd notice this curvature thing. Living on a ball, it's distinctive. You'd be upside down if you went to Australia, without a doubt, New Zealand. You'd notice it. It's impossible. It's been proven. People have taken their mobile phones, okay, set it on the ground at the airport, set the spirit level app, okay, locked it, and then powered down the phone, left it, went from the LA to Australia, Sydney airport, switch on there. That's 180 degrees. That bubble app should register totally different, but it was level.
That's what
level.
What?
What it's supposed to do. You don't understand the model, or you wouldn't say that.
Wait, what do you mean you would wait, what? What about level?
Just don't even, dude. It's not You're.
I have a diagram. Actually, I have a diagram for that as well. Let me post it real quick. Where is it? Oh, here it is. There we go.
Howard, you back?
Yeah, I'm around, bud.
All right, cool. So what did you think about what we were saying? Like, because we're just trying to hash out like the two main, I mean, it like with the what we see on the horizon, like the difference between the extended planar geometry with a magnification that is changing that horizon line versus, I guess Kicking Chickens would say maybe it's something about the curve and the light refracting, but essentially something that would be happening that would be kind of bending or warping the object around a curve and then displaying it right as a planar visual field.
Well, in talking about looming and light bending, and I think that pretty much everyone on both sides does acknowledge refraction. To me, in light bending down towards the denser medium on a flat surface would cause the extended plane to actually look concave. I would think the horizon would appear to be above eye level if it were flat, and that's just my perspective. And I do see the refraction, looming things up above the horizon, as a possibility.
Yeah, that's something I've heard Doofus Manfred argue, that the Earth will look concave.
Yeah. I mean, that's just what I would expect. I would expect to see understanding refraction the way that I do.
Have you ever heard of
1 sec. I was.
what's his name? Picard, Auguste Picard, who when he did the very, very high altitude balloon, one of his claims was that it looked like a disc with upturned edges.
Huh. That would be interesting to see.
Yeah, he did that at 10 miles up, roughly 10 miles up.
Yeah, well, I think he was like 60,000.
1930, 31, I think it was. He did that.
60, 70,000
which was
feet.
like just short of 9.6, 9.8 miles roughly, and he said that it was a flat disc, basically a flat surface plane with upturned edges.
Have you guys seen an island that's been loomed up that also has obstruction?
What island? Where?
Have you ever seen it? Have you ever seen an object loomed?
I've never
a
seen
loomed
that
up
in my life.
object that also shows obstruction?
Never in my life. And I've travelled the breadth. I've travelled a lot. Never seen that in my life.
Okay, so I just reposted the thing Kickin' Chickens posted, because actually what he shows here is pretty darn accurate of what would have to be happening on a globe Earth. Like, he drew some lines here. I guess he has them labeled object and whatnot, but the one that's like a horizontal tangent line right across the Earth. See how, like, for that thing, if that thing was around that curve, it would literally have to lift up all of that distance on the very top, like at the north point of that little ball. That going up there is what it would have to do. So it would literally have to be going from around a curve and then, bending and warping to go out on the horizontal plane. That would be like technically way above where the actual globe is to make it look like a plane from our perspective. But what we observe is just the planar surface.
The thing is, the Chicago skyline that Rob Skibber actually drove his boat up to debunked that, but debunked the thing looming. He drove his boat all the way to the Chicago skyline, near enough, with a camera.
The 40-mile test or something?
Sorry?
Wasn't that the 40-mile test you're talking about?
Yeah, I think it's 56 miles that the observation was made from. Got in his boat and drove his boat all the way. See, there was no. All that happened was the image got larger and larger and larger in the camera lens. He wasn't going over any curve. There was no refraction or anything like that.
So kicking chickens. Let me ask you this: even though
Oh shit!
you do believe it's a globe, you do
Sorry.
believe it's a globe, but would you say that you do like? Do you think that you would agree or comprehend how it could be working on a planar Earth?
I mean, I haven't really looked into it. What? Sorry, ask the question again.
The observations that we see, like the way that you were saying, it's like bending around the curve of the Earth and everything. What I'm saying is that the explanation for how it could be working over a planar Earth. Do you agree, or even have like a logical agreement that that could explain the phenomenon?
Yes, it could explain the. It would explain the phenomenon. Definitely have equal like if you're what's the image where you could see over the planar surface? Yeah, that the flat Earth could definitely explain that.
Okay, so then perhaps this will be inconclusive until we have physical measurements.
If you could, well, what I would do if you could account for that, if you could account for the variables that could be affecting the observations, then I think that would be pretty conclusive. But until then, I would say, yeah, these images would be inconclusive.
Well, that's well said. Yeah, I agree. Well, I mean, I don't think actually pictures are ever ultimately proof of reality. They're always just perhaps an indication, but are never a full proof. So I wouldn't, for myself, put that in the category of like I don't think pictures really prove anything, but I do think they indicate certain things. So you do agree that it could be explained on a planar Earth, but yeah, I do as well. And even if I somehow thought the Earth was a globe, I would agree that it could be explained on a planar Earth because it absolutely can on all the geometric levels. So then if you're thinking that could be true, then what would you want to see to break the tie?
I would like to see controls for certain variables that affect those observations.
Yeah. If you were able to see an actual physical measurement that you could actually like go to and view it yourself, seeing that there's no curve,
Yeah.
would at that point would you say, yeah, the Earth is a planar surface?
Sure.
Fair enough, dude. That's awesome, man. I want to see that too. So, and yeah, that's very honest of you. Then what? If that happened, then
my philosophy is you always go wherever the evidence points. That's my philosophy.
That's always been my philosophy as well. So when you don't see curvature,
Someone asked
what
if
are you
they've
supposed to
ever
think
seen
when
looming
it's not
from
curving?
behind a hill. You remember, Jen? You were like, "I've never seen looming from behind a hill or a mountain, an object being
Not behind any hill. No, I've never seen that behind any hill.
Okay, look in the text chat then, and it'll be the first time you've seen it. And it was a simple Google search where the stadium is actually loomed up over. You can't normally see it from that place. Every day you can't really see it until it's loomed, and then it's loomed up from right
Looming
behind
over a
that
hill, yeah?
mountain. Yeah, it's really a mountain. Actually, it's more than just a hill.
Like I said, these are very rare. These are very rare events in the first place, and one location does not. This is all mountain range. We're looking at mountain ranges here. So, what's this supposed to signify?
I do have to get going, guys, so I'll be listening in. So bye.
Bye.
all right. Yeah, dude. Have a good night. Have a good one.
Well, that just it kind of helps you be able to rationalize the next move that looming can occur from over the objects and over curves. Because in your mind, it was solidified.
I doubt that very much. I mean, look.
Oh,
what
did
am
I
looking
interrupt
at here?
you? Oh, did I interrupt you? I'm just kidding. I'm just saying, don't over virtue signal next time you get interrupted.
Right. So I'm looking at
Go
this
ahead,
image. What am I
interrupt away.
supposed to be looking at here? What
That's
am I
okay.
supposed to be looking at here?
I hope you know I'm trying to just be playful, not really antagonistic. I don't really want to bug you today. You know what I mean? You're looking at looming. You're looking at a stadium in between two mountains that you can normally not see on an average day.
I don't see the stadium.
It's the gold top round buildings in between the two mountains directly in the center of this shot. The shot is basically focused directly at the stadiums in the center. So that'll be those little buildings in the center of the shot. That'll be the stadium.
I don't see anything like a stadium. I see a big mass of a building. No dome.
I see the dome.
Well, I see two domes. I don't know what you're looking at, but
Yeah, I don't see any domes here.
maybe
I
zoom
don't
in,
see
dude.
I don't see any domes whatsoever. I see
Not the
what
domes
I'm
in the
looking
front.
at here is
The ones that are in between the two, the furthest mountain that you can see and the second furthest mountain that you can see. Those domes.
okay. Now I can see the dome now. Yeah, I was looking at the
People
very
dome.
yeah.
But you can't see
Okay, yeah.
those. They're not supposed to be there. They're below that mountain.
I don't know. I don't know if that's what's going on in that shop. I'd have to go to that place and have a look to see that.
Right, I'll give you the link to
You
the
presented
location.
it. You presented something which to me looks normal at this point. I don't see anything unusual going on here at all. I don't see anything that can be purported to be looming or anything of the such. Ask Gio if that's what he sees.
Here, we'll give you all the data to the whole thing.
Yeah, but like I said, you can give me all this.
I stepped away for a little bit, but I was partially listening. But what is this one, Grim? You're saying this is
Skylights.org. Here's all the data, the looming stadium mirage, and the height of everything you want to know, the observational points. I mean, the whole thing that we don't really need to waste time. This is just, it's an obvious example of something that he says doesn't exist existing.
Well,
That's
Graham,
all.
I don't think you keep saying wasting time, but I mean, we got all the time in the world.
No, I meant like, yeah,
so we're good.
I meant like, people who don't want to sit here and watch someone else read something, they could read it faster on their own probably, and then we could talk about it then. You know what I mean? But I don't want to read it to them.
Option. Or I mean, you could present it. I mean, it's always interesting to look into these things and see what these claims are. It's up to you.
Yeah, I mean,
you could just post it and let people check it out. This looks like there's a lot of info here, so
yeah, I like to do that. That way I don't.
Gio, why don't you look at the image, Gio? Does
keep
that
the
look like
messenger
lumen to
yeah.
you? Does that look like lumen or refraction, or does it look like? It looks normal to me. Doesn't look like anything special happening in this shot. I don't see the looming thing. Even with the data that I'm going to be given, when I put my eyes on this image, I don't see anything special going on. It looks pretty much normal.
So did this boat.
Well, I would want to look through all this before, I would, if we're talking about how it relates to this in particular, because the word looming is just a word. Ultimately, the way that there's different theories and different ways that people use that word to describe atmospheric effects. So I would have to see what these particular folks are talking about. See, is this rooted in like some of the Andrew Thomas Young work, or like what? I'd have to see. It is. It looks like it links right to Andrew Thomas Young's website. So, yeah, it looks like that's what they're using here, the mainstream model, as it were. Basically, right, like on the first sentence, it's got a link that says, what you see happening here is called looming, and then the looming is a clickable link. And it says, an increase in apparent elevation under certain atmospheric conditions. And then when you click on looming, it takes you to the aty.sdsu.edu, which is Andrew Thomas Young explaining looming here. So yeah, they're definitely going to be using a curve of the earth, various curve of the earth calculators involving radius values to describe the phenomenon.
Well, not here, right? Because they're not on sea level. It's happening from behind a mountain with different elevations. Which is what he asked for about a week ago. Show me is ever happening over a hill.
Who did? Jin did?
Yeah.
Yeah, I said I've never seen one. I said I've never seen
And I
one.
said, well, I
Because
have.
I've
And
never
then
seen
I
one.
forgot until today to get back to him on that. And I just looked at my bookmarks and that was for Jim. I had something present for
Oh,
him.
see how much he cares about you, Jin. He's saving things for you. Oh,
Yeah,
you
isn't
guys
that
do love each other.
nice? Isn't that nice?
You do love each
Isn't that
other.
nice?
Well, yeah, and I couldn't do it yesterday, right? Because I couldn't. I just got my new phone, and I hadn't transferred bookmarks and stuff all over to my account to my new phone. I haven't done, you know what I mean? So I was just on there checking out my microphone and stuff, and you know.
But like I said, this image I'm looking at looks pretty normal to me at the moment. You know, again, I'd have to be there to witness this on the day to see an image being loomed up. Like I said, these are very, very rare events indeed. Not an everyday thing. So lucky that you got it. That
Well, Jim, when you say looming up, see, here's where there might be a difference. I think maybe when Grimm thinks looming up, he's thinking that it's coming up around a curve. When you're saying looming up, you're just saying that over a planar surface, the item appears higher. Whatever, it's not that you're saying
That's
around, yeah, it's not that you're saying around a curve, but what you're seeing is lifted higher.
That's correct. That's the only image of looming that I've ever seen.
So those are
I've
subtly
never
different
seen
things.
anything
Yeah.
loom from behind the curve because one, I've
Until
never
today.
seen the curve of the anywhere in my entire life. I've never seen curvature. So my brain is not going to register that it's coming, you know, and this is from my childhood, from my birth to today.
That's why I was very
I've never
careful to
seen
select
curvature.
this image for you, right?
And
Because this
I've been
image,
looking, but someone's talking, and I have been looking in the last 7 years, in particularly, concentrated on it. 7 years.
You're welcome. That's why I was looking for this particular type of image for you that did not show a plane. It's clearly not a plane. It's between two mountains.
Yeah, like I said, it's a rare event.
That
And,
way, but it doesn't matter that it's rare to you or whatever it is, whatever.
It does
What
matter.
matters is, well, no, what matters is it's a thing that can happen over an area that you said it couldn't happen over.
Yeah, but
So
you're
that's-
saying it's coming
Wait,
from behind a hill, yeah?
the seed in your logic there, allowing you to now understand that this could also be happening over a curved earth because it is very much happening over a curved surface over hills.
Not really, no. Not really, no. It is not. I don't see that. I'd have to go there. I would have
Okay.
to go there and witness that with my own
Now,
eyes.
all the data's there. You're welcome to go
Take
there.
my pick.
Now,
Yeah,
at this point, if you
Yeah,
continue
that's what's
arguing,
going to have to happen.
you're very welcome to go there. You're also welcome to trust
these are
other
really
people
rare
who have
events.
gone there and given
No, I would
photos.
do that myself.
Right, and
Yeah,
why it's
that kind
such an incredible thing because it's known by many people all over the globe.
I've never known it to happen. We don't live on a globe. That's your
That was
problem. We
the
don't
thing.
live on the globe for everybody to
That's
know
my
that.
problem.
We don't live on a
Yeah.
globe, sir. We don't
Yeah,
live on a
that's my
globe, sir.
problem. Yeah, sure, yeah,
That's
yeah,
it.
that's my problem.
Right. We do not live on a globe, sir. Everybody.
Hold on, Howard. Are you trying to say something, Howard?
It's just a fallacy at this point.
Howard, are you there?
Yeah, I was changing. I had to reset my headset.
Gotcha. What are your thoughts right now?
Well, I mean, you know, the stadium, according to what I'm hearing, the stadium should normally be obstructed behind that mountain in the middle, and due to the atmospheric effects that is allowing you to see the stadium, you know, the stadium is being loomed up to your vision from over.
Right.
Sir.
Yeah, and Jen's his point was that days ago that this couldn't happen over a curved surface. This could only be something that happens over a planar surface. And clearly, between those two mountains, it's not a flat plane.
When I look at that image, it looks perfectly normal. I don't see any looming going on at all. It just looks
Well,
normal.
no, the reason you see those in the first place, go look at all of the other images about it where you can't see it on normal days. The fact that you
That was,
can
Well, you
and
should have
can't see
presented.
it, excuse
Perhaps,
me, Jen, the fact that
perhaps
some
if you
days you can
presented
and some
that,
days you can't see it is evidence of the looming that we're talking
well,
about happening over an
it would
area
have
that
been nice
isn't
for
the
you to
water.
present that.
I did.
It would have been nice to have seen that image.
Right, I gave you
I
the
don't know
link.
where this location is.
I'm sorry, I gave you the link to all the information you needed, and that's why I said I didn't want to hold your hand through it because I thought you would be quicker if you did it yourself. My apologies, I stand corrected.
Well, I think what's interesting about all of this is that we have the phenomenon. It's almost like a piece of art, is how I see it. Like every viewpoint over the Earth is a unique piece of art because there's always unique weather patterns, and then the Earth is always in a unique state as well. And so we're getting these phenomenon. The question is our understandings of what it is, and then also ultimately trying to verify exactly what is happening and how that relates to the actual geometry of it. You're muted, Graham.
Exactly.
I can agree with all of that. I said, yeah. I was nodding along the whole time. You were going. Sorry about that's why I'm muted because the dishes are getting done, dude.
Looks normal.
Nice. The infinite flow of dishes. So, Jen, to fully analyze that one, wouldn't you have to look over? Because there is
Yeah,
two links that he put.
Links. I am looking at the links. I am looking at the links right now. So unless I'm actually there at the location to witness it, it's still unbelievable.
unbelievable.
Is this the same
is
link
definitely.
twice, or is it a different? Are there two? Looks like the same link twice, I guess.
I clicked on the top one.
I guess
Yeah,
it
I'm
looks
looking
actually
at
the
the
same.
same.
Okay, so there's just this one.
Yeah. So because I'm looking at the image, right?
Oh, my bad.
So I'm looking at the image. I'm looking at the. It looks normal at this point. Doesn't look like anything atmospheric is going on where it's looming up. This picture is not clear. It's
Well,
not clear, is
there's
it?
two of them. Did you see how there's two? So it says image 1 of 2, typical southern horizon.
Yeah. Are they different?
6 a.m. Hold on a second. It says typical southern horizon, 6 a.m. normal overnight air temperature gradient. And then if you click the little thing under it, it moves to the other one. It says image 2. It says looming southern horizon, 10 a.m. inversion forming over Phoenix. So there's the two images, and the one of them is what they're claiming is the loom, and the other one they're claiming is normal.
Well, I've got two here that says Stadium Mirage. Now, looming Stadium Mirage,
They look
looming
pretty darn
Stadium
similar,
Mirage.
to be
Are they
honest.
both the same?
No, there's two images at the very top of that link. You see how you can cycle between them? Image 1 of 2, image 2 of 2. Click the little dot underneath it, and you should be able to look at the two images. The thing is, they look really similar to me. I still need to read to see what they're claiming.
This is what I still need to read. Yeah, and to me, they look pretty normal. I don't see anything magical going on as such. Just looks like a normal misty, cloudy
It looks
day,
like 60
foggy
feet
day.
extra that you can see. What are you talking about? That's a stadium is huge, dude. Look at all that extra stadium you see. You just barely see the top of the roof of the stadium. And then on the looming day, you see a good 60 more feet of it.
Oh, I see what you mean. There's a thing in the middle there.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, all right. Yep.
It's just an example of something happening over a short distance, really, and over a hill too, which is even more extreme than over the curvature of the Earth. So, for
now
another
I
word,
got what you're.
yeah, that's my only point.
I'm just saying. Now I at least understand what you're referring to. You're saying that in the middle of these mountains, there's a little building there, and you're. See, that's what I haven't looked over this yet, so I don't know what it is. I'm just only looking at the picture, and then So if this is from the exact same altitude, which I assume it is, right?
Yeah, the guys are trying to take measurements of it. So yeah, they're being fair.
So I am
They're
seeing
not
a
proving.
I'm
They're not
seeing
trying
a
to
different
prove a flat
amount.
earther. Yeah,
It's
go
sort of
ahead.
like what you're able to see is different on the different days. But and then how are you thinking that this is globe related?
No. What I'm saying is, he said that it is not possible for that to happen over a curved edge, and that hill or mountain was an example that he gave as an invalid idea. It couldn't happen over a hill or a mountain, and I said, yes, it can. I've seen it with my own eyes, and I'll find you an example. And I forgot all about it until I found the bookmark that I had given him, that I was going to give him. But that's it's just all this is. It's not about proving Earth or globe or anything. It's about his logic, his blocking of understanding. He's blocked himself from thinking that this can happen. So now he has to let it sink in and plant that seed that it absolutely can happen, and that basically that repeating himself over and over again is basically just hypnotizing himself, saying he's never seen this, he's never seen that, and he says it over and over and over again until he believes it so much that it's almost annoying. But he knows he's seen.
Well, I mean, now you're saying I'm doing things that I'm not doing, sir.
Well, that's the whole reason why I went after this photo for you in the
Hang on a
first
second.
place.
Now I'm going to rebut what you said there. If
Because
you're
the
not, you're
argument was
annoying
about you
yourself.
repeating
You
mantras
are
and believing yourself.
Jeremy, look, sorry, Gio, do I not get a chance to speak?
Well, you do, but if we could keep it out of the personal attack range and into the actual information.
Well, he's attacking me personally, isn't he? I'm just trying to say to him that he's made a mistake in his claim. I don't live that lifestyle, mate, where I say things over and over again. Should I believe them? No, I don't.
Oh yeah, say fly and stationary one more time for me.
All right, hold on. Let's just get
don't
right
do
to
that.
it. Hold on, Jin. Let's get right to it. When you see the two, let's try to give Grim the benefit of the doubt that he brought this information, because there is a phenomenon here. What I'm seeing, and I don't have any way to absolutely verify these photos, of course, but I'm just looking at them. They do look like real photos off the bat, but I would need to look at it closer to see if there's any evidence of CGI or anything. But they do, from offhand, they look authentic to me, just in terms of being photos. And when we skip through them, there is a different amount of that center. I guess they're calling it the stadium. There's a different amount visible. So do you agree, Jin, that that's occurring? And if so,
I'm looking.
what
I
is
am
your
looking
explanation
at.
for it on
I
a
am
planar
looking
Earth?
at. Hang on. Oh,
And then what is Grim's explanation on a globular Earth?
I'm looking at the image.
You have to look at the two right next. You gotta go image. It's the very top of that link. You just have to click on the little dot below it to.
No, I've got these little dots. I'm clicking on the little dots. That's switching the image from left to right. Yeah, one image and the other image. Yeah,
Yeah,
I
and you
can
see how that stadium in the center, like on the one that's called normal.
Yeah, I can see the stadium in the center.
Yeah,
there's not much
Gio,
difference there.
real quick,
I'm
Gio.
not noticing that much. Just more fog.
No, there's a
More
lot of
fog is what
difference,
I'm-
dude. You can see all the way, like the whole left side of it. That's being.
Gio, he's not going to admit to this because he premised his whole argument on the fact that it has to be flat because this cannot happen over a hill or a curb. And so he has to have this, or else it doesn't have to be flat.
I am looking on the second image, right? It's just foggy with a little bit more of the building visible. Go back.
I'm pretty sure nobody in this room believes you right now because we all see the same thing you see, dude.
Well, I'm looking now, right, at the first image. It's very bright. In the middle of the mountain now, I can just about make out a building. Just make it out. Am I wrong?
Yep. No, that's correct. Yeah,
I can just make it out. Yeah.
Yeah, and on the
It's right
second
by
one,
the edge of the mountains. Right. Okay.
you see probably at
just make
least
it out.
40% more of it.
So is that an example of an object being loomed up from behind an obstruction? That's the question.
And then I click on the other dot.
Yes,
Right.
Howard, that would be one possibility.
Now, when I click on the other dot, Gio, I don't notice. I can see a little bit more of the building. That's all. Not a lot more.
Well, we could, zoom in on it, take a pixel count, get wild.
Yeah, when you see a little bit more of a huge building, it's a lot more.
It looks
right?
like a lot more to me, but I have my thoughts of what's going on there. But yes, I would say that is the case. Like, if I were to say a percent, I don't know the total size of that thing. I would like to know, but on the first one, I'm just going to throw like 20%. I'm going to say we see 20% of that because and then when we skip to the next one, I'm going to say that goes to like 60. From 20 to 60. Now this thing might even be larger. But
see more too.
What's up, Rams?
Hey, Gio, how are you?
Good,
Yeah,
good. How are
nice
you?
one.
Now, to be fair, hey guys, how you doing? To be fair to you, Jin, though, it doesn't prove that the Earth is a globe or it's flat. But what it
Well,
does
I
show
know
you
that.
is yeah, I'm just trying to grant you something here, if you'd allow me. Right. So, but it does show that there's a flaw in your reasoning when you said it must be flat because this cannot happen over terrain or rough area or hills and mountains. And so
Well, like I
that's
said, I'd
all,
have to
all
go to
three of
this.
those things.
I'd have to go to this location and see it for myself. You've got a picture doing something. I don't know what's happening here, unless I go there and take the picture myself for something to be loomed up. But of course, if it can happen on land, great. But it's not happening when I see it. I haven't seen it on the ocean as yet. And when I see
Well,
things looming up, I don't
how
see
is
it
this
looming
much
up.
different to any of you guys? How is this much different than when we see like the oil rig and, you know, from the same position, we
Exactly.
see ones where we can see all the way to the feet and then other ones where, you know, a third of it's cut off. So isn't this pretty similar, Grim, in that
No,
way?
it's
We're
different.
basically seeing a different amount of
Well,
it cut off?
no, it's
Or
different
I would
in the
say
sense
obscured.
that it's different in the sense that from one axiom to another, right? From when we're looking at the oil rig, we need to assume that it's flat, right? And then at first, because that's what it looks like, right? At first, and then you see that there's something going on, so you might think that okay, this has to happen because of such a flat area. We're getting this, effect and stuff that's and it can't and when you position yourself on the flat earth and say, well, it can't be because of the curve, right? Because this kind of stuff couldn't happen. You couldn't put a hill there's no such thing as being a hill there in the way that something's getting loomed up over a hill. This is actually happening because some other optical effect opposite of looming or whatever, right? It's creating this hump in the way. Well, it eliminates you being able to use that idea because you can't use that as your logic anymore because you can see it happening over a clear hill and mountain. So you know that it can happen over a hill and a mountain in the manner that we are saying it happens over the horizon. You see exact parallel to that. So that's why it's a little different to have both of those examples because one is clearly over a hill for sure. So you can see that it happens over hills. And the next one you can't say this doesn't happen over hills anymore because you clearly see it does.
Would like to just say
I
this.
don't know.
I've just zoomed in on the image a little bit, and it definitely looks like you can see more of the building. Definitely, like you can see the light shining on the left-hand side of the building in the one that you can see
Right.
more of it of. But the other thing I wanted to say was that with respect to that tree line that we're using as a horizon sort of thing in this case, that is not being affected by this looming or the optical effect. It's the same in both. So, like they say in looming, that it is in regard to things with respect to the horizon, not applying to the horizon itself. So, I just wanted to mention that.
Yeah.
Well, it applies to both things, but one is further away and accrues a larger amount than the other, being closer, with the same relative density, like basic relative density, not exactly the same. They can be different, of course, because they would need to be. But like we're not moving from water to air.
Right. Yeah,
In
I
other
think
words,
this
there's a
is
much shorter
cool.
distance between you and the mountain than you and the stadium.
Yep. Yeah, the
Less
one
medium,
the one
less
thing about
interaction.
it is
But the same amount. I mean, the same things are happening, just less to the foreground than in the background. Sorry, Gio, man, I didn't mean to keep going. I just wanted to make sure I was clear.
yeah. No, I'm sorry for interrupting. I just thought you were done, but
No worries.
yeah, it's a great.
And
It's a
that's
very
why I don't argue about flat Earth, right? Because it ends up that people get mad at me because of this type of shit. I'd rather focus on the wrongs of the standard
This is
narrative.
not anything to get upset about. It's not proving anything at all, is it? You're saying it's looming. Like I said, this shot, I'd have to go there and take one for myself so I can actually say, yes, this is indeed looming. You know, let's see it for real. And I'm not saying they don't exist. I've never said they don't. I've never said that they don't exist. That's the other thing. But that's not going to keep me on a globe. This wouldn't be my evidence for being on a globe.
Well, you said it before that it was. It was the reason why it couldn't be a globe, because this cannot happen over a hill or a mountain, especially. You laughed at me and everything.
I didn't say looming.
Right on top of that.
My
That's the whole reason
understanding
I
of
saved the
looming.
fucking
Hang on a
bookmark
second.
and titled it his.
Yeah, I think you may have misunderstood me, because my understanding of looming is that things get loomed up. This is what I said, loomed upwards. That means floating above. As for things looming over hills, I said, I've never seen that. That's what I did say. Okay? That I've never seen that. I've never seen things loomed over a hill.
Didn't I say, Jen, if I show you that?
Okay,
I
if
said,
I show you that, will
over a
you
hill
think
or over a curve, is what I said. I
Jim,
remember
would you
saying
say that these
Over a
two
hill.
would you say that from what you can tell so far, these two images, and I'm not talking about the explanation for them, I'm just saying the images themselves, do you think that will change your position of how things can do this over land like that?
It's not good enough, no. I want a better picture than this.
Fair enough.
Yep.
Well, where do you take it from there, Gio?
Like I said, I want to see this phenomenon with my own eyes as well, but better imagery.
But will you be in here arguing just as hard as you always do, even though you now know that there's something that you need to go look at before you could be sure about all this shit?
Well, Grim, what I think,
it doesn't seem like it's slowing you down even a little bit, and that's a fundamental. That's Kerry.
Not one degree, mate.
That's the fundamentalist talking, isn't it?
No, it's not.
That's the liquor talking, Ricky.
It's not. It's experience talking. Experience is talking. Experience.
Yeah.
Well,
you know, none of us.
So hold on,
You
Greg,
brought
let's
this
actually get to the okay. I'm thinking of two general ideas for this. One of them would be that this thing is essentially like bending over the mountain. Like let's call it the foreground mountain, you know, like the sloping, you know, the one that's closest to you that's cutting off the stadium.
Foothill.
Yeah. And we'll call that the foothill. So one explanation would be that it is bending over it, you know, like in a parabola, you know, essentially, some sort of refraction like that, which is the idea of like seeing around corners, like kind of being, you know, in that sense. The other way would be, what I would say for myself would be, it would just be the magnification of the environment due to the moisture in the air and those factors, which is going to, just like bifocal glasses, it's going to change where that line obscures distant objects. And it can happen with horizons, and it can also happen with land, as we're seeing here.
Yeah, that would be lifting the object up higher than, it's still the same effect necessary for the conversation, right? It doesn't matter which way you look at it. If you're seeing it that way too, that's still lifting the object up over its original height, showing it to be, you know, showing the ground to look flatter, right? Because it's showing this object that's behind a hill up there measured with the hill now, even though we know
I
it's
would
not.
I would not say that it's moving the physical position of the stadium. What I would say is that it's changing the magnification level by which we'll view the stadium being cut off by the foothill, being obscured by the foothill.
No, that's exactly what I'm saying. I'm not saying that the fucking thing actually levitated off the ground and got taller and shorter.
Yeah,
It's not
well, but you are saying it moves up in space, right? Like essentially, like you're.
No, I'm saying it
behind the curve.
perceptually. Our perception of it, now we measure it in a different place from optics. We optically measure it in a different place because of the curved path of the photons or whatever it is that they're, you know, we want to use as our example, particles or waves or coaxial circuits, or whatever it is, but it's the light, the path of the light has now curved. And that curving of the light is why we see that image, that lifting of the image.
Okay, so I guess that's maybe where you and I would differ, because I wouldn't see any curve involved. I still think it's all straight lines, elevation, in that sense. So I guess it's the curve part that I wouldn't say is happening. And that's why I'm trying to understand the difference in the explanations.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Because what
saying.
you're saying, like Jin, can't you at least concede that the fact that we can see things that are obscured, obviously, whatever word we'd want to use, blocked, cut off, whatever, like visually, and the fact that this can occur like this, can't you at least concede that they, even if they're not correct, but that they believe that it is curving like that?
Well, I mean, that's what they believe. I'm not going to. That's what they believe. Yeah, that's what they believe. Yes, I understand. That's what they believe. Yes, I won't call it conceding. I'm just going to say, yeah, I understand. I understand what you're saying is what it is, but I don't follow that line of thinking at this point. Not yet. I can't at this point.
You do agree that this is occurring, perhaps?
I agree that this phenomena can occur. I just haven't seen it yet properly. That's the only thing. I mean, this is not a good example, to be quite honest. Okay.
There are hardly any good examples. I haven't seen any. There's
there you
all
go.
the examples are a bit,
Iffy, not clear cut, are they? This is the problem.
That's the nature of what we're dealing with.
Yeah, I can understand that the medium, we're asking a lot, but I mean, clear looming above the ocean, it's clear. You can see that the boat is floating, even though it's not. That's clear and visible. This one is not.
I just posted one. Once again, I posted that one that shows the oil rig on the 2 different days. It's a similar thing, right, Grim? Like, in a way, like the stadium is the thing that's being, let's just say cut off by the foothills visually. And then the one I just posted, the water is what's cutting off the feet of the oil rig visually. So it's the same phenomenon. It's just in one, it's over the ocean and it looks, of course, more zoomed in and everything. Whereas on the other one is just over this incredible stretch of land with these different layered foothills.
Mm.
And that is awesome.
Yeah, they're similar in that way. Yeah, exactly. The difference is that one, and for his sake, was the argument that he made. This isn't about the approving the Earth or globe. Remember, this was about showing him a lack of a problem in his logic that he said this couldn't happen behind a hill. This was a contingent. It was such a problem.
That's exactly what I said.
Why
Yeah,
the Earth had to be
I've
flat,
never
and
seen
that's the
anything
main
looming.
reason why it had to be flat, because this couldn't even happen over a hill. And he drops Mike, right, and walks away like, well, of course not. He rambles on. You know what I mean? This shit happened in the conversation. I had to go or something, but it's clearly this isn't the only example, right, of objects being loomed up
don't
over
get many
hills
of
and
these.
mountains.
Well, I've never seen anything loomed over a hill in my life.
I know, but
This
it's
is not really a
confirmation
good
bias. When you
example of
don't
it.
look for, when you don't look
Yeah.
for things that are against your confirmation, then it's kind of your responsibility at that point. You can't really just say,
Well, I
I've
mean,
never seen it, and then also act like you tried very hard to find it.
no, I didn't
That's two
say
different things.
I didn't say that I tried very hard to find it. I looked for curvature. I haven't looked for kind of event, But when I'm traveling, if I'm on a ship or anything else, I'm obviously looking. You understand? But it I've never had the opportunity to catch one. Okay, these are very rare events indeed. You have to sit there you must be sitting there for ages. Like I said, there are people who live on the sea and they don't see this every day. They don't see mirages. It's not an everyday thing. Conditions have to be so right for it to happen. That's why even this image that you posted, these 2 images are not really convincing, to be quite honest. Sorry, I need to be there to see it properly with my own 2 eyes and my own camera lens.
I have something that's kind of a different topic, and we don't even have to totally switch to it, but it literally just popped in my mind, so I was going to say it, which is it'd be really cool to see like a systematic study of people who are physically in person for all of the solar eclipses and the lunar eclipses for a whole year. So they travel around, you know, to different, whenever, if it's a solar eclipse in Australia, that's where they go. If there's a lunar eclipse in, you know, Europe, that's where they go. And they literally go to all of them. Is there a statistical difference in people who actually would witness all of those, you know, physically being in person for the whole year like that versus someone who doesn't see any of them? Like, is there like increased health benefits?
About eclipse chasers.
Yeah, essentially. Because like what kind of healing energy are you just receiving by even just being there? And the thought of like, because normally like you would only see it when it's in your region, but nowadays like the way we can travel, like you could catch them all.
Yeah.
But yeah, it is like eclipse chasing, I suppose, in that sense.
Yeah, eclipse chasing sounds like a great pastime if you can afford it. You know, because
well, plus
around
all these restrictions now, they make it even harder.
Exactly, that's the annoying thing now, that they
Yeah.
spoiled the world for traveling, and they shouldn't have the right to do that. This is crazy what's going on.
Well, we'll see what happens. I think that their next pandemic plan is not for a while, so
Yeah, they're going to let this
hopefully
out
we'll be able
settle.
just to like cut them off at the pass, essentially.
There's been some good results from the Canadian trucker thing. I know a few Canadian provinces or states have actually come out and said that they're just going to remove all of their quarantine shit, all their mask rules, all the COVID passports. They've just you know changed their mind basically about all of those and just pulled them just in the last few days in response to these protests. So I think there's a lot of common sense starting to sort of come around because people are fed up. And the truckers, like all over the world, they know now after this that they have like the power, man. They really have the power to they used to be going and marching on the streets, but you know, they can do whatever they want with you with that. But if you just got a whole bunch of trucks and you can fucking stop a city, then yeah, they can really. And people support truckers because they bring all the shit every day.
They're protesting, but they're also getting arrested, and their trucks are getting towed. So both things are happening.
Yeah, they're removing
bad
trucks.
shit's happening as well, but overall, there's some good stories coming from it. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I agree with that. Where they're moving the trucks is from a smaller demonstration. These trucks were numbering in the half a dozen or so. They're not, you know, they were easy to move that lot out. But from the main one in Ottawa, that's solid. You know, the police were handed their ass, and I loved it because they were saying
Apparently, some of the police were going after each other. Like some of the cops were actually going up against the other cops and saying, "No, you know, we can't. You know, we can't do this. We got to let them. You know,
have their protest."
yeah.
So then,
yeah.
Do you think that they're realizing that they're just not going to be able to get all of us onto their new medical program, essentially, and that they've just realized they got who they got at this point and just moving forward with that?
Yeah, I think they've got enough of them.
They sure
They've
tried
got
to get
enough
us
of
all.
us.
I mean, they tried to get every last one of us with all their might, it seems like.
Oh yeah, no, they're never going to be able to do that. But they got look. I mean, there are places that are 90% vaccinated people on certain islands. You know, 90% of the population are vaccinated, a double dose.
Yeah, you know, Jin, something that's so awful. But down in the Amazon, certain tribes down there, like during this whole thing, like they had Western medicine went there deep in the jungle into these tribes and gave them all the jab. It's just it's
bastards.
sad. Yeah, bastards. They
that's
came
sad.
in and just freaked them out and said, you know, there's a killer virus, like whatever they did to like convince them to do it. It's just
terrible.
Sad,
isn't it? Yeah, evil bastards they are. You see? Yeah, they've destroyed. You know, they've destroyed the human race in that sense. with this nonsense. Yeah, it's a crime what's happened here. Massive crime against humanity. The DNA fabric. They're destroying it.
I think what they're trying to do is build these smart cities. Ultimately, they want to get as many people that are following their orders into their cities, and those will be, you know, your big cities, your New York and Los Angeles and San Francisco and you know, Chicago, Boston. A lot of these large cities are all going to become Miami, and there's so many that will start to become these like well, essentially like large imprisoned camps ultimately, but and well, that's just one way to describe it. But essentially, these like heavily controlled cities that make it virtually impossible for you to leave, because your survival is completely dependent on that particular network. So they're going to keep a lot of people in it. So it's not necessarily prison, like you can't leave. You know, like perhaps you can, although maybe in the really later years it'll be hard to and whatnot. But at least at the beginning you'll be able to. But a lot of people won't, and then I think the new medical thing they're putting people on is what they want people on. And so I think if they do that, then we'll have an option that we don't have to do that, as it were. And we'll, so.
But it's just that when you want to travel now, what are the hoops you're going to have to go through just to travel? If you want to leave your country, go to another country. Clean as a whistle. You're not sick. You haven't got any illnesses. What's the problem then?
I think a lot of countries, I think you just need to show a negative test result before you left or something. You don't have to, you know, provide proof of vaccination, but some countries might. I don't know.
Yeah, the thing is that the test is not reliable, so I'm not going to rely on an unreliable test.
But that's what they might want. They might just want to see a negative test, and that's it.
Wouldn't it be awesome if they end up just not doing any of that stuff? Like,
I think
what if the outcome of this is that they just toss it all and then they're just like, they move on to their next thing?
Yeah, I think that's what's going to happen. It's going to become to the point where nobody in the public has any credibility to them, to the threat that it's and so they're just going to have to just drop it and forget about it.
I mean, I think it's definitely worth thinking about that to attract it into our reality, because that would be such an awesome outcome. Like if they just lift all of the test requirements and the jab requirements and we just move on, you know, and
go back to normal, so to speak.
Like
let me tell you guys the hypocrisy. Look, the Senate and the Senate and the are not required to wear masks or get vaxxed, and the truckers who don't even really mingle that much close to people need to get vaxxed and masked. That makes no sense.
Exactly. There you go.
So that's hypocrisy for you right there. The leaders that are imposing these mandates don't need to get them, but the truckers do. No, sorry, not.
Yeah,
not
there was never any logic to any of this shit.
Yeah, nature. What they described happening, that's been happening in the last 2 years. Nature has never done, ever done. Nature doesn't do that. Doesn't create viruses that jump from birds to humans, from swans to humans, from bats to humans, dogs or cats, or vice versa. Nature doesn't happen.
Actually, Jin, actually, I think that's why that they reacted as crazily, you know, as forcefully as they did to this, was because they knew that it was one that they had created.
Yeah, thank you. Because
if it was just came out like in naturally, then I don't think they would have responded the same way that they did. But because they knew that it was one that they had created, they responded really harshly everywhere around the world.
Yeah, I'd like to go back to the 80s when I first heard about bird flu. I thought it was odd then, but let me tell you my mindset. I heard bird flu, and I thought, nah, I can't believe that. But it kept coming back, that bird flu, every year. Bird flu, bird flu, bird flu. So by the 90s now, bird flu had registered in my head as a thing. So I thought, okay, so there's bird flu, is there? And it was always coming from China. Then I came to Japan, and we're talking 2003 or 4, where we had swine flu. I thought, now we've got pig flu now? That doesn't sound right. Then there's bats, flies from bats. This is when I started to think something's not right. And nature doesn't do this, right? Flus from bats, viruses from bats. No, I don't believe it. Then I started looking into it then, 2006, when I started looking into it. And that's when I discovered this massive chasm of a lie, you know, with the jabs not working for real. And it was just, my suspicions were right. And the reason why I was looking, because I was looking for cancer cures.
Well, my biggest suspicion about all this came from the fact that from the very start, they behaved as if the only way out of this problem was a vaccine. That they never talked and have never talked about it since, about treatment. How do you treat it? What do you do? They just tell people go home and relax, lie down. You know, they don't tell you, you know, take this, you know, make sure you got vitamin D and fucking, you know, basically be a little bit as healthy as you can. But if you come down with it, do this and take this. You know, they have not even talked about it, and they're doing ivermectin trials, right? But they don't end until September of this year. So they've been going for 2 years, these ivermectin trials that don't end until September of this year. And because it's going to show that this cheap, almost free drug is extremely effective at treating this. And they don't want that to come out, obviously.
No, they don't. You see? It's all been a hoax from the word go, man. I knew it was a hoax from the outset. Because by the time swine flu came along and SARS, right, by this time now I knew there was something up by SARS. So when I heard this one in November of 2019, I just knew it was bullshit. Straight off the bat. What do you mean
bullshit though? What part do you think is bullshit? That there is this illness? That there's this strain of the flu?
Well, the word they were calling it was COVID-19, blah, blah, blah. They said there was a virus coming. They hadn't had a name yet.
It's a strain of the influenza virus.
Well, okay, yeah. They said that something's coming from China in November of 2019 from the wet markets. They don't know if it's from the fish, the bat, and I said, there you go. So here we go again. Another lie's coming up.
Well, who cares? I don't know. Who cares about where it came from? Are you denying that there is this deadly strain of influenza?
Yes, I am denying that. I'm definitely saying it's not a deadly strain. It may affect people who have underlying medical conditions.
Yeah. But so does any strain of the flu, like any version of the there are varying degrees of severity to the varying strains of the flu. But I definitely believe that this is a strain of influenza.
I agree with you. I agree.
Okay, all right. Yeah.
But I mean, let's just say, look, you know, when they said the Delta, the Omicron, I mean, is it really mutating? And especially when you hear it's coming from India, one place, South Africa, the next place. Now, are these really?
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know that enough about biochemistry or biology to know exactly all those details, but it makes sense.
Well, from the studies that I've done, it doesn't make sense. Doesn't make sense.
But there are different strains of influenza.
Yeah, I know there are different strains. Okay, let me tell you something. If I went to Africa, let's go back to when I was born, right up to like 80s and 90s, when I was doing a lot of traveling. If I traveled, I wasn't scared of getting any flu or cold in Africa. That wasn't even on the radar. I'm not going to Africa knowing I'm going to catch a cold. You understand? Not even a sniffle, because it's a hot climate. I've never heard of anyone catching colds, except for those who may be having a cold and traveling there. But when you go to Africa, you're not thinking of catching a cold, even if you live there. So it's hard for me to believe that people are catching colds now.
All right, well, Jim, do you think that there is
a cold when the weather's hot?
It's a hot fucking place, isn't it? You're not getting cold there.
Well,
I've
Jim,
never had a cold.
do you think that there are, let's just call it an infectious agent? Do you think there is some kind of material that does cause these illnesses that comes into your body in one way or another?
Again, it's difficult to say. As a man who's now 60, for the last 44 years, hasn't had a cold, a sniffle, or anything. And I've been around people who have had colds, sniffing, coughing. So it's difficult, isn't it? It's difficult for me
Yeah,
to.
but when somebody does get sick, Jin, when somebody does get sick, that like they're not sick, all right, and then they interact with someone who is sick or is transmitting, illness or whatever, then they become sick. I mean, some people interact with that same person and don't get sick. Yeah, that's right. That happens all the time. But when somebody does get sick, it's usually because they've interacted with somebody who was sick.
Yeah, that's
that demonstrates that there's some transmissibility somehow, I don't know how, between sick people and whoever's vulnerable of that sickness that comes into contact with them.
Because I've come into contact with many people in the last 22 years here in Japan, and I haven't missed a beat, not once.
I've come into very close contact with people who would have probably been contagious of COVID just in the last couple of months, that I know that they would have been contagious on the day that I interacted with them. And I'm nothing. So
there you go. Exactly. This is what I'm saying. So I'm just thinking it's a normal. Obviously, there's two scenarios: normal nature doing its work, and the powers that be are just playing on that. Or Fauci did indeed give China, was it $600 million or whatever, to create something in the lab, and then they spread it around. Perhaps that's a
that
possibility.
definitely happened. Yeah, you should see the emails. Yeah.
Right. There you go. So we got those two scenarios going on. But I'm not scared of it. I'm not wearing any mask. Like I said, I'm prepared to receive this naturally, and then let's see how my body takes it on board. Nothing's happened. 2 years now. Straightforward. So
I mean, your attitude of how to deal with it. Yeah, I agree with that. But I'm saying that there are still people out there that are vulnerable and that are getting sick and
I agree with that. I can't knock that, because people's immunity levels are different depending on their genes and then the state of their health. Because most people are not really exercising like we are. You got the young are young and healthy, but then people like my age, 60s, and they're not really moving around. I don't see many, jogging, cycling, climbing mountains. Don't see
not
many
even
like that.
not even just exercise, but sort of a whole sort of attitude as well. Like
So I mean, I'm not denying that the illness is there. I just think it's been overblown for an agenda of theirs. I do feel.
I mean, and for me, I don't fear it. That's the biggest thing. I don't fear it at all, and I don't think it's something that I should be scared of. So, otherwise, there's millions of things that they could fucking give me to be scared of. I mean, if I was just to give over my attitude of how to deal with the world to the fucking health organizations and WHO, then I'd be I'd be in a wreck.
Yeah, I think my saving grace is that I decided at the age of 19 to live a healthy life, so I don't need to go to the doctor. That means regular exercise, of course, eating healthy, not partaking any drugs or alcohol to extremes. Okay, so I've had my spliffs, but again, that was only like one a day, weekend, maybe 3 with my mates. So I wasn't overkilling it there. Alcohol, same situation. I might have a shandy after working at the youth club, Mondays, Wednesdays, and sometimes Sundays. At the end, there's a pub right there. So we'd all meet up at the pub and I'd have a shandy, 1 pint, and then I'd be on my bike going home, But and I've tried to keep that lifestyle all the way through London and in Japan, followed the same method, and I haven't been sick, so I've been lucky like that. And my brother's similar as well. My brothers, I can claim that my youngest brother's had a few colds, but I think it's the nature of his job. Allergies, dust, working underneath floorboards and this and that. He's an electrician, so he's come into contact with dust that are years old. You're going to have coughs. You're going to feel ill there, I think. I always say to him, wear a mask. But my other brother, that's nearest to me, he's not been sick as well. So we're quite lucky like that. I look at that, and I take that as my map, as it were. So I know for sure how to look after my health. And if indeed I do catch this Omicron or whatever comes up next, I'm not going to be worried. It's not going to worry me. I'm not going to start running up to the doctor. Can you help me? No. I don't take any medicine as it is. So I just let my immune system kick in. And hopefully that'll be okay. You know, because that's how it's going to be. I've got to try and stay as healthy as possible whilst all this is going on. Yeah. I just think taking a jab would be crazy at this point, especially as it's a new thing as well. When I looked up how long it took to make a vaccine, it said the minimum time was 5 years. And in the first 2 years, usually results in failure because they're still trying to fine tune it and get it right. So the first 2 years is a failure. It takes about 5 years minimum. Then there's 8 years, 9 years, 12 years, and then even 25 years, depending on the vaccine they're trying to make. That's what it said in the sites that I looked at. This was in 2020 at the beginning. And then when they started putting the mandates in March of 2020, I looked up if the British government had the legal right to make mask wearing compulsory, and the legal site that I looked at said the British government didn't have the right because they didn't present the scientific evidence to Parliament for them to make such a decision. So the government made a law. They broke the law, but they made it kind of like an emergency thing. But it went against all our rights. That was in Britain anyway. Should I say all your rights? Because I wasn't there. All those are in Britain. So I was concerned. And I'd be very concerned if people started falling down dead around me. That would be frightening. Everybody's not talking. It's gone very quiet. Okay.
That's true.
Nice. 1 hour left. So just to clear up a few things, I still haven't seen anything being loomed over a hill with my own eyeballs. Loomed from behind a hill up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've never seen that. And I think in 60 years of my life, I have never witnessed such an event. All I've seen is a leveled plain. And that's something that I am seeing, that's level. That's no mistake in it. Seen it all my life, but not registered that indeed the earth is. If I'd seen curvature, you would notice it. So there you go. And every time I've traveled, it's just been leveled plain, not realizing that the earth is meant to be a globe. How comes I'm not seeing curvature? It's very, 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 very poignant, that is. From the ocean and from high mountains, from an aircraft, from a parachute. Huh? Telling you, never saw a single degree of curvature anywhere. That's why I'm so adamant with what I say. It's coming from experience. One who's been in touch with his own senses. And that's why I keep doing my exercises, so I can remain fit and healthy. So I don't lose the abilities that were given to me as I age. Because as you age, you start to slow down. So if that's the case, how can I keep my fast twitch fibers active? Okay, that's going to be exercising, cycling, hiking, if I get the chance, and then sit-ups in the house here, go to the park, do exercise in the park, yeah. Playing basketball occasionally. Yeah, things like this will keep me fit. And I'm glad I can do that. Yeah, I'm glad I can still do these things. Very, very glad. I've never seen any degree of curvature on this earth anywhere. And then when I first saw Jay Tolman's media's pictures from an aeroplane looking at Hudson Bay blew my mind. I was moved. Now look at that. Look at how flat that is. 500 miles, flat expanse, no curvature there at all. You see? Just reminds me of what I saw when I was traveling without realizing I'm looking at flat earth and not realizing it at all. Man, that's shameful. Shameful, man. Evidence in plain sight. Eyes wide shut. Yeah.
And now you're fighting the top demons on YouTube.
Yeah, exactly. with ease, because
Yeah.
it's the
Oh, yeah.
basics. It's easy for us to do that because, it's impossible not to notice you're on a ball. It's just totally impossible that you cannot notice that. That's without a doubt. It's a distinctive shape, and you would know you're on such a thing that is spinning as well. Come on, let's not kid ourselves here, folks. It's supposed to be spinning as well, yeah. And then we're supposed to be in the vacuum of space. And if you look at that Earth ball, there's no barrier there. What's stopping the Earth's air being sucked into the vacuum of space? Entropy. What's stopping that happening? Because you can't have air pressure without containment. And this supposed what's it called? The atmosphere air gradient, the pressure gradient that we have. This is all in flux anyway. So if we were spinning and we're hurtling through orbit around the sun and then hurtling through the universe, we would have nothing left. We would be dead. There wouldn't be life on Earth. Couldn't be. So these are the things you've got to work out, get to grips with, come to an understanding. Basics. How do you have air pressure on Earth if you're a ball spinning through the universe? Sorry, it's not possible. Question, what's keeping the Earth spinning anyway? Yeah? Isn't that not amazing, folks? That this Earth is indeed spinning at 1,038 miles or 39 miles an hour at the equator. How did it get that spin in the first place? And then if you leave the equator heading south down towards the southern hemisphere or the northern hemisphere, the speed begins to reduce as you move towards the poles. But yet you notice nothing at all when you travel. It's a joke. Just absolutely absurd that you will be living. And then when you look across the ocean, it's dead level. Even with the waves. Yes, folks, you've got to start to think. Are you living on a ball? People in Africa are perpendicular, sideways on that ball. Airplanes flying sideways. Ships sailing sideways. That meant when I left England, or when I left Nigeria, first of all, because the first time I sailed that far was from Nigeria to the UK in the 70s. That ship would have been kind of like, well, sideways onto the earth, and then it's climbing up the ball. So, you know, come on, folks. Are we really doing that? Are we really doing that? In a ship, leaving Nigeria, heading west, and then to go around Africa, Morocco, and that, near Spain. And remember, we're climbing up onto the ball now. Are we really doing that? And then when you fly, it's the reverse. Flying down to Australia, down under. Are we really flying down under? That plane is remarkably level. You're getting your in-flight meals, your in-flight drinks, your blankets, something to read, newspaper, coffee, please, tea, please, ding dong, orange juice, please, ding dong. Have you got any snacks? Oh, we've got some peanuts and we've got some biscuits. Oh, could I have some? Yeah, thank you very much. It's all happening nicely. Ding dong, could I have a Jack Daniels and Coke? No ice, please, thanks. You know, oh, my son wants a hot cup of tea. Can I have, you know, is this all going on and you're upside down on your way to Australia, following the curvature of the earth, following that curvature of that earth? You think you're really doing that? Really? Yeah. Right. And that plane is dead level. The attitude of that aircraft is level all of the way. Is that possible? Is it possible for you to fly on a ball, level, on an oblate spheroid? Imagine that, yeah? Because I've done it myself. I've checked. It's level. No matter what you hear them say, the airplane's nose is slightly up. Crap. The thing is just flying level. Looked at it on my Spirit level, which is on my phone. It was level. We knew it was level before we did it because you can look at your drinks. So before I downloaded that app in 2016, sorry, my iPhone 6 Plus, because I got it in 2014, brand new, of course. 2015, I'm a flat earther. 2016, I downloaded the app to check it on our way to Hawaii and Guam and places like that. Dead level all the way. Prior to that, I knew it was level because my drinks were able to sit on the table level. And you can't be on a globe, and that's impossible. And I know what some of you are thinking, you know, what about the gravity force? It's an unproven theory. There are two gravities to consider these days. Well, you need to consider two of them, but one of them has been superseded. That's Newtonian and Einsteinian. Einsteinian, yeah, okay. And Einsteinian is the bending and warping of space-time fabric. That is today's gravity. The gravity before that was Newtonian's mass attracting mass, which he disagreed with, by the way. He didn't agree with that theory at all, the mass attracting mass. He thought it was absurd, he said. Okay, so there you go. So if you're thinking gravity is pulling upon you to pull you to the center of the earth, that's not true. It's not putting the plane magically round the curvature. You're still going to notice that curve. Got to. You're on a ball. The laws of nature tell you this. As soon as you put your hand on a basketball or a beach ball, you put it at the top and you follow your hand round. If you look at your hand and you see how it inverts, that's got to happen on a globe the same way. It cannot be flying level. No, you're going to notice it. You're going to notice your hand change. You see it for yourself. You see it. Your hand is now upside down. It was top here. Now it's under the ball. You're now inverted. You'll experience that, just like going over a hill, just like doing the loop on a roller coaster ride. You'll notice all these forces and that. So it's impossible not to know you're on a globe. Sorry. No matter what they tell you. And that's why these things looming over the hills. Crap. Very, very rare events indeed, if they even exist. From a curve, behind a curve, something is loomed up. Right? Never seen it yet. Yet to be seen. I'm no fool. You can sit in one spot and wait and you'll never see it looming. No. They're unpredictable events. How can you look for something that is unpredictable?
Yeah, how come the Globers can't back up any one of their claims?
Exactly.
But we all know why atheists deny the flat earth.
Yeah.
Because they're either hate God or they're scared of accountability.
Yeah. Yeah,
Or they're paid.
I would agree. I would agree with what you said there. Plus the psychological implications, the impact, like the cognitive dissonance. They've invested all their lives into this globe. It's got to be a globe kind of thing. It's got to be, and because they haven't seen, as far as they're concerned, they haven't seen evidence of flat Earth, and that's because they haven't gone out to look. They still haven't checked yet. They're just going on the words flat Earth and then being triggered. It's not flat. That's it. We've got mountains of evidence, millions of evidence. You hear silly numbers like that. Mountains of evidence, millions. That millions of scientists have proven it. And
Well, all atheists do is parrot the government narrative, so they're pretty much defending liars and murderers.
there you have it. And there you have it, folks. Murderers. Why do we say murderers? Look at what's going on now. People have died unnecessarily, not being mentioned in the main media with the jab and that. And then all these wars that people have, innocent, soldiers have gone and died, and the people that they've killed, the innocent people who have died in the wars. It's murder. I don't care what you say. It is murder. Look at history.
I always say, like, the same people who came over to America and stole the land and killed the natives are the same people that are the government right now.
Exactly.
So you're going to trust the government, the murderers, the liars, and NASA because you don't know history?
Yeah. Got to look at history. NASA is made up of Germans at the very beginning. Was made up of Germans at the very beginning. The Bushes are Germans. Okay, Bush family, Germans, Nazis. Fact. No getting away from it.
Well, I always make the connection between the Ashkenazi, the Nazis, and NASA.
There you are. See?
Why would your bloodline be called Ashkenazi, and then there's a group called the Nazis, and then you hired the Nazis to come work for NASA?
Yeah. It's just absolutely crazy.
The Ashkenazis are the ones who generally print all the money and control the Federal Reserve and Hollywood and the media.
Mm-hmm. The ones that people believe and follow and adore, idolize to be. Right. So yeah, you got to ask yourself, where is this curvature that you've never seen, never experienced? People say that they haven't experienced the flat Earth. I mean, when they say that, I mean that's just ridiculous, because to say they've never experienced the flat Earth, they're saying they've experienced curvature. Where? And the spin. Where?
There's a guy saying the flat Earth is dead, yet all the flat Earth servers are growing, and YouTube has to censor flat Earth, and he's on the server because it's not dying, so he's always here.
Yeah, there's an article, because I'm talking to you from Japan, okay? So the Japanese University of Science and Physics, in their textbook, which deals with like culture as well, okay? It stated that more and more people are becoming flat earthers at the end of the article. It did a little bit of a mistruth, okay? It was a little bit of a mistruth. It mentioned a lot of the Flat Earth Society facts or misinformation about flat Earth. But at the end of the article, it said more and more people are becoming flat earthers. And I thought, well, thank you very much. At least that's good to know. Yeah, that's great news. And that was only last Friday. A book that's in there in this year's syllabus. Okay, so there you go.
Yeah, a lot of people just haven't heard of it or haven't looked into it, or they heard of it as a joke and they're too busy in their life, and then the COVID lockdowns happened, and then all the servers were getting flooded with new people.
Yeah.
And then started censoring certain topics, and one server got deleted like 7 times, and
See, you have to ask yourself, why would they? What if it's all about free speech, and we're saying that we're not spinning? How does that harm anybody? Because you don't. Because when you look into it, you find out that you're not spinning. So the flat earthers are telling the truth. And when the main media is associating anti-vaxxers with flat earthers, you need to check both subjects very well indeed. And you will be pleasantly surprised, or shock and horror surprised, horrified to learn the truth, and then you're going to act accordingly pretty quick. Here in Japan, 3 books were published in August last year. 3 new books. One book deals with 16 flights that cannot happen on the globe. They're saying it's happening on the globe, but it's not. It doesn't make any sense on the globe, but when you actually look at it on the flat Earth map, the azimuthal equidistant map, perfect match. Slam dunk, no mistake. But if you look at the Mercator map, which the globe is based on, doesn't make any sense at all. 0 sense. And then that's when you learn. And then the other 2 books deal with the actual flat Earth topic and all the anomalies that are there, that are in the heliocentric model. 3 books, brand new, out there to be bought now in Japan. Brilliant. Thanks to Flat Earth Banjo and his friends. And then in Brazil, 2 of his friends, Flat Earth Banjo that is, 2 of his friends started 2 channels in Brazil, and they both got, one's got 500,000, the other one's got 400,000 members. Flat Earthers. So the numbers are increasing all the time, folks. Yeah, we're coming. Flat Earth is a long way from being dead. You're living on a flat Earth, silly ass. The absurd idea. The absurd idea that flat Earth is dead. They're living on a fucking flat Earth.
Silly ass.
Yeah. God. You see? Yeah, no, the year 2022, the year that we, the flat earthers, put the heliocentrists under the psychological magnifying glass and asked them, why is it they're so desperate to believe in something they cannot prove? The globe. They can't prove it, yet they're desperate to believe it, hanging on desperately. Oh, that doesn't sound logical, folks. Insane, to be exact. So yeah, that's it. Flat Earth rising.
yeah. Imagine if they didn't censor YouTube, how many videos there would be, and how much it would have grown.
Yeah, because when if you
You're a robot.
to 2016, Flat Earth was the #1 subject and topic matter of research. The most viewed, more popular than Donald Trump at the time. My brother was saying to me, how come there's so many flat Earth videos? I said, because I've been trying to tell you for a year, for the past year or so, the Earth is indeed a flat plane, but you're not even looking into it. Look, video. Look, this is the truth. Just look into to get one of my brothers to come round, and then the youngest one, because he's a Muslim, he's definitely not. He's adamant it's not. It's a globe, but yet in the Quran it mentions that the Earth is flat, and he's misinterpreting the verses. Either that, or he doesn't know the verses. And I tried to show him the verse. Okay, I actually posted in the verses of reference. Okay, but because they're not coming from what he deems approved imams, he's not going to take their word.
He automatically lost because he's taking the word of men and imams instead of the Quran. So he's not really a Muslim.
Fair enough.
Come on, guys.
Yeah.
Okay, so the Quran doesn't specifically say the Earth is flat or a globe. What it does say is it's a wide expanse. It's laid out like a carpet before you, like a bed. You know, so it would work on a really large sphere, or because they both are observably flat in your local area.
It says leveled plane, plane exactly in the verse.
Yeah.
Which verse?
And you can't say.
Okay, I'll post it in live stream. The 4 verses I always post, and they're directly from.
You know, it says spread out. It says wide expanse. It says like a rug, carpet. You know, that sort of thing.
Yeah, but it's spread out. Now you don't spread out a carpet on a spherical surface anywhere. You don't. You know.
Well, you know, but it's talking about like the Earth before you. You know, so you could say that a small little part is basically effectively, you know, spread out before you. It's effectively flat without it being a flat, like Earth in totality.
Yeah.
It's purposefully. You know, I think it's an ambiguous type of thing because it doesn't. I don't know.
Spinning either. It doesn't mention the Earth spinning either.
Oh, of course not. No, it's very clear about the sun and the moon being on their circuits, being servants of God, you know, doing their job, basically. So, and you know, it basically speaks of them as being counterparts, like, you know, just basically, you know, the same thing. So, for them to say that the sun is this huge thing and everything's revolving around it completely goes against Islam.
Thank you. There we go.
Heliocentrism completely goes against
it. You go. So this is what I'm trying to say about my brother, that he thought, because, you know, he doesn't. I don't think he fully comprehends the verses properly. But I have to leave him. I can't force him. But he happened to comment on the amount of videos that were pouring out back in 2016 and 2017. It was just, you know, towards the end of 2017, he goes, but it's still happening. 2017, still happening. I said, yeah, it's the truth. That's why. I was at a ski resort with my children and my wife. Together we went snowboarding when he actually called me on Skype. We just got back from snowboarding. Nice day that was. And then he was talking about, why is there so many videos? I said, because it's the truth. That's why. Look into it. I mean, telling you, look into it, man. My other brother is into it, so why don't you look into it? But yeah, fantastic. Anyway, percentage.
What's that?
How are you doing?
I'm good. Thank you for asking. How are you, man?
Can you? Oh, very well, thanks. Can you go back to the globe? Will you ever go back to the globe?
If they have definitive evidence beyond a reasonable doubt, certainly.
Okay. And it's taken a long time to get this evidence.
Years.
Don't you think?
Yes, it is.
Years and years and years. That's why we're waiting for the Globe Neo. Where's the Globe Neo to show up?
I'm waiting for them to just
This evidence-
get that video of any one of the number of spacecraft, just a video of the horizon turning into the globe. Just send it out there, I don't care what it is, Tesla's car, satellite, something else. Just send it out there, have video showing this observably flat horizon eventually turning into the globe.
Yeah, let's see it.
I wager it'll never happen, though. Because even if it was a globe, I don't think they've figured out astronautics to the point where they could even do that.
7 years we've been waiting. Yeah, we don't have the technology yet, folks. There's a lot of blue screen, green screen going on, and that's coming more and more so.
Yeah, they could even do a video of a guy getting water to stick to a spinning ball that's CGI, but nobody else will be able to do it and replicate it. So, like, what does it matter if they have one fake video?
Yeah.
So, like, it's like, but they will get the technology to fake it,
Yeah.
but one fake video and then you try it and it doesn't work. So you'd be like, what? How come this guy did it on YouTube and it doesn't work for me?
Yeah, that's why, ideally the video would be credible. It would be hopefully live, uncut, with ideally even multiple angles and good resolution. So as much as, because there's always going to be people that are like, it could be faked, and this is fake, and especially now in the era of deep fakes and what have you. But whatever they can do to increase the confidence level in it would be more than welcome.
Oh, I agree. There is a way to make, like I said, with some of the flights, I tell them live stream it. Like, you have to show a live stream, you have to show me the date, the time, every piece of information, so that I can verify that this is the time, this is the date, this is the location. Because if it's on a video, that's just a video.
Yeah. Also, I want to see a circumnavigation of this globe non-stop. That means the airplane's flaps, everything's fixed, locked. So it cannot turn left or right. It's fixed on one longitude all the way round, non-stop.
Or
what say you guys?
A live stream of them going to Antarctica uncut, and show us a live stream and satellite at the same time, simultaneous, that you can zoom in on the boat and you can
Well, maybe the satellite at the same time is, asking for too much. I don't think they're going to do that for us. But at least going through Antarctica, dead reckoning it, without relying on any compass or bearing or what have you, and just relying on the reference point, the landmarks, maintaining your angles to them equally so that you're completely going straight, and then getting from South Africa to, to the tip of South America or what have you. I would believe, if there was just live streamed or uncut and time lapsed or something.
Yeah, I would say all the videos we ask for and demand, there's a reason we'll never get them and that we haven't got them, because just like the fake 24-hour sun in Antarctica video, it's obvious there's 3 of them and they're all edited and fake and obviously fake. So they try.
Yeah.
I don't know about those.
And we can go back to the 1930s with Amelia Earhart getting lost a lot. Okay, and because she said that the maps that she was given didn't match the topography that she was looking at when she was flying, because the maps weren't accurate, and then she was told to make flat Earth maps. Make flat maps.
Understand, Norton, what you want
across the Atlantic.
So, Northern, what you want is videos showing these things, but you feel that the videos from Antarctica fake.
There's like I said, there's like 3 fake Antarctica sun videos, and there's
How do you know they're fake?
there's been videos done on them in the past, and there's screenshots and same clouds at the start of the 24 hours and right at the end.
Oh, really?
Would a video convince you? Why would a video be convincing if you don't believe
No,
the video?
no, it's not convincing. I know it's fake because I know the sun, like it's like
What, these
with
other videos of a plane and a boat.
yeah.
going
If
around
they could show me all the information, the uncut, live, all the dates, all the times, multiple cameras.
What would stop you from saying that that was also fake?
Oh,
the way you feel the
yeah.
24-hour sun in Antarctica.
Not one.
That's true.
It's not
That's
one.
true. It doesn't
It's not one
guarantee I'm
video.
going to say it's real, but it would just be more evidence. And then if everything was accurate, and there was no cuts and no like, the internet went out because of a storm, so we lost this 10 minutes. Well, then it's over because I need uncut.
Well,
can you think of other reasons that they might want to do this?
Why they would not have the videos, or why they would want to make the video?
Like, what would be the advantage in making
Oh, it's to prove us wrong. Give us one of the things we're asking for. Turn the ISS around and show us a live stream of fireworks.
Sit on the globe, basically.
Let me see a satellite so I can zoom in on my house and I can wave to myself and see myself waving.
Yeah.
Would you
They're not going to do that.
If you got that, would you go, that's definitely my house, that's not just taken from a plane?
Let's be real. They ain't gonna do jack shit.
No, I know. Like,
because the propaganda is such that most people, the huge, like, super majority, believe that it's actually happening, and the deniers are just a small fraction that seem basically insane or ridiculous, right? So they don't need to do anything. The propaganda is doing enough of a job maintaining it.
Yeah, I think that's some of a really valid point, which is if it's only for a very small number of people, and I would add to that a small number of people who I don't think would be convinced by it, then for every person you add, particularly like the amount of clout and money they earn, the more reason you'd have to do it. So if the group you're doing it is small, don't yield a lot of power or wealth, you have this diminishing benefit in doing something, right?
You're coming in pretty low, Riding.
Yeah, they wouldn't do it because it's not worth it. It's not worth the cost. It's just dumb flat earthers and whatever. So like, they're not going to do it because they can't, and because whatever other reasons.
I mean, the reason for me is, there's very little reward and there's a lot of cost. The reward would, to me, be that it might convince people, that it might get you more budget, that it might sort of yield some return on that investment. If you've got a small number of people who probably aren't going to accept it anyway.
Yeah,
before there was a live stream from the ISS shooting back at Earth, don't you think there were flat earthers saying, why doesn't the ISS shoot back at Earth with a live stream?
Before, they can't say it before because it wouldn't be in existence.
No, I mean when the ISS was up there, because it's been up since whatever, like
90s or something.
Right, and there wasn't technology to be live streaming video feeds then. So before that, don't you think people were going, I want live video from that? And then when they did start doing it, right. So then that was entered. Do you think it influenced those people who are asking for it?
Well, there's a difference between live stream of that cuts off for 20 minutes an hour, or cuts off every 2 hours, and being able to zoom in on your house and see fireworks on 4th of July go across the country,
I did one with laser pointers, not with fireworks, but. I mean, that to me is an important point to consider. When you go, why don't they do X? That thing's not free. And then you go, would that really convince people?
Yeah, say like even like there's a hypothetical test of somebody flying around the Tropic of Cancer and somebody flying the same plane flying around the Tropic of Capricorn and seeing if they're the same distance. Because on the globe they're the same distance, but on a flat Earth, the southern one would be a further flight. But how are you gonna verify that? How am I gonna trust both videos, and how are they gonna link it? Yeah. So, no, I totally get it.
How do we know who's right?
Yeah, like they could even, yeah, like I said, videos. Yeah, I don't even trust some about the Star Trails. Like I know they make fake Star Trail videos, so like there's some things that I don't agree with everybody on flat Earth, so I just don't bring it up, and I may not bring it up here because.
Yeah, we were talking about it yesterday. You feel that Polaris doesn't move.
Yeah, no, yeah, exactly. But yeah, I'm not going to convince you. You're not going to convince me. So it's just like sort of what the audience, I
You
guess.
think Polaris is absolutely dead center, doesn't move?
I've lived in the same house for 20 years. My eastern wall is lined up directly with Polaris. And I can stand there, look directly at Polaris and look at the line of the wall. It's been like, I live almost under Polaris, so I get a good view of the rotation of the stars.
So yes.
Yeah, I don't think Polaris moves it. It could spin in place if you want to call that moving, I guess. But does it move left or right and change locations? No.
Well, how would you know if it's spinning in place?
Because I believe in the rotating firmament or the rotating stars.
Fair enough. I mean, I think anyone who doesn't is delusional, but yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm like I said, all I do is answer the questions as honest as I can, as instinctually as I can, and if I don't know, I'll admit I don't know. Or like I would say it's speculation or like. It's sort of like if you try to find a video of the North Pole and somebody going to the North Pole, good luck. You're going to see pictures of guys on snow. And how do you know where that is? And how do you know that's the North Pole? So yeah, pictures and videos. It's. But I can verify on Earth, if you pour 1 cup of water on a ball, you'll never get 1 cup of water to stick to a ball.
How about you, Harry? What do you need?
Switch to flat.
Yeah.
A map. I was thinking about this the other day. I think you were in the room when I was talking about it. I was trying to think of like how low could I let that bar get that I would sort of still be able to do it. A map would be the main one.
I would say, how do we get a map when we're not allowed to go beyond the 60th degree south parallel?
Doesn't have to do a map up to the 60th degree. No, it doesn't even need
That,
to be
no, that's
all the
true.
whole
That's
Earth.
true. But it would cost a lot of money and boats and
I mean,
but
by previous times, they just used to use a what's that thing? Thing that measures angles, but it's not a sextant. Whatever it is.
Astrolabe.
You know, is it an astrolabe? I don't think it is, because an astrolabe is like a pre-sextant. It's let me find it. I know I've got it right here.
because if you gave me a helicopter and unlimited fuel,
Heliograph.
I would fly around Earth for the rest of my life and map it.
Sure. Yeah, I'm not going to pay for it because I don't think it exists. So I think it'd be a waste of money. I mean, I'd probably chip in money for a GoFundMe to send somebody up in a rocket or something that was like, but I don't think that there would be any, that I did think there was utility in, is what I was trying to finish. I don't think there would be any utility in sending somebody to map the Earth, because I think that they would just either do it wrong or come back with the same as what we've already got. And I think it'd be the latter.
Dude, this whole this notion of like doing a GoFundMe or getting like some sort of like person with lots of money, millionaires type of thing. Like the fact that like people don't do this is like mind-boggling. This sort of gives credence, in my opinion, that something is going on. I think it is domed. There's definitely probably something up there, or we can't get out or whatever. Because if you just think about it logically, like the fact that like there's not any like millionaires, people with money, sort of like doing not even like manned launches, but just like a go fast style, pretty cheap on the low, like rocket launches that are going to actually, instead of the go fast, how the go fast got like, what was it, 75 miles in like a couple minutes, right? Since the go fast rocket set like a world record. And how is it that stuff like that's not being done, but just like instead of the go fast rocket getting up to like 75 miles and stopping and coming back down or whatever, why not we just engineer it just a little bit farther to just keep on going? Okay, we're just gonna, if it's possible, we're just gonna send it right into space. Okay, and we're gonna put like gyroscopic cameras on it that are just gonna be able to like turn around and look at the Earth. That's all we needed to do. That's all that needs to be done. Okay, and it would need to be done by the community, right? Trusted multiple cameras type of thing. It's not that hard to like engineer just a rocket that's gonna have some cameras on it that's able to go, farther than 75 miles and actually just keep on going out into space, right? Because the story is like once you get far enough into space, you should just keep on going, right? Nothing should essentially stop you, right? Because it's a vacuum and there's no molecules and you just keep on going, yada 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 nonsense.
No,
So
you
we
still
just
need
gotta
to
get something
maintain
up there,
enough
like, quote unquote,
orbital
high enough.
velocity to not fall into like the gravity well of whatever it is,
Yeah, you actually, it's similar to what you're saying, but you actually need to sort of not just go straight out. If you go straight out, there's virtually very few distances you'll get to that you won't fall straight back down. What you need to do is go up enough till you're past enough of atmosphere that you can then hook east and then spin around the Earth to a speed
No,
faster.
you should be able to go straight out because the amount of momentum from propulsion will be much stronger than the downward effect of gravity because it gets weaker as you go up. So you should be able to go straight up at some
As you
point.
go up, but it doesn't, like, it would just be horrendously inefficient because you need delta V to do that whole time. But
Yeah, it would be more inefficient than maintaining like some orbital velocity or whatever, because then you still have the momentum that you had before. But
exactly, yeah.
But
So
at the
what
same
you
time,
do
it's
is you
definitely
get into a
doable.
stable orbit and then boost again from there. It might be doable, but I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised that there's a point you get to where putting on more fuel will cancel out, like we'll be adding more weight and reducing the thrust.
No, it'll get better. It'll get more and more efficient as you get out.
It'll get more and more efficient as you get out, but the problem is when you are being acted on by gravity, one of the things in that equation is mass. For every bit of rocket fuel you're putting on, you're adding weight.
We're not looking at gravity. We're not looking at gravity.
If you
The
just
thing,
go
though.
straight, you will.
It doesn't. It doesn't.
You could keep
Okay,
going
so
up
we're
and up 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 and up, and like, but even if you got out
Okay,
to the
okay.
altitude
Let's
of
tidy
the
this up.
moon, you'd fall back down.
Right.
Once you stop
So-
thrusting, you'll
There's
fall
some
back down.
misconceptions.
Of course,
going on.
once you stop thrusting, yeah.
So what we're gonna do, instead of just going straight up, we're just gonna do the whole delta V thing and go with the curve. It's not that hard, right? So we can just change our mission plan. Instead, we're just gonna do the whole escape velocity thing with or against the spin of the. However the fuck they do it, we're gonna do it.
Yeah, it was a red
It's not
herring,
gonna be that hard
yeah.
to like engineer it to do that and go with the spin of the Earth, right? Okay, so that's what we're doing. So it's just that's all the whole idea, the grandiose idea. And the bigger plan is to just get something up there so it can just keep on fucking going. It's just going to have some cameras on it. It's really not going to cost that much money, right? Millionaires, people, crowdfunded, GoFundMe, we should be able to do this. Like, I'm just trying to illustrate the point and the fact that people don't, millionaires and sort of people with money don't do this as like a hobby. And they try to be like the first one. Because like if you were, wouldn't it be cool? Oh, I'm the first one who's going to send a rocket and actually like prove this. Look, dude, we're going to do this like community driven thing. We're going to put all these different cameras on it. We're going to put all these different cameras. We're going to see it from all these different angles. We're going to send it. It's not going to be NASA. It's not going to be SpaceX. This is like community driven, community built thing that like is all trusted sort of thing. And we can do. How is this not being done? Why isn't this being done? People aren't doing this. People aren't sort of taking the initiative to do this. No, it's because it's all nonsense. It's because it's all given to you by your NASA, JAXA, RASA, SpaceX people, and you just believe it. It's all so compartmentalized and perfect for you. It's perfectly structured from you. No, it's just you're interrupting me when I'm talking. I don't understand why you're doing that. You're just trying to like interrupt me.
If you're going on, we get the point, but it's an argument from silence. It's saying because I don't see this thing, therefore everything related to it is fake. It's a fallacious argument.
No, I'm not. I'm not trying. I'm just trying to illustrate a point. I'm just trying to illustrate. I'm not saying like you're wrong or anything, but it's just, you know, the fact of the matter is like space is given to you just by a very small, you know, knit, tight niche community of, you know, quote unquote organized official organizations, right? And it's all
plus
crud.
SpaceX plus.
No, he's saying where are the flat Earth millionaires and rich people doing these experiments or tests? Why don't they step up?
Not even flat Earth millionaires, just global. Why aren't more people sort of like taking the initiative and doing this thing? Really, I mean, if you can take a look at the Go Fast launch, we can pretty much say that I think through my investigation, we could say that probably costed in the range of like 20 to 30,000, maybe, you know, somewhere in there. I wasn't able to find an exact number, but that seems to be sort of the ground. And that's really not that much money. So like, what can like, you know, 40,000, 60,000, 80,000, it shouldn't be that hard. It's as easy. This whole argument could be done and over with if we could actually just get something into space and keep going and then just look back. It's all really, if it's possible, right? If it's possible.
Scams out there like the Greater Sapien when he stole 20 grand, and there's other scams like the IPS Explore Antarctica scam. So GoFundMe's and these other things, they sometimes turn out to be ripoffs.
Yeah, that's true. That did happen, didn't it?
Or Sean Hufford saying he needs money for this and experiment, but he uses it for rent or whatever. Like, so.
Well, what was that whole thing too? There was this isn't kind of do with rocket launches. There was that one guy who put together the Polar Express, where there's supposed to be some plane flight that went north to south.
That was Greater Sapien.
Yeah,
20,000 he stole.
People seem to forget about that nonsense, and that was totally on the globe side. Just some fucking scam artist trying to fucking swindle people, like you snake oil salesman, fucking turds, you know, just like totally predictable behavior by a glober.
$25,000.
Like you'd never see a flat earther doing that. It's just total globey.
Oh come on! Don't say that.
there was
continually run off with cash from.
There was a satanic flat earther named IPS.
Saying things and backing down from is what happens.
I mean, I guess I'm sure that that was kind of a broad sweeping statement. I'm sure that there's probably some scandalous activity from flat earthers, but
Not from flat earthers. Flat earthers never scammed anybody.
Flat earthers have never scammed anyone, right? Interesting claim.
But I mean, the point kind of gets it. It's like, you know, what was that guy, Mad Mike Hughes? I mean, come on. I applaud his effort, but like what that guy was trying to do is like ridiculous. It's like, dude, let's just focus. Like instead of like you going up, maybe just try to do like what the GoFest model. That's what that guy really needed to do. It's like fuck, like really going like into space as a dude with like a spacesuit. Just try to fucking get a rocket up there and just like get it going. Like that's really what you need. It doesn't have to be that big. The GoFast was small, dude. That thing was pretty small.
He was stuck in the 60s, I guess, like Evel Knievel style.
If you want it done.
Yeah. Yes, he was a stuntsman, and it was only a steam powered rocket, by the way. That's all that was.
I do have one suggestion that could help make a flat Earth start making a rocket.
Well, it's not even flat earthers. That's the thing. What about like?
But you're not going to trust a glober, are you?
It's not that I
Let's
wouldn't
be
trust
honest.
them. It's not that I wouldn't.
Elon Musk is
Shit, I
doing
wouldn't trust a flat earther. I trust no one.
It's not that I
exactly.
wouldn't
This
trust
is
a
the
glober,
problem. This
but
thing
like,
is 250 grand that you're going to spend.
Unless I'm part of the project, I don't trust it.
Zero return on investment that nobody's going to trust.
I mean,
Well, don't say no one. There's a lot of trusting people, and that's why you have people getting scammed in the first place, right?
Yeah.
Maybe, yeah, maybe no one. You're right. That was, but very few. Like, I don't think many flat earthers had, let's say, Mad Mike come back down to Earth and said, actually, I got up to that point, I saw it was curved. I don't think many flat earthers would have said, okay, he's right. They would have gone, I always thought it was something fishy about him doing a space program. He was a shill all along.
bro, dude, the guy didn't even get higher than a plane. I mean, like,
Well, that was his plan. I mean, he wanted to get higher than a plane. He was just working up to it, wasn't he?
No, he wasn't working up to it, or he was never going to get there.
It was a pipe
Not with
dream,
that
dude.
contraption. He was never going to get there.
Yeah, the guy was in some kind of psychosis, dude. Honestly, the guy probably had some sort of like mental, problem. Honestly, I mean, I don't want to say anything bad about the guy. He's probably a nice guy. He's great. He's got great.
Man, you don't know that.
intentions.
Yeah, don't speak of something.
Mad Mike.
I'm just saying, but like, it kind of was a pipe dream, dude. Because
Mad Mike was on Tosh.0.
He's probably a great guy. I don't want to say anything really bad about him, but it's just like he had a great, intentions or whatever. But it's like, really, dude, like you can get higher in a plane. Like just take a plane into space. You would have got higher, way higher than you ever would have. But that's like not the point. He was trying to do like a rocket and whatever stuff was. At the end of the day, it was kind of nonsense, right? But it's like that was sort of the only example of like some guy in his garage like trying to do things. But like you'd think that like more basement sort of rockets people and people who are like drones and getting high and all this stuff in aviation and stuff, like why isn't there, and I know there's teams that do this, there's like competing teams that like do all this stuff for NASA, right? Remember like all these NASA challenges back in the day they would do? It was like, oh, design a space rover, design a moon rover challenge, and people, all these space teams would do this. Were these space teams like doing like trying to beat NASA to get back to the moon, right? Just doing a simple rocket to get to the moon. I mean, I know it's not simple, but it's probably a little bit more complex obviously if it's real, but it's like you'd think that there'd be more like backyard or basement sort of rockets engineers and scientists trying to like get something on them. Because imagine like if you were the dude who could just like outsmart NASA and get like a fucking camera on the moon, now that like live streams, oh dude, some guy in his fucking backyard built a fucking thing and he's got a camera on the moon now and it's sponsored by Pepsi and it's all paid for. It's guys, it's like this whole thing, it's just
we get the point.
Well, I mean, why isn't it being done though? That's what I'm asking you.
So the question is, why don't you go do it? Like you're asking me why I don't want to do it. I can't be bothered. I don't have the money. I don't have the time. I don't have the interest. I don't want to ask people for money for the crowdfunding. I don't have any fucking desire to. If you want to prattle on about it for 45 minutes, go fucking do it.
Yeah, but I'm telling you it's not being done because there's a dome.
Doing something
I'm not complaining. I was just
do.
simply asking you a question. I was just wanting your perspective on the issue.
Okay,
and
so
I'm
let's
telling you
answer it
that
this
the
way.
reason why it's not being done writing on eggshells is because it can't be done.
So
dun 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 dun, and it's only limited to a few dun dun dun, and it's only limited to a few organizations that you think that you trust enough to give you the truth about space. That's what you think. You actually think that like there's a legitimate organization out there who's getting $60 million a day who's giving you the truth. Oh, and by the way, we've had an ISS up there who's been up there for about 20 years now, and we're growing jalapenos. We've been, growing a few things up there the time we've been up there. And the jalapeno growing is going. We've done lettuce too a few times on the ISS. 60 million a day, bud.
But why haven't you done it? If you're saying why aren't people doing this? Because my assertion would be this: people who think it can be done and want to do it are doing it. Why aren't you doing it?
Well, they're not really. They're lying.
Exactly. So it's just the whole conversation becomes null. If you're going, why aren't people doing this thing I assert to be impossible? It's just such a dumb conversation. Like, go do it, or
Still a great question, though.
Yeah, I think his point was, how come there's not more flat or globe, like independent videos and rockets and all these things? But I agree, the time, the effort, will people believe it? Like, is it worth it? Yeah, I totally get that.
Well, this is
Plus,
the
I think
interesting.
there are literally thousands. Like there are, what is there, a launch a day?
Yeah.
Like
the interesting thing is,
I mean, they're going up all the time.
no, they're not. The interesting thing is that there's a lot of there's a lot of high altitude balloon activities, right? And these cost, you know, 2,000, 3, 4, could be anywhere in the range of like
Start
2 to
saving your
10,000 for a
pennies.
high altitude balloon. But it's like you'd think that they'd want to eventually, after doing like a few of those, they'd want to come together and save their money and do something more grandiose, right? So there is a huge community out there trying to go high altitude, and with all these new technologies and stuff like the drones, man. I've seen some of these drones, man. I mean, I think that they're going to have to be nerfing some of this technology at some point, because I've seen some people get pretty high with drones. I mean, think about it. If they just designed a drone that really was just going to go up as high as it could, I mean, you know, with technology now to know, you know,
So
how high
according
you
to
could actually
Wikipedia,
get.
there was one every 3 days last year. There was a launch every 3 days.
Well, that's
last year.
fantastic. No one really cares, but I mean, at the end of the
Well, evidently
day,
you do. You're like, why aren't more people doing this? And many
yeah,
of them
but
are
who?
private organizations launching up communication satellites and a whole variety of other things. They're offering space on other people's stuff. You can, as
Yeah, but
Rubik pointed out the other day, you can pay some money and just get somebody else to launch your satellite. It's called CubeSat.
Yeah, satellite. Yeah, objects high in the sky that quote rotate around the plane. That's totally doable. So great. So you can launch objects really high and get them to
Sounds like a
circulate
scheme.
the plane. That's not
Sounds like a scheme
anything
to
that's
rob
like
you
out of the
to
ordinary.
rob you of your money, make you believe that they put in a satellite when they really put in like a Saturloon.
Well, that's what it is. There's a huge Saturloon infrastructure up there, and you know, who's to say, you know, that
Exactly.
they're
So
not.
this wouldn't convince you. You'd just say it's a Saturloon. So why would anybody do this thing? There's no reward to it. It's not going to convince you.
Yeah, it's the whole thing though. It's the satellites aren't high enough. You're not getting it. Riding on eggshells. I maybe didn't.
How high is
express
high enough?
far enough out to see the entire shape of the Earth, to get away enough from the Earth to like zoom and look back on it with a camera that just moves, turns around, and like says, "Look, there's the Earth." You have to
Small
get out of
caveat,
the
Like
small
Himalaya.
caveat,
You
small
mean
caveat.
Just keep
Citizen,
going. Just
I
go
don't
out.
keep
think
going. Just further. How far is far enough?
I don't think
I don't know.
think that's a possibility. I don't
So
think
you
you're
don't
gonna
even
be
know
able
what
to
you're
see the whole
asking for.
world.
You're like, why doesn't this thing that I'm not able to describe already exist?
High enough, dude. High enough to whatever your model dictates is far enough to see the entirety of the globe. Is how much I need it to go. Okay, it's like a really simple fucking answer, dude. Like that much.
Well, it's
that
not
much
really,
it needs
is it?
to
It's
go
describable.
according to your
6,000
model.
miles,
However much that fucking
6,000,
is, dude.
10,000 maybe, 20,000, something like that.
Sure, there's plenty. Well at that point. It's approaching
we don't have
geostationary.
Great, fantastic.
There is no distance that
That's
we're
what
gonna
we
be
do.
able to see
It's
the
all
entire
CGI
Earth by.
images. That is.
Well, you can check it yourself on Stuff in Space. There's plenty of stuff at geostationary orbit.
The
Nothing that
stuffinspace.com.
There's nothing up there. Nothing. You're lying again.
Right.
Nothing
So
up there.
why? So what the whole conversation sounds like it is to me, unless I'm missing something crucial, is why doesn't this thing that I assert is impossible happen more often?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just speculating and trying to just generate conversation in terms of, you know, trying to get past
Yeah, like
this
I agree.
entire
Why don't we
topic
have
and
why don't
trying
we
to
have
prove the actual
racing
shape
matches
of
for
the Earth
unicorns?
with the community-driven,
Which is the
you know,
fastest
objective goal of sending
mythical
something
animal.
far enough to actually see the entire Earth. I'm just speculating upon, you know, why that sort of thing doesn't happen more, and I've given you a clear answer as to why it doesn't, is because it's just simply not possible to go beyond a certain altitude, right?
That's why there aren't more.
It's just given to you by a few hand-selected organizations that you trust, right? That are given so much money a day just to have this huge fucking budget. And these guys have actually just told you a story about how they've grown jalapenos on the ISS for 20 years, and you love that shit. You eat that up. It's like
I've never
great
even heard
news
that
to
before
you.
today.
Absolutely, you've heard about that. You've heard about them growing peppers
Have I?
and
Okay.
lettuces on the ISS, and it's just like
Never
so
heard about the
fantastic.
lettuce
It's like your
before?
favorite thing. You like
No,
get
I
your
haven't heard
jollies
about lettuce.
off,
Heard
and
about
like
the spiders.
a little bit of cream in your panties when every time you hear that, you know, NASA grew some
They grow
lettuce for the
jalapeno
5th
peppers on
time.
the ISS.
Dude, you haven't heard about the
Apparently,
lettuce?
according
Didn't
to
they make
the
like a movie with Matt Damon about it?
guy who
About some
smokes a
guy
lot of
growing a
crack.
lettuce?
That's yeah, you don't get it, dude. That's what we were doing the past 20 years, dude. With all that money, all the time, all the missions, all the people going back and forth, we were growing peppers, dude.
I had no idea.
This is science, bro.
You guys
This
know
is
more about NASA and the ISS than we do. It's crazy.
this is the pinnacle of progression of the scientific, the fourth industrial revolution, right? This is what we do. We charge for it. We grow peppers in space on a $60 million
Yeah, but you guys know more
$60 million
about this
day
stuff
budget.
than we do.
Thank you very much.
Don't forget the lettuce. We also grow lettuce.
Yeah, you guys know more about what happens on the ISS than most normal people do. It's crazy.
We actually know more about just space and most things in general than most people.
Yeah, definitely.
For example, we know that they never went to the moon.
You know that. You
Do we know
do.
this? Stanley
You do.
Kubrick told us.
Yeah. That's crazy. That's pretty cool.
Actually, how do you know that you actually went to the moon? That sounds crazy
Well,
to me.
who knows? So, I mean, what does it matter what I know, you know? You guys know everything, right?
But that's what
you
I'm
guys
saying.
you guys are the keepers and bearer and defenders of truth. You guys have knowledge no one else has.
But how is it that you know anything that you know, right?
If I'm not a flat earther and I don't agree with the flat earth, I don't know what the truth is. I'm deceived. I'm a fool. I'm living a lie, right?
No, it's all good. But
Oh,
how
you
is
haven't
it
got
that
any
you know?
curvature. I mean, you'd be able to show us up. Just show us the curvature and the spin of this earth, and we'd shut up. But you can't even do that.
You don't even have to
can't
take
even
it
do
that far,
Shut up.
Jim. You don't even have to take it that far. Just ask yourself, how is it that you came to the knowledge that you know? How is it? Who gave it to you? Who provided the information?
Why? I don't know, man. I mean, I go to the same sites you guys do, YouTube,
I don't
Google.
know, man. I don't know.
I do the same things you guys do,
I don't know,
but
man. He
any
doesn't even
information
know.
I find is just not true because it doesn't say the Earth is flat. You know,
I mean, are you
like is
sure?
there a special website you guys use? A special type of Google, YouTube? I don't
Do you
know.
have curvature that you can show us?
I
You
just
believe
don't know where to
Can
find
you
the
show
truth.
us it,
You know,
please?
I
Show me.
Google it the same
Show
way
me.
you guys
Show me
do.
now.
I go on YouTube. I
Show
watch
me now.
videos the same
Show
way
me
you
now
guys
your proof.
do.
Jin, don't take
Show
the
me
bait.
now your
Jin.
proof.
It's just not true.
Don't take the bait. Don't take the bait.
So, like, where do you guys find all of your truth at? You know, like teach us.
Show
Like,
me your
what kind of
proof
Googling
right
should
now.
I do? What kind of YouTube video should I be watching?
Google.
You
Show
are
me
not
your proof.
skilled in the
Show
Google
me the
fool.
proof that you've done for yourself, that you verified.
So pressure.
Show me your verification.
How is
Show
it that
me
you
your
find your
verification.
truth? What is your process on you finding truth or determining what truth is?
Start with the conclusion.
I don't know. I thought.
I make
Come
sure
on,
I've made
show
the
me your
conclusion
proof.
first, and then I look for things that confirm that.
Oh,
Wait a minute.
fucking hell. What's it called?
When the establishments present to you that the Earth is a sphere, how is it that you
Affirming
gather
the
information
consequence
on
fallacy.
validating that or not?
I just believe it. I just go. They told me it is, so I believe them without questioning it.
Yeah, like we don't question nothing.
I don't question anything.
This is true. I mean, I can't argue with that. Most 99% of the
Yeah,
people
I mean-
don't question absolutely anything. They just simply accept it.
Yeah, we don't. We just watch YouTube
Hilarious.
videos and blindly believe them. Like we'll sit down, watch a 6-hour YouTube video, and just believe everything that.
and obvious
you know?
satire, but also true.
Yeah.
All you need to do. All you need to do.
So I mean, where do you guys find your truth at? Like, teach us. What should we be googling? What should we be watching on your YouTube?
So
Because
let me
clearly,
ask you-
whatever it
You
is,
don't
we
have
do.
to Google. Go out into the environment.
Let me ask you a question, Pressure. Let me ask you a question.
It's similar to our method, Lise. Like, I just believe everything the government tells me without question. And I think their method is they just automatically disbelieve everything the government tells them.
Intuitively,
go
I
out and
believe
confirm.
you. Intuitively, I believe you, Eggshells. I believe that you do believe everything the government tells you.
Yeah, you lack critical thinking.
Yeah, are you sure about that?
Yes. I mean, that's like a hallmark of lacking critical thinking. Is
You want to have a
No,
critical
the
thinking
hallmark
off?
of Cognitive dissonance is what you display every day.
Critical thinking off.
Right.
Yeah, critical thinking off right now. So critically thinking, where does the majority of the people get their information from?
I don't know. Where do you get yours, man? Like, what are you guys doing that we're
You
not
said
doing
Google.
right?
You
Teach
said
us.
Google, didn't you?
Yeah, that's what we do, and clearly that's not the right thing. So what are you doing, Jin, that I'm not doing?
Don't you go out
Wait.
into nature to confirm
I go
what
out
you
to the
on Google?
same outside that you do, Jin. We live on the same, piece of earth. But clearly, I'm not doing things right. So teach me.
You're
How
doing
do
it
I
all wrong,
find
sir.
out
Yes,
find out
indeed.
the
You're
find
not
out
doing
the truth?
anything.
How do I come to
You
the
haven't
conclusion the earth is
haven't
flat?
done any
Well,
experiments or any tests. Otherwise, you'd be telling me
yeah,
now.
you
What
clearly
Do you think
know
it's fair
everything
though?
I do every day.
tell me now.
So
I'll ask
just
you
please
10
tell
times.
me.
I'm asking again.
But I'm asking,
Tell me now.
but I'm telling you, Jin, that I'm not doing it right because whatever's been shown to
You
you
need to tell me what
doesn't
you're doing that
satisfy
you're doing
you.
wrong. Then what
So
is it
tell
you're
me
doing that
what
you're
is
doing
the
wrong?
right
I think
thing
you just
for
got to
me to
ask the
do.
question: what's the arbiter of truth?
And
What
what
is
is, what is it
The
exactly?
individual who's looking for it openly. But come on.
Pressure, what is it
Say what, Jin?
exactly that
What
you,
did you do?
what are you
What did
calling
you
the
do
truth
that you're saying
exactly?
is, what did you do?
Yeah, hang on,
That you
hang
said
on.
is wrong?
I'm trying to hear what
What have
Jim
you been doing?
Jim at.
What
I
have you
just
been
said,
doing?
isn't the question really who or what is the arbiter of truth?
100%. That is the question. And how does one get to
Well,
the
it's
truth?
it's clearly Jin and Matrix. They're the arbiters of truth. So
Actually,
I'm
we're
asking
asking
them,
you. We're
the
asking you.
arbiters and defenders and champions of truth.
It
How do
sounds
I
like you're
find
You've
out?
got it
forcing a
right.
claim on
You've
them.
got it right. You better put my name right on the top of that list. Yeah. Now I'm
Yeah.
asking you.
Put
Have
some
you,
Jim,
respect on his name.
what have you
did you
tell
hear him,
me?
Jim Jam?
Can you
Did you
please
hear
tell
him,
me what
Jim
you've
Jam?
been doing?
Are you sure it's me making the claim, or is it Jin? Did you hear what Jin just said? I should put his name right at the top of the list. So I'm asking
Put it
him,
right on the fucking list. Yeah.
how
Put it
do
right on
I
top.
find out what the truth is? Where should I go? What should I be looking at? But they don't want to
What
tell
have you
me.
been doing
Like,
so
like, like
far?
they're
Can
being
you tell us what
selfish
you've
with
been
it.
doing to date? What have you been doing to date? For
I
you to
told
believe
you, I
that the earth is a
Google,
globe.
YouTube, and I go outside, but that's not enough. So what
What do
else
you
should I
do
be doing?
outside? What do you do when you go outside? What have you been doing?
I look, I see, I touch, I feel, I do
What
the
have you
things
been? What
most
have you
other
been
people
doing?
do.
Take us through it.
So
What
what
are your
else?
measures?
What else should I do?
What have you
Maybe
been
you
doing?
just don't
Clearly,
have
it
it.
doesn't matter what I do.
It
Maybe you
What
does
I
just don't have
matter.
do,
it.
It
Maybe
matters
maybe you're born
greatly.
with it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
like,
maybe the
but
truth isn't meant for
okay,
you.
percentage. Maybe you could help me. What are Jin and the Matrix doing that I'm
Are
not?
you willing to consider that maybe you're just
I
an
don't know if they
idiot?
have more truth than you. So
Maybe you're
No,
maybe
they
you're not
claim
meant
to have more truth, and I tend to believe them because I've never seen them tell a lie. So I mean, what are they doing? I'm not.
Well, I mean, it's up to you. Some people come to the flat, some don't. I mean, you just have to look at the information and make a decision. So it's up to you.
He says he's looked at the information and he's not thoroughly convinced. I'm curious to ask him what
I didn't say
information.
that. I did not say that.
What
What I said
information
is,
convinces you then? What do you
whatever
read?
information I find and bring to you guys, I'm told it's not the truth and it's a lie. And I believe you
Okay.
guys when you say that. So I'm asking you
What
now,
proof
how
is
do I
that?
find out what the
What is
truth
that you
is?
brought to us?
Since
Can
you
you
guys
tell
are
us
the
again, please?
champions, the harborers, and the defenders of truth.
Let's start
How
from
do I
ground
find out
you
zero.
what
have
the
to
truth
apply
is?
critical thought.
Hold
So
on.
let's just gauge who has more critical thought right now. I'm gonna ask you guys a question. Whoever tells me the right answer first is more intelligent and has better critical thought. All right.
Percentage. How are you gonna steal my
Hold up,
idea?
Jay. Are
On
you ready for
having
the question?
critical
Here's the
thinking
question, Jay.
also?
Jay,
How you gonna
focus.
steal my
It's
idea?
real quick. It's real quick. The question is, what is the correct end to open a banana? To peel a banana.
You open it from the bottom. You open it from
What's
the
the
bottom.
bottom? Which one?
You open it from the top.
If it's the one you're opening, oh my god,
Where you
we're about to
open
have a
it.
The
revolution.
bottom from where it's hanging, like where the little brown seed thing is.
No,
You
from the other
you
side.
open it where it attaches to the tree. Where attaches to the
No,
tree. That's
What are you
no.
saying, Jay? Which
You
part?
open it
From the other side.
the other side. The side most people
Okay,
don't
well,
open it
Jin
from.
is smarter than both of you then, because the correct answer is hanging it from the stem. I mean, where it hangs from the stem.
You guys
I
do
don't know.
know that
I've seen monkeys open it the other
monkeys
way.
actually open bananas
Yeah,
from
monkeys
the other side.
open it the
That's
other
the
way.
correct way
Monkeys
is
open
hanging
it.
it from the stem.
No,
Is
not
this
from the stem.
seriously? Is this seriously
Have you
the
ever
test
picked bananas
question for
before?
intelligence?
Yeah, that's the test.
Percentage.
Finish. Have you ever picked bananas?
You should actually look into that and
I promise you, the
monkeys
correct
don't
way.
actually
I'm not
open
even
it.
joking. The correct way is from the stem. I promise you.
No,
Yeah,
it
but
is.
have you seen?
I'll tell
Have
you
you
why.
picked bananas?
Because if you open it from the seed, you have the brown part that you're not going to eat to deal with, and you have to like, you know,
Yeah, it's silly, isn't it?
pinch
Yeah,
a specific amount, and you're gonna lose some banana because you pinched it too much or too little or whatever. It's gonna, and it's a little gooey. If you just
Open a banana
if
is any
you just
fucking
open it from
way.
the stem, you don't have to worry about that whatsoever.
I don't know.
What are you saying,
percentage.
Rams?
What I'm googling.
I said as long as you get the banana open and you eat the banana, that's all that fucking matters.
No.
There's no right way or wrong
There's
way.
efficiency.
some middle class people chop.
But yeah,
chop the
clearly, according to percentage, Jim was right, and Jim knows the truth. So, Jim, teach us. How do we figure out what the truth is? You are the critical thinker here, no one else.
Why are you
But hold
assuming
up, it's a fallacy to assume that just because someone got one premise right or is right about one thing, that he's
But
going to be right about other
this
things.
was the purpose.
Exactly.
This was the purpose
That's
of your
right.
question.
That's
You
ridiculous.
asked. The whole premise was you're going to ask a question to see who's a critical thinker, and whoever gets it right, according to you, is the best thinker and the person that has the truth. Like, why did you ask the question then?
Yeah, so we'd have to do more than one test. But like, I will say, now Jin is in a better spot. He has more. He's established that. First off, Jin, why do you even think that that's the correct way? How'd you come to that?
What are you talking about?
With the banana, how'd you come to that being the correct way?
I found that from my childhood.
But how is that question a measure of any intelligence
Hold up.
whatsoever?
You just raised into it, Jen? That's how you did it?
As soon
Taught?
as you put it in your hand, it's logical. As soon as you rip it open, there it is. The banana is coming in.
But how is this question even a test of intelligence of any kind?
So, hold up, I'll tell you how, Raz.
Banana.
I'll tell you how. Because if he wasn't raised that way and he thought about it critically and analyzed it and said this is the most efficient way of opening it, then that shows that he has analytical thought. He kind of has intellect applied.
Hang on, you just said the most efficient, whereas at the first time you actually asked what's the best way,
Correct.
what's the correct way, but there is no particular correct way, because if the goal is to get to the banana inside, then no matter how you do it, if you do that, then you've achieved the goal.
No, the goal is to get the banana inside in the cleanest and least wasteful way possible. Okay.
Of course.
Well, there's a lot that goes into intelligence. There's analytical capability. There's, integrating new information, knowing where to find information, wisdom, neuroplasticity, ability to learn new things. There's different stuff.
Lemon's even big words. He sounds smarter than
intellect and actively. What was that? Sorry.
One at a time, guys. One at a time. Let Lemon finish, please.
Big words, and you sound smarter than Jin and Matrix right now. So I want you to teach us how we
Jin
find
is
the truth.
at 1 point, and you're still at 0 with Jay.
Level of discernment.
Well, the truth for me is Jesus Christ. So the truth for me is a person. And so the spirit of truth would be God, and he would lead us in all truth and all wisdom.
Yeah. So the truth is a journey. The truth is a path. If you follow the Creator and you develop a relationship with the Creator, then your ability to discern the truth will get better and better.
So what you're saying, if you don't develop a relationship with a Creator, you can't believe in truth?
It's what they're saying, bro. I gotta start going to church.
It helps to be with the spirit of truth, because there's a lot of deception in the world, and the spirit of truth will guide you in all truth and all righteousness. The truth is a person, not just a path that you're desperately trying to find. You might be on the right path, you may be on the wrong path, but if it's a person, they can lead you and guide you, and he can guide you in all spirit and all truth with his Holy Spirit.
So how does one come to the conclusion that you have arrived to truth?
Especially, it depends on what we're talking about. What truth are we talking about? The shape of the earth, the earth not being a globe, you go outside there, measure it.
It will convict you of truth.
One at a time.
It will convict you of truth. I mean, it'll hold a mirror up to you. I mean, the truth is a two-edged sword. It cuts both ways. It'll tell you things about other things and tell you things about yourself too, usually.
Does the truth have to be nice necessarily?
Are we saying that the truth is a banana?
Well, it is a banana, isn't it? Keeps you healthy.
No, I want to know does the truth, when you come to the conclusion that something is true, does it have to be nice?
No,
it can be. Of course not. The truth is just what's real. It's just what is.
Is experience almost the arbiter of truth?
No, experience needs to be exegeted properly. Exegete is a fancy way of saying interpreted properly. You can't just isogete the truth and insert what you want to be true in the experience. You're going to need to measure the experience versus something true, because you
But
can.
this is weird. How come you
But if
truth
it's a
seekers can't
collective
agree on what
experience,
the truth is?
The truth is a combination of things. That's why.
Well, many experiences can lead to similar outcomes. Like some people feel, happiness, joy, and elation when they eat a hot meal. Some people feel that when they murder somebody. And so, experience is not the final arbiter. It needs to be, analyzed vis-a-vis some sort of true standard. And if you're going to
We need to be
demonstrate
much more specific about what truths we're talking about, because truth is so broad, it's ridiculous. I mean, truth is just what is.
Well, my philosophy in all of it is
so many. You've got to be specific. Like, we've got to be more specific in this conversation about what truths we want to talk about.
Well, the
Otherwise,
truth is
we'll
the
just be
standard by which
all
we
over the place.
measure things. And so it's a little bit of faith. I would say it's a person, God. But also we need to have some sort of standard that we go by.
Well, I go by this. No man knows everything, but many men knows many things. So even though one of us might not have the truth, between all of us, we might be able to arrive to the truth.
Depending on what that is, what subject it is we're talking about.
Be specific about what? About what
Yeah.
subject, what issue, what?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, to the truth about a specific topic, or just general truth, or I guess about the nature of your reality.
Even that also has many branches, many roads. It's not that easy.
So would you say that the nature of your reality, somebody might interpret it one way, and then somebody else might interpret it another way, and that would be two separate truths?
No, they're not truths. They're different perspectives on reality, on the truth. The truth is on its own the truth. But
how does one?
It's subjective. It's also a matter of perspective.
All right. So how does one arrive to that perspective? How does one arrive to a certain perspective?
However you were led to your perspective, that's how. Same for everyone else. Everybody's led to whatever perspective they have by their experiences.
Well, most people, 90% of the people arrive to their perspective through your local media, your local radio, your local social media.
That's right.
So it isn't even them coming up to a conclusion. They are being provided a perspective.
But they're responsible. The moment they take it on as their own, they take ownership and they become responsible.
I do agree with that 100%. But nonetheless, they are unaware that they are being fed a perspective that they are absorbing inside as their truth.
But that's the same with everyone. I mean, when you tell your kid to brush his teeth every night, I mean, he may not want to do that, but you tell him to do it anyway because it's what he needs to do.
Good oral hygiene, basically. That's why.
Sure, because they're too young and they don't understand that what you're trying to do is to protect him and to protect his teeth and protect his body. He doesn't understand that. He sees it as some sort of order, like you're some sort of tyrant, and he acts like a child would.
Yeah, and that's the truth there. You see, the children do act that way. But if we're talking about the earth, there's a lot of lies being told that people believe is true. Yeah? Would you agree with that?
Sure, but in the age of misinformation, how does one come to the conclusion that something is true?
Regarding the earth, you can always go out there and measure it.
Well, you need to have discernment. You need to have your own compass of judgment to be able to analyze any situation and come to a conclusion. And sometimes the most honest answer is that you don't know the answer.
That's correct.
This is the crux of the discussion, right? How does one come to the right? How does one determine that something, what piece of information is true and therefore be acceptable?
ultimately,
it's always contextual. It's always contextual. You've always got to take the context and everything into perspective. That's why I said we've got to be very specific to be able to, talk about examples.
Yeah, very true.
Well, we could talk about the whole the Earth being a globe example. That seems like a good one.
I think we should, ask more riddles to see who's smarter.
What, the riddles like how much wood would a woodchuck chuck and a woodchuck couldn't chuck wood?
Well, when we determine something is faith,
Something
usually,
like that.
I'm sorry, usually when we're deciding something is true, there is a small degree of faith that is involved as well. Ultimately, you're going to have faith. Now, you could try to justify what you have faith is true by trying to see how consistent the thing you have faith in is, or just trust it blindly. But ultimately, you're going to need to have faith that, something is true, and just trust that it'll lead you to the right place. But you could try to see if it's consistent, if it helps you make sense of other things, or if it, fits with other things that you've already accepted, on faith is true. But ultimately, you're going to need faith to come to any sort of, truth.
Preach, Brother Lemon, preach.
One of my favorite proverbs about truth is pretty simple. It says, "Truth is not what you want it to be. It is what it is, and you must bend to its power or live a lie." That was by Miyamoto Musashi, who was one of the legendary dual bladed swordsmen.
That's beautiful. I love that. Can you say that again?
Is there a
Yeah, truth-
scientific way of coming to the truth?
Truth is not what you want it to be. It is what it is, and you must bend to its power or live a lie. And he was one of the most legendary
Great swordsmen.
Yeah, he was like 61 duels undefeated.
Yeah, that's been out there a long
Did he
time.
believe the Earth was flat?
Probably.
Who cares?
Yeah.
There was
Why
a.
does it matter?
What was it?
Well, it does matter.
Because the Earth being flat is the truth, right? What do you mean? Why would that matter? We trying to figure out what the truth is here, people.
Sake, you got to know where you live, man. For fuck's sake, that's very
I don't know. I don't know how anyone can say for absolute truth that the Earth is flat or globe. I mean,
but Jin can tell us that. Jin knows what the truth is.
Do you want to know the truth? Do you want to know the truth? Do you not want to know the truth?
I don't think Rams wants to know the truth, Jin.
Yeah, of course you want to know the truth, and you want to know what this Earth is.
It's not a truth. It's not a truth you can know.
Hang on. Do you want to know whether it's a spinning ball in the vacuum of space or not?
It's your personal truth.
Do you agree with that, Jin? That it's a personal truth?
Back at the ranch, the likes of NASA, ESA, RASA are stealing our money. All right, yeah.
Well, corruption in government. Wow, flash news story. Come on, man. I mean, of course.
Stealing money. Daylight robbery.
They just print the money. Who cares?
Look,
if you're worried about money, you should be more complaining about the military spending.
There are children not yet born. They're going to be born into paying that debt off. That's the problem.
Yeah, and again, if your concern is money, then you should be complaining about the military, not
I'm
NASA.
complaining about everything. I'm the one that complains about the military the most. I complain about the military, the wasted money in space. And since we're talking about space at the moment and the shape of this Earth, it's a waste of fucking money, isn't it? Okay?
Rams, you need to get on Jin's level, man. Are you really a truth seeker, Rams?
Well, I guess
just take the leap, eh?
You'll be laughing on the other side of your faces soon.
Well,
Keep
the good
laughing,
thing.
think it's a joke. Yeah.
The good thing about the truth is it allows us to rest. It gives us something to submit to. We don't have to force it to be true, and we don't have to lie about it. We can just rest in it. So the truth would tend to allow you to submit, to rest, and to, have enough, energy to, go and find more truth. Reflect,
Yeah, and so the most truthful thing for me is to say that I don't know. what the
Okay,
Earth
good luck.
is. That's
But you
it.
don't know, and
And
you don't care.
anyone who
And you
strongly
don't care
says
either,
that they
it sounds
know, oh, Jen, for fuck's sake, mate, do you have to just interrupt everyone all
I'm
the
just getting
time,
making
every
sure you're
single
fine tuned.
fucking
I'm not
time?
interrupting everyone.
Yes.
You don't care, do you? That's the point.
Yes, he does. He cannot control himself, though. I don't think it's out of malice. I
Well,
think
it's
out of inability.
It's a mixture of that and his poor connection. Like, not poor connection, but the delay is like maybe 2 seconds or something like that. So
Ramsey,
No, it's
what were you-
not.
well,
That's being
Ramsey,
charitable, but it might explain some of them. But let's be clear, it's not.
Come on.
well,
don't
I
it's a
be
think
mixture.
Ramsey.
I am charitable.
it's all over you.
Well,
Stop that.
All
Ramsey,
right,
were
hold
you
up,
saying
Rams.
something?
No, physicist. Let Rams say his point, then you can go after. And then Jen, you go out next.
Yeah.
Well, my point is that nobody can be absolutely sure about this.
I agree. If you're being
And
honest,
if,
you
yeah, it's
go ahead, physicist.
No, I think I was just saying that Ramsey was saying something. Jen, were you about to say something?
Yeah, I was going to say that, $60 million a day and they can't produce a proper image of Earth or a video. I mean, that speaks volumes, doesn't it? $67 million a day this agency is getting. It's a waste of money. Children not yet born are going to be picking up that debt. And it's unfair for them to be paying a debt. That's not why they were born. They weren't born to be paying debts from liars.
nobody's going to be paying that debt back, Jen. Nobody.
Look, the debt is there. The debt is there. They're being taxed.
And it can just be deleted at the decision of anyone of someone. That's it. It's just it's just numbers in a fucking digits in a book.
Deleting at the moment, though, it's just increasing, and the national debt is increasing of all countries.
It doesn't matter. They don't care. They're just going to delete it at some point.
Printing of the money. The printing of the money is increasing way more than than they're spending.
I'm fully aware of that. I'm just dealing with the waste of money with the space, and also it is possible to know that the Earth isn't spinning and it ain't an oblate spheroid. We can work that out.
We could probably actually save a lot of money, I think. We could just save it all, just sort of, if we've ever got a question ever again, just ask Jin.
Oh, yeah, why not?
Yeah, there you go.
Well, this gets to the truth, gentlemen, because the truth is at the heart of a thing.
In the right places.
The truth is at the heart of a thing,
You have
gentlemen.
some truth to go on with.
Well, the truth is at the heart of a thing, gentlemen. It helps order the rest of the process. If we're trying to say that this is at the heart of it and this is what we need to focus on to get the right action or the right result, that would tend to be closer to the truth. The root from which all the other things that you're talking about are springing would tend to be the truth. So we need to dig down as deep as possible to find the root from which we get the shoot. Of the truth.
Remember, people have died as well.
Lemon.
Go ahead.
Hello?
Hello, I can hear you. Someone's called your name.
It's showing green for Citizen, but nothing's coming out. Citizen,
I think you might be muted or something, Citizen. We can't hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, whoops, sorry. My bad. Sorry.
That's better.
I think
That's better. Did you want to say something?
No, I thought somebody was calling my name, but I guess not.
Yeah, sorry.
I heard someone.
I got, it was me, my bad. I got cut out. Lemon, do you think Jin has the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
He sure has it about the tip of the earth. And there's a lot of wisdom.
No, opening, definitely.
A lot of wisdom in Jin. A lot.
Thank you very much, Lemon.
Let's get another riddle. We'll see
Thank
if Lise can close the gap.
The truth.
You guys ready? I just made this one myself right now. Exists unto itself, can be known but cannot know. Ever remains, always new, will never go. What is it?
The Earth.
Any other answers?
Soul.
Refraction.
So I heard the Earth, which I don't accept as an answer. I heard the soul, which I don't accept. What else?
Refraction.
Don't accept that. No.
Jeff Bezos?
No. What? Exists unto itself, can be known but cannot know. Ever remains, always new, will never go.
The creator.
No.
Okay.
But close. There's just one thing that doesn't apply to the creator there. The answer is truth.
Oh, right. We don't even know what the truth is. Look.
Just a really wordy question, the way it was put.
The truth exists unto itself. It can be known, but it cannot know because it's not, sentient. It will always remain. It always updates as time passes. It's always new, and it'll never go. The creator, the one that doesn't apply to the creator, would be cannot know. Of course, the creator knows.
Cannot know because he's always knowing. Yeah. I meant other people do not know is what I meant. You see, I applied that to other people. Other people not knowing. So I was nearly there.
Yeah, but saying that the creator cannot know, that's negative points right there.
No, I'm not
That's
saying he
damage.
cannot know. I'm saying other people don't know the creator is what I mean.
Yeah, fair enough.
The creator is all knowing. That's obvious, isn't it? Supposedly. When you look around you. In the natural wilderness, I mean.
So Jin, you don't have any concerns that you have a misplaced concretedness with this, with your understanding of truth as you see it?
Not really, no, because regarding this Earth thing and how money is being wasted, if they didn't go to, we know they didn't go to the moon. We know they're not going to Mars. So these all agencies are just wasting our money. That's what I think there. And I think that should stop. And then there's the wars that have happened, right? And the money we spend on weapons. That's another waste of money, okay? And then people are dying because of this. So most of us who are inactive here, who are not fighting hard enough to stop this, is allowing this to happen. So no, I'm not worried about my concretedness. I'm going to stand firm. Always do. Always stand firm.
Yeah, but I mean, you didn't say anything about the shape of the Earth then.
No, well, as far as I'm concerned, it's not an oblate spheroid. Spinning in space. That I do know.
But how can you be absolutely sure?
Well, I'm going by my experiences. That's how I'm absolutely sure. By my experiences. I have not
Other
seen
people
the
have.
picture. I haven't
You
detected
understand
the thing.
you can mislead yourself, I mean, you do realize that.
I do realize that we can make a mistake, but I haven't made a mistake so far. 60 years.
But how would you know?
I would know.
If you just.
I would know.
Well, that's the problem with it. You wouldn't.
I would know. I would know if I was on a ball spinning and being upside down. I would know. I would know this. Fucking hell. We're going against nature here. Natural law, not man's law.
Did you just say, Jin, you haven't made a mistake in 60 years?
What, about the Earth? We're talking about the Earth here and its shape. I made a mistake from the day I heard it was a globe. That was my first mistake. Not questioning it, but I was too young to question. So I kept on making that mistake until I was 53, and then it stopped. All right, there you go.
Just clarifying, Jin. Just clarifying.
Well, so I'm being honest. I made a mistake believing in the globe for 53 years, no evidence of it. So there's my big mistake there. 53 years. And bearing in mind, I learned when I was 6. So we could say 47 years. So for 47 years from my education, I thought the Earth was a globe spinning in the vacuum of space. But from the age of 53 onwards, I've confirmed it for myself to a level enough to know that we're not spinning now. And I know that. There's no mistake there at all. None. Zero. Very confident. I'd lay my life down on it. And that's bringing in all my 60 years of experience from my consciousness of being able to remember, let's say, from 3 years onwards, that my world has never been a ball spinning.
Could it be a ball not spinning?
It's not a ball at all because I haven't experienced the curvature. You see,
What about the South Celestial Pole?
I haven't experienced that. I haven't been there yet. Flat.
Okay, but you could see YouTube videos of it, time lapse.
Yeah, you don't have to
not
be
the
there
24
to address it.
Not the 24-hour sun. We can't. Not in the South Pole.
No, not the 24-hour
No.
sun. The celestial South Pole. The stars going around a celestial south.
Oh,
Yeah, 'cause that's one of my biggest questions. Is that one?
Yeah, I've seen that in YouTube, but I haven't actually seen it for myself.
Well, you don't have to
you
see
just
it for
disregard
yourself
it?
to be able to understand what it potentially means or how it could potentially be explained. I mean, have you even tried to sort of work out how it would be explained on a flat Earth model? Because I don't know. I'm lost on that one.
That's exactly why I need to go there. I need to go to Australia and let's have a look at it.
No, you don't, Jim. Oh man.
Well, I
You
do. I
don't.
want to see it with my own eyes still. It's one of them
Okay
things.
then. So it's there, Jin. It's there. All right. So now, how do you explain it?
Are you sure it's there?
Yeah.
So you've
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You've seen
100%. 100%.
Yes. I've seen it.
South, yeah, but it's not exactly in the same position as the North Star is to us on the North Pole, side.
What do you
It's not
mean?
exactly the same, is it?
What do you mean exactly the same? No, it's a different bunch of stars. It's the opposite direction.
Set of stars, yeah.
Not antipodal.
The North Pole's north. You know, this one's
Yeah.
south.
Yeah.
And the south.
Magnetically,
claims
maybe
celestial pole is
magnetically they're not
antipodal.
exactly in line. But
That's what I'm trying to say.
okay, you're
That's
just talking
not the
about a
point.
compass.
That's not
a
even
bearing.
the point. Like, how do you explain there even being a southern star celestial pole at all?
I
There
don't,
isn't
I,
a one
I, I
pole
don't
on the
believe there
planet.
is one. People are just calling it that.
No, there is. There's thousands of photographs.
It's
That's
not
a
up. Look,
pretty big
what I'm trying to say is this, yeah. When you look at the North Star, it's clearly in the middle of the Earth, yeah. The South one is not in the middle of the Earth, is it?
So,
You can't
so
say it's
what?
in the middle of the
That
earth.
doesn't even matter. That doesn't
what if
even
the-
matter.
What if the North one wasn't directly in the middle? Would that change the claim?
It's not an oblate spheroid, then, is it?
No, but it doesn't
No,
matter.
it's not what
It doesn't
I'm
matter.
asking.
The,
I mean,
the fact that
if
there's
Polaris,
two, whether or not they're in the middle or not, you know,
Yeah.
the fact that there's
Yeah.
two, you have to like work that out in your head. How could that possibly work? The fact that there's two celestial poles, whether or not the one is in the middle and the other one isn't, or maybe they're at 1/3 and 2/3 of the Earth. Who knows? The point is, how do you work out that there's two?
This is what I'm
Well,
saying.
how do you explain the south one? Yeah, I mean, the only way I think of it is as if you imagine you were inside a barrel that was rolling around, and you had a flat surface in the middle of the barrel, and you looked up at the top, which is the inside of the barrel, which should be your ceiling. Then you could make two poles that way, and it sort of looks similar in that way.
Yeah, I'm still not getting it. Then,
Yeah,
because
well,
I'm thinking.
The barrel sideways that's rolling, and it's flat
Show
inside the
me-
barrel, and you
Show
have
me on the firmament
I
on
don't
the
get it.
Hebrew cosmology where the South Celestial Pole is on the Hebrew cosmology.
what?
The dome firmament Hebrew cosmology. Show me where the South Celestial Pole is.
Why does it have to be on there?
Because that's what most of us believe.
Yeah, this is my point.
I don't know about that.
Well, I'm telling you, I'm a domer firmament, rotating firmament rotating stars. So
Kind of guy.
that's what I
So
said.
how do you
Show
explain
me on
the southern star trails?
Show me on the Hebrew cosmology the southern pole star.
Are you saying it doesn't exist in real life?
There is no southern pole star. The flat Earth has one rotation point.
Yeah, there isn't a specific star at the center, but there's a south celestial pole, as in stars are going around a center focal point.
No.
This is the thing. Northern Alliance doesn't.
I mean, you could say no, but
he thinks Polaris is at the dead center. So it's kind of a
Polaris
That's exactly what I think.
center of
Well,
the firmament.
yeah, in the north, in the center north or whatever of the Earth, you could say Polaris is there. But if you move south, there is a south celestial pole. Do you deny that?
Yeah, in the south, it's Sigma Octantis or something. I think that's near the pole, but it's not quite.
Yeah, I don't know why they're calling it a South Pole. I don't know why they're doing that.
It's a celestial pole because it's going around a pole, a focal point.
This is really basic shit, man. I mean, how can you not understand it? I mean, when you look towards the south, when you're say, I don't know, 60 degrees south or whatever, and you look up, you're going to see as a time-lapse photo that the stars are rotating around a central point in the south.
You're going by edited star trail videos?
No, you can see it with your eyes. You can be in Australia and look up at the sky and find the South Pole and stay there smoking your splifters or having a chat. And a couple of hours later, you can see it's described part of an arc pointing at exactly the center.
Can you
Not
see
edited
it
star
in
trials,
South America, South Africa,
eyeballs.
and South America as well? Can you?
Yes.
Yeah.
In fact, you can find maps, and all of the lots of maps in the south have it on their map. Brazil has it on their map. We've got it on ours.
And if you're at the equator, if you're at the equator and you look straight up, then you'll just see stars moving,
straight
in one direction across. Like you won't see the pole because you're, in the middle.
Well, it's the angular resolution of it all. The angles. Yeah.
Yeah, well, the rotations just get so wide that they look like they're straight lines, and they are actually straight lines right at the equator. And
then as you move towards Australia, the stars begin to spin on a pole. You're saying, yeah?
Yeah, they get smaller rotations towards the pole. Exactly, just like the north.
But there's no North Star per se, but
there's no South Star, yeah.
There's no South Star like there is a North Star, right? But there is a South point, like there would be a North point.
Yes, yeah, that's right.
I thought the North Point was Polaris, no?
Yes, the North Point is Polaris, but there is also a South Point, but there is no star to pinpoint.
Well, Polaris itself isn't even perfectly at the center of the North Pole. Polaris is like 0.7 degrees off of center. So if you have time lapse, you'll see that even Polaris has a very, very small, tight rotation itself.
Exactly. And we do have a star in the south that is comparably far from our south celestial pole. It's just that Polaris is a bright star, so it's easy to navigate via, whereas BQ Octantis isn't. So they're both fairly similar, unless you're saying because that star's a little bit dimmer than this other star, then it doesn't exist, which is...
I mean, it's quite a bit dimmer, but yeah.
It is quite a bit dimmer, but like to say there's nothing there is just wrong.
Yeah, we don't have the 24-hour sun. That's the other thing. That would go a long way to help as well, really. That would go a long way.
We're talking about the star trail.
Yeah, we need the sun.
We're not talking about that at the moment, Jin.
Well,
we're not talking about that, mate. We're talking about the stars.
I'm talking about the sun. It's part of the stars, isn't it? The sun is a star, isn't it?
Oh, mate. How can you not understand this? Seriously.
No, I understand the dilemma. How is it you can have a southern celestial star pole and yet not be an oblate spheroid? That's the problem, really. How do we explain that?
I mean, how do you explain that?
I can't.
That's exactly right. Welcome to the globe, June.
I'm not on a globe. No garbage, remember.
Yes, you are, because you can't explain it unless we're on a globe. So you just said it yourself.
No 24-hour sun, no garbage.
Unless you misspoke.
No spin. Thank you very much. So your stars do not an oblate spheroid make.
Yes, they do.
No, they do not, sir.
Yes, they do. The Star Trail shit on your parade, Jin.
It does. It don't shit on my parade at all,
And
mate.
yours,
I've got no
Bandit.
24-hour
Another
sun.
24 hour
Everything's
sun. There's
level
plenty
plain.
places that have 24 hour
Don't
sun.
go to curvature.
Good
Didn't go
buddy.
to Mars. Didn't go to the moon. We're not spinning. We're not flying for hurtling through the universe. You got none of this stuff, man. You got nothing.
I've got it all, Jin.
You got a long way to go, son. A long way to go to getting anywhere near this.
I think you have an extreme case of misplaced concretedness about this.
No, not at all, mate. Not at all. No evidence. Like I said, you have no evidence, sir. Zero.
You
None.
have a massive body of evidence, Jin. But
You
you
have
have
nothing, mate. You haven't got one shred that you brought here for it to be real. Your Achilles heel is you've got no coverage of that basic curve.
Explain the Star Trails then, Jin. If you've got everything, explain the Star
Explain why
Trails.
you can't
Go
show
on.
curvature. And
Go on.
why you can't show
Explain
the spin of this
explain the
surface.
Star Trails,
Why
Jin.
can't you
Don't jump
explain
off on 10
the
different
why
subjects.
is it
Try and stick to one.
you can't explain the
Come on.
fact
Star
that the
Trails.
what
Go.
is it? How do you have containment with that, pressure with that container?
You
You've
gotta
got to do
jump
these
around
things.
like a fucking frog,
Sectional
Jin.
thermodynamics destroys your poor.
But Jin, just stay on the one subject, please.
staying
With
on
the
all
Southern
the
Star,
subjects.
please, just a second, mate. With the Southern Star Trails, now that you've
show
understood
me
what
the
the dilemma
curvature, man.
is,
Why
oh,
don't
just
you
keep
show me
fucking
the
going, mate.
curvature?
Just keep fucking
Why do you
going.
not?
Yeah, he's fucking useless.
Jin,
Ranty crazy man.
Rams proposed a question to you, and your best is, I haven't seen it with my own eyes.
What's that?
About the Southern Star Trails.
You
And-
just
and
admitted
your
to the
answer-
dilemma. You just
your
admitted to the dilemma that
haven't
this
seen it with
brings
my own
up.
eyes.
And
yeah.
That's being honest. I haven't seen it with my own eyes.
Well,
So I
that's pretty
understand
much the
dilemma.
same as saying, I haven't seen Bali, so I don't believe Bali exists.
Yeah.
Well, that's ridiculous. That's
yeah,
ridiculous.
it's
That's
just
ridiculous.
just be honest and say you don't have an explanation for that. You don't know.
I've already said that. But then
Man,
you
you were
said,
saying you had
No, you
everything a
haven't.
minute ago,
I
Jin.
said I'm not.
You're saying you had everything,
I'm
mate.
reminding you that I'm not on a globe. Okay, I already said that, didn't I? I already said I couldn't explain it. Did I not say that? Did I not say that? So stop saying I'm lying. Silly cunts. Fuck. Already said it clearly, but I said you've still got nothing. Your Southern Star Trails do not an oblate spheroid make.
Yes,
Yeah,
they
your
do, mate. No,
edited
like
Star Trail
steroid, they make.
Show me the
videos do
fucking
not
spin.
prove nothing,
Tell me
really.
how you can have a container without a pressure without containment. These
Look
are
at making the
Look at
case for
that.
that.
Creating your own Star Trails with Photoshop.
Hey
Multiple
guys,
videos.
I just jumped back in. Is there a particular topic? It sounds like there's kind of a.
Oh,
intense thing going on.
I brought up the question about the Southern Star Trails to Jin, and we've been discussing that because, yeah, it's something that I can't explain. I struggle to even sort of conceptualize an explanation, and I wanted to know from Jin as if he'd, considered this problem as far as, explaining it.
Yeah, the context, Gio, is that Rams was saying, and I agree, that we don't know the truth of the Earth, right? We can't say one way or another with absolute certainty. And Jin was saying he could. So I floated the idea of the South Celestial Pole, how to explain it, and that's how they've been kind of going.
Oh yeah, I can't explain. I said I couldn't explain that, but it still doesn't mean I'm not. I don't know where I am.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that.
Well, exactly. That's what I'm saying to you. Is that I can't. I said it clearly that I cannot explain that, and I understand the dilemma, but it doesn't oblate. It doesn't make an oblate spheroid. There's still the curvature problem you've got, the spin that's not happening, and the actual second law of thermodynamics that you need to explain. Those of you who believe that the Earth is an oblate spheroid.
But that's fine. That's fine. Right. But if the discussion's about a South Celestial Pole, that's just a diversion. That's just a gish gallop.
I said no, it's not a gish gallop at all. because you said welcome to the globe. Then I have to remind you that your
I didn't say
actual
that.
celestial, you said what's not you in particular, but it was said welcome to the globe, and I said no, I'm not on the globe because your southern stars do not an oblate spheroid make.
But has
With the
anyone got
sun-
any ideas for why
you.
there's
Right. Stand my ground.
South Pole? And anyone?
Geo does. Geo has some explanations which are, I would say, at least responses to it that are better than many I've seen, and then some people hold to. Most people just avoid talking about.
Yeah,
it.
Geo.
Most flat
I
earthers
was just
avoid talking.
thinking like if
Geo told me a new one that I haven't heard before. He's
if
basically saying
you
that there's
just
5 celestial poles.
yeah, like a quadrupole with, but then
Yeah, quadra south poles, and then with the center north one.
one in the center. Yeah.
But the only way to debunk that would be if you get far enough to see 2 or more of the south poles, right? Or like looking at one, and then proceeding while keeping your thing fixed on that one, and then coming from a different one that someone thinks is a different one, where you're just following that first one.
Right.
So say seeing 2, say from Brazil and Australia at the same time.
Yeah, it's sort of you're seeing the same image in 4 fixed different locations. What I think the challenge, at least to my view, is you'd have to situate it due south of Sydney and due south of Perth and everywhere in between, and still due south of like the Solomon and Cook Islands and stuff way out.
Well, if it's all-
it's like it becomes really hard to situate 4 points equidistantly without having this glaring error where one whole continent or set of islands is being ignored.
Yeah, it would depend on your precision with your compass and what have you, right?
No, I mean you know what due south is. Like you can correct for the 12 or something degrees, but like due south, particularly if you're far enough south, is going to be way out. By every way I've tried to orient it. I did it one time on Jamboard, and every way you try to orient it, even with the 3 major land masses, one whole land mass misses it.
Yeah, but I mean, I guess they could say like the magnetic, magnetic attraction of the magnetic south is different depending on where you are.
Yeah.
Because it's not completely, homogeneous.
Right, but magnetic south and due south are different, and you can still find due south in a variety of different ways. So if your problem is with a chunk
without
of
you
those,
looking at the night sky, how can you find due south without a compass?
Gyro compass will do it.
So is that due south on a globe model or say a flat Earth model writing?
Wow, that's a good question, right?
That's what I was going to ask. Because when you see the southern celestial pole, are you seeing that above your head or over towards the at what degree are you seeing that? What are the degrees?
It depends where you view it from. If you go to Antarctica, it'll be directly above your head.
Really?
If you do it from Australia, then it'll be, I don't know, just a little bit further down.
Yeah.
That first part is a heavy claim,
Australia. I've seen it from Australia. Right?
Yeah.
And it's like on the horizon, if you will, looking south. It's not up in the sky.
I think it would be a bit higher than the horizon from Australia. I'm not sure.
A little bit higher than the houses and that, but not up above my head, 90 degree. It's not 90 degree.
It would have to be 90 degrees.
Well, apparently in Antarctica it would be.
What's
Sorry,
that,
percentage. I was just saying in Antarctica, then apparently it would be 90 degrees directly above you.
Well, if you're at the geographic south that they claim, but obviously we can't confirm that it even exists.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
And I'm gathering on a flat Earth map there'd be no South Pole per se.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, it would be a south ring.
There's a south region, right, but no South Pole.
Yeah, right. So this South Pole celestial star at Antarctica. Has anyone seen images of this? Because I haven't.
No, we don't seem to have 90 degrees, Polaris in the North Pole, so we can't really say that they exist with certainty. and they don't have like the treaties and stuff with the North. I'm sure
Yeah.
the Coast Guard would still stop you if you tried, but
Yeah, it would stop us because it doesn't exist. They're policing it good and proper. But there is an anomaly there, definitely.
I just think there's going to be some point with this physical world. There's going to be some point where this physical world ends and the laws of physics as we know them here are just not applicable. There would be what you might explain as supernatural type phenomenon that are happening outside of and beyond the boundaries of our physical universe. And so, like, is there a hard point as to where physics as we know it ends and then something else? You know, like,
It's all man-made, isn't it? It's a man-made concept, all this stuff. So this universe thing, are you sure that exists? The universe?
no, there's no such thing as the universe.
That's right. There's
Definition
no
of
such thing.
of a physical universe, Rams. What do you mean by that?
well, a three-dimensional space within which we can move around. So I can say go, point in a direction, and I can just say go in that direction, like until I reach the boundary of the physical realm. So, like in a computer game, it would be the edge of the game, you know, where just there's a wall, you know, and you just can't go any further. Like in reality, in our world, what's the equivalent of that, and what is beyond that or outside of that, or you know what I mean? I don't know. These are
No one's ever been there. It's just
well, that's sort of what I'm saying is that these laws of physics as we know them, if we restrict ourselves by them, then we restrict ourselves to the limits of those laws. You know, and where the world goes beyond, those laws of physics, or where the world goes beyond those laws, we cannot even comprehend because we're limiting ourselves to the physical, to physics.
I would say we just can't physically go there. We cannot physically go there. That's the limitation. We don't have the technology to take us to these places. That's the problem, you know. You've got to be honest with yourself. We can't really go there. It's not a place, you know. I mean, it's not a place you can just get in a rocket or any kind of vehicle. Let's go. We can't do that. They've lied to us about going to the moon, yeah, and Mars. These things are not happening. We haven't got satellites hurtling through the universe. Nothing man-made is out there. Nothing. To think otherwise is just letting your imagination run wild. Desperately wanting to believe. No evidence. Well, come on, speak up. It's true though, isn't it?
What do you call them, Jim, then, if they're not satellites? What would you call them? The things that we see moving above our head?
I've never seen anything moving above our head. It's just a light. Apparently, what I've heard, it's a light. So it could be anything.
So you just call it a light?
That's all we're going to call it. For what can I call it?
I don't know. That's what I'm asking you, Jim. That's what I'm asking you.
I don't know what it is. It's not. I
Yeah,
mean,
anybody who says they saw a satellite, I'd say post the picture of the satellite you saw in the live stream text.
Well, I've seen the light of what they call a satellite, and I've seen pictures of what they call a satellite transiting the moon. So it seems to be something. You can't deny that.
And some people can even show like that you can send data and receive a signal from from them in certain positions.
No, my point is when you see a light in the sky, it's just
phone. Sorry, dude. Go ahead.
No, I said my point is when you see a light in the sky, it's just a light in the sky, unless you can get a picture and show details.
Exactly.
Well, there seem to be pictures that show some detail, maybe not very clear detail, but they seem to show some detail.
Yeah? Well, you have to send me those
I've
images.
never seen it. I know there's fake pictures of the ISS going in front of the moon, which are clearly fake, but
Fake, yeah.
How do you know they're fake?
well, the math doesn't
The
work out.
ISS. Yeah, go on.
If you're 263 miles away, you would not see something the size of a football field.
Even with binoculars or a telescope or a Hubble?
No, wouldn't see it.
I don't think we're arguing how far away it is. I think the point being made is that there is something up there that we can see. Now we can see the light, and we have seen pictures of shapes that tend to represent what we're told the ISS looks like, if nothing else.
The other thing is those geostationary orbit ones. They're like 27,000 miles up, and then there's 60,000 miles up or thereabouts. That's a long, long way. You ain't going to see light from there, surely. Moving around.
Why not?
No, but you can get a signal, right? So
I don't know about that.
I don't know either, but I mean, you can take your mobile out to somewhere where you've got no like reception, but you can still use GPS. I've done that before, and that shows that your GPS signal is a separate signal from the actual telecommunications network.
Well, I thought it was until the ground positioning towers, because on each mountain there's a tower on some of those mountains as well.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. When you don't have any mobile reception, you can still receive a GPS signal.
I don't know how that's working.
There's a local fire here, a bush fire. Firefighters had to break into locals' houses to use the landline because there was no ground towers and their radios wouldn't work. So the RM decided to build more towers because they couldn't have the fire department breaking into people's houses to use landlines to communicate.
Yeah, well, that's like I said, that's ground-based communication. That's not satellite GPS.
Yeah, so you're saying they were hooked up to GPS, but they still broke into the people's houses to make phone calls?
No, they weren't. You can't use GPS to make phone calls.
I'm sorry, what does GPS have to do with phone calls?
Nothing.
So you're saying the firefighters had GPS on their cell phones that didn't work, but then they still broke into the houses to make phone calls?
No, I'm saying you can have GPS without having reception to be able to make a call.
But wait, what's Northern saying? The firefighters had GPS on their phones and knew where they were, but could not make a phone call.
Phone service.
They couldn't communicate. Yeah, it was.
So you're saying that the firefighters had GPS on their phones, but they had no service, so they went and broke into the houses to make the phone calls.
Yeah, because the GPS signal is separate and different from your, your actual mobile reception. The 3 or 4 bars that you get on your phone when you've got 2 bars, 3 bars, whatever. That's your reception to the mobile network. It's not your GPS.
So
just like you can have your GPS turned off and still make phone calls and receive and send messages and shit, but you can't have mobile network turned off and still send messages using GPS.
I don't believe that satellites
still
are
get,
up
but
there.
if you download your maps ahead of time, or even without, you still get an accurate GPS reading. If you've downloaded the map, it'll show you where you are. Otherwise, it'll put a dot exactly where you are. It just won't have any picture tiles to put under to show you where that is.
Yeah, I'm just saying that the GPS signal is a separate, different signal than your mobile reception for calls and text messages. And you can be out of range for calls and text messages, but still be able to get a satellite GPS position.
This is the thing. This is the thing. The thing that you're calling a satellite cannot be up there geostationary or orbiting. They're not the solid hardware, because every image of that has been CGI. So what we need to see
I
is
don't really care about that. I'm just saying that you can still get a signal.
Yeah, are you sure it's coming from the stars satellite up in space, or is it coming from
He's saying
the
it
ground?
doesn't matter where it's coming from.
Oh, it does matter, doesn't it? It does matter. Of course it matters.
Well, I'll have to
How
look
can it
when I
not, how
have
can
no
it not
service on my
matter?
phone.
How can
If
it
they
not matter where you're
they
getting
try
it
and
from?
triangulate me and
Stupid.
see if I have no service, but they can still triangulate me. Is that what you're saying?
Right. What are you saying
Oh,
exactly?
he said triangulate. Do you remember the quiz?
I'm talking about tower triangulation, because when they tell me where I am, sometimes they tell me I'm 4 provinces over. Sometimes they tell me I'm 100 kilometers where I actually am. So I'm in a big, vast dead zone.
Yeah, the fewer fixes you get, the worse that reading will be. But if you can see the sky, and that's a good way to test it too, like just go under something, even like a carport will do it, and test to see how many satellites you're getting a fix from. You can download apps to do it, and then step out from that. And for some reason, these signals you're getting correlate to how much of the sky you can see.
Yeah, like if I'm in the big
That's a
city,
decent test, dude.
they're probably going to tell me that I'm in the big city because I'm super close to the internet and towers. But where I am now,
No,
I'm
I just
dead
mean
zone.
switch off all of your cell stuff. I'm not saying about that. Go way out into the bush till you don't get any cell reception if you want, and then go undercover and see how many satellites it claims you are reading, and then step out in the open and see how many satellites it claims you're reading. For some reason, this thing knows if you are undercover from the sky and tells you can see satellites that are in the sky when you should be able to, and tells you can't see them when you shouldn't be able to.
Yeah, I'd have to look into some apps, but
Can we also just like acknowledge that you don't even need a cell phone to do GPS?
Yeah, I got an Iridium GPS thingy that can send messages via satellite, and you can do it without even talking to them. Just a GPS that's dumb.
My only point was that your GPS signal is a separate signal than the 4G connection that your phone, connects for calls and messages. Like you could take your SIM card out of your phone. Well, actually, no, your GPS might need that. I don't know if it does or not. Actually,
it does not need that.
So you could have your SIM card out of your phone, not even be able to make any phone calls, but you could still use your GPS.
Yep, many people do in their cars and stuff. Download maps onto their phone and then just mount that, use it as an in-car GPS when they've moved their SIM card to their new phone.
GPS doesn't even need the map data.
Well,
no,
yeah,
but
I mean,
you
it's
do.
not very useful to go, you're at this latitude and longitude, but I don't know what that means or where the nearby bridge is.
Yeah, it's you that needs that information.
Yeah, but I mean, yeah, I still think it's valid. Like when I was on my trip, I was riding and I just wanted to record my track data so that I could edit it into a video later. So I didn't need the underlying map tiles. So yeah, it just makes a squiggle, shows where you were in relation to where you previously were. And then it's when you import it back to a computer, it'll perfectly fit on the map.
You guys
Can it give you your position in 3 axes or just 2?
No,
3,
axes
okay.
and speed. Yeah, it gives
So,
that
I mean,
altitude and bearing and speed.
So then you could do that to do that test that I was considering about, having a device that records its position in 3D space and then travel a long distance, like from the east coast to the west coast of Australia, and plot your position, every 10 minutes or every hour on your journey. And then you could plot all those points into a visual graph, and you'd be able to see whether there's a curvature for the Earth or not.
Yeah, you would. I mean, like, I know you get this, Randall. I get a strong impression you get this, but other people wouldn't. A lot of people do that, and they go, but my elevation didn't change except for when I went up hills, because the elevation is like elevation above sea level, which according to the globe model is curved. So yeah, finding that it's curved.
The best place to
but yeah,
measure curvature uninterrupted would be obviously over the ocean.
Gin.
Yeah.
You're talking over the top. Quiet.
But yeah, if you it's in fact what Kosho wants to do, and then you could map if you got a sufficiently accurate phone. Like I've got a Galaxy S21, which can measure according to him down to the centimeter, and then you can take any journey and map it in XYZ and find it's a curve. So rather than mapping in lat long and elevation, map it in XYZ.
Yeah, because for most navigation, you really only need a XY information to do navigation. You don't really need that other axis. So that's why, yeah.
But it's quite cool for like Relive or Relive, I'm not sure what it's called, but it's like an app a lot of motorbikers use where they want to show you their path and they want to show you a particularly steep grade. So they put it over a 3D map, and yeah, all of these things will also give you an elevation change thing. So you can look for the steep bits and stuff.
Yeah, I think that's already been done for you though, those Brazilians did it, do you remember? They brought the latest technology to bear and they didn't find any curvature anywhere. They became flat earthers that day. 2018, I think it was.
Yeah, I'd like to make an app actually that people can download, and let's call it, where am I in the world or something like that, and it plots your position in 3D space relative to everybody else that has the app.
What GPS does? Oh, with respect to the app. Okay.
Well, yeah, but
he meant where in the world is Carmen San Diego?
Yeah, but I mean, yeah, your app is kind of different. So the phones would use each other to triangulate position. So if I had the app and you had the app and another dude had the app, instead of
you can
into a
see
cell
where
tower, it would
everybody
ping
is
to each other's
relative
phone.
to one another. Yeah.
That would be
And
smart.
if it turns out to be on the outside of a curved sphere, then so be it.
Well, if it's a
But I mean,
but you need to measure it. It still has to be measured. Not only that.
Yeah.
Measured.
But that would be a pretty cool app. You should actually
There's
do
a way
that.
to do that.
Do you know how to make an app like that?
No. But I mean, even that sort of data is available. I mean, the Navy would have all their buoys all around the world. I mean, the US Navy would have them all up and down the east and west coasts of the Americas, and that data would be able to, prove or disprove this this thing as well. If you could get that data.
If I could present that data, it sounds like you would believe it. But what about you, Jim? Would you believe whatever?
No, because
US Navy...
these signals don't work on a sphere. So it's all flat. That's the problem. It's all flat. Why would I be believing in that? You've got to measure the curvature.
I don't think there's anything that you could show that Jin would.
Yeah,
You would have to
but
show
that's my ultimate goal in life. I gotta prove to Jin that the Earth's a sphere. He's the only flat Earth I really care about having these arguments with. I gotta prove it to him. You're so defiant, Jin. Like you decide it's not possible even before,
Yeah.
the idea's been brought to you. Don't you?
That's
wouldn't you guys
experience
say that the flat Earth is kind of a belief to Jin because he's not willing to entertain any opposing arguments? It's just no.
Oh, it's fundamentalism.
It's
fundamentalism. That's exactly what it is.
It's not a belief, is it? It's knowledge. I've told you that before. It's not something I believed in the globe. I know the Earth is flat. Two differences.
No, you have faith. You have absolute.
It's not even faith. It's not faith.
Yeah, it is.
No, it's not faith. It's something that I know. I'm not carrying the faith. Don't put it to that. It's less. That's less than what I know. It's less.
You know that you believe.
It's late.
You know that you have faith. Yeah.
No, it's not even faith. Don't call that. Don't even put it there.
It is because, like I said before, nobody can absolutely know for sure.
I know.
Hey, Rams
So
and
what
Jen,
you
can I
say?
ask you guys a question real quick?
Yeah, go ahead, man.
Yeah, sure.
So I have a little quiz that I've been asking people, and you guys are kind of on opposite sides, and I'm wondering if you guys would answer the questions. And it's not something new. Northern Rebellion did it. He's opposite of me, and he can say more if he wants.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Yeah,
So,
go ahead. Sorry.
So if you guys are willing, I think we should do it like one at a time. One of you should go first, and then the other. And I won't provide much feedback. I'll just ask the questions, you guys answer, and then we can like talk about them after if you want.
Yeah, sure.
Jen, you want to go first?
Involve anyone else as well?
Let's just do you two guys, because it's best if like one person answers them and then another person answers them. I think if everybody like tries to answer, it'll take forever to get through. I don't know. Northern, what are your thoughts?
I would say like Rams is more of a flat earther than a glober, and Jin's a hardcore flat earther. So I don't know if that's the
So we
divide.
want like Jen and a hardcore glober.
Jin and riding, if they can, yeah.
Riding, are you game? Sorry, Rams. I guess you got disqualified as being too on the fence.
Yeah, that's all right, man.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
nothing against Rams. Like I said, just
Yeah, no. If you want a baller as an opposition to Jin for these questions, then yeah.
Do you want to drop down to live stream too, or do it here?
Do it here. Why not?
All right,
we can do it here.
So like, let Jen have the floor and trying to interrupt him. I'll just ask the questions, and when he's done answering, I'll move on to the next one. Are you ready, Jen?
I'm ready. Go on in.
Does light always travel in straight lines?
Light always travels in straight lines, but there are times when you have refraction and it can bend in the atmosphere. So it's a yes and a no answer to that one.
Can you feel or experience constant linear velocity?
On the earth that I'm on, I don't feel any linear velocity. But if I'm on a motorbike, in a car, a plane, yes, I can feel it in vehicles. Not on the earth as I stand on it. No, I don't feel any linear velocity. But if it was moving, I would.
Okay.
So the answer to your question is, on this earth, I don't feel any linear velocity.
Is there a minimum rate of rotation that you can feel?
0. I don't feel any rotation.
Is 1,000 miles per hour a rotational velocity?
It is said that is the rotation of the earth, but I don't feel it. And I've ridden up to 190 miles an hour, so I would notice, but no. So the answer to that one is it's what it said, but I don't detect it at all.
If I say pass the salt and you slide it across the table to me, it comes back to rest again. Why?
The power, the energy that I put into it to move it across the table has, obviously run out. And obviously it's feeling some friction on the surface of the table.
Okay.
So that's slowing it down. Its weight of the object itself as it slides across the table, the energy I put into it obviously runs out.
So it had kinetic energy while it was sliding. What happened to that energy?
I can't hear you there. Say that again.
It had kinetic energy while it was sliding. What happened to that energy?
Well, the actual weight of the object, the friction between the object and the table slowed it down. That's why it lost.
Okay.
That's why it lost its energy.
Can you have acceleration without any force?
No, you need force for acceleration. You've got to have inertia, yeah. So you need force. You can't have acceleration without some kind of force.
Is the pressure equal everywhere inside a closed container?
Is the pressure equal inside a closed container? Yes, it would be. Yeah. Depending on the type of container, I'd have to say, because you can have a container with a pressure gradient, which means there's less pressure. Yeah. So it would depend on the type of pressure we're talking about. Because if we've got like oil pressure in a cable, that's going to be constant, isn't it? Oil pressure pumping the oil through the engine. Okay, through a hose, for example. So it would depend. So yes and no for that answer, depending on the type of container. So it would be equal if it was, what I'm trying to say, it would be equal if it was like a pipe, yeah? A pipe with water pressure going through it. That's constant pressure all the way around. But if it's in like a compressor, then you've got a container there and there's a pressure gradient going on. And like in a can of spray as well. Okay.
Does GPS give you your position on the surface of the Earth?
GPS gives you your position almost, not exact. It is not exact, but it is on the flat Earth, yes. Not exact. It might be out a meter or two, depending.
What do I feel when I put my hand out of a car window while I'm driving down the road at 50 kilometers per hour?
Well, you're feeling your car going through the atmosphere. So what you're feeling is the molecules of the medium is hitting your arm, pushing your arm back, or you have to clench your muscles to fight it.
Do you call that pressure or force?
You are, because you're moving through the medium, your arm is forced against the medium. So you're forcing yourself through the medium. That's what you're doing. You're forcing yourself through. There is obviously pressure. Obviously, there's pressure because you can measure the pressure. If you had sensors, pressure sensors, you could measure how much pressure the atmosphere is exerting, or the car is exerting on the atmosphere, the medium.
What are latitude and longitude?
Okay, so latitude is east to west kind of meridian, and longitude is north to south, if you will. Supposedly on the globe, it's north to south, east to west. It runs horizontally. Is that correct?
I don't know. How does triangulation work?
How does triangulation work? Triangulation works by using 3 points to determine where your position is. 3 separate points, cross-reference to get your position, your GPS. So 3 satellites, and where those 3 lines cross on a map, let's say, determines where your position is.
How does trilateralization work?
Trilateralization, I thought it was the same thing as we just said. It's the same as GPS, same thing.
And the next question is, how does GPS work? And you'd say that's the same thing.
Yeah.
Okay. How do you personally measure the distance between cities?
How do I personally measure the distance between 2 cities? I've never actually done that, measured between 2 cities. I've never done that. So the only reason I know the distance is because I have used maps or GPS systems, and I've correlated that with the tachometer on my clocks. Okay? The tachometer on my clock, the speedometer and the mileometer on my clocks have told me the distances, and they worked out. That's the only reason why I know distances to the place. I haven't actually measured it, or you could say I used my car or my motorbike or my bicycle and traveled these distances that I've traveled to know using GPS and maps.
Okay. Are you familiar with the the black swan photo of the oil rigs?
Oh, I love that one. Yeah, that's
okay. How was the distance measured in that photo?
It was measured using miles, and I think that the location of the oil rigs are GPS. So you know that we know the distance from the observer of those oil rigs, GPS. Okay.
Okay. How do you measure weight?
How do you measure weight? Well, we use a scale of some kind. Some scales are hanging hanging scales where they're suspended and you hook your weight and it's on a spring and it's pulling down on a spring, registering on a scale, or a scale where you stand on and you're exerting some kind of force, your body weight, and it registers on a scale. And these numbers are collaborated, so what's the word I'm looking for? Are established standards, whether it's pounds, ounces, kilograms. It's all an agreed upon established, what's the word I'm looking for? Established standard of measurement. Sorry.
How do you measure mass?
Mass. Is mass measured by, let's have a look, the mass of something. By its dimensions and the volume it can hold, whether it's liquid or air. That's it, I think. When you measure a mass of something would be the dimensions of the object, and perhaps how much water it can displace can determine mass. And if it's an inner mass, then it's how much air or water it can hold gives you a mass, I do believe.
How do you measure temperature?
Again, temperature is measured either with a mercury thermometer of some kind, which again registers heat on a scale. Okay, how do I measure heat? Is that what you're asking? How do you measure heat?
Do you know what the mercury is doing in the thermometer, or how it works?
I mean, all I know is that the mercury is sensitive to the heat. So once you put it in, it expands, and because it's expanding, it's registering on the scale of degrees, centigrade or Fahrenheit.
Okay. How do you measure air pressure?
Okay, air pressure. Again, air pressure, you use an air pressure gauge. So, for example, if I wanted to pump my tire up to, let's say, 30 psi, you just attach the pump to the hose, to the valve of your inner tube, and then you press the button, and then you see the scale moving up, and there's air pressure. It says 30 psi. You stop, take the pump off, and put the cap back on the valve.
Do you know how that thing that said 30 psi? Do you know how it works?
Let's have a look. It's working off a spring of some kind, I would have to say. Spring loaded. That's all I can say.
Okay, and that's kind of the end of the best questions, but I have two more if you want to go on the bonus round. On a night with a full moon, is the moon the same size all night long?
I didn't hear that. Is it on the night of the full moon? Is the moon the same size all night long?
Yeah, that's right.
That's a good question. I would say no, it is not, because it's moving away from my location, and as it moves away, the size does change. I know because I photographed it recently.
Okay, and the last question's a little bit more complicated here. Picture a basketball, or soccer ball, and then picture a small hula hoop around the waist of the basketball.
Okay.
And then picture another hula hoop that goes from head to toe of the basketball. Okay, so with that picture in your mind,
west, so we got a hula hoop east to west and a hula hoop north to south, let's say.
Yeah, that's right. Now, with that picture in your mind, is there an angle between the hula hoops?
Is there an angle between the hula hoops? Oh yeah, there is. Yeah. Why not?
And what do you think that is?
Well, if I'm looking straight on with the hula hoop like that, I can see an imaginary 90 degree.
And that's the end of my questions.
Okay, thank you very much.
Does somebody else want to, perfectly a glober, want to do the same thing? Oh, it's a little unfair because you probably heard them now, but does somebody else want to answer?
Sure, I'll answer.
Eggshells, give it a go.
Yeah, I missed a chunk of them, but I'll answer.
Okay, so let Eggshells have the floor, and I'll just run through them again. Does light always travel in straight lines?
No.
Can you feel or experience constant linear velocity?
No.
Is there a minimum rate of rotation that you can feel?
Yeah. Oh, that I can sort of perceive.
Yeah.
Yes. Below a certain point, I won't feel it. Yes.
Is 1,000 miles per hour a rotational velocity?
No.
If I say pass the salt and you slide it across the table to me, it comes back to rest again. Why?
Because there was another force acting on it, which was friction.
It had kinetic energy while it was sliding. What happened to that energy?
It was lost or transferred into the table.
Can you have acceleration without any force?
No.
Is the pressure equal everywhere inside a closed container?
Oh, that's a tricky one. I would say no, there will always be a gradient, however small it might be. On Earth.
Does GPS give you your position on the surface of the Earth?
Yes.
What do I feel when I put my hand out of a car window going down the highway at 50 kilometers an hour?
Air pressure without a container.
What are latitude and longitude?
They are lines around a sphere. Lines of longitude say always the same length. Lines of latitude go from small to big at the equator to small again. They'll give us our coordinates.
How does triangulation work?
You start with an angle and a known distance, and you can propagate from there to find other angles or distances.
How does trilateralization work?
Drawing 3 circles and finding where they intersect.
How does GPS work?
Gets a reading from multiple satellites based on the time it takes a signal to pass in order to trilaterate or triangulate. I think it works on triangulation, I'm going to go with.
How do you personally measure distance between cities?
I just use Google Maps or something. Like a Great Circle route on a map.
Are you familiar with the Black Swan and the oil rigs?
Yes.
How were the distances measured in that photograph?
Using Google Maps.
How do you measure weight?
In kilos.
But I mean...
Oh, how's it measured on the scales?
Yeah. Do you know how scales work?
They're force measuring device. They're measuring the attraction of Earth's gravity on a mass by sandwiching it between where it's trying to go.
How do you measure mass?
It's resistance to movement. So I think you try to accelerate it and see how much resistance it has.
How do you measure temperature?
With a thermometer, seeing how much a given substance of a known rate of expansion expands under certain changing temperatures.
How do you measure air pressure?
With a barometer, I think is probably the best way to do it. But hang on, no, barometer only give you change. I don't know, actually. I think a barometer.
Do you know how a barometer works?
Barometer is it's got a resistance. So the ones I made back at school was a tuna can with a balloon over it. So you've got something of a known resistance or springiness, you could say, and then a certain amount of air inside it. And as the pressure outside increases, it will push in on the spring, making a little store of sticky tape to it go up.
On a night
so resistance to expanding air, I guess. Sorry, carry on.
On a night with a full moon, is the moon the same size all night long?
Yes.
And did you hear the basketball hula hoops thing?
Can you say it again? Because I didn't fully get it.
So picture a basketball and then put a hula hoop around the waist of the basketball.
Yep.
And then put another hula hoop around the head to toe of the basketball.
Yep.
Is there an angle between the hula hoops?
9 degrees.
Oh, and that's the end of the quiz.
How do we do?
I mean, I can't claim to have some sort of God knowledge of how the world works.
There's no grading rubric for the quiz.
Yeah, exactly.
They're just a series of questions so far.
Yeah, I mean, I can tell you a couple of answers that you got wrong, sort of.
Yeah, please.
Or if you wanted to take Wikipedia or something as a rubric of truth, I can tell you a couple of places where you guys were both sort of wrong. But
yeah, please.
I got some previous feedback when after asking these questions, I answered them myself, and the feedback was kind of negative. So I don't want to I don't want to do that again. But triangulation.
I'm very
I'll tell you.
comfortable with. Yeah, go.
Triangulation is when you have known points, and then you can tell the direction to a thing, but you don't know how far away it is. And so you just draw lines in those directions, and where the lines intersect is where the thing is. That's what.
Yeah,
triangulation
I said that's where you are. I said that's where you are. Your
Yeah,
point would be
and
where-
then trilateralization. Trilateralization is kind of like the complement of that. You don't know the direction to the thing, but you know how far away it is. So you could draw circles around the known points, and where the circles intersect is where.
So I got
the
that
thing
one
is.
right, the first one wrong.
Yeah, and then GPS works off of trilateralization, not triangulation.
I got that one wrong. Does it? I would have thought the timing tells me the. No, the timing tells me the distance. So you're right. Yeah, because the time it takes for the message to pass. Yep. Okay. That one I should have been able to get.
And then the one that no one has so far has like really answered the way that I think it should be answered, which I'll just say is the way I think it should be answered, is about how do you measure mass? Mass is the trickiest one. Basically, you have to compare against a known mass, and if you look up like the SI units, then you'll find there's like a reference mass stored in a vault in Paris. This has been the most frustrating one of all to try to define. So basically, you have
it's very difficult to define too.
But also to say you have to compare it to a known mass. How would I say that's different to like how do you know what a meter is? You need to compare it to a known meter, or how do you know what a known temperature is? You need to compare it to a known temperature.
Exactly.
Well,
that's weird.
You can like go. So my answer to that question is to just sadly tell you to go read about the SI units and how they're defined. And most of them they have attempted to define in a way that doesn't require that requires the fewest amount of empirical things. In the end, it's all boiled down to something empirical. The number of oscillations of cesium, whatever, effort time, like everything is ultimately boiled down to empirical things. But the SI.
This is why mass is so unstable. Mass is just weird.
Yeah, like that's why I have the question in the quiz, is because mass.
Can I ask a question, please?
Sure.
Can I ask a question? When I was at school, when we wanted to measure the mass of an object, we'd put it in water, and how much water was displaced tells us the mass. Is that wrong?
That's the volume.
That's the volume.
Yeah, when you were in school and you wanted to measure mass, I guarantee that they gave you a reference mass and you put it on a balance scale, and that's how you did it.
Yeah. I personally would have answered. I'm not saying this answer is correct, but to that mass question, I would have answered simply calculate the weight and convert the weight to a mass. But
a lot of people have answered that.
I thought Eggshell's answer was pretty good. Measure the amount of energy that it takes to accelerate the object.
I think I was trying to turn the definition of the thing into how do you measure the thing, which I think is quite often a mistake that gets made. Like the definition of gas pressure being, like the QE thing, or gas pressure is the force it exerts on the wall of its container. He's mixing the definition for the how do you measure it, and that's what I think I was doing.
Can I just clarify this? So when you're saying measuring the mass, you have another mass to compare the mass. So are you weighing the weight of the mass?
Yeah. What units do you for mass? What's the units used?
Yeah. I mean, I'm just gonna confess straight up. Like I included how do you measure weight, and how do you measure mass specifically for these reasons.
Right.
Yeah, Jin, imagine you have a balance. You have a 1 kilogram weight that's defined as one. I shouldn't use weight. You have a 1 kilogram. You have a 1 kilogram object. Its mass is 1 kilogram. It's defined.
Right.
It's what defines the whole system as the 1 kilogram. You have that.
It's the convention that you set. It's the Yeah. So
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
a
It's a
convention.
convention, but also in application, in practice, this is what you would do: is you put that on one side of the balance, and you put your unknown mass on the other side, and you use that as a measuring tool. Basically.
Well, there you go. Yeah.
Weighing, yeah. So like you're weighing it up, weighing up.
You're
It's like
comparing.
weighing.
You're comparing the mass. Using
How
the
did
word
we do it
weighing.
comparatively? Who won? If you put Jin's mass on one side of my mass on the other, which got a greater mass of correct answers?
Depends if you're
I mean,
asking
Jen
who's grading a
actually.
flat earther or a glober. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, I'm just like I'll give you the feedback. Not according to like my own answers to the questions, but just my experience so far. Jen is one of. He did great, and I mean, you did too. So neither of you answered everything the way I kind of think the question should be answered, like triangulation and trilateralization.
Yeah, I definitely
everybody
got that
up.
wrong.
Which I don't mean to ask those questions. And if you guys have feedback about the quiz, I don't mean to ask those questions in a tricky way. It's just I hear those words get thrown around, and I kind of wonder if anybody actually has any idea what they mean.
Yeah, triangulation, trilateration are really good because they're coming up a lot in conversations at the moment with the sextant arguments.
Yeah, I think it's really important that they come.
Yeah,
so
I mean,
the
those words do actually
triangulation
mean.
is about measuring the angles, and then trilateration is about distances.
Yeah, that is exactly right. If you hear people say triangulation, think I know the direction to the object.
Angles.
And if you hear trilateralization, then know that I know the distance, but I don't know the direction. And on the converse, if you hear people like mixing that up, I know the direction and like if you knew the direction and the distance, well then fuck it, you know where it is.
Yeah.
This is a bit
You must
biased.
remember though, all that's
Sorry,
happening on a flat plane. Sorry, it's all happening on a flat plane. That's
Of course, Jen. Yeah, a bit biased of me, but I would recommend throwing in like one or two questions about how the sky works, just because I like.
Well, yeah, I mean, I was going to ask that. Did either of you think any of the questions were unfair?
No, they were okay.
No, I thought they're all good questions.
Yeah, perfect questions.
What sky questions would you put in, Chronic?
I don't know the typical ones that both sides always argue about, just to see who test knowledge of actually knowing about what you're arguing.
Yeah, so it could be something like, does every star have a GP?
Yeah.
Or something like, is there any point at which a star doesn't have a GP or something like that?
Yeah, or the celestial poles, or it could be, pretty simple, but it's a good indicator of sort of if someone actually has that knowledge or not.
You have to make your own quiz.
It's important to me to not include like I tried to ask questions where like at the end it's really important that any flat earthers and globers both say, yeah, those questions are fair. Like I don't want to ask questions that are like super biased to one side.
Yeah.
That's what I was balanced. Balanced. You got a balanced scale there so far. That's what I would say. Your questions were fair and balanced and unbiased.
You could also do, I mean, I don't know how you do to get the balance on this now that I've started saying it, but I'll finish anyway. You could also do it like, given the globe model X, like so you're not saying this is objectively true, but within this model this is true, if you get what I mean.
Yeah, I can tell you in the 24/7 server, which I consider sort of trial by fire, that saying under this model, whatever that model is, like you're already done. You don't even have to. You don't have to go past the comma. Trying to like say we'll restrict this discussion to a certain model ruins the conversation. So I know that to be a failed lead in to a question.
Right. So
by the scars I have.
Sure.
The way you presented the questions was a fair way. It was unbiased. Just answer the questions to the best of your knowledge. That's it. And you did a great job. Thank you.
And thank you guys. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
It's been very interesting as a person like asking these questions to different groups of people. The answers I've gotten back have really surprised me, and I'm not getting the results I expected.
Hey, so
Well, why did you ask the question about the distance of the oil rigs from the shore?
Oh, because it's omitted from the picture. Like those distances are stated without any justification, and you're just supposed to believe them, and nobody even asks where they came from. It's just like, there they are.
I checked, but I checked.
Okay.
You see?
All right.
That's why I know the answer to that one, because it was done.
I have the Black Swan oil rig. I have a much deeper objection to than that. But
Why? Why?
Because the damn rigs are spaghettified by refraction, man.
No, that's not it
There's
either.
There's a bunch of other problems with it. It's if P is presenting the alternate view, it's
Logical
presenting the
fallacy.
Glober's view to prove it, which is not what Globers say. So it starts with a straw man. It goes if straw man, then and follows with another straw man. Sorry, not if P. If the Globers are something, the Q is just a straw man, in my opinion.
It's riddled
Well,
with.
look,
It's
I mean,
riddled
no,
with
hang on.
fallacies.
It's
can I?
fair because the Earth
Go
is
for it,
supposed to
Boulder.
be a globe. Hang on, please. The Earth is meant to be. We went to school and we were told the Earth is an oblate spheroid, and we didn't question it. So that's what it's saying. If the Earth is indeed an oblate spheroid, that's not straw manning, is it? If it is that, then it's that. Is it not? Come on.
No, but it's
Being
an oblate.
For Boulder.
Sorry, an oblate spheroid doesn't have a fixed radius of 30
True.
That would be a perfect sphere, so it's not oblate. So it's strawman.
Unfortunately, what we get given by NASA are oblate
Let-
spherical balls.
Let's have
You don't
Boulder.
get an oblate.
Can we have Boulder go?
Yeah, go on.
So the issue that I have with it is along the lines of what Riding Eggshells said, but not quite. Because I don't really like the word straw man. It's people straw man. These things frustrate me. But in the Black Swan photograph, it invokes Mollis Tollins, and Mollis Tollins is from the school of logic where things are extremely exact. And the Black Swan does not fully specify the P and the Q. And if it did, if it really did enumerate all of its assumptions in the P and the Q, then it would be a much less compelling argument. And the one really important thing that it leaves out, can anybody put in, I don't have it saved or anything, can anybody put that one that has the oil rigs and the Mollis Tollins, can somebody post that?
Let me find it for you just a second.
Yeah. Bearing in mind, that's not the image I use. I don't use that image. I've got a better image than the one you're going to put up now.
That's fine, Jen. But
It won't matter to what I'm about to say. It just will be helpful if I could speak towards a
the actual text. I'm not finding it. Just a second. Somebody just sent it.
It doesn't matter. Everybody has it memorized by now. So it says what everybody just quoted to me, but what it needs to say, the one, there may be others, but the glaring omission that it makes is it says, if the Earth is a radius of this and light always travels in straight lines,
yes,
then I should see these things. I don't see these things. Therefore, the Earth isn't that radius, or light doesn't travel in straight lines. That's really the complete Mollis Tollins of it. And omitting some of the assumptions is just wrong from a logician point of view. And I have a counter example borrowed from the 24/7 Discord if you guys want to hear it, which was great because somebody challenged me on this, and a flat earther challenged me on it. Here was their argument. They were proving Mollis Tollins to me. They said a fat man that weighs 300 pounds steps on a scale. The scale reads 300 pounds. Therefore, he's like a fat man. So if somebody steps on a scale and it reads 150, he's not a fat man, not P, not Q. And I said, well, you didn't specify whether he was standing in air or water. If we put that scale in a pool and he stands on it, then it isn't going to read 300 pounds, but he's still a fat man. You didn't list all of the assumptions about P and Q when you made the logical steps, and therefore your logical conclusion is wrong. And
sure, so there would
something
be a
else. I
problem
want to add something else to that.
mindlessly parrots this argument, or what?
I just want to add something else to that, which is if P then Q can only conclude not exactly as you said, not radius of given size. it cannot conclude that it doesn't have a radius or that it does have a different radius, right? So it is the most fallacious and most illogical point about it is to go, because it's not a ball of this particular size, it is therefore a totally different shape.
Right.
It's like saying,
Can I now have my say?
If I've proven this thing's not a camel, it is therefore definitely a mouse.
Right. Have you finished? Have you finished with the black swan slagging off? Here we go. First of all, NASA gives us the dimensions, and the scientists give us the dimensions of this Earth. It's a fact. It's a number. It's irrefutable. You cannot change it. It is not subject to your disapproval. 24,901 miles, 3959 radius.
So wait, hold on a second. I just have to jump in. Are you citing NASA as a trustworthy source? Do you believe NASA? They say trustworthy things, and you are willing to accept.
That's the number. Hang on. That's the number we are given for this Earth. Okay, and that's what we learned at school. All right. Now we're taking that information, and they say we live on that, and we take the images that they give us, which are perfect fucking spheres. They are spheres, they are. They're not oblate in any way at all. So we take what they give us and we put it on the Earth, and we do the measurements with the black swan. You can't start saying that we're wrong. The black swan is not valid. It's very valid, because even with your refraction.
Not following the conversation though, Jin. Please engage and listen to what the last person said.
I am
following
the
I mean, I've never heard NASA say that there's no waves, no tides,
look,
nothing.
everyone's interrupting now. What I'm saying is
straw
this,
man.
yeah? What I'm saying, I'm not straw manning anybody. What I'm saying is this. If they give us these numbers, that's the numbers they give us, and we don't see those numbers, and all we see is a level plane, what we supposed to think? What we supposed to conclude?
What numbers does NASA give us?
24,901 mile radius of your circumference of the Earth.
Of a perfect sphere, no topography,
That's what they give
nothing.
us, the number.
Static water.
The numbers they give us. I'm not arguing
No,
anything else.
can you cite
those? Those are the numbers they give us for this Earth.
No, they don't.
That's the numbers they give us for this Earth, mate.
They don't.
Okay?
You're lying.
It's the numbers we're given.
No.
We don't make. Flat Earthers didn't make the numbers up. That's for sure. We didn't make the numbers up.
They don't say that it's a fixed radius.
The point we're on now, Jin, is not about NASA or any of that business. It's just about whether that construction of logic is logical.
As far as I'm concerned, it's logical all the way, because if we take the numbers we are given and then we observe...
Please don't repeat yourself again,
We're
Jin.
observing...
We've heard this point. You just said it 4 times.
You're interrupting whilst I'm talking.
Let him finish.
You're interrupting whilst I'm talking now. I was talking. Now, if we take the numbers we're given and we plot it on the flat Earth, and we're seeing further than we should be allowed to be seen. If the Earth is indeed curving, what are we supposed to do? If it's curving, then we shouldn't be able to see as far as we do see.
Well, what determines how far we should see?
The size
on a
of
flat
the
Earth, you should see forever.
Curvature of the Earth.
Take geometry, just geometry, and on a flat Earth, you shouldn't have a horizon. I mean, it should be hundreds of miles away.
Sorry,
I'm sorry. The slide doesn't appear to me.
Oh, okay. Well, how do you know that on a globe you shouldn't see farther?
Exactly. If you're using a geometric argument to make one side, to say the horizon should be exactly at X location.
That is absurd.
Please, Jim, let other people speak.
You know that when you look ahead of you, there's the vanishing point and the conversion point. So there will be a horizon. You can't say there won't be. It's ridiculous.
No, but
I'm not saying there won't be a horizon. To say that this should be at X distance because geometry dictates it, straight up geometry, X, Y, Z geometry dictates it. Then to invoke something other than geometry to explain why I can't see Paris from the top of a tall tree, it's fallacious. Like either, well, not even fallacious. It's just not sticking to the same logic you use in one place to another.
Yeah, and if the horizon is a vanishing point, then you shouldn't see objects that are further away because they should have vanished already. But that doesn't work.
Yeah, we have to invoke bending light and refraction and all these other things to explain why things appear to be disappearing behind a horizon.
Yeah, look, we see, the fact is we see. When you finish, what we're seeing at great distances, okay, that's a fact that the oblate spheroid would not allow if it were real. This is your problem. We're not detecting any spin. We're seeing at great distance, like I said, and we've got air pressure when we shouldn't have it if we're in a vacuum of space.
See, it's
These
funny
are your
because,
problems
like,
that you need to
It's
solve.
common misunderstanding.
sorry to interrupt you, and I just want to make this point. It seemed like if you were to able to, you know, hold your biases, you can see it from both angles. That
He broke up there, didn't he?
We just
sorry,
missed,
my
lost.
button gets stuck.
All right.
So yeah, so you see it from the flat Earth angle that they're claiming an obstruction, but it's not. Right, it's not obstructing. Yet then on the opposite side, they're claiming there is an obstruction, but
That'd be the Globers. That'd be the Globers,
Right.
not the flat earthers.
One side is invoking straight geometry to make a conclusion of how far we should see. And then when we test the claim on the other side, no longer can we involve straight geometry.
We're using the curvature maps.
well, no, hold on a
right?
second. Oh, this is the point I was going to get to. Is that so? From the Glober side, they're saying they're trying to attack this no obstruction. You would be able to see everything. Yeah. So you can kind of see it from both sides in that sense that one's trying to say you shouldn't be able to see this because you claim obstruction, but then the other side saying you claim flat, so there should be no obstruction. You know,
There is
it's
no
a bit funny.
But there is no obstruction. That's the point.
Well said, Jim.
We're seeing all those distances. So
Yeah, we
goodbye,
don't see
Globe.
bottom
Welcome to
of-
the flat Earth, everybody. Earth is
We
flat,
don't see
flat Earth
the-
truth. Get on with it.
Oh, flat Earth.
Start spreading the news. Flat Earth. Go ahead. Be
Yeah,
quick.
we
Stop
see
smacking.
like less than 10 kilometers away. We can see ships that are now obstructed. from the horizon. So it is a potential.
So flat Earth now, flat Earth tomorrow. It was flat Earth
There we
yesterday.
go.
Flat Earth forever.
Total
You're all
hand
flat
waving
Earthers in the making.
of evidence. Just 100% denial. Just nope.
You're flat
Never seen.
Earthers in the making. It's not a denial. The flat Earth is here. You're living on the flat Earth. It'll be here forever. It's going to outlive you.
Geometry
You are
destroys
flat
the
Earth. You are indeed flat Earth, mate. Living, breathing flat Earthers.
There's the mental laugh. You are flat earthers.
You flat Earthers. Flat
Yeah,
Earthers.
you're an
living on-
atheist. You're an atheist, Jin, and a glober. We know that. I mean, it's just a matter
I'm
of
not-
time when
I'm
you
not an
wake up from your
atheist.
delusion.
I'm not an atheist, that's for sure.
Yeah, and I'm not a flat earther. Yes.
You're a flat Earther, man.
Nope.
So has anybody thought of other
flat
questions
earther
that
to
were
the-
missing from that quiz?
Well,
the
well,
quiz?
actually, just going
I
back
haven't heard
to
about
the Black Swan, I just wanted a Glober just to kind of clarify where it misaccounts for the globe claim.
So, the main bit for me, well, actually, I kind of want to let Boulder speak because he never got to say that what his main problem with it was.
I mean, sure, yeah, I'll answer. My problem with it is very like logically pedantic. Because we're invoking modest tolerance, and that is a very formal logical construction, then the P and the Q need to be exact. And if you don't enumerate every single thing in the P or the Q, then when you apply a modest tolerance, you'll reach a wrong conclusion. And what I mean by that in the Black Swan picture is it does require that light travels in a strictly straight line. If you want to apply the rules of geometry and say the horizon's too far away and we did this optical test, then it had to be that light traveled in an exactly straight line. So the correct statement, the correct fair statement would be if the Earth is a sphere with radius 359 whatever miles, and light travels in straight lines, then every horizon distance must be no more than what it says in the thing. That's the Q, not Q. Like clearly we can see farther, therefore not P. But the not P is therefore not the globe is the Earth is a sphere with radius blah 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 miles, and light travels in straight lines. So like either the Earth could be the wrong shape or light could do something weird.
Yeah.
Like that's the part that's missing, is that it makes this assertion, but it's not exact enough about its P and its Q. And if I took it one step further, I would just say, look at that crane, man. Light is obviously not traveling in straight lines.
Yeah, but listen. Let me tell you something else that you seem to forget. Yeah, the fact that those oil rigs are at a position that are immovable. They're not moving around. They're fixed. You can GPS their location. Okay, so regardless of refraction, if I had a weapon of mass destruction, I could destroy those oil rigs, and I wouldn't be taking any curvature formula or refraction. I'd aim, shoot, and destroy every day of the week. I would never miss. And I shouldn't be able to
Do
do
you
that.
usually shoot weapons of mass destruction at things?
Well, as being ex-military, what I'm trying to say to you is that if you give me my weapon launcher, I would destroy those oil rigs.
While you were when you were in the military, did you shoot weapons of mass destruction at oil rigs? Was that part of the stuff you did?
Those weapons were available, but I didn't use them. No.
So we don't know whether you could hit them or not.
I reckon I could hit them. That's the point. I reckon.
But you reckon, but
Even Jeremy
I could hit
reckons
them.
on
Yeah,
this
definitely.
point.
The technology within that weapon, I wouldn't miss.
Did you make the technology in the weapon?
No, I didn't make the technology, but I do understand the technology, and I know that once it's been brought to bear on those targets, I would never miss. I'd leave it fixed there all day long, not missing.
So even though you never fired a weapon of mass destruction and hit anything, you feel unambiguously 100% certain that you could, and experiment doesn't matter.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, most certainly.
I think another question
Most
you should
certainly.
add is, are vacuums empty?
Well, one thing
And
is,
what do you think? Are vacuums empty?
Well, no. Now, they might be close to empty of air, but that's it. What do you think?
So if I go with a rifle next to the beach close to the oil rigs, and I shoot the bottom of the oil rig, and one day it's hidden by water, do I have a line of sight to the bottom of the oil rig?
I'm not looking at the bottom of it. I'm looking at the whole oil rig, the whole body.
No, I'm aiming at the bottom.
Center of
and
mass,
let's say
largest
I'm
center
pointing.
of mass, over 10 miles.
Yeah, but you can't tell
I'm
me.
going to
So
destroy it, and I shouldn't be able to do that. But I can do it with ease. No
Oh,
refraction to
I'm
worry
asking
about.
you. So yeah, when I aim at the bottom of the oil rig one day and I hit it, and the next day my aim is into the water because there's water between me and the bottom of the oil rig. I still hit the bottom, I think, but I'm aiming at the water, even though I'm not hitting the water.
You see, what you don't understand is that, right? Once you set up your rifle at the target and you hit that leg and you don't move the rifle, you leave it there, you come back tomorrow, you're going to hit that leg because the rifle hasn't moved. The oil rig hasn't moved, and the rifle hasn't moved at all. Not a single degree. It's locked in its position. So it doesn't matter what the weather's doing, that oil rig leg's going to be blown. But if you unpack the rifle, pack it away, and come back the next day now, then yes, your aim might be off. Due to the atmospheric conditions, your aim might be off. I'm not doubting that. But the fact is, I'm not. Of course not.
You are, because you're saying that if the Earth has a radius of X, then no horizon distance could be further than X.
No,
You're
I'm not saying
assuming.
that. I'm not saying that.
So you don't accept the black swan. Oh, good then.
I'm
Okay,
talking
then I have
about the oil rigs at this point and how I would never miss them. regardless of refraction or whatever you're talking about, it's not going to stop me hitting those objects, those oil rigs, right?
Yeah.
And the point is,
Yeah, it
I
doesn't
should
matter
be
what
able
you
to do
see.
that on a globe. On a globe, yeah. Where's your geometric horizon? Is not there. These are the things we're arguing about.
Well, it is there. You just said that
It's not
you
there.
would
Your
aim
geometric
at
horizon is not
the
there.
yeah. When you aim at the bottom of the oil rig, one day you'll see it, the next day you don't, but you still
Yeah,
hit
but
it.
you
So
might not see it the next
what
day.
you
You
see
might not
is
see it.
irrelevant. Yeah.
Off. I said you might miss it. I didn't say you would miss it for sure. I said you might miss it. So
No, you
it
didn't
depends
miss
on
it.
the
I said
atmospheric
that you
conditions.
wouldn't miss it. If you fix the gun, it doesn't matter what you see, you will hit it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry? Say that again.
That if I go there and aim at the bottom of the oil rig, shoot there and hit it, then I fix the gun, and I come back the next day, the gun is fixed there. It doesn't matter what I see, I will still hit the bottom.
Absolutely.
Yeah, because what we see isn't always what it actually is, because there's refraction, which
Well, we
you
know that
denied
we
in
know
the Black
we know
Swan
that there
argument.
is some degree of refraction happening
Yeah.
on a daily basis, depending
Yeah,
on
look at what Terry
the
posted.
atmosphere is changing. The atmosphere changing by the minute, by the hour. It changes all the time. My point is this: yeah, you've got no geometric horizon because we're seeing beyond it. Okay, we're seeing beyond your 1.22 miles. That's your
Yeah, and
problem.
we don't see far enough on your infinite miles.
No one's claiming infinite. That's what you claim. We never claimed that. You're putting a claim that
Okay,
we've never
so
made.
how far is it?
We've never made a claim on infinite infinity. We've never made that claim. So
Infinite.
we've never made any. We don't make any such claim. So you're lying.
Sure.
Okay.
So how
you're
far?
lying to suit
How far?
your silly
How far?
narrative. You silly little
No,
flat
you're
earther.
lying.
You're a
Yeah,
silly little
so
flat earther.
okay,
Yeah,
atheist
we've never
Satan.
heard infinite plane before.
Yeah, never heard infinite plane. So what's the
you're just a flat out liar, dude. You mentioned infinite. You're a liar. It doesn't seem fair, Jim. Come on, buddy.
I've never
yeah,
mentioned infinite. I never said infinite.
how far should
I've never used those words.
Sure, but flat earthers have.
Well,
How far
that's
should
the pleasure of being able to be a flat earther, right? Because one of them can say one thing, another one can say another, and nobody can ever hold anybody accountable for shit.
Yeah.
I've never said that in my life. I've never said we can see to infinity. I've never said that.
So, Jin, how far should the geometric horizon be on a flat earth?
Well, would not the question be like?
Your spherical ball. So you tell me on your ball.
Oh, so you can't answer. Okay, fair enough. That's debunked then.
What an idiot! Silly question, you silly little flat earther, you.
Hold on,
Jim. I thought you were the victim a little while ago when you said I called you an idiot when I didn't. Now you're calling him an idiot. And what's going on with you today, buddy?
I said you silly little.
I mean, Jin
I called him a silly little
Jin
flat
has
earther.
zero standards and no.
I called him a silly little flat earther.
I'm just saying, man, if you want to start, you shouldn't have pointed and focused on me because now I'm going to focus on you a little bit, and you really need
You
to
can
fucking
focus
take
on me as
some
much as you
personal.
like, man. I can take it.
Take a little personal inventory, dude. Don't call people an idiot if you don't like it yourself. Golden rule.
I didn't call him an idiot. I said he's a silly little flat earther, you.
I mean, that is flat earthers.
So
might be
nothing
idiots,
different than that.
But yeah, Jin, how far is the geometric horizon on flat earth?
And then I said that's an idiotic question.
So it's an idiotic question to ask how far the geometric horizon is on flat earth.
On your globe, it doesn't exist.
No, on flat earth, I'm talking about flat
On
earth.
your globe, it doesn't exist.
No, but I didn't talk about the globe.
For your globe, for your 24,901 miles. Okay.
So how far away is the geometric horizon on your
1.22
flat earth?
miles doesn't exist.
Well, the geometric horizon, gentlemen, was
about 12 booster shots away.
Well, the horizon, gentlemen, is not a hump of Earth curve in that sense. It is where the sky and the ground appear to meet.
So that's your geometric horizon on flat earth.
It's not geometric in that it's actually blocking what's beyond. It's not an actual obstruction. It is just where the ceiling appears to meet the ground and the two visual zones appear to merge together. The limit of how far you can see over a flat plane, nothing physical in the way, gentlemen. If you shoot a laser at it, you'll be able to poke through this supposed Earth curve and hit the target, no problem.
Who wants Fifth Assist to answer the quiz questions?
Oh yeah, that'd work. That'd be
I
good.
haven't heard about what's the quiz question thing. I haven't heard.
Are you
about
about to hear him?
Well, I don't know. Does Fifth Assist want to take them?
Sure.
Yes, he will.
Hey, we should do him. Grim, have you heard these questions?
I wasn't here for that. I'm just waiting on. Well, we can take them together.
Well, it's better. It's better. I think it's better one at a time. But you guys decide. I don't know. Or maybe we're bored of it.
Yeah, one-on-one is best.
I'll just listen for a minute since you asked him first. I don't need to be greedy.
Okay, and Jen, you moderate. Okay, so if I am not fair, you call me out. Deal?
Yeah, deal. Yeah, but you were fair all the way, so I shouldn't have to interrupt. Just ask him exactly the same way you asked us. No problem. Go ahead.
Pithecus, is that the way to say your name?
Sure.
By the way, I was previously called Sisyphus, so it's kind of funny. But anyway, here we go. Does light always travel in straight lines?
More or less, yes. Curves occasionally if you shape it in the form of a laser, but more or less light goes straight to the eye, yes.
Can you feel or experience constant linear velocity?
Yes.
Is there a minimum rate of rotation you can feel?
One would assume, yes.
Is 1,000 miles per hour a rotational velocity?
At the equator.
If I say pass the salt and you slide it across the table to me, it comes back to rest again. Why?
Eventually, it loses its energy to the ether. To power the movement of an object, it needs to absorb energy from the ether and/or release energy from the ether to come to rest. Eventually, an object gives up its energy to the ether and comes to rest. If it doesn't have enough energy to fly, float, or keep going, it will stop unless supported. If it's supported, it will stop on the surface or just keep going until it goes to its respective charge layer, at which point it would float or just keep descending or ascending until it attains its proper layer.
Okay, my turn.
No, hold on. No, don't do that.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. His answers are not.
It had kinetic energy while it was sliding. What happened to the kinetic energy?
It was absorbed by the ether.
I'm gonna deafen so I don't hear his answers anymore.
Oh, it's a good idea.
Yeah, and then you don't hear the questions. So, can you have acceleration without any force?
Wait, how will I know when it's over?
By
though?
vibration.
I'll message you in text.
Vibration would be the force, but if you're talking about like a pushing force, no, it would be like the force of vibration. Everything's always in a state of vibration. So technically, yes. It just depends on how the vibrations sum together, aka the fields. But I guess technically, no. I guess I'll go with technically no.
Is the pressure equal everywhere inside a closed container?
No. It'll be separated by charge layer into gradients up and down.
Does GPS give you your position on the surface of the Earth?
On a flat surface, yes. Ground towers with satelloons overhead.
What do I feel when I put my hand out of a car window while I'm going down the highway at 50 kilometers an hour?
The wind, or more accurately, the ether mixed with particles, aka the wind.
Would you call that pressure or force?
Force would have to be making you move. I think that would be the pressure against your hand, which could be a force. I guess I'll go with pressure.
What are latitude and longitude?
Latitude's concentric circles around the central North Pole, radiating outward toward Antarctica, the Antarctic Circle. Longitude are straight lines that go radially out from the center like pie slices.
How does triangulation work?
Three things around an object surrounded, and you make triangles connecting the objects that surround the object. And whatever you're trying to locate is more or less in the middle of those triangles. It's a way to get a rough location based off of three things that surround an object in a triangle, and the object being more or less in the middle of said triangle.
How does trilateralization work?
Similar. Satelloons go overhead around the object along with towers and give you a rough location in the middle of the object. Multiple, at least three satelloons and or towers and or multiple.
How does GPS work?
Ground towers and satelloons giving signals. Mostly ground towers. The rest is a dome bounce, satelloon bounce, etc.
How do you personally measure the distance between cities?
We go off of Google. They go with a ground model. I just flatten it out and put it on a flat plane.
I trust you're familiar with the Black Swan oil rig picture.
Black Swan.
How were the distances measured in that picture?
People probably sailed out to it and took out a stopwatch. Otherwise, they probably went off the globe model and did a bunch of sine formulas to get a rough estimate or something to that effect.
How do you measure weight?
You see how much pressure it pushes against the scale. Otherwise, if it doesn't make pressure against the scale, you put it inside something else that does, for like air. Otherwise, you do a bunch of calculations and stuff like that to see how much space it takes up or how much force it takes to move a unit of something.
How do you measure mass?
Similar. How much energy it takes to move something, how much space it takes up, and or how much pressure it puts on a scale.
How do you measure temperature?
You get a thermometer and see how much the marking of the alcohol or the mercury is when the liquid goes up to a certain, marking.
How do you measure air pressure?
Barometer.
On a night with a full moon, is the moon the same size all night long?
As far as I can tell, yeah, more or less.
Okay, and last question is a little bit more complicated. Picture a basketball and put a hula hoop around the waist of the basketball, and then put a second hula hoop around the head to toe of the basketball. Can you picture that?
Yes.
Is there an angle between the hula hoops?
90 degrees.
That's the end of my questions. So the other guy, I don't remember who that was.
Yeah, sure. I'll get him. He's gone.
Yeah, he went a while ago.
So
I was trying to answer those questions in my head, and I was trying to work out the hula hoop one.
Yeah, there was one actually that I wanted to give feedback on the wording of it, and I've forgotten. I'll listen again this time.
It's taking a circle and cutting it into 4 pieces. Each pie slice would be 90 degrees, 90, 180, 270, 360. So it should be 90 degrees between the hula hoop that goes up, down, and the hula hoop which goes left, right. That's another way to think of it.
Is Pete Electric University?
No, Pete's somebody else.
Sorry,
Pete
I'm fairly new here, so like you guys humoring me is awesome.
He's all sorts of university.
What did you say? Us guys hearing you is awesome?
No, I said Pete is all sorts of university.
Yeah. But what were you saying, Boulder?
Oh, I said I'm very new to this server, so you guys humoring me is awesome.
No, it's pretty nice here. Like you said, 24/7 it can be a baptism of fire. Gems, it can be a baptism the other way around.
Yeah, people say gyms. I've never been there, and I don't know if I want to.
You don't want to go there. It's like globe earthers that act like flat earthers over there. You don't want
I
to
don't
be
think
there.
you'll ever get these questions out over there. Not a chance.
Yeah, people would stop you and they would say, "No, you're answering it wrong," and like you wouldn't be allowed to do this over there.
Nice
And
to get
I
out.
feel like
That's
I feel like it's important to not interrupt the person answering the questions and just let them answer.
Yeah.
What do you
Can I
mean by
ask you
that,
a question
Joe?
regarding your
Globe
questions?
earthers
Yeah.
acting like flat earthers. Sorry.
I meant that you know how not all flat earthers, but you know how they act in 24/7, right, Benson? Like 24/7 is a special type of flat earther that you find there, and the way they all act in unison, like a hive mind. It's kind of how the globers act in gems. They're all on
Yeah,
the
it's
same
called
page. No one has.
fundamentalism.
Yeah, they're all exactly fundamentalism. They're all on the same page. No one sways or deviates from the script. No one is brave enough to say their own ideas. You know.
Oh, really? Okay. Then.
Well, I can honestly say I've never had anyone pounce on me in here, so far so good.
It's coming, Terry.
Yeah.
Can anybody
Yeah.
get Electric University to come back? Because he seems
Yep.
opinionated, and I'd love to hear his answers.
He's good
He would. He would give most of the. I don't know where he is.
Yeah.
I don't think he'll get much further.
He's entertaining.
I
could
think
try
he'd
the
get
answer.
mostly the same as a globe answer because he's electric universe, and that's.
Hello, check.
But I was surprised by how Lemon and Jin gave very different answers. You know,
Yeah.
Lemon gave very flat Earth answers, while Jin was a lot more.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, Mo, I think
Who's
Mo's
Lemon?
online. Do you think
Lemonbird was answering the questions, the quiz.
Yeah, physicist, whatever. That's Lemonbird. Sorry, yeah.
Oh,
So
okay,
he
okay.
gave very flat Earth answers. You know, he invoked ether, all this funny woo woo. But Jin was very unflat earthy. It was surprising to see that.
No, Jin
There's,
sounds like a smart guy to me.
there's a guy called Flat Earth Solar from the 24/7. He's South African, and if someone could reach out to him and get him to come here, it'd be awesome, man. Because he's a cool bloke. He's a flat earther, but he's a good character.
Is he the guy that's over on Gems a lot, or he was over there last time?
Yeah. And they just fucking pile on him, and then like he can't even get a word in, and then fucking Gem goes off his melting one and talks about his fucking life story, and it's fucking gone. You know?
If it's the
But I've
same
tried to
bloke,
talk with Solar. I've tried to
if it's
talk
the
to
same,
him. And, I'm sorry.
if it's the same bloke I'm thinking of, he doesn't give an answer. He just sort of preaches on for sentences and sentences up for pages, and you can't get an answer in.
Yeah.
You thinking data? Because that might be describing flat Earth data rather than flat Earth solar.
Oh,
no, not flat Earth data. No,
Sorry,
that's
man.
the other guy.
Before we go on, could I really fast interject real quick, please?
Go for it.
Sure. Thanks, man. So, Mr. Roland, my Boulder, I would like to ask you a question regarding one of the questions you had on your list relatively on the beginning.
Okay.
I don't know what you said exactly. Maybe you could repeat it so we all got it. It was regarding feeling constant motion.
I had two questions about that. I can repeat them both. I have them written down, so when I ask them, I'm just reading from my piece of paper here.
Yeah, sure.
I had two on that, and I don't know which one you're referring to. Can you feel or experience constant linear velocity?
Ah, yeah, that's the one, sure. So, thinking that a step further, would you imply by that the often confused topic regarding inertial reference systems and feeling the Earth's motion? Because in a way, I think this refers to that, you know, like if we would expect to have acceleration or motion.
I don't know if I understand what you're saying.
I get what you're saying, but I think you're getting a little too deep into it for the audience.
Yeah, it's a very basic question for a basic answer. Just yes
Yeah.
or no. Do you feel it or you don't?
Constant linear, like saying constant.
Another way that I had thought about posing that question was it just got very wordy, but the idea is if you and I got on an airplane and took a flight somewhere together, and then 30 minutes into the flight or whatever, we're at cruising altitude and we're doing whatever we're doing. Could you tell how fast the plane was going? And 60 minutes later, the traffic controllers have told the pilots a different speed. So now we're going like a different speed. Could you tell a difference? Like I know when we change speed, you could tell a difference, but could you ever guess what
Yeah,
speed the
sure.
plane was going?
Sure. I get where you're coming from.
No, you
And
couldn't.
the thing is, where I'm trying to go with this is that this is often an answer which is given when asked why we don't feel the speed of the Earth and its rotation and so on, you know? I get the train example or this plane example and so on, you know? And this refers to inertial reference system where the acceleration is 0 because it moves in constant rectilinear motion. But in terms when we speak of the Earth, it's in principle not applicable to this case because the Earth is in a rotational motion, not alone on its axis, which causes day and night, but also around the sun, and also moves in accelerational motions because of Kepler's laws. And to consider such a system as an inertial system where we can say acceleration is 0 because we move in rectilinear constant motion is in a way being pretty specific here, not valid. So it was quite painful to listen to his answers because he got even that wrong, I think. But yeah, I just wanted to point that out to avoid confusion.
I just want to. I want to. I want to say, like, I've asked this question to a couple dozen people now, and I can tell you that the answers have sometimes been painful, and it has been hard to say nothing, and that doesn't apply to flat earthers only. Globers have given me some really retarded answers, in my opinion. So yes, it has been very challenging to me asking this quiz to shut up and let people say whatever they say. I don't want my opinions in it. Like I just want to hear how people answer and how people make sense of the world.
Yeah, it must be so tempting to want to say something.
Well, he asked, "Can I tell if we're moving?" That's it. If people can tell movement, and based off of the way that it's asked, without any other context, like whether the Earth is moving or whatever, what the normie answer to that is, I would say yes, you can tell when you're moving. So that was my answer. I could give the normie answer, which is supposed to be no, you can't tell whether you're moving. You can only tell if you're accelerating, whatever the hell that means. But even that statement becomes meaningless if everything's in a state of vibration, which is moving back and forth, aka accelerating back and forth. So even that to me is a meaningless statement if everything is in vibration.
Getting worse and worse.
So you asked me, gentlemen, how to answer it, and I will answer it the way that I see fit. I know the normie answer, and frankly, I reject it. So if you want normie claptrap for a test, sure, but that's not what I believe.
I, for one, am glad that you answered according to what you think.
Somebody's roboting. Who is that?
I think it's Jen roboting.
Yeah, it's Jen. Can I take a jab at the question?
Me, I think. Is that Jin CBR1? Is it me roboting? Yeah, it's
Oh,
me.
no,
Yeah.
man. You can't do it, man. Loud.
I just can't.
Well, I guess you can if you really want to.
Yeah, I could if someone wants to ask the question.
Roll in.
Which question or all the questions?
Oh, why not all?
Do you guys want that? You want me to go from the top?
Mailman's gonna
Go on.
if you don't.
Just try and give nice, concise, short answers.
Yep, that's what I'm about to do.
Sweet. Perfect. All right, let's go.
Okay. Does light always travel in straight lines?
Well, there's refraction, so no.
Can you feel or experience constant linear velocity?
No.
Is there a minimum rate of rotation that you can feel or experience?
Yes.
Is 1,000 miles per hour a rotational velocity?
No.
If I say pass the salt and you slide it across the table to me, it comes to rest again. Why?
What's the ending of the question? Cut out.
If I say pass the salt and you slide it across the table to me, it comes back to rest again. Why?
Because you stop the motion, or you stop the motion of the salt.
It had kinetic energy while it was sliding. What happened to that energy?
Oh shit! Converted to fucking heat in your hand.
Is the pressure equal everywhere inside a closed container?
Not in reality or in practice.
Can you have acceleration without any force?
I'd say no, because of the definition of a force.
Does GPS give your position on the surface of the Earth?
Yes.
What do I feel when I put my hand out of a car window while I'm going down the highway at 50 kilometers per hour?
The gas, molecules, wind.
What are latitude and longitude?
They are like coordinates, or the coordinates of the Earth.
How does triangulation work?
You get 3 points. Oh, hold on, triangulation. I always get mixed up with trilateration, but I take 3 points on the surface, and the meeting of those 3 sort of equal circles.
And I apologize, but how does trilateralization work?
I think it's trilateration. Yeah, I'm not good with the difference between those two.
How does GPS work?
It has satellites, and it sends signals from those satellites into your receiver, and based on the time that those come, it will tell you your location on 3D space, I'd say.
How do you personally measure distance between cities?
Personally, you just use the odometer in my car.
Are you familiar with the Black Swan oil rig picture?
Yeah.
How were the distances measured in that picture?
There were no distances measured.
How do you measure weight?
With a scale.
Do you know how a scale works?
Sort of, yeah. Measures a force.
How do you measure mass?
I don't think you can measure mass. I think you can just calculate it.
How do you measure temperature?
With a thermometer.
Do you know how a thermometer works?
Yeah, the density of the liquid changes depending on the heat that it has, or the energy.
How do you measure air pressure?
With a barometer.
Do you know how a barometer works?
The weight of the air column above the barometer is pushing down the liquid in the barometer and pushing the surface up in the tube.
On a night with a full moon, is the moon the same size all night long?
I would say no, because it's always changing the distance very slightly. So no, but for practical purposes, yeah.
So now, the last question here. Picture a basketball or soccer ball or something. Put a hula hoop around the waist of the basketball.
Yep.
And put a second hula hoop around the head to toe of the basketball. Can you picture that?
Yep, like perpendicular hoops.
Is there an angle between those two hula hoops?
Yes.
And what's that angle?
It's 90.
And that's all my questions.
Okay. Yeah, the triangulation and trilateration is. Yeah, I don't get that. I need to look for it too.
Moved by Pressure asked what I do with the answers. Moved by Pressure, I write them down, although I have a lot of people answer the same way, so I don't have to write much down anymore, but I keep track of answers that surprise me. And mostly the thing that I do with the answers is get a sense of how people participating in this discussion understand science and understand the words that they use. And honestly, the answers I've heard have really blown me away. I've been totally surprised.
Do you know the? Have you looked at the correct answers, like according to flow physics?
I didn't ask any questions that I don't feel like I have personal answers to, but I don't want to like put myself in some kind of position of authority where I can tell you what the right answers are. If you want me to answer these questions, I will. And I think my answers are correct, and I've researched all of these questions in my own way. But go ahead.
Let's hear you answer the questions.
You want? So I actually did that once before, and I got a lot of negative feedback that I felt too condescending and confident in my answers.
That's fine. I don't think people are going to do that here, but Nate would love to ask the questions.
Yeah, so I mean, if somebody wrote them down, I can either read them off my sheet, or if somebody wants to ask me, I'll answer away.
No, I can't be fucked. I'm doing stuff. I can't really read them out. Mailman, can you read the questions out?
Sorry, I'm at work, so I can't do much. There's going to be noise. So. But I'd had a quick question with the salt question.
Okay.
So I stopped the, or you stopped the salt shaker. What happened to the kinetic energy?
The way that I intended the question to be asked was that it came to rest on its own, that I didn't touch it.
Ah, okay.
That's what I perceived. The way you asked the question,
I thought it was the hand that stopped it.
No, it came to a halt by itself. That's exactly what you meant. It's okay.
Oh, but you said that it stopped at your hand. I thought that your hand was doing the stop.
Yeah. It came to a
I
stop.
caught that.
It didn't say hand.
Yeah, no, I knew that he heard the question that way, but I've kind of made like a personal promise to myself not to interrupt or correct people when they answer the questions. So.
Well, then I can answer that the kinetic energy was transformed to the friction on the surface and caused heat.
Yes.
No,
we can't say that now.
There's sound. There's a bunch
it's
of
not
sound
too late
happening.
because I misunderstood the question, so shut up.
What's the third or fourth question? I had a question about. I wanted to talk about one of the first few questions. Can you quickly run through them?
Light, linear velocity, minimum rate rotation, 1,000 miles per hour, and salt. Those are the first questions.
Oh, light. The does light travel in straight lines? When light refracts, doesn't it refract in straight lines? Like
that was what I was about to say.
Or does it curve, or does it refract over and over again to curve, or does it always travel in straight lines and also refract in straight lines? But if you refract.
Well,
do you want me to answer that or someone else?
Yeah, go on.
Yeah. What do you think? What's
my answer is complicated, and you'll have to give me a couple of it'll take me. I'll have to ramble just a little bit to answer that because it's a really good question.
Yeah.
Sure. Okay.
Okay, so I'm gonna start with something that doesn't seem related, but I promise it will be related in the end. Picture that we have a piece of paper, and it's a square piece of paper, and we want to make a circular piece of paper. Okay, so we could turn that square into like an octagon, right? We could make it like a stop sign shape, and that's more circular than a square, but still has straight lines. Yeah. And we could keep doing that, right? We could keep with our scissors cutting off straight lines. Every line we cut is straight, but the more times we do it, the more circular it gets. And Yeah, if we spent the rest of our life doing it, if we spent the rest of our life cutting that one piece of paper, it wouldn't be straight lines anymore. It'd be a perfect fucking circle. So you can think about. I'm sure you're asking about Snell's law and that kind of thing. There's what's called a differential form of Snell's law, which is exactly the paper with the scissors. Just take the medium and make it be lots of small layers. And each time it goes in straight lines, but then keep making it smaller and smaller and more layers. And every time it is a straight line. But if we do that forever, then it's kind of a curve too.
Yeah,
and
but
that's my answer.
Yeah.
If I may answer that, the situation doesn't arise like
But
that
does
anyway.
that answer the question as to whether light always moves in straight lines?
It moves in straight lines, doesn't it? It moves in straight lines unless the
Or does that sort of?
Yeah, it's so there. That's not the only question in here that's
blur the.
Yeah. So some of my questions are purposefully ambiguous, and I really didn't want to ask a bunch of questions that proved the globe. So I asked kind of open questions that were open to interpretation by the listener and the person answering the questions. And you can kind of answer, does light always travel in straight lines, both ways? And I've heard both answers, and some people have made compelling arguments both ways, and I'm okay with that.
Yeah. I said it travels in straight lines, but then there is refraction where the light can bend, and that's a straight answer.
What are you doing with these answers? Anything, or are you just doing it for fun?
It's like a personal project of learning how the globers that argue with flat earthers think and how flat earthers think. And honestly, both sides have I had expectations of how it would go, and I was wrong.
Yeah. I think
good.
people are going to
So
get
the
way
flat
percentage
earthers
of
are
it.
really surprising you, aren't they? The flat earthers.
But both sides, Glovers are stupider than I thought, and flat earthers are smarter than I thought.
Look, can I ask you the questions? Can you send me? Do you have a text thing that you can DM me or something?
I have them scribbled on a piece of paper with a bunch of answers next to them, so it's not. I can't really send them.
Maybe just go through
Has
them.
Northern Rebellion answered the question yet?
Northern, do you want to ask me the question? Do you have them memorized yet? You've
No,
heard
I
it like
don't.
a bunch of times.
I was probably the first one to take the quiz, but
You actually were the very first person to take the quiz.
Yeah, I took it unrecorded, so. But yeah, I took the quiz. But...
You also are the one that told me I sounded like a condescending asshole when I answered my own questions.
Yeah, that's why I wanted you to go through. That's why I wanted you to go through them and see if how you.
Yeah,
how
but
you did.
I don't know if I can change how I answer them.
Well, yeah, you just
do you guys want me to answer them or what? I don't know.
Good. We can just discuss them too, like after you answer them.
Yeah, why don't you just ask them and then answer them? That's all you got to do, really.
Yeah.
Go on.
All right. Does light always travel in straight lines? I say no, because of that limiting argument that I said before. Like in the end, it's best to model it like it curves. But yeah. Can you feel or experience constant linear velocity? No. If we're on an airplane, there's no way for any of us to guess how fast we're going. You could
excuse me. Are you on the aeroplane or in the aeroplane? Which one?
In the airplane.
Just let him.
So if you were on the airplane, on the other hand, you would
let him go
notice.
through his answers. Just let him go through his answers.
And what socks are you wearing as well?
Yeah, that makes a big difference.
I have comfy wool socks on and flannel slippers on top of my comfy wool socks.
Slippers gonna make that's gonna fuck the answer.
Have you got one of those U-shaped pillows as well?
I don't have a U-shaped pillow,
For
but
your
I'm
neck,
all about
you know?
having warm feet.
Can I suggest
we're talking about on the airplane or right now?
Yeah, on the airplane.
Oh, on the airplane. I don't know. Right now, I have on comfy wool socks and slippers.
Can I suggest a new question for the list?
Sure.
Yeah, is an airplane a thermodynamically closed system?
Dude.
Is an airplane a thermodynamically closed system? No.
Yeah, but that's a question for the list because every flat earther that I've talked to says that it is.
Well, it's
No, it's not. Of course not.
Well, it's an enclosed vehicle, isn't it? You're inside the vehicle and you're isolated from the atmosphere. You see, but if you were on the plane,
you're not isolated.
you would notice.
You're not isolated.
But you got to go to the definition of what a closed system is, and it does not fit.
Yeah, the airplane is an open system.
Well, I mean, it's isolating you from the actual medium you're in, though.
It can exchange energy and matter, and that's what a closed system.
Yeah.
Open way using Jin.
Yeah, but that's why that question's a bit strange, because if you're sitting on top of the plane, you would notice the speeds and variations in speed. If you're sitting on top, strapped in, you're going to notice.
If they were closed, they'd be completely silent, right?
There you go.
No, but you couldn't accurately guess the speed just based on the speed of the air traveling over your face.
You would notice the speed traveling over your face faster or slower. You wouldn't know what speed, but you would notice fast and slow because the pressure hitting you. Of course you would know. You wouldn't know.
No, but you might be traveling slower but have a strong headwind. So you don't know. You can't use that to judge.
Let me jump in here. Let me.
That is an interesting separate topic, but perhaps we should let Roland finish his questions and answers first.
Yeah.
Wait, Gio, we did make it through 2 whole questions.
Yeah. No,
I like the idea of asking the question and then discussing it straight afterwards.
So do I. I like that too. Otherwise, we're gonna forget.
Well, interrupt away. I don't mind because I know my answers to all these questions.
Yeah, that's right.
This is more of a discussion, right? It's not really. We're not really testing you or nothing like that. So.
Which, by the way,
I do think the Rams, the combo Rams and Jin we're having was very interesting as well. That was an interesting additional, like a side route, but has its own complete component to it as well. It's awesome.
Yeah, I kind of wanted to address it actually before I moved on with the questions.
Yes, please.
I think all Globers, and flat earthers are familiar with airplanes and that stupid graviton ride at a carnival. And in an airplane, you can't really tell how fast the plane is going. Like once you're up in the air, can't really tell. But on the graviton, you can definitely tell how fast it's spinning.
Yeah, but when you're on the graviton, the atmosphere is hitting you. You can feel the atmosphere, can you not?
Not really. Yeah, I can feel I want to vomit and I can feel myself pushed against the wall, but there's not a lot of wind in the graviton that I remember.
Right.
Yeah, you're inside a capsule, remember? In a gravitron, you're inside a disc that just spins.
Yeah, the graviton and the plane are both fair, right? They're both kind of closed and they don't really have a lot of wind from the outside, and you just...
Yeah, but hang on. One is spinning.
A train is always a good comparison.
No, they're not really. They're not. They're not, because they're moving in straight lines. That's the other thing, and you're enclosed.
But you could be sitting in.
Well, that's the thing. You should be enclosed in both.
Yeah, you can be sitting in a train, and the train beside you moves. You can be in a train, and the train beside you moves, and you think you're moving. You can't tell which one's moving.
Yeah, that does happen. Yeah, I admit that one.
I hate when that happens, dude. It feels way too long.
What I'm trying to say is that if you're trying to say that you wouldn't notice the Earth moving because it's a constant velocity, that's wrong. That's my point. Because you would notice.
Well, no, technically it's not, because it's all relative.
It's not the same.
It is. It's relativity.
We're standing on the Earth, not in any closed system. We're on the naked Earth, on it. So when you put yourself in a capsule or a train, you've isolated yourself. It's not the same. And then you'd still notice some movement anyway. Senses will kick in. It's just not the same. It's just not the same.
Jin, you have those super fast trains, right? That are super silent because they're floating on.
Yeah, the Shinkansen. Yeah, Shinkansen.
So when you're on one of those, it must be almost impossible to tell you're moving.
Well, you notice it when it starts to take off at first. When it's starting to move, you notice the movement and you notice the acceleration. Then it becomes a constant speed after that.
Right. When it's constant after that.
Exactly.
You can't just ignore the constant. You can't ignore the beginning, guys. It's not the same, just like Jin said, but for a different reason. It's not the same because you're getting in to this body, that's this moving body. It's stationary and then it moves. We can't say the same for the Earth.
Thank you.
Yeah, but percentage, we weren't here when the Earth started spinning. Number one, number two, Jin. When you get onto these trains, like let's say you fall asleep and you wake up on the train, do you know? Has that ever happened? Like, would you know that the train is moving or standing still if you just woke up and you didn't look out of the window?
I've never had that. I've never fallen asleep on the train.
And to the number one, I wasn't here when the Earth started spinning. That's an argument from ignorance. You've never proven that it's spinning, so you can't claim that.
Yeah, and you're standing on.
I'm just saying, if you believe the Earth was spinning, we weren't here when it started. So I mean that's not a fake comparison.
I mean, if the Earth was spinning,
to a
this would
train
all
that
be-
you board.
Yeah, it would be a moot point. We would be agreeing.
Yeah, with method rotation. So yeah, it is.
Yeah. So my point is that it's not the same because you're inside the train. And why don't you say, let's say you're in a car and the car's going around in a circle all the time, you're going to notice it. If it's just going around in circles, you're going to notice that. You see? And that's inside the car. And then if you're on the car, you'll be thrown off because you wouldn't be able to stay on it.
Yeah, look, when there's constant motion, then you can get to a point where you don't feel that. You only feel changes in the speed.
Yeah.
So, like, if we are on an elliptical orbit, as they say, then when we make those adjustments, in our motion, shouldn't we feel that?
Yeah, like in the perigee and apogee.
Yes, we should feel that. Thank you. And it's circular as well. It's accelerating. You're going to be thrown off. Centrifugal force will throw you off.
And also, there is acceleration the whole entire time. They say that the 0.03 meters per second acceleration, though, is just below the limits of your vestibulocochlear system to pick up on.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that's what I was just thinking. Yeah, whether it's just so subtle and so.
But there's always acceleration. If it was more sensitive, the claim would be that you always feel it.
Yeah. Because you can look up and look at the sunset, and you won't actually see it move, but you'll just suddenly notice, every minute or two, I guess, that it's moved. But you won't actually be able to detect, the actual watching it move. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the increments that it's moving away from you, you won't be able to tell.
Yeah, you just notice every couple of minutes that it's a little bit further along, but you can't actually see it moving second by second. It's too slow.
I just thought of something. All right,
I've watched the shadow.
Go ahead, Jin.
Sorry, I've watched the shadow move in my living room, in my classroom. I've actually watched the shadow move across the table. Yeah. So that's
okay. So they're claiming that the Earth is rotating at an acceleration of 0.03 meters per second squared, which we don't feel. It's below the threshold of our vestibulocochlear system to pick up on, right? So if that's the case, if we put ourselves in this mechanism that accelerates us another 0.03 meters per second, to 0.06 meters per second total, in the same direction that the Earth is rotating, we should feel that, right? And similarly, if we did that same speed but in the opposite direction, canceling out the rotation of the Earth, we shouldn't feel it because we'd be absolutely motionless in terms of that acceleration, right? We'd just be moving forward but without any angular acceleration, right?
Is that the point rotation detected? Is 0.03? Is that where we can start feeling it?
They say that's just below the threshold. So, I don't know what the exact threshold they claim is. Again, I think it's bullshit. But I don't think they're gonna try saying that 0.06 is still below the threshold.
Well, what would you say is the threshold?
I mean, that's your positive claim.
No, you said that you think that
I
our
don't know. I imagine they've done some study where the person's like his eyes are closed and his sensory deprivation aside from and just like relying on his vestibular-cochlear system only, vestibular system only actually it is, and put him on this contraption or whatever. But isn't it kind of if the Earth is rotating or if we have this angular acceleration, isn't it kind of confounded results if that's the case?
Sorry, I was.
I'm saying if they put them on this rotating body at such a low speed, aren't the results confounded if the Earth is, he's already undergoing this angular acceleration of 0.03 meters per second?
Yeah, it's just, I don't know what what you can feel in sort of, like you said, it's bullshit, but you don't know the answer. Just wondering.
Yeah, for argument's sake, let's say the threshold is 0.05. Okay? So if we do it in the same vector as the angular acceleration, then we should be able to feel it now, right? If you just add 0.03, which we can't feel normally, it's below the threshold, but you add it, the additive effect, the total would be something that we could feel. And then if you do it in the opposite direction, the same exact amount, we still shouldn't be able to feel it because it would be canceling it out. Right?
No, but no.
Why not?
Sorry, I wasn't totally listening to you guys for a second. Guy that I don't know who's all percents. Can you say that question one more time? Because I don't know what you're asking him.
Okay. So they say that we're undergoing angular acceleration because of the movement of the Earth, the rotation of the Earth, of 0.03 meters per second squared. But we don't feel it because it's below the threshold of our vestibular system to sense. All right?
0.3 meters per second squared?
I think it's 0.03 meters per second squared, right?
This is...
might be 0.3. I don't know if there's an extra zero there.
Okay, sure.
It's been a while. In any case, I'm saying if we put ourselves on a rotating body, right? Like depriving the other senses, just testing the vestibular system, put ourselves on a rotating body, going at that same speed, in the same direction as, this angular acceleration, at 0.03. The total speed, if we are actually going, moving with this angular acceleration, would be 0.06 or 0.6, depending on if there's a zero there, I forget, meters per second squared, right?
Okay.
And say that's above the threshold, then that person would be feeling
Is it above
motion.
the threshold?
Hold up. That's what we're testing. If it's above the threshold, we'll be feeling it. Put them on that same rotating body, but in the opposite direction. It'd be canceling out the 0.03. Same speed, but you're canceling out the rotation if it exists, and they'll be traveling there'll be zero angular acceleration whatsoever, right? So they won't feel it.
You have an issue.
What's the issue?
Because it's 0.03% of the force of gravity at the equator, and it's vertical. It's not.
Hold on, are you sure it's 0.03%?
Well,
I remember it being
number
meters per second squared.
You can't just. Yeah, I think it could be. Yeah. But yeah, still, it's not a rotation. You can't just take a roundabout and put it at the equator and say, yeah, now I'm working against that acceleration because it's vertical. It's not horizontal.
Mailman.
It's a vertical acceleration.
Yeah, a change in vertical acceleration.
All of the angular, the speed that the Earth is rotating is so small that you can't feel it. And
that's what we're addressing.
You can experiment with this yourself by picturing a horizontal clock on the ground in the town square, and that the hour hand moves continuously. It doesn't move in ticks or anything. The hour hand just goes around twice per day. If you were blindfolded and sitting on the hour hand, you wouldn't feel a damn thing.
That's what we're addressing.
We're not blindfolded. Two, we're talking 1,038 miles per hour at the equator. So no, again, you're going to notice.
Are you?
Sorry.
Do you live at the equator?
I don't live at the equator, but they
So
said.
why are we talking about the equator?
I'm talking about the equator.
That's where the speed's fastest.
If I were to go there, that's where it spins at its fastest, you see.
Have you ever gone there?
I would want to go there to notice it. So I'm going to go there to the equator, not blindfolded, and I'm going to notice it.
Have you ever
There's
gone there?
still a mix of linear motion with rotation of the Earth.
But wait, has Jin ever gone to the equator?
It's not important. What was it, mailman?
Yeah.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, go on. I've been to Africa.
Sure.
They're still mixing up the speed of the rotation in miles per hour and degrees.
Speaking the poo-poo.
How so? What's being confused?
Yeah.
Faraday rotation, guys. Faraday rotation. Something I've just learned. Would Faraday rotation have anything to do with the movements? It's not the Earth moving, but it's Faraday rotation above the Earth.
Before we move on to another topic, can we talk about like this test, the feasibility, or potential problems, or whether the applicability of it?
How would you do
Bruce
this?
Lee.
How you put them on a body that is rotating in the same fashion, same vector as this angular acceleration.
Okay, so you are on the globe at the equator. How do you rotate to go against the rotation of the Earth? How would you have to do?
You'd have to, it's the globe is rotating east to west, right, or west to east.
Okay.
So
west to east.
You would have to have some sort of body that's maybe moving the sky. Well, I guess it couldn't be a rotating body. It would just have to be, it could be just linear acceleration, right, of 0.03.
So you can,
as long as it's going east.
So you can take, So you can take a weight on an airplane and travel east to west or west to east and see the effects on the weight.
And it's never happened.
Wait, no. We're just talking about the body's vestibular system. So
wouldn't
they could
it be
going
easier to do this experiment at the North Pole, like spot on the North Pole, than you could be on a merry-go-round?
No, because you don't feel the movement in the North Pole that much.
Yeah, zero.
But wait, the rotation, like if you sat on the North Pole, you are rotating exactly the same as if you sit on the equator. Same revolutions per minute.
Angular.
No.
That's known as
you're just like spinning in your
spot. We're talking about
spot.
linear speed, not angular. We're talking about linear, not angular speed.
But
No,
your
it could work
vestibular,
actually.
your
Hold on.
vestibular
Okay.
system feels the angular rotation.
He's right. You could be sitting on the North Pole and just in a chair being spun towards the east at 0.03 meters per second squared. And if you feel it in, going east, then, that means that it's rotating. If you don't, and then if you don't feel it when it's going west, that means, that you debunked it. It could work on the North, but obviously we don't have access to the North Pole. I mean, it's over water to begin with, and so,
I just
bring a chair in the middle of a bunch of winds.
I just think it'd be too small to notice.
Yeah, at the pole.
It has to be done in kind of a lab setting where you can accurately measure the stuff.
Those pendulums do exactly what you guys are talking about, and I don't know if you've ever gone to museum.
No, they don't.
One, but they're phenomenally boring to watch.
Nice try.
Yeah, nice try.
Yeah,
Whether you believe them or not, I think we could all agree that they are very boring.
I think we agree on that.
Nah, man, I chilled there the whole day long just watching that pendulum go back and forth.
Stupid thing.
Good times.
Yeah. It's like hypnotizing yourself.
Yeah.
Fuck off with your.
Okay, so let's take a 2-minute digression to unite flat earthers and globers against me, because I'm going to ask you guys an asshole riddle that everybody will get wrong.
Okay, 2-minute.
I promise I'll ask it as many times as you guys want. I will never change the words, but when you give
Just say
up,
the riddle, man.
hold on. I'll never change the words, but when you guys give up, I will change my tone of voice, and you'll get the answer.
I give up.
Well, everybody has to give up, because once I do that, it's out. Okay, here's the riddle. There are 30 cows in a field and 28 chickens. How many didn't?
I've heard this before.
Somebody has heard it before and blurted out the answer.
Yeah. Yeah.
But what about the people that haven't heard it before?
Say it again.
Yeah, no idea. No idea.
38
There are
chickens.
30 cows in a field and 28 chickens. How many didn't? And if you heard it before, then just come on, be nice.
Hang on, my brain's clogging up.
Many didn't.
My brain's
The truth is,
clogging.
it's a broken riddle.
It
My
really
brain's,
isn't broken.
It's a broken riddle.
My
I'll tell you
brain's
why
clogging
after.
up the toilet because I'm flushing my brain down the toilet and it's clogged in the bowl. Sorry.
Get a
Right,
plum.
change your
Plum.
change your
Plunger,
change
plunger,
your
I'm sorry.
tone. Change your tone. And let's see.
I've got one about the focal pendulum.
Hold on, Realm. Hold on,
All right,
Realm. Yeah. Change your tone, Roland. And
But bands, were you
If
the
you
guy
change
that
the
heard
tone,
it
it's
before?
really obvious.
Yeah, somebody heard it
So,
before and knows.
How about I give a hint and I'll tell you why it's broken in the same statement.
Don't give a hint. Let them
Well, it'll be
agonize.
less of a hint than you emphasizing the word. So
Well,
the hint is
okay. Go ahead.
the riddle is broken because cows aren't carnivores. That's the hint.
Okay, fine. Here,
Yeah.
I'll change it.
That's right.
I'm gonna be fair. I'll be fair, because he's right. Cows. There are 30 dogs in a field, and 28 chickens. How many didn't?
How many what?
There are 30. There are 30 kangaroos in a field, and 28 chickens. How many didn't?
How many didn't? What is that?
Okay, hold on. He's
I'm
still
just
sure.
getting my brain out the toilet.
He's
Hang
still
on.
sure it's broken. There are 30 wolves in a
Hang
field.
on, I
30
found my
wolves.
brain
Wolves.
in the toilet.
And 28 chickens. How many didn't? Dude,
How
is
many
wolves,
didn't
is
what?
wolves
It's
fair?
not finished. You haven't finished
What?
Okay. I'm
The
gonna go back.
sentence isn't finished. It's
Yes,
just.
yes, it is. Yes, it is. I will
Okay.
change my tone of voice. I will go back to my original question with the cows. Are you guys ready to be mad at me?
Yep, 100%.
Flat earthers
Well,
and
hold up.
globers.
There are
Flat earthers
30
and globers
cows in
unite.
the field
I don't
and
get it.
28 blades of grass.
We don't
How many
need to go
didn't?
over it again. Can we keep moving forward, please?
Okay, here you go. Everybody unite. There are 30 cows in a field and 28 chickens. How many
Oh,
didn't?
God.
Two. I did say
Okay.
two.
Now, 2.
Jin, the answer's 10. What are you talking about, man?
Oh yeah, now I got it.
20
40,
of them
40 cows
ate
on the field.
chicken.
No,
Yeah, got
I'm not even close to getting it. Not even
There are
close.
30 cows in the field and
Get it,
28
man,
bales
son.
of hay. How many didn't?
2.
Didn't
Yeah,
what?
28.
Didn't what?
28.
Each
But
bales of hay.
Benso, don't hear 28 as a number. Hear 28 as 28 something.
Yes, I've got it now. Fine. Okay. then.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, but hang on though. Hang on. Boulder, could you ask your questions to Merle, please? I just want to hear Merle's answers to the questions. That series of questions, yeah.
Sure.
Merle, are you up for it?
Hang on, I got my brain's in the toilet. I've just got to get it out.
Yeah, cool. But he's just going to ask
It's
you a
funny.
simple,
Merle sounds the exact same when he doesn't have
easy,
brains.
yeah, easy, normal questions, bro.
I don't even know if Merle is globe or flat, and I don't even want to. I can't wait to hear.
He's
No.
neither. He's undecided.
Oh, excellent.
Go ahead, Merle.
He doesn't have a brain, so
A whole bunch of
Not
people
really fair.
have asked me to answer these questions too. So, does light always travel in straight lines?
No.
Can you feel or experience constant linear velocity?
I don't experience any velocity.
Is there a minimum rate of rotation that you can feel or experience?
Yes.
Is 1,000 miles per hour a rotational velocity?
Yes.
If I say pass the salt and you slide it across the table to me, it comes back to rest again without me touching it. Why?
Are you serious?
Yep, that's the question.
I'm just going to leave that one.
So there's a like follow up part to it. It had kinetic energy while it was sliding across the table. What happened to the kinetic energy?
Well, the hand is the arbiter of the kinetic energy. So once the hand's removed, the salt is stationary. The salt shaker.
Can you have acceleration without any force?
Yes.
Is the pressure equal everywhere inside a closed container?
Yes.
Does GPS give you your position on the surface of the Earth?
Yes.
What do I feel when I put my hand out of a car window going down the highway at 50 kilometers per hour?
You feel the air.
Would you call that pressure or force?
Pressure.
What are latitude and longitude?
Latitude and longitude. Latitude is, hang on a second. I'll be back in 1 sec.
You Googling it?
I had to.
He's taking a pee.
Anybody got the Jeopardy music?
I like the "Are you serious?" answer. You should have just hopped to the next question. Like, are you serious? Okay.
What was that?
Next.
What was that answer to? What question? I missed it.
The salt question.
The salt.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
It's like do something like that.
Yeah,
They're
copyright.
not questions folder, I must say. They're not bad, actually.
Some of them are bad.
I welcome feedback on the bad questions. I mean, the cows question was bad. That was a bad question.
Most definitely.
Yeah, remember that cows are ruminants next time.
Oh,
Jeez
I know.
Louise.
Part of the whole thing is like, well, people pick up on the cows don't eat chickens, so maybe it'll. I don't know. It's the whole thing is misleading.
I thought it was really good, actually.
I think it's tricky and devious.
It's all in the inflection of how you use the words 20 and 8.
Yeah, exactly.
How you pronounce it.
I'll just confess that when I was asked that, I was like 20. What? You didn't finish the what? What do you mean?
Yeah,
That was
that's
rounds. It was hilarious.
That's what I did. Yeah.
Didn't what? That's so funny, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Finish the
I don't think.
sentence.
I don't think that Merle heard one of the questions properly. Can you ask him that one again when he comes back? The one about
one?
the rotation. The 1,000 miles an hour is a rotational velocity. Can you say that slower to him next time? Because I don't think he caught the rotational part.
What was his answer?
Yes.
Yeah, if you say it again, I think he might have a different answer. Let's see.
Maybe.
He's away at the moment.
Yeah.
This sort of guy.
While he's gone. Do you guys want me to burn through my answers?
Yes, please. Go ahead. Sorry.
Hold on. I just found a video of a cow eating a chicken.
I mean, if I was hungry
For
enough
real?
to eat you, dude.
I doubt it. I doubt it.
I just
Brad.
posted it.
Yeah, no.
Oh my God, Branch! I can't believe
great.
Of
you
all
looked that up.
Of all the gifts I'm gonna click on, that's not one of them.
They'll eat small little chicks. Yep, they will. They'll just munch
I've
them
seen
up.
videos of chickens eating nuggets.
Not like an adult chicken. I mean, I'm not, but like the baby ones, yeah, they do. They eat them.
Really?
Free range nuggets.
I mean,
The more you know. Damn.
Google pelicans. I think pelicans eating pigeons or seagulls or something. It's
Oh, really?
seriously.
I don't know why you'd even want to do that in the first place.
No, I mean don't, because like you can see the pigeon or seagull or whatever it was, like still fighting for life while it's in the.
Oh, oh, that's just
Did
nasty.
you hear about the guy that got swallowed by a whale and then got spat out?
I
It
heard that
actually
about
happened to this guy who was scuba diving. He was scuba diving, and this massive whale just swallowed him into his mouth, and then luckily for whatever reason he got spat out. It was a big 60-minute special.
Yeah, I think it was lucky for them both because he was too big for the whale to like actually swallow, so it would have just choked the whale to death if he hadn't spat him back out.
Yeah,
like they would have both died.
Yeah, sure.
And he wasn't spat out instantly. He was spat out after 3 days, and his name was Jonah.
Oh, here we go. Okay, so I'm going to run out of time because he'll be back. Is there a minimum rate of rotation you can feel? That's where we left off. My answer would be no. If you sat on a merry-go-round spinning 1 time per year, you couldn't
Why
feel
not
it.
start from the top, Boulder?
Why not what?
Like start from the first. Why not start from the first question?
Oh,
yeah.
The answer to that would be yes, by the way. There would be a minimum that you can feel. That means
Yeah.
below the minimum, you can't feel it.
Okay, sorry. I'm trying to jump in. Start from the top, sure. Does light always travel in straight lines? My answer is no. Can you feel or experience linear velocity? My answer is no, because you can only feel changes in velocity. Is there a minimum rate of rotation you can feel? My answer is yes, there's a minimum rate. Below that, you can't feel it. Is 1,000 miles per hour a rotational velocity? My answer is no. The units are wrong. Miles per hour is a linear velocity. Rotational velocities are in radians per second, revolutions per minute, something like that. If I say pass the salt and you slide it across the table to me, it comes back to rest again. Why?
Friction.
Because friction. Thank you. It had kinetic energy while it was sliding. What happened to that energy? The friction converted the kinetic energy into thermal energy of the salt, the shaker, and the table.
And sound.
Can you have acceleration without any force?
Hold on, you said the salt, the shaker, and the table? No, it's just the shaker and the table.
Well,
the salt inside doesn't get heating it up.
Okay. Can you have acceleration without any force? No, definitely not. Is the pressure equal everywhere inside a closed container? This is a little bit of a tricky question. The answer would be yes in the absence of any external force and no in the presence of an external force. Does GPS give you your position on the surface of the Earth? Yes, it would be useless otherwise. What do I feel when I put my hand out of a car window going down the highway at 50 kilometers per hour? I feel my hand colliding with the air molecules. What are latitude and longitude? They are measures of angle in a polar coordinate system.
Hold up, for that hand outside the window, why did you follow up with, is it a pressure or a force, if that's not one of the questions?
People say like I can feel wind, and when people say I can feel wind, I usually ask them if it's a pressure or a force.
Fair enough.
I ask that because of how many times people have argued with me about pressure and force being different. And so when people give me what I feel like are ambiguous answers to that question, I ask them to just pick one of those two things.
Well, you just said air molecules, right? You didn't say whether it was pressure or force either. So yours is kind of ambiguous.
Fair. I would say force.
Fair enough. That's a pressure.
Latitude.
I would say force.
It's pressure, isn't it, Bandsaw?
It's pressure every day of the week, my friend. Every day of the week.
So I'm going to press on. Latitude and longitude are 2 of the coordinates in a polar coordinate system. How does triangulation work? I've gotten a lot of PMs about how does triangulation actually work, and the other question, trilateralization. I'll answer them both together. Triangulation is these are very similar ideas, but like very slightly different. Triangulation specifically is when you know the direction to an object from several locations. So if you just draw lines from those locations, those lines will intersect somewhere, and that's where the object is. You didn't know the distance. You only knew the direction. Trilateralization is kind of like the complement. You know the distance to the object, but you don't know the direction. So then you would have to draw circles around your known points. You know how far it is from the known points. If you have like 3 known points and you know the distance from every one of those known points, the 3 circles will intersect at one place, and that's where the object is. So trilateralization is when you know the direction. Trilateralization is when you know the distance. And how does GPS work? GPS works off of trilateralization. How do I personally measure distance between cities? Just like about 95% of the answers, I use Google Maps. How was the distance measured in Black Swan? This is the one thing I'm going to say I don't know. I don't know how that was measured.
Google Earth,
It's not stated in the picture, and nobody that has given it to me has like said with authority this is how it was done. So
if you
it's
go
kind
back to the original BLMSB 69 like upload, I'm pretty sure he checked the distance to the rigs on Google Earth.
right, and that bothers me because it's a flat earther using Google Earth. So anyway, how do you measure?
It's no, but it's not unreliable because it's so close to the shore, and it's there's land all the way around, so you could and that land is accurately measured with wheels on the ground. So we have reliability in those measurements. If it was out in the middle of the ocean, then you have an issue.
Hold on 1 second.
Unless you
Globus,
have
Globus is
access-
saying try. I'm saying a word wrong. Try. Sorry, this is me struggling. Trilateral.
Try saying it again.
Try.
Trilateration.
Trilateration. Okay. I will.
There you go.
I will make a note. Trilateration.
Yeah.
I like
trilateralization. While I write.
Trilateration across the nation.
All flat earthers, unfortunately, are dependent on global coordinate systems unless they have access to the flat Earth internet.
I'm just gonna try to learn
They're
to
not
say
global coordinate systems. They're
trilateration.
celestial sphere coordinate systems.
Actually,
Guys, you're
Google
gonna-
Earth is
I
a
agree with
perfect flat Earth map.
Dude, I'm gonna slip that Z in. I'm not even gonna be able to help myself. Anyway, how do you measure weight? You measure weight by but what most people say.
Merle's back. Don't ask any more questions because Merle is back. You need to carry on from where Merle left off, please.
If Merle wants to.
Yeah, he wants
Well,
to.
I've caught up because there was latitude and longitude and how they're measured, and then you went triangulation and then trilateration, and now you're at weight.
Yeah, and that Z is gonna mess me up, and I'm gonna sound like an idiot
All right,
for the
sounds
rest
like
of my life.
Merle's game. Go ahead, continue with the thing.
I'm sorry, I'm totally bothered by why nobody has told me about the Z before right now. Anyway, Merlin, so you want me to pick up from where do you want me to pick up from?
Maybe from
Are
weight.
you serious? When he said, "Are you serious?"
No, Jin, come on, man. From the weight question, go ahead.
From the weight. Okay, Merlin, how do you? Well, wait, Merlin, how were the distances measured in the Black Swan?
Well, they, like was just explained, I think it's BLM. I don't know. Anyway, that channel would have either verified it on Google Earth or got in contact with the rig company itself to verify the location, you'd think.
How do you measure weight?
You measure weight with a scale.
Do you know how a scale works?
Yes.
Will you tell us?
Well, you place the object on the scale, and then there will be an increase or a decrease in pressure. And that's pretty much it.
How do you measure mass?
You measure mass. I actually don't know. How do you measure mass?
I'll come back to that. How do you measure temperature?
With a thermometer.
How does the thermometer work?
There'll be an increase or a decrease in temperature. So it'll either go up or down.
How do you measure air pressure?
With a barometer. Same thing.
You know what I'm going to ask.
Yeah.
How's a barometer work?
Well, it's the same thing. They're basically devices, and what they're trying to detect, is whatever the substance is, be it liquid, be it, gas.
On a night with a full moon, is the moon the same size all night long?
Yes.
And last question, picture a basketball or soccer ball. Picture a hula hoop around the waist of the basketball and a second hula hoop around the head to toe of the basketball.
Yep.
Is there an angle between those two hula hoops?
Yes.
What is that angle?
Vertical and horizontal.
Okay. And how much would you have to rotate the head to toe hula hoop to make it match the waist hula hoop?
Okay, from the top to the horizontal, it would be 45.
And that's the end of the questions.
Damn it, I just got back.
What's the actual answer to the one about the moon, full moon? Does it actually stay the same size all night?
Well, can we pick up from the weight in terms of the actual answers? Because I missed all the questions anyways. And you were running through them, might as well continue on until the end.
I've got one question. If I dropped a tennis ball off a skyscraper building and it accelerated faster and faster towards the ground, is there a force?
Of course there's a force.
What is the force?
The downward acceleration.
No, it's not a force. I don't disagree with that.
I think there is a force. The downward acceleration times by the mass minus the force of the drag that's counteracting it will give you the amount of force that it's going to hit the ground with. Keep in mind it's probably going to reach terminal velocity before it touches the ground.
Yeah. Inertial mass acceleration. Yeah, it'll impact the ground, but it's not due to a force. What I'm saying.
So can we run through the remainder of the questions?
Percentage, I thought you might just say gravity.
No, I would not.
Yeah,
Unless you mean little g, as in downward acceleration, then yeah, that's fine. But I try to avoid the word gravity because it's confounding, They use the same thing for the cause and the effect. And then they use it for two different causes too, so...
Guy that I have never met before who is all percent characters. What shall I call you?
That's fine.
Guy that I've never met before that is all percent characters?
Yeah.
Okay. I will do that.
Mister, that's fun.
Forever from now, you shall be known as Guy I have never met before who is all percent characters.
Well, that would be a lie, but okay. the
Dr.
never
Bob
met
is already
before part.
opening a kind of deal like this.
We've
got the last
met
answer
before.
wrong.
Well, you said from now on, and from now on we've met. So if you were to call me that, the guy I've never met before, then that wouldn't be true, right?
It's not a statement of truth. It is merely a name by which you are known.
Well, don't refer to me by a lie.
I shall refer to you as Guy who I have met previously who is all
Perfect.
percent characters.
That's what I'm talking about. No, for real though, can we pick up on I think the weight question was, I had to go. And
Okay.
besides, you're going to go through all the actual answers, so go ahead.
Well, yeah, so I'm going to pick up from the weight because unless you had a previous question, triangulation, trilateralization.
No, I was here for that.
Okay. My answer to the weight question, and I just want to make sure I preface, because if anybody has like just joined or something, I don't offer truth, only my own answers. I don't mean to be the rubric against which everybody is judged. I think weight is generally
Wait, say the
measured.
question too, though.
Oh, how do you measure weight?
Okay.
And I think weight is measured by usually like in a scale, you have a spring, and the spring has like a known constant, a known spring constant, Hooke's law type thing. And so when your weight is a force, and so when your weight is in balance with the force from the displaced spring, then we know what your weight is. Modern digital springs use things like deflection of plates, and that causes a change in capacitance, and you can also get it from that, but this is getting way into the weeds. How do you measure mass? I put this in as really a trick question to see what people knew about SI units. Mass is one of the trickiest things of all. And in general, the way that mass is measured is by comparing it to a reference. So you have like a balance scale. You put a kilogram on one side.
That's what most people do.
Yeah, but generally people don't answer that way. So I would say you measure mass by comparing
Built
to
off
a
of
reference
carbon
mass.
12.
Yeah, if you look,
If I said this though, I measure mass using weight. Would you be fine with that answer?
I would probably ask. I would probably, if you said I measure mass by using weight, I'd probably, that would be no one has said that. And I would probably try to ask you a follow-on, because I'm really trying to know if you can tell the difference between using assumptions about gravity to convert weight to mass and comparing one mass to a reference mass. And those are like different things.
Okay.
I would say that the time when
It's
we
a-
measure
it's a-
mass
it's a
isn't what
tricky
you
and
guys are
subtle
talking
question.
about.
What's that?
I would say the time when we, like, the closest we get to measuring mass isn't what you guys are talking about. It's when you use a mass spectrometer and you're measuring the charge of the particle that you're sending through from your whatever sample you have. That's the closest we get to measuring it. From the periodic table, when they kind of based it off of carbon 12 and stuff, that's just more of an axiomatic. They just decided, they agreed upon it being that amount.
I don't disagree. Hold on. I just want to clarify. I don't disagree with his answer. But if you, so not but, and if you go look at the definition of kilogram, it's actually one of the more unusual SI units. And it, like, for a long time, there's been a lot of effort to change this, and I confess to ignorance about the absolute 2022 state of affairs. But for a very long time, the kilogram was defined in terms of a reference mass stored in a vault in Paris. So like that's weird. And for a long time, measuring mass meant comparing to known references. So the point of the question of how do you measure mass and how do you measure weight was to see if people would like spell out the distinction between those two things, or if they would invoke gravity and like conversion between pounds and kilograms.
If you want to fuck them up more in the future, you could say, how do you measure a mass? And then how do you measure mass is the next question.
Well, can you weigh something without a scale?
Yes. Well, I mean, it would be a scale of a different form, right?
Let me. There's only like 4 more questions, so let me run them out, and then we can just have free conversation, because people have been asking like, what are my answers? How do you measure temperature? To my knowledge, there are like 2 primary ways. One is that you have something like mercury, which has very well understood coefficients of thermal expansion. So the like hotter it is, the more volume it will want to occupy. We can force that up a tube. We can put markings on that tube to say what the temperature is. The other most common way that I know of is other things also depend on temperature, like resistance and capacitance and inductance. So you can use electronic components who have thermal coefficients, and you can force put a voltage across them and measure their current, or vice versa, and from that data back out temperature.
Okay, I don't think you have to do either of those, but those are probably the most common ways.
Yeah. Those are the only like two ways that I really know of that people do it, but I don't dispute there are other ways. And I could ask much more nuanced questions about temperature. It's an interesting concept to me, and people's knowledge of what temperature really means is usually shallow. But even asking how a thermometer works has been really insightful to me. And how do you measure air pressure is almost exactly. Well, air pressure and temperature are really they are both statistical quantities, and we actually measure both of them indirectly. Like temperature, we measure by its effect on something, and air pressure is similar. The way that the old school barometers worked is that you had like a volume of water, and the more the air pressure, the higher the air pressure was, the more it would push against the volume of water, and the higher it would force it up into a tube. Mercury, so like the unit was millimeters of mercury, and the reason is that if you used water, then the column had to be absurdly high. But if you used mercury, then it didn't have to be so high. So even though mercury is toxic and dangerous, it was popular because it made for much more convenient physical instruments, and millimeters of mercury became a thing.
Thank you.
The next question is on a night with a full moon, is the moon the same size at night? Now, this is one of so like these last two questions that I have are the most like divisive, because they do start to invoke stuff that is harder to test on Earth. So like these last two questions are, I don't know, different. But for my experience, the moon is the same size at night, and on a night with a full moon. And the way that I make sense of that is that it's really far away, and so over the course of 24 hours, nothing really changes about it. If it was local, like a local illuminary, and it moved significantly relative to me, then its apparent size should change. That's kind of the point of the question, I guess. And the reason that I say on a night with a full moon, does it change over the course of the night, is because over the course of a month, there's actually a significant variance in the distance from the Earth to the moon, and it actually does change quite a bit in its apparent size over the course of a month. So that's why I worded the question that way.
Well, you should add apparent size to the question instead of just the moon change in size, because that opens the door for actual size and, some other stuff.
Yeah, and people have, when answering the question, kind of called that sort of detail out. So maybe I would do that, but I feel like that's too many words, and I like letting people clarify the questions as they answer them if they so
I think
choose.
the way you question it is good enough. It's good. That way you question it is good enough.
Is that the last one?
The last one is the one with the basketball and the hula hoop around its waist, and obviously I'm talking about the equator and the prime meridian.
What's the actual question though?
The question is so this one is like, I don't like the way I ask this one, which is why it's last. It's not a real question in the quiz because it's so wordy. But picture a basketball, put a hula hoop around its waist, and put a second hula hoop around its head to toe. And is there an angle between them? And depending on what people say, I have a couple of follow-up questions to that. But my answer is that yes, there is an angle between them. If you were to rotate the head to toe hula hoop by 90 degrees, it would match the waist hula
That's
hoop.
what I got wrong. I said 45, but it's 90. Because 3 o'clock's 90, 6 o'clock is 180.
Yep, exactly. I heard you say 45, but I didn't. I have a list of things that people have
3 o'clock
answered,
was 45.
and I knew it. I actually knew what he meant. I actually knew what he meant, so I just spotted him the 90.
Actually, no, you're right. 3 o'clock's 90. Sorry about that.
Yeah, that's where I got confused too, because I went, that's exactly what I did in my brain.
What are you thinking about percentage? What are you thinking about?
Yeah.
What?
So did my answers sound condescending and like egocentric?
No,
No,
man,
No,
not
you're
at
just
all.
you're a good, like, well-mannered nerd.
Why? Why?
The
Thank you.
question
You.
is,
No,
I
I
think
didn't. I
you
didn't feel
forgot
judged.
though.
A
I didn't feel
good-natured
judged.
nerd. Good for
When
you.
Yeah.
he did it with me, he added a couple ad homs, and he did it a bit quicker and a bit more aggressive and a bit more condescending. So
Yeah, what he
No,
call
that
it?
was
So
in 24/7.
northern. Did I improve?
yeah, no, for sure. You didn't, like I said, whether it be the interruptions or you, yeah, you were neutral when you were answering. You were neutral. It wasn't.
Loaded.
Fantastic.
Yeah, it wasn't. But yeah, so,
yeah,
The
I
best
think
thing we
that's
could
why I
hope
I
jumped
for,
gave the
in.
best answers. I reckon.
the
I
best thing
gave
we
the
could hope
best
for is to
answers.
improve every day.
Cheers, Jin.
Yeah. In CBR1, gave the best answers there. Thank you, Paul. I rest my case.
But
Jin smashes it
but let
again.
me ask Boulder. Let me ask Boulder something. Do you think that when you did it with me and this time you had the exact same cadence and the exact same emphasis and you did it the exact same way both times, or was it different?
No, I definitely took your feedback and I tried to make sure that I didn't go so fast, and I tried to make sure that I didn't like put any mockery on answers I thought were silly.
And it was
Yeah,
good. It
because
was good. You were good today. Perfect. I would have to say.
would you concede that when you did it with me that you said like stupid once or twice in your answers?
Yeah, definitely. No. When I did it with you, I mean,
Okay, no,
you were the guinea pig, and when I gave you my answers, it was a very raw. Like I had ideas about what were stupid answers, but I'm gonna give you some feedback that the answers I thought were stupid, I have heard a lot repeated to me, and whether they are stupid or not, so many people believe them. Nobody wants to be told they're stupid, and so I'm not going to use. I definitely have changed my attitude about these things.
You made him better, Northern Rebellion. Good for you, man.
But you know what he? But you
And
know
good
what
for
he
him
said
for taking your
earlier.
advice.
The
You
flat
know.
earthers are more intelligent.
Help me help you.
all I wanted to do, like he's been honest with me the whole time, and I just wanted to speak up and ask him the questions in the open public, so it's not hidden.
Yeah,
So
no,
like I
you're good,
appreciate
man.
the honesty, and
Public arena.
it's all good. Yeah, no, I appreciate your honesty, and you answered truthfully. So I have no. It was perfect.
Yeah, he's a good
been the
dude. You're a
most
good dude
dumbest?
too.
Who's been
What's
the
up,
most
Branch?
dumbest fuck you've asked
And
these
yeah,
questions to? Like, who gave the most?
Oh, come
lowest
on, Branch.
token?
Always
I
looking for
gave
the
the best
drama.
answers today. I was told. In
All right,
CBR1, best answers.
I apologize. I couldn't discern. There were like 3 people were talking, and I couldn't hear anybody. So
Sorry.
He's trying to get the scoop. He was asking who like answered worst from all the people that you asked. But you don't need to name any names. You could give like what the dumb answers were, but don't say who it was.
Oh, I've written down answers, but I never write down names. I don't care to like out or shame anybody. What are like ridiculous answers that I've heard? So let me just like, I say pass the salt and you slide it across the table to me. It comes to rest again. Why? Because the sun. I couldn't even write all this down because the sun heated up the table enough that the angular inertia of the salt was resistant to gravity, and therefore everything was in equilibrium and it stopped.
Typical Globhead answer.
I couldn't even
Was it smushed?
What's that?
Was it smushed?
I don't know. I don't ask follow-up questions. Like they gave that answer and I was like, what? I just tried to write the words they said down. I don't even know. Nobody. I don't know. I can't say nobody. No, but I think maybe 1 or 2 out of maybe 24 people have known what triangulation and I'm not even gonna get a word. Trilateralization. Fuck off, globe guy that corrected me. Those 2 words, nobody knows what they mean.
Trilateration.
I can't.
I knew
Trilateration. Trilateration. Yeah. No. No. Trilateration and triangulation. Nobody really knows. Everybody I hear triangulation thrown around a lot, but nobody knows what it is.
You know what
I
tri
that, right? I said when the 3 points connect, you know where you are. That's
You
how.
you
That's how
don't
they
need
work on a map.
well, depending on what you're trying to do, for triangulation you only need 2 known points.
The thing is, though, the word triangulate, the word triangulate has become a common thing. Hold on, Jen. Jen, one sec, Jen. Jen, the word triangulate's become a common thing people talk about when they say, you know, I'm using my cell phone to triangulate my position and shit like that. So it's become a common word.
He's using it in the military.
Maybe outside the scientific word,
Datum.
it's become common word for trilateration or whatever.
Trilateration.
Branch, I hear what you're saying, and I think everybody should try to fight back against that as much as possible, because whatever the case may be, there are 2 concepts. One is that you know the direction to the object, and the other is that you know the distance to the object. It's worthwhile trying to have 2 words for those 2 concepts.
It's not people's fault. It's the marketing people that put out this stuff when iPhone started coming out with using their method of doing GPS without a GPS chip.
GPS, exactly.
They called it
so you know your position.
triangulation.
Can I add one thing to what Branch is saying? I've heard it used as globe proof and flat Earth proof. It's the same thing.
Exactly.
Merlin is correct. Those questions about triangulation and trilateration are fuck you guys. Those questions are not meant to like trigger people to defend one or the other, because they are really just, they work in both contexts. It's just, do you understand that you can locate an object if you know the direction to it, and you can also locate an object if you know the distance to it.
Yeah.
Both
There's a
ways
bunch
work.
of people that say they're experts in
geodetic surveying
and shit like that. Yeah, they should know the difference for sure.
Well, I hopefully I have imparted at least enough knowledge to you guys, whatever side you're on. If somebody starts talking about that crap, then you can go, well, how's it work? And if they start bullshitting you, then you can know straight away they don't know how it works.
Boulder, do you have these questions written down in a document?
They're literally written with a pencil on a piece of paper.
Could you take a picture?
How did you come up with the questions, G?
I'd very much like to get a copy of those too, if you wouldn't mind.
Yeah. I just want to
That's
take
his
them to
personal
Gems
IP,
and
bro.
see
He
what
can't
some of
be
the
giving out his
Globers
personal
over there
IP.
say.
That's his intellectual property, man.
Oh, okay, Boulder, are you in Gem Panda server?
I am not, and I prefer not to be from what I've heard about it.
Okay, then could you share the questions with me so I ask them?
Yeah, that would be funny to ask someone like Curved. Curved would probably get them.
But they're dumb anyway.
That's
But
I see big over this.
Yeah, I mean they're not really intellectual property. I mean these are pretty like
Okay,
straightforward.
wait, hang on. It's fine because this is live on YouTube, so I'll just get the recording. That's cool.
Yeah, you could just transcribe the recording.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, exactly. I mean, well, yeah, hold on a second.
Like, you still use pen and paper, bro? Come on, you're in front
He's
of
old
a
school,
computer.
man. Old school nerd.
I'll just tell you straight up, I have never been in a discussion with flat earthers where I didn't have a piece of paper and a pencil in my hand. I mean,
that's awesome.
People ask me questions I don't know the answer to all the time. I write those questions down and I try to go figure out what I actually think the answers are.
Hey, what do you call those little things, like those?
That's the Bible.
The place you house your pens in your front pocket.
A pocket
calculator.
Pocket protector.
Pocket protector? Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
Do you have one of those?
No, I don't have one of those. I should. I have a space pen.
Like, you guys, you nerds with the pen and paper, you're a dying breed. Everyone's going digital,
Fuck, man. I haven't used pen. I only use pen and I swear to God, I can't remember the last time.
I use pencil and pen every day.
What's on the space pen? Is there a globe on the space pen? Has it got a picture?
No, there's
of
a
globe?
ball, because the ballpoint pen.
Like, you don't even sign a credit card receipt anymore. When the fuck do you use a pen?
Yeah, You have to think hard for the last time I used a pen.
Hey, what about these companies that are selling pens supposedly made from moon dust?
There you guys go. I gave you the sheet I was reading off of. It's got some other stuff scribbled on it, and I cropped it from the half that has the other notes about answers. But
Yeah, nice. You've got neat
so I read
handwriting.
them. I was reading them. You'll see there's like a rectangle there in the middle. Oh gosh, there's. I guess I'm
Question number 8.
I'm accidentally doxing a username I didn't mean to do. I should have blotted it out, but I guess damage is done. So 1 to 8, and then I jump down to the very bottom and go up from there.
Yo, question number 8. I appreciate if you capitalize Earth. Okay. Put some respect on Earth, please.
I don't welcome feedback
That's
on my
true, man. Always use a
penmanship.
capital E, bro. It's a proper noun.
Yeah, good on you, man.
No, I'm keeping my Z. Dude, I hate Globus.
Question number 7 at the bottom.
He's Green Lantern. Can we rename Globus Green Lantern?
Fuck no.
I'm just kidding. I'm just giving shit.
Yeah, give him Green Lantern. We might find
Trilateralization.
Why do you have to make it
lateral
complicated?
means side, right? So ladder, the prefix is for side. Trilateration.
Flat Earthers leading the way.
Yeah, it's like putting a triangle on a lateral plane.
Oh wait, why can't it be trilateralization? Why is it going to be trilateration? I think that's a British and American.
Yeah, the dude, you got it. Trilateralization is the American pronunciation. So take
No,
that.
it's the British. That's the British pronunciation.
Oh, sorry, British. Sorry, British.
No, if it was British, it would be with an S, not a Z.
No, it's a Z. Not
Z.
an S.
How do you say crystallization? Do you say crystallization? Yeah, how do you say it?
Crystallization.
Yeah, but you're British.
You know,
You say crystallization.
medically, lateralization is a thing.
Do you say crystallization
when
or
you're talking about the brain and you're trying to locate whether something is in the left side of the brain or the right side of the brain. That's lateralization.
Crystallization.
Yes. I mean, there's a good chance.
Crystallization.
me and you are gonna say
Crystallization.
There's a pretty good chance.
Lateral.
The same way. I was wondering how other people say it.
Crystallization.
Lateralization is a good
Crystallization. So why wouldn't you say lateralization the same way?
Actualization.
So did you guys want to ask me other questions that aren't on the quiz?
Yeah.
I had a question.
Because you guys have been so gracious, I will submit myself to
All right,
examination.
Roland, what's parallax?
Mailman has a question.
Boy, howdy, parallax. Parallax is can I Google? Parallax is like when I'm at a weird angle, it's hard for me to measure things. So like if I'm trying to measure like my patio and I stretch the tape measure from one end to the other, I want to be like straight over top of where I'm taking the reading. Because if I'm like off to one side or the other, then it's gonna like confuse me about what the reading actually is. This is a shitty answer. I'm sorry.
Very shitty.
But that's what I think of parallax is. Like I want to make sure that I'm looking at right angles to the thing that I'm trying to measure.
Kind of. It's not bad. It just means like one thing can appear differently if you look at it from different angles.
Yeah. And like the safe thing is to look at it from a like 90-degree angle.
Right. That's what you was getting. Yeah. That's not bad. People can say a lot worse.
I bet if like you read the Wikipedia article about parallax, it doesn't say any of that shit.
No, it talks about things in the distance when you look at them.
Yeah, I only know about parallax from like my own personal experience of building patios and decks and shit, and how I read the tape measure and not wanting to be tricked.
Yeah.
It's like if you put your
Go
finger
ahead,
in front of
Nolan.
your nose,
He's been
and you
trying to
look
get
at
in.
it,
Twice, but cut
Hey.
once, as he said.
It looks
Am I coming
different.
through? Hello. Go ahead, Moleman.
Yeah, I had a question about your answer to the pressure inside a container.
Go ahead.
Yeah, if I have a container with gas in it, let's say a hot air balloon, for example. Now that's a rigid container, like a diver's tank, and there is more heat to one side of the container than the other. Would that create a pressure gradient without an external force, since it's just heat energy?
Okay, so if I understand, you're saying there are no external forces like gravity or buoyancy or whatever. There's no external forces, but we have a temperature gradient in the container.
I think that counts as an external force, though. If you have this like flamethrower at the bottom, introducing.
Yeah, but however the temperature gradient got there, it doesn't matter. I think his question is just if there's a thermal gradient in the container, does that create a pressure gradient? And I think so, but I don't feel solid on the answer. I'm pretty sure it would have to, though. I'm pretty sure if you had a thermal gradient in a closed container, then it would require a pressure gradient.
I would say it depends on the rigidity of the container, because
he asserted a rigid container.
Rigid container, yeah.
The gas is, whether or not that gas is turned into a liquid or not.
No, but let's say that's a pipe that is 1 meter long and it's vertical, and I have a torch applying heat to the bottom, and I have ice on the top of the container cooling it down. So there is the heat isn't a force per se, but it's still creating a gradient inside the container.
A slight digression to address the texts in the live stream text there. The question about hula hoops is if you have a basketball, it's not on that sheet. If you have a basketball and there's a hula hoop around the waist and a hula hoop around the head to toe, and I advise if you want to ask the question to ask it in terms of a basketball with hula hoops, because if you say equator or prime meridian or Earth or anything like that, then your question gets derailed. But people from the flat side and the globe side will respond to the basketball question pretty much this like similar knowledge type things without getting into a debate about the shape of the Earth.
Yeah, I suggest using an elastic band instead of hula hoop.
Yeah, I was actually using rigid copper rings the first time, and that was a train wreck. So hula hoops was my next best thing. And a rubber band would be good too, I guess.
All right, I got another question for you. In the context stuff, I guess. Okay, I'll just ask it a different way. What's retrograde motion?
I'm sorry. I was reading Globus calling out my misspelling of latitude.
Oh, what's retrograde motion? Retrograde.
Oh, retrograde motion. So, without Googling anything, I believe retrograde motion to be the apparent motion observed from Earth when you like look at planets. If you don't perceive the planets as just like orbiting the sun, and you try to like adopt a geocentric model, then retrograde motion is useful to explain how sometimes the planets sort of change direction in the night sky.
Yeah, they do like a little loop-de-loop. Yep. But it's inner planets. But yeah.
Yeah, inner planets.
But
okay, so
but you should
just 1111 race 1 day and 22112.
I'm sorry.
There were
what?
two. Okay, so 111 was a racehorse, 22 was 12. 1111 race 1 day and 22112. How many races did 111?
One.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say 1 as well.
Yeah, 1111 and 22112.
Nice. Jen should know that. It's an English teacher.
You're trying to get back at me for the 30 cows, aren't you?
I like the one. Who knows the one about the train and the smoke?
Not me.
Now we gotta hear it though.
Okay, there was an electric train going down the road 100 miles an hour, and the wind was blowing from the east. Which way was the smoke going?
There's no smoke in this electric train.
Fuck you.
Nice. Well, retrograde's interesting branch because most of the planets are going in one direction, and the ones in retrograde are going in the opposite direction. So it's almost like they're countering the flow.
The flow.
Or there's two skies.
Yeah, they do that because we're all revolving around the sun.
And nah.
Closer to the sun than
Get your heliocentric shit out of here. They're going about their circuits, okay? They have like sacred geometry by the creation of God, and that's what's happening. It's beautiful.
So
Beautiful design.
Are there I'm just not I've only been here a couple nights to this server. Are there like right now globers and flat earthers in here?
No, we're all flat earthers.
Yeah. Everyone's a flat earther.
Whether you know it or not.
Fair enough. So I have this like bigger, like broader question that I've been wondering about after I made this little quiz. I've asked it. This is the second server. The other server I asked it in was 24/7, and then I've also had it like in offline chats a few times now.
You're getting sloppy seconds.
Well, I don't know. You're getting a like refined version because the first time was pretty messy. But in every case, there's pretty much. I've never asked it to like a biased audience where there was only people of one school of thought there, and even in the 24/7 live stream, it calmed people down. Flat Earthers answered it without interruption. Globers got a chance to answer it without interruption. What about it, like, makes people shush and let the answerer answer the question?
Just overhyping it. Watch us not react how you want us to. Go ahead.
No, that's my question. Like, why do people, like, even in here, like, people were pretty quiet and let the people answering the questions answer without interrupting them? Why?
Oh, your question is why were we so kind of cool with the questions? I got you.
Yeah, like why did like whether it was a glober answering the flat earthers didn't interrupt, and when it was a flat earther answering, basically the globers don't interrupt either. Why do people like what's going on with that? Because if it's a debate, oh my god.
No, it's a conversation here.
It does get into debate sometimes though, but today was
I would say
night.
Sorry, go ahead.
Today was usually at this time it's pretty chill. If you come here during the morning daytimes, it's usually debating mode.
No, but he's saying that if he was, given the opportunity even during those times, that people would quiet down and allow another person to answer, and they'd be respectful.
Bro. Everybody's so bored of the regular flat Earth chat that when something different comes along, they're ready for it. They love it.
I think that's part of it. Like we like these little pop quizzes and stuff like that, and riddles and that sort of thing. I think another part of it is people maybe afraid to blurt out what they think the answer is for fear of being wrong. And I think a third part of it is that we try to be respectful in this server.
Yeah, I was going to mention that. Like, there's a vulnerability there almost, and you get to test your mettle. When you're debating, you're kind of in a different mode, battling ideas sometimes too, and personality. But when you're being asked questions on what your knowledge actually is, that's nice. It's nice to realize your limits and what you know and what you don't know.
I'd also say that in this room, though, people kind of, it's not so much of a battle against, like, I'm a glober and I've got to fucking tell these flat earthers what's up and how to live their life and shit. It's not like that in this room. It's more chill.
Yeah.
Majority of the time.
Do you guys think I'm doing a good job of asking the questions or like imparting bias to them? Like, can I get some feedback on my role?
I think it's good.
Today was good. Today was good.
Yeah, you ask them relatively neutrally. I think you're fine.
And you're not clearing question. Like
do you
when
think
I
that
said that you
matters?
measure.
I would add some geocentric versus heliocentric stuff, like whether or not we revolve around the sun and that type of stuff, like the parallax and the retrograde, that type of crap.
So what's a like flat Earth version of the retrograde question? Because I'm trying to avoid asking questions from one point of view or the other. Like I purposefully tried to avoid gotcha questions or follow. Like I really tried to avoid asking a leading question where after you answered, I was like, "Waha! What about this?"
I mean, you could ask it in a way of why does Venus appear to move backwards sometimes, but I don't know.
Maybe it's the appearance of how that light is getting to us. Magnetic.
Yeah, what's the like flat Earth idea about? Like, I honestly don't know very much about how flat Earth people consider the nuances of how stuff moves around in the night sky. Like, that's not. I'm kind of new to the game. I've only been in this discussion like maybe was it February, maybe like 6 weeks or 8 weeks or something. So like I don't know a whole lot about flat Earth.
So think of it this way: in the heliocentric model, you have the Earth going around the sun, right? And as the sun is going, whatever distance through the Milky Way galaxy, and the galaxy itself is moving, so it looks like this weird kind of corkscrew design, right?
Yeah, the like Eric Dubé picture of stuff.
Yeah, sure. With with the planets, these lights in the sky, they're just doing a little loop, or depending on what planet it is, and that's it. So is it really that much different?
Okay, so I have my burning question to ask any person like that really believes the flat Earth situation is, why do you cite stuff?
Mind you, hold up. Let me just say one more thing. Let me interrupt you real quick. So with the retrograde motion, these like little loop-de-loops of planets and stuff, that's not only flat Earth. That's geocentrism as well. It's a globe.
Yeah,
like if you have a globe with geocentric, you still have the same thing.
Wait, I'm sorry.
The main difference is a rotating sky or star and solar system that revolves around the Earth. That's the main difference, rather than us revolving around the sun.
I've never heard an explanation about why you see this weird loop-de-loop though on the flat Earth side.
Is the GIF that Branch just posted? I call that like Eric. I attribute that to Eric Dubé, but is that from somewhere else?
No, that's reality.
So that's the actual heliocentric
That's what
model.
we actually believe. That's
but where did that like that specific GIF? I've seen a lot. Where did it come from?
I don't think this GIF was made as part of the whole flat Earth thing. I think this is just a way to show the way that the sun moves in relation to planets.
Yeah, that's like a mainstream sort of animation type thing. Where did it come from is a good question. Is it like straight from NASA, or is it from someone else that did it? But yeah, that's kind of been making the rounds for a while now.
Yeah, I mean, I don't dispute really what's shown in here, although I feel like it might possibly be misleading. I don't know. It's a little bit confusing. It's not really how I picture what's going on.
The only thing misleading is the scale. Like all those planets and the sun and everything so close to each other. That's just not how it is.
Well, two things, right? The scale is wrong, and the time elapsing is wrong. This is showing my whole lifetime in like 20 seconds.
Oh, more than
Well, it's pretty wild that they added that, because when I was a kid, and I'm sure a lot of you guys too, like the solar system was stationary. There was always that sun floating there, and all the planets around it.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't really.
I mean,
although they still had the model of the larger movements, but when this kind of little animation came out, it was kind of like advertised, like
what you thought about the heliocentric model is wrong. This is what's really happening, and then it showed that vortexing kind of thing.
Yeah, that's what I don't know.
Yeah, but a lot of Globers were like, "Yeah, that's what's happening. There's nothing wrong with it." I mean, yeah, I understand the scale was off.
Yeah, both the space scale and the time scale are off, and how misrepresentative is that? Even if
Well,
it's like,
why do you say the time
scale is off?
I know, like a GIF like that, doing that in real time would be awesome, wouldn't it?
yeah, what Branch is saying, the time scale is off because if you did this in actual real time, it would be so stupidly boring.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean the time scale is wrong. It's just to scale, right? It's a lot quicker. But to say that it's wrong is you'd have to show that the movements of some of the planets are not, to scale with the movements of other planets or something like that, time-wise.
Well, that's fair. That's fair. I guess I used wrong where maybe I should have used the word misleading because, like, if I showed kids on a merry-go-round at the playground and I sped the picture up by 1,000 times, it would seem weird how they were able to stay on the merry-go-round. Like the thing would be going so fast that they should have been flung to oblivion. So like it's a little bit confusing when you speed time up like that. But you're right, it's not necessarily wrong. Maybe it's just misleading. More importantly though, maybe it is wrong because some of the because the physical scale is definitely wrong. I don't know if what's shown in time is actually right. The sun and the radiuses of those orbits and the radiuses of those planets, that's wrong for sure.
Yeah, it could be wrong, but, we don't know.
Well, I mean, I know for a fact that what's shown in that GIF is not what the modern science says the ratios of those sizes and orbits are.
Oh, of course. It's just, it's really kind of impractical to basically make a scale model of the solar system as you guys believe it.
They are kind of doing it though. Look at the eccentric orbit. I think that's Uranus right there. That's at a different angle. I mean, it does have some of the angles of the proposed orbits. The way that they, in my viewpoint, it's an inversion of the geometry that they create with the heliocentric model. But yeah, they are showing the eccentric orbits of some of those what they call the outer planets, the Pluto, Neptune, Uranus, making different. So it is somewhat scaled, it seems.
There's a YouTube video of some guys that went out to the desert and tried to make a scale model of the solar system, right?
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, I did see one of those as well. I don't know if there's multiple, but.
So I heard something. I gave this quiz earlier tonight to a mathematician, and you guys might be happy to hear he didn't get all the answers right either. But then he pushed back on a question to me that I'd never really thought about before, and have been.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No, I kind of interrupted. Go ahead.
Well, he pushed back with a question of his own that I had never thought about before, and have since he asked it a couple hours ago, been mesmerized by. If I held up like a golf ball or cue ball or something, then during the time where the sun is up, local to me, the light of the sun on the golf ball will be the same as the light of the sun on the moon, if the moon is visible.
Yeah, there's this dude called Waz. He comes here sometimes. He's usually more in Gem Panda's room, but he loves to show off his picture of this shit because he does it all the time, and he thinks it's the best shit in the world.
Showing that the light of the sun on a small object in his hand matches the light of the sun on the moon.
Right, it does.
Tonight is the first night I have come in contact with that idea, and it's amazing to me.
Let me try to find one of Waz's pictures. It's gonna be, I'll just fucking DM Waz and ask him to get a picture. Hold up.
What is the server? Gems Panda?
Yeah.
Why do people cite that so much?
Debate
It's
flat
like
Earth.
it's like the opposite of
24/7.
24/7.
It's 24/7. That's like 24/7 was the first place that I found. Is that like the most?
It's big because it's made for flat earthers. 20 like Gem Panda's room was made to go against flat earthers.
Is there
this
a
case was
quantum
kinda just
eraser
made
of the
because-
globe movement?
You what?
Is there a quantum eraser of the like globe movement?
Well, I wouldn't say quantum.
I don't think there's anyone that's quite like Quantum.
But I mean, the closest
Like
is going to be
QE.
Gem Panda.
I think
Gem-
he's a
the
one
owner
of
of
a
the
kind.
server.
Knock on wood.
Gem Panda's pretty close to Conor Eraser, but I would say he's more closer to Nathan Oakley. And if you stick around these circles long enough, you'll know who that guy is pretty soon too.
Has anyone in here ever gone from flat to globe?
From here,
I don't think so.
Sean G comes here kind of often. He has.
Just Ranty.
Yeah, it's kind of like. I won't say that. Never mind.
Well,
What,
Ranty did.
Does Jose ever come here? Jose doesn't come here. Ranty's never been here. I've never seen Ranty here. I think Sean G's probably the only flip-flopper.
Have flat earthers and globers ever collaborated to do like a test, an observation, a measurement, an experiment that neither side disputed?
Bro, we just collaborated on the test that you just did. Neither side disputed.
Oh, you mean like the quiz?
Yeah, it was a test.
No,
Wait,
I
no.
mean like
I know
like
what you
going.
mean. I know what you mean. I'm just being cheeky.
Dr. Bob, do you wanna take Roland's questions? The question quiz, Dr. Bob.
Who's Dr. Bob?
Who's rolling and what's the question?
I'd be really curious to hear your responses. Basically, what it is I don't know, it's 15 or 20 questions. He basically just asks them, and you just respond however you'd like, and you can be short. Most people are pretty short with the answers, but it's up to you. But a lot of people have been doing it tonight.
I'm more than happy to.
I'd be curious to hear your answers.
Hey Bob, have you heard any of the discussions before about what the answers were and the questions, or did you walk in afterwards?
I walked in kind of late. I heard a few of them.
Okay.
However, that really wouldn't change my answers.
Yeah, I didn't think so. I just wanted to get a grasp.
Yeah, if you're up for it, that'd be cool.
It's getting late here, so let's go ahead and
fire. Let's go.
Let's
Quick.
go ahead and get it and fire through them. Okay.
So take off.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do it.
Does light always travel in straight lines?
No. Wait a minute. No, it does not.
Can you feel or experience linear velocity? Sorry. Can you feel or experience constant linear velocity?
No.
And to the people that took my sheet, I don't have the word constant on that question, but you definitely should add it. Is there a minimum rate of rotation that you can feel?
Yes.
Is 1,000 miles per hour a rotational velocity?
No.
If I say pass the salt and you slide it across the table to me, it comes to rest again without me touching it. Why?
God wants it that way.
It had kinetic energy while it was
Friction.
sliding. What happened to that energy?
It was chewed up with the friction.
Nah.
No, don't interrupt him. Can you have acceleration without any force?
No.
Is the pressure equal everywhere inside a closed container?
Barring outside forces?
Is the pressure equal everywhere inside a closed container?
Barring outside forces, yes.
Does GPS give your position on the surface of the Earth?
Yes.
What do I feel when I put my hand out of a car window going down the highway at 50 kilometers per hour?
Force of wind.
What are latitude and longitude?
They're coordinates. They're spherical coordinates to designate locations on the Earth.
How does triangulation work? And by
Very
the way,
nicely.
everybody's wanting to hear your answer to this question.
Very nicely. Triangulation has to do with angles to an object with a known distance between the two observing points.
Is stupid Globus still here? How does trilateration work?
Trilateration is based on intersections of circles of equal altitude or distance, specifically distance.
And I called Globus out because I put a Z in that word, and I've been trying to correct it all night long. How does GPS work?
Timing of radio signals.
How do you personally measure the distance between cities?
I use Google Earth, which is great circle distances. However, I can do it on a flat Earth and on a globe Earth, either using the law of cosines or using the Haversine formula, knowing the coordinates to each city.
Are you familiar with the Black Swan oil rigs picture?
Yes.
How were the distances measured in that picture?
Great circle distances, globe distances.
How do you measure weight?
The way that you would measure weight is I would use a spring and a scale as in a stretch scale. The other, go ahead.
How do you measure mass?
I would compare it to another mass on a balance scale.
Guys, do you hear him? Okay, gonna move on. I'm just like, wow, you're the first time I've ever heard that answer. How do you measure temperature?
You measure temperature by measuring, well, you use a thermometer, and the way that the thermometer works is that you measure the expansion of either alcohol or mercury or some substance in it. There are other ways that you can do it, but that's the common way.
How do you measure air pressure?
With a barometer.
Do you know how a barometer works?
Yes.
Do you want to tell people?
Oh, okay. You want me to tell people? A barometer works by filling a glass tube that is open on one end with mercury. You invert the tube into a pool of mercury, creating a vacuum at the top of the barometer. The amount of mercury that is pushed up into the barometer is proportional to the air pressure on the pool of the mercury. As the pressure fluctuates, the amount of mercury in the tube goes up and down.
On a night with a full moon, is the moon the same size all night long?
Close enough to yes.
Picture a basketball and
Yes.
put a hula hoop around its waist and a hula hoop around its head to toe. Can you picture that?
Yes.
Is there an angle between the hula hoops?
Yes.
What is it?
90 degrees.
Okay, and last question. There are 30 cows in a field and 28 chickens. How many didn't?
10.
Dude. I think you guys could just mostly transcribe that as my answers.
Hold on. How did you know the last
Bob's the
question?
man.
Bob, the last question.
Yes.
Have you heard that before?
I've been telling it for 4 years. No.
Okay.
I've been telling it for 12 years. No. 15
Nice.
years. Sorry.
Did you know
I use
Bob,
dogs
that
and
cows
cats.
don't eat chickens?
And by the way, the first time I heard that at Ice Alaska in Fairbanks, Alaska, in the security shed, I got it right.
You
Hey, you know
really?
which
You
question
did?
got wrong, though?
I did
You know which
not.
Yes, I
question-
did.
You did get one question wrong, Bob.
Which one did I get wrong?
When you said there's only friction which caused that motherfucker to stop. There was a certain
Well, there's
amount.
air pressure too, but that's
No,
negligible.
it's not air pressure. It's sound. There's going to be sound. There's also going to be displacement of the salt. There's going to be a certain amount of displacement of salt transferring.
Yeah.
And that's going to be energy because now there's the salt's
Yeah, but that's
potential.
I agree with you. I do agree with you, but that's splitting frog hairs. The major.
Well, fucking,
major
that's what we're
force is
here for,
friction.
bro. This
Frogs
is
don't
flat
have
Earth.
hair.
That's what we're here for.
I understand. No, it's a fair criticism, but my answer was my answer for a reason.
I know you didn't
So-
want to get into details. But
I'm curious, Dr. Bob. We've never met before, and so
Yeah.
like, A, what did you think of those questions?
Excellent.
And B, from your answers, I want to say you're a glober, but my heart says you're a flat earther.
You know who I am?
You have a bad heart.
I do not know who you are.
Get your heart checked.
You ever hear of a guy named Bob the Science Guy?
No.
Okay.
I thought that was you.
Now I'm
You're,
now my
you're
feelings
not that
are hurt.
famous, Dr. Bob.
Now he's insulted.
You're not, you know,
Bob is
Neil
like
deGrasse Tyson or.
So who's Bob the Science Guy? I'm
why
sorry.
don't we let
I
Bob
didn't
tell
mean
us
to
who Bob
offend.
is?
I just
Yeah,
No,
Bob,
I'm just
Bob,
kidding
who is
with you.
Bob the Science Guy? Why are you famous?
You're not Bill Nye famous, unfortunately.
No, I'm not. No, I've been around the debunking community 2 or 3 years, and I kind of run with Fight the Flat Earth and Conspiracy Cats and Critical Think and Where's Wally and those guys. Wolfie.
I actually don't know any of the names that you just said.
Okay.
So is that
No, I
like
do not
is
think
that
No, I disagree with you. Moved by pressure. I thought those questions were really good. They were at a great level, and they were very clear. I thought they were excellent.
Just
It
going
just
by
seems
the
you
way,
didn't agree.
just going by the way you
'Cause of-
answered the question about how you measure weight and you'd weigh one against the other. Well, that makes me think like the answer to the question about the salt on the table. I thought you would have said it stopped when it hit the floor.
No, I think so. I actually still don't know whether Bob is flat Earth or globe Earth, but when he said pass the
Come
salt
on.
because God wanted it that way, he wasn't taking me seriously. But then he
No, I
is
was
the
kidding you.
only person that has said when I said how do you measure mass, he is the only person
Okay,
that has
Bob,
said
Bob.
against a reference mass. So
Bob,
I'm
just
not sure
just
what to think.
roll this just for a second, Bob. But there's a reason why Bob knows these answers so well. He's one of the forefront people who found flat Earth. He knows flat Earth probably better than anyone you would ever fucking meet.
So he's a flat Earth guy. My heart was right.
No, I'm a debunker. I just know my enemy.
Who
can't-
is your enemy?
You cannot just roll with it for a second, can you, Bob? And just have fun.
I just want to hear Bob say that answer to that mass question one more time because I think there might be a flaw in it.
Okay, how do you measure mass?
You compare it to another mass on a balance beam, on a beam balance.
I mean, that is literally the answer I would give.
How'd you measure the first mass that you're comparing it
That's
to?
just freshman chemistry in me.
Hold on, how'd you measure the first mass that you're comparing it to?
It's a reference mass.
So you didn't measure it, you just made it up?
No, it's a
What does
reference.
what does a beam balance look like?
Beam
A
balance.
beam balance. You ever see Lady Justice?
No.
No.
Old fashioned.
I don't think you answered the question.
That's a
How'd you
beam
get the
balance
mass of the
right
reference
there.
mass?
Oh, that Lady Justice, Statue of Liberty shit.
No, like the one on the old Bailey. It's a blindfolded woman with a scale and a sword.
Percent, it's calculated.
Yeah, I know what you're saying now. You're talking about just regular scales, torsion to balance.
Yeah, it's like Libra, the constellation. The zodiac.
No, with one of those things, you have a set of reference masses.
Well, what do you think about
And
the whole
you compare,
measurement
you
of?
compare the unknown against the known.
Well, if you like, there's this whole other concept of mass being a resistance to inertia. What about that?
That's another definition of it. It's also force divided by acceleration.
Also,
There's a lot of ways
it's
to
also
reference
the amount of energy something fucking holds.
Yeah, but there's a lot of ways that you can do it, but the chemistry answer is a beam balance.
So the thing about that beam balance, it reminds me of measuring weight instead of mass. So like in China, when they're weighing out the vegetables, you've got 1 kg weight. It's a known weight, and then you can put your vegetables on until it balances out. Is that the same theory?
It's the exact same thing he's talking about.
Well, yes and no. You're not weighing it. What you're doing is you're finding the mass of it, because the acceleration of gravity is equal to both sides. That's the difference between a beam balance and a spring scale.
Okay, Dr.
Incorrect.
Bob. Dr. Bob.
I disagree, and I'll tell you why. Because you're weighing it in air. Air has drag, okay? It would have a different weight in water or at a different medium. So you can't just say just because they're both in air with the same downward acceleration that it's a mass now. It's still weight because you still have the force of drag acting against both of them. Or the resistance.
The downward acceleration is balanced on either side. So the only difference
the resistance
between
of
the
the
two
medium.
is the mass. And it doesn't matter if it's in the air or in water.
Would they have the same mass in water?
Yes, compared to a reference, yes.
So the reference mass would be wrong then. It would have to be changed depending on the medium.
No.
Is the reference mass 1 kg or not?
It's 1 kg.
But it doesn't weigh 1 kg.
He's right, you know.
No, he's not. Like
The reference mass is 1 kg, but it doesn't weigh 1 kg, is what you're saying.
Mass and weight are definitely two different things.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah.
Mass doesn't change, weight does.
Yeah, but you're saying
Doctor,
that
so
you can take it in water and it'll be the same, except the mass
Well, yes.
will not.
Mass to mass, weight will not be the same.
I mean, otherwise, if you're in space, you would have no mass, which would mean
Now-
it won't exist anymore.
But I have a
No,
question for Dr.
in
Bob.
water. No, in water, the reason that the weight changes is that you have other factors involved, such as buoyancy.
You have that in the air too,
but not like in water, though.
obviously. But you still have it. So you don't have a
Yeah,
mass, you
I'm
have a weight.
Yeah, I mean, I acknowledge that is correct. In air, there is a buoyancy issue, but when you're dealing with things that are much more massive and much more dense, I should say, than air, it's not relevant to what we're talking about.
It's not as relevant as it would be in water. It's still relevant because you still have a weight and not a mass.
All right,
per
go
se.
ahead and calculate the difference for me.
I just told you it's not.
weigh a 500-gram apple versus a reference mass.
Guy who I have previously met before, whose name has all percent signs.
What's up?
Yeah,
May
no,
I
go
ask
ahead.
Dr.
If
Bob
you
a
think
question?
that's
Go ahead,
significant, tell me the difference between. Tell me the effective buoyancy
I'm not
in
going to do
air
any work for you, Bob. No offense.
between a 500-gram reference mass and a 500-gram apple.
How did you get the
Guy who
mass
I
of
have
the
met
reference
before,
mass? to
whose
begin
name
with?
is all percent signs, we have
By
got to find
definition.
a shorter name for you.
By
Say the-
definition.
you could just say the last two words, and then that'll suffice.
By definition.
No, not you. The other guy.
By definition.
No, you idiot. My name, the last two words, will suffice.
You idiot.
You fool.
Oh, you fool. Sorry.
No, forget it.
Oh, forget it. Okay, I got it. Forget it. We can do this. Come on.
Yo, shout out to JJ in the chat.
So percentage, what's the difference that buoyancy is going to make between the 500-gram reference mass and the 500-gram apple in air?
You didn't answer my question. I asked you how they get the mass of the reference mass to begin
And I
with.
told you, by definition.
You idiot. Can I ask Dr. Bob a question?
So hold on 1 second. So they have a reference mass, right? He asked you, how do you measure mass? The mass is a reference. The reference mass is a mass, right? Or it has mass. How'd you measure it? You didn't. You just defined it.
That's all I need to do.
That should have been your answer. We don't measure mass. We just define it.
No. That's not my answer. We defined the reference mass.
Which you weigh all masses against, to weigh, right?
Correct.
So you don't measure mass. You measure weight based off of a mass that you define.
No.
Correct?
No.
Come on. Man.
Look up the difference between weight and mass.
Percent guy, I'm pretty sure that Dr. Bob is a flat earther, and you're forcing me into a position to have to agree with him, and I don't appreciate that.
What are you talking about, man?
My heart says Dr. Bob's a flat earther, but
That's fine.
you're
That's not
attacking
really
him in
relevant.
a way where, but he's right.
He's really
telling
not.
He's telling you the truth.
He just told you they defined the mass of the reference mass, not measured it.
Dude, go read about the history of the kilogram. You will be surprised.
I
You
know
will learn
about
something.
the history of the kilogram.
Well, then why are you attacking him like this?
I'm not. I'm pointing out how he's wrong. The closest you get to measuring mass is with a mass spectrometer, where you're measuring the charge of a particle.
No.
What?
That's the truthful answer.
No, it's not.
The rest is weighing things against a defined
silliness that you read.
mass that you've referenced off of carbon 12.
Wait. Okay. How do you think a mass? Wait. How do you think a mass spectrometer works?
Understanding what you're reading, you didn't understand that.
What's that?
Dr. Bob, let him say.
Roland, just show for a second. Let Bob respond. Bob, we couldn't hear what you were saying. Could you say it again? The last
I think he was ad-homing me, saying.
No, that was silliness, and that's the difference between reading something and understanding something. That's a misinterpretation.
So ad-homing.
That's not an ad hom. If you're going to use a logical
If you
fallacy,
can't say how it's misunderstood, if you're just disparaging me saying you misunderstood it, that's an ad hom. I told you the reference mass is based off of carbon 12. It's defined, like you said, it's not measured.
Mass is defined in other ways. It's not based on carbon 12.
It was based off carbon 12. They're now kind of taking it to Avogadro's, whatever.
Okay. Well, it's done by definition, period.
Yeah, which is not a measurement. To agree on something, an axiom, is not a measurement.
What is the difference between scientific consensus and scientific convention?
The former requires the latter. Or sorry, the latter requires the former.
Answer the question, please.
I just did.
No, you didn't. What's the difference between consensus?
Fine, I'll answer again.
Convention
requires
what is a convention?
Defining something new, like a new agreed upon idea or reference or some such, whereas consensus can refer to
defining a new idea.
Hold up. Whereas consensus can refer to data that isn't new or isn't invented, but is merely discovered.
Okay, you're making this up as you go, right?
You're asking me for my definition. I just gave it to you. Do you have a problem with it?
Okay, you made that up, right?
Are you looking for a specific definition from a specific dictionary?
I'm looking for the actual definition. What's the
Who
difference?
decides the actual one?
What is the difference between convention and consensus in science?
I just told you. Consensus is when they agree upon something. Convention requires a consensus to discuss, to name something new.
No.
To conceive something. There's difference
Guys,
between conceiving.
you don't have any idea what you're talking about.
Guys. I really
Consensus means that the majority of scientists agree with something. For example, the majority of science agrees with the theory of relativity. That is scientific consensus. Scientific convention means to define how something is done. Specifically, we use metric units or imperial units.
So you're agreeing with me. Except since it's not the exact wording that you wanted,
you weren't even
discarded it. That's literally what I said. I said if you're defining something new, conceiving something new, then it's different than a consensus, which just agrees upon anything that it could be something that exists or something new.
That's not at all what I said.
If you don't understand the answer, don't disparage the answer.
What did I say?
I said, no, that's not.
What did I say was the difference between consensus and convention?
You basically agreed with me in so many words.
Okay, what words did I use?
I didn't memorize it.
Bob, how about just share it again for the audience so we can hear it again, if you want.
Scientific consensus means that the preponderance of evidence and the preponderance of opinion in the scientific community agrees with something. For example, we look at the theory of general relativity and we accept it by consensus. Convention has to do with deciding how we measure things, what units we use. What's the language of science? Things like that. It used to be a convention that's all scientific papers were written in Latin. That was a convention. It has nothing to do with any new ideas or experiments or data. That's the difference between consensus and a convention, and you did not get it.
No, that's how you're defining the difference. It need not be said in those terms. My definition was perfectly fine.
Whose definition carries more weight?
Who decides?
Let the audience. How'd you do on that test, by the way?
I didn't take the test.
Very good. That was probably a smart move.
I took the test along with everyone else.
He did mention sound and displacement of salt as defining factors in how far that salt shaker moved. That you didn't, Bob. Shame on you.
You don't have to get so worked up when someone corrects something, Bob, going forward. You know, I corrected the mass thing, and you agreed with me. Ultimately, you said it was negligible because air's, has the resistance is so much less. But you agreed, but you got worked up. Don't take it to ego. It doesn't need to be.
Also, Bob, man, sometimes you just gotta chill in this room, bro. You can't always have arguments about stuff.
Well, I'll take some of the responsibility.
Yeah, that was your bad
too,
too, bro.
Yeah.
Like, we just spent this entire time telling the guy who came up with the quiz about how people in this room actually get along, and then you two do this?
Yo, there's balance in everything.
That was funny, Branch. I like that.
As we say, not as we do.
That just had character, the way you said that. By the way, Roland, I think, I think like you were saying something before as well. Do you remember what you were saying?
I don't. I was talking over somebody and you said stop, so I stopped and I have no idea what I was saying.
No, it wasn't necessarily that. It was just that it seemed like Percentage and Bob were really kind of wanting, kind of going back and forth on that thing. And then, no, it was fine that you were jumping in. It wasn't really necessarily interrupting, but because sometimes, it's hard to tell. Well, yeah, it just, little overlaps happen like that. So yeah, no big deal. I just wanted to, just kind of.
I've been conditioned by 24/7 to shut up and not get muted. I think you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, they're quick with the mutes.
But in truth, like, I'm not really here to sow discord and malice. So I don't know. I didn't want to jump in. I can't identify Bob, though. Listening to those two guys debate, I know who guy I've previously met that refuses to be identified by a shorter name other than the person that has a lot of percent signs in his name. And Bob, like, I know guy who refuses to be identified.
Come on, man. You're killing me.
I don't know who Bob is. He's smart. He knows a lot of answers to things, but I don't know who he is.
You know who I am?
No. But you don't. But you. I feel like you're a flat earther and you're not ambiguous about it.
That's fair.
Not that I want to bin everybody into like this binary thing of like flat or not, but Bob is strange. Like he knows a lot of things, but his answers.
To be fair,
he's an outlier.
He was very clear. He said I debunk them, and like I know their arguments because I know my enemy or something like that. So he couldn't have been more explicit.
It's true. He couldn't have been more explicit, but then he also gave two answers I've never heard before. He said to the answer about why did the salt shaker stop? Because God willed it. And
taking the piss there.
I think he was
and
joking.
yeah. But then he's also the only person that said, when I said, "How do you measure mass?" He said against the reference mass. So he's the only person that said the salt shaker stopped because God willed it, and you measure mass. I don't even know what to make of those answers.
I was kidding. I said friction, and by the way, friction also implies heat, doesn't it?
No, you said God willed it, and I'm sticking with that. I'm kidding.
Okay.
No,
Here,
I'm
let's
kidding. I'm
just
teasing you.
finish
I'm
up with
teasing you.
percentage here. Let's just see if you actually know the difference.
Yo,
Wait.
cool,
Hold on. Leave percentage alone, Bob. Ask me a question. Two. I'll give you three. 3 questions.
I'm going to ask you one question.
Okay.
Pluto is no longer a planet. Is that due to consensus or convention in the scientific community?
Ooh, nice one, Bob.
Okay, way back when we first discovered Mars and Jupiter and Saturn, there were like these other things that we thought were planets that we ultimately decided were the asteroid belt. Something similar has happened with Pluto, where as we continued looking, we started finding other objects in similar orbits as Pluto at the same distance. And it turns out maybe there's like a second asteroid belt. And it started to make sense to reclassify Pluto as a member of that outer asteroid belt, much like we reclassified these inner objects we had discovered as members of the inner asteroid belt. And that's the best I can
That's
do.
a fantastic answer. But if you could answer the question I asked you, was it a matter of consensus or convention that Pluto is no longer a planet? You've answered it, but I want to hear the word from you.
Convention or consensus? God, that is such a like scalpel thing between. I'm going to say convention. That's my
Nobody
final
said you
answer.
have to pick one, though.
Wait, Bob, before you say the
I'll do it.
answer,
I'll
I
pick.
wanna say
I'm gonna
my
pick
answer.
convention. I'm gonna pick
I mean,
convention. Final answer.
It could
No,
be.
I want to commit. I want to commit. I want to
Okay,
commit.
you have committed. Does anybody else have any other thoughts?
Yeah, there was a consensus to have a new convention.
Okay, my answer, Bob, is very short. It's both.
I'm going with convention. Final answer.
And you are correct that it is convention. We changed the definition of a planet.
Who's we?
The scientific community. They changed
Me
the
and Bob is
definition
we.
of
That's
a
who.
planet.
Was it just a group or a consensus that changed the definition?
It's a convention.
No, was it just a
All right.
small, like, a minority, or the consensus of the scientific
You
community?
guys have a great night. It's a convention, period.
No, it's not.
They changed the definition.
So
of what a planet
Bob, before you go, you have 2 other questions. You can fire me. I gave you 3.
No, that's all I needed.
It requires
What did you-
consensus to make.
What did you get out of my answer?
That you understood it.
Is there heat involved? Is there heat involved with 2 icebergs rubbing together, creating friction?
Yes.
How so?
Friction involves heat.
Okay, Bob, can I ask you another question?
Dude, it's 3 o'clock in the morning. It's 4 o'clock in the morning. Go ahead and hit one more.
You must be somewhat near me in terms of your longitude.
I am
okay.
36 minutes behind solar noon in Albany, New York. Where am I?
In Albany, New York.
My
Dude, I
solar
don't know.
noon is at
Dude, I don't know. I
12:36 when
can't do that.
Albany is at 12. Where am I?
I'm not going to get out my pencil for you on this.
You can't do that in your head?
No, dude.
You're about a half hour away, bro.
Let's move forward.
You caught
I'm
me.
9 degrees
I'm
west
bad
of
at
Albany, New
arithmetic.
York.
9 degrees is what, freaking 60 miles per degree or something,
No.
roughly like that. I don't know.
No, it's not 60 miles because I'm not on the equator.
I did.
My
I give
rotation is 1 degree every 4 minutes.
Yield. I'm bad at arithmetic.
Yeah. But the
I
Earth's
yield.
rotation is 1 degree every 4 minutes.
I hope it's about 1 revolution per day.
That would be 1 degree every 4 minutes. Yes.
So, I have a question for you.
All right, come on. I'm waiting.
Okay. There are 400 people coming to a big like party for flat earthers and globers, like all meeting together. A mixer, a cocktail party. 400 people have showed up. What is the probability that 2 of them share the same birthday?
%. If there are 400 people,
Is your name
wait.
Dr. Bob?
No, I was
But
thinking
he's not
100%.
answering.
More than 365 of them, but that assumes that all of them have different birth dates. And quite frankly, it's a little more complicated than that. I can't do it in my head right now.
Yes, you can.
But that's my answer.
Your answer is it's incomputable in human time.
400 people show up.
The probability is definitely 100%.
It's 100%, Bob.
Yeah, it should be, but there's no guarantee that the birth dates are all separate.
But there's
So that means that they have it on the same
400
day.
people, 200 of them
Yeah.
could be twins.
I'll
There's
tell you
more
the
people
answer.
than days of the year. Therefore, 2 people must have the same day.
Yeah, no, it's 2 out of 400. The answer is 2 out of 400.
2 out of 400, so it'd be 1 in 200.
I see what you're saying. Okay, yeah.
So you think that the probability is 0.0 or
You asked the
0.5%?
question wrong, bro.
I did not.
Yeah, you did, because now what Bob's trying to say is that the answer could actually be 1.2.
I
Or
said
something
that
else.
there's a big party and 400 people show up. What's the probability that 2 of them share the same birthday?
My gut feeling is 100%, but I can't calculate it properly.
Okay, if you
I
ask
guess
the
he's
Not in my
right.
head.
Hold on. He's maybe correct. I guess I have to amend my question. What is the
No,
probability that at
no.
least 2 of them share the same
You
birthday?
got me
Yo,
thinking.
if
You got me
70 people
thinking.
show Brant, shut up. If 70 people show up, the chances that they have the same birthday is like 90%. You guys need to
Don't
start
tell me to
watching number.
shut up, Jeremy.
Brant, shut up. The
Bro,
chances
that's
that
very rude.
the chances. I'm sorry, Brant. The chances that if even 70 people show up to the party, there's like a 90% chance that they have the same birthday. It's lower than you think.
Great addition to the conversation,
Why?
Jeremy.
It is a good addition.
Well,
Why is
the disruption.
You know, I've got to admit to something here. I'm tending to lean with Jeremy on this one. I think that it's at least 100%, but I'm not sure. My gut feeling is it's 100%, but I can't
If anything,
calculate.
it's got to be more than 100. Bob, what the
Yeah, it
fuck
can't
are
be
you
more
on,
than
bro?
100, but I can't calculate it. I can't calculate it in my head.
Yeah, I mean, when you
Calculating it.
Bob,
How do you
My
even go
gut
about
feeling is
calculating?
100%.
Bob, there is no way 2 people do not share the same birthday in that room. If there's more people than days of the year.
Seriously.
But that's assuming
Why?
that each
Why
one
not?
is on a different day, though, Branch. There could be missing days. You could have 400 people.
Guys, they're
and-
not talking about the same year. It's the same 365 days. It doesn't matter the year.
My answer
So-
would have to be 100%.
Oh my god, I was fucking around, Bob.
Because you don't have guarantees that.
What if
Well-
what if out of
What you-
all of those people? No, I'm just joking. I wasn't fucking around. It's got to be 100%.
It has
It's got to be
100%.
100% because there's no way that you can't get a duplicate.
Exactly.
Now, if you were to ask, what's the probability
Why
that
did- no,
3 of
Bob,
them
I
will
guess
share
my
the same
question
birthday,
is,
or
Bob-
4 of them will share the same birthday, then we're talking below 100%.
Yeah, that's more of a calculation. I think you're right, though. I think with two people sharing the same birthday, it's 100%.
Absolutely, it has to be.
Yeah,
No, it's
I
2 out
agree
of 4.
with you.
2 out of 4.
It's at least 100%.
Yeah,
At
I agree.
least. I mean, again, above 100% doesn't make any sense in the context of the question, but
All right, so Roland, what's your answer for that?
Oh, 100% for sure. Branch is right. There's no way to have more than 366 people in a room and that some of them don't share a birthday.
Yeah.
There
You're-
definitely
Bullshit.
is.
Hold up.
There definitely
Hold
is.
up.
That's
Leap
just silly.
years,
You could have
motherfuckers.
everyone born on.
Hold on.
Branch,
Hold
shut up,
on. We
Branch.
all forgot about leap years.
I said
No, shut the-
366. I picked
Yes,
400
yes,
because it was bigger than
but
300.
If you have
one of those
365, shut the fuck up, Branch. If you have 400 people in a room, there's definitely a chance that none of them share the same birthday. They could have all been born on. Wait, what was the question?
No, you're on one, Jared.
Think about
No,
it, man. It's over 100% because you've got you've got more people than there are days in the year. So even if every single person was
no doubt.
on a different day of the year, there's
That
going
is
to be
correct.
an extra person or an extra number of people that are going to be doubles.
Guys, think about this: 400
Here, I'm
people in the
posting something
room.
in the
400 people in the room.
chat right now. It's Vsauce's birthday paradox.
Jeremy, seriously, bro. Look, think about this: 400 people in the room. One of them is born on February 29th. He could be an individual, couldn't he?
Yeah, but still, there's going to be at least 2 people that have the same birthday. Come on, man.
That's not sequitur.
I just wanted to see what would happen, bro. Just
I don't see where the assumption
make
if you
it
have
non-sequitur.
400 if you have 400 people, of course that's more than the number of days in a year. But how is that guaranteeing that it doesn't necessarily say that each one of those is going to be on one of those days. Like you could definitely still have missing days within that.
No, because if you have missing days, you only have missing days because 2 people have the same day.
yeah, you could definitely have missing days,
Which means
but people
that
would definitely
100% they have the same day. You know.
You'd
Yeah,
always
what do you
have-
mean missing
Oh,
days?
yeah.
Unless some of those people in that room have created their own calendar.
Well, if you've got more than 3 people that are born on the same day, then yeah, you can have less.
Right, but then those
Then
three
that
people
already answers the
themselves
question.
would be
2
the
people already
matching-
had the same birthday.
Those 3 people themselves would match the.
Would satisfy the question.
Yeah, because all you need
Satisfy
is
the
you just need
question.
one double, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah. So. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Although it still doesn't seem like it's exactly 100. I feel like the answer is like 99 point.
No,
it's definitely
anything is like 1 point.
Definitely 100%.
Yeah, definitely.
No, it's 1 point. It's 130%.
Yep, that's about right. No, I'm just joking.
No,
So,
'cause you've
so
got to
I've
divide-
asked, I have had as many as 5,000 people come to the party, and the debate that has ensued has been quite similar.
Well, because there's like wild things that happen with statistics where there can be out of order digits. Especially when randomness is involved.
I understand completely. My question is not actually one of probability, but one of logic.
I mean, don't more people have sex during the winter time where they can't go out as much than summertime, and therefore there's a higher birth rate during 9 months after winter, which throws this whole thing off, doesn't it?
I don't think that's the case.
It doesn't have anything to do with my question, no.
I know.
Well, it's just a big big game of musical chairs, really. You know, there's 366 chairs to sit on, and
some lucky girl's gonna sit on my lap.
Have to sit on sit on the same chair.
No. You know what?
Yeah, well, imagine you've got 365 balls, each one of them numbered. Every person who comes into the room grabs the ball that correlates to their birthday. Then, if you've got more people than there are days in the year, then you're going to have at least one. You're going to have more than one duplicate.
Definitely.
Right. I was thinking. I agree. But I was thinking of it in an inverted way, which is the concept of is every day filled on the actual. Is every day?
But wouldn't you have to? Sorry, Joe.
No, go ahead.
Wouldn't you have to compare each person with the other person? Like if you got 20 people, let's say, you would have to compare each person with 19 other people. So it's these different combinations that increases the number of chances you have. So like
so long as it's
20
below
times 19?
360. Sorry, go ahead.
So 20 times 20 is what? 420 times 19 would be 300 and something. and that would be more than the number of days you have in a year. So that would increase the probability, right?
No, yeah, it would increase it. That's what I'm saying. It's got to be 1 point something. But the way the question was stated, you can say that you can answer that with 100% certainty that two people would match.
I would say if you have like 70 people or something, then definitely the probability is more than 50% that two people are going to match.
Yeah, but we're not talking
Yeah,
about
but
70.
he said 400 people.
We're talking about more than the days of the year.
400 people, then it's 100% probability that two people there are going to have a birthday
Right,
on the
of
same day.
course.
Yeah. I would say it's 100%.
It's 130.
100.1.
130%.
Well, then how about this next layer to it? How could we predict the probability that there'll be, let's say, two people that have the same birthday, or three or four, like, you know, multiplying it that way?
Yes, and that's when you got to think about when do people have sex, at what times of the year more babies born.
All you really have to do is describe it's a black swan question. Describe any way that you can get 400 people in a room together and nobody shares a birthday together. Any way, sex, whatever, any way you want.
A longer year.
It's impossible.
No, you can't do that.
What if the 400 people, while they're in the room, have sex and have another baby?
It's one night, dude. It's a party for flat earthers and globers to get together for one night only.
Well, then what's the probability ratio? The probability ratio, okay, that two people have the same birthday is 100. What's the probability that two people share the same birthday, three people share the same birthday, etc.? How does that ratio out?
You mean like exactly two people?
I need to put that in a spreadsheet,
Yeah.
bro. I need to put that in a spreadsheet.
You would just time
if there were so I'll answer his question. If there are 400 people in the room, the probability that exactly and only two people share a birthday is 0.
Yeah, because I mean, imagine if you had 365 people in the room. The chances that every single one of them is born on a different day is extraordinary. Like, yeah.
The musical chairs, the musical chairs thing
what
that
he said is true, because if everybody was born on the same day, then it still qualifies his reasoning, and it would still be 0.
The musical chairs thing was actually one of the best things of all, because like just picture 366 chairs in the room. So the first 366 people go sit in different chairs. Like magically, we ended up with like the first 366 people all had different birthdays. Fine, great. They're all sitting in different chairs. Now what? There's like a bunch more people.
The chances of that are unbelievably small.
Doesn't matter though. That's like the best case situation is that like the first 366 people all magically had different birthdays, and there's still like 34 people that need to come in the room. What are they supposed to do?
There's going to be at least 34. There's going to be at least 34 pairs. 34, people.
Well, it starts to get complicated if you do that, because like the next 34
well, no,
people
that's
could
definite.
possibly the next 34 people could all have the same birthday.
Hang on. In the situation you proposed, where everybody's born on a different day, 365 people, that means every surplus person that comes into the room after that is going to be a second person to someone in the room.
Right. That'll be
so you can have at least 30-something doubles, or some of them could be triples or quadruples or quintuples.
Yeah, but he did say one of every birthday. So that negates that, doesn't it? There couldn't be any triplets in that scenario.
Yeah, there could.
So let's talk about sextants.
Okay.
Let's move on.
No.
I know. Percent still wants to be in this world where he's got girls sitting in his lap.
The guy that I have previously discussed before about what to call him is somebody that I think really wants to talk a lot about probability theory, and I encourage him to continue that discussion.
No, I'm cool with ending the probability theory. I just don't want to get into sextants.
Yeah, they are pretty scary, aren't they?
No, I've
do
heard
they
it's
sextants
been a trend
require-
this past like month and a half or so, and I've heard so much about it.
He's
do
all
sextants
sexed out.
require triangulation or
I'm sexing out, yeah. If you guys want to, I mean, I'm not saying no, but no.
Okay, let's talk about buoyancy then. If we don't want to talk about sextants, let's. Hey,
no.
anybody
I like
want to wait?
buoyancy.
Oh, really?
Well, if you had
Spacely, have you ever heard about?
366 sextants in a room and you got 400 people,
I want to talk about Space City. I don't think anybody knows what Space City is, though, but it's a theory that nobody's been able to disprove ever.
Well, then you know what that means, Branch. It's true until proven otherwise.
All right, that's what I'm guessing. So shit.
I guess.
Do you know what Space City is? Rolling the boulder.
Say that again. I didn't.
Go ahead, Branch. Take it away.
No, you're the expert, bro. I mean,
No, you go. I want to see your understanding, and then
I mean,
if there's
I
anything I need to step in and
was
correct.
setting this up for you, bro.
I appreciate it, but I'm handing it right back to you.
Okay.
Make me proud.
Let me talk about Space City then.
For real, man.
Not for reals. I didn't really want to talk about it either. I wanted to instigate a conversation. I didn't want to be the conversation.
That's cool. I don't want to leave the guy hanging, so I'll tell it quickly. Space City is basically the 0-point energy of empty space. We know that there isn't, perfectly empty space. But basically, the less dense objects are being attracted to the less dense air above, and as a result, we have this resultant downward acceleration caused by this upward acceleration of the 0-point energy attracting each other. Do you understand?
I don't.
So it's basically
but I'm
space
trying to
attracting
follow.
space.
Start from the top again, because that didn't make sense. But
all right, so you have
am
space
trying.
attracting space. The space above, it's very, very, light air. It gets less and less dense as you go up. There's very little mass in that volume, right? So that space above is attracting the very less dense things below, the space below. All right, space is attracting space.
Yeah.
As a result, it's pushing. So the less dense things are going up, the more dense things are being pushed down, causing gravity.
Wait,
You
what?
understand?
No, I don't. What caused gravity?
So gravity is a secondary effect of spacity, which is space attracting space.
Okay, continue.
That's about it, basically.
Oh, it's like the macrocosm of gravity,
It's the reciprocal of gravity. Gravity is this downward bias of mass attracting mass. This is saying that there's an upward bias, it's the first thing, the precedent is this upward space attracting space causing the downward mass attracting mass. It's not even attracting mass, but it's just pushing the mass down to Earth.
I guess my only question is, can you use this to predict where an artillery shell will land?
It could be used to predict anything that we currently predict today with so-called, mass attracting mass.
Can you show me how it predicts a trajectory of an artillery shell?
Well, are you, gonna go to Coriolis or something like that in terms of trajectory of artillery shells? I would say if we're gonna show how it works.
No.
Yeah, I would just say, but if we're gonna show how it works, you should first go to just like items that are rising or dropping, objects that rise and fall.
Okay. I mean, I'm listening. You're the teacher. I'm just trying to understand what you're saying.
No, that's good. That's about it, basically. Space attracting space.
So it does it does space. So like instead of mass attracting mass, it's space attracting space.
Yes, and it causes the more dense things, because less dense things are being attracted upwards to the, the least dense space, as it were, the air above, right? And as a result, it's because of our density gradient, it's pushing the more dense things down.
Does this differ from Archimedes' principle?
Not at all.
That's actually a fine explanation, because the gravity explanation is the same except it's opposite. So both explanations are fair.
So when people tell me Archimedes' principle explains things, I've been listening to this for a little while now and trying to think about how I might interrogate that idea. And one question I have is, if I went up 10 feet, 20 feet, 30 feet, something like that, 1 story, 3 stories up, and I brought with me an 8-pound bowling ball and a 20-pound bowling ball. They're very similar shapes, so their resistance encounter with the air will be very similar. I throw them off at the same time. According to Archimedes' principle, they should hit the ground at different times. Whether small or not, they definitely experienced different buoyant forces, and they should hit the ground at different times. But I don't expect to observe that. And
Yeah, did you say 2 different balls, different masses, but same shape and surface area and drag?
Yeah, and like bowling balls, or maybe even something more aerodynamic than that. Like, I'm really trying to eliminate drag, air resistance as a factor. Like,
Yeah,
let it just
the
be
drag.
buoyancy.
The answer is the more dense thing will fall and reach the ground. It'll fall faster and reach the ground first.
So if they reach the ground at the same time, what does that mean?
Then you just don't have an accurate enough device to measure it. Or you could use that same device, but just increase the height at which you're dropping it. Because definitely the more dense thing, it's called the drag to weight ratio, the more dense thing will fall faster.
Yeah, like, forget about drag though. Like, let's try.
I know, I'm saying the drag is equal between the 2 objects.
Yeah.
But because one of them is more dense, it has a different drag to weight ratio. And
So
as such, it'll fall faster.
If we kept doing this experiment better and better, and they kept hitting the ground at the same time, what does that mean?
They won't. By definition, because it's not a perfect vacuum, because we have air, they will not fall at the same rate.
But so if they did hit the ground at the same time, what would it mean?
Then you're living in an alternate universe with different physical laws.
Can't we confirm this by dropping the feather with more drag, and then dropping a cup with less drag, and then dropping a bowling ball with the most drag, and they fall at different speeds? Isn't that already confirmed? Is this an argument?
No, that wouldn't really confirm it, because you want to stick to the same type of object. So you can confirm this yourself in your tub if you want. You take a bottle of water, right, and fill it with sand. Like a water bottle, fill it with sand, an empty one, and then take another one, fill it with like ball bearings, and then drop the 2 in your tub, in the water in your tub, and you'll see which one falls faster. Drag-wise, they'd be the same, because it's the same container, and the resistance is going to be the same. But because one is more dense, it's going to fall faster. The same applies to air. It's less condensed in terms of the resistance. That's why when they say the bowling ball and the feather fell at the same speed, it's bullshit. They just didn't do it from a high enough distance.
Will a gold coin fall faster than a silver coin?
If they're the exact same type of coin, I think it would, because gold,
But the gold is more
atomic weight
dense, right? So would the density fall faster than silver because gold is more dense?
Yes.
So yeah, it seems like we're back in a situation where no one can disprove spacity. Therefore, as Geo said, it must be true.
As true as gravity ever was.
If I was going to really take issue with anything that Guy, whom has a lot of special characters in his name that I have previously met before, and whom I refer to as Guy that I have previously met before with an odd name, if I was really going to refute
It's usually
him,
just
I'd have
percent.
to be much, much earlier in the evening than right now.
Yeah, you can just call him percentage.
Yeah, percentage is good.
He has not said that, and I will not
Well, that's
call
fine.
him by something that he has not said he wants to be called by.
He doesn't get a say in this matter.
I kind of like referring to him the way that I do.
I think that's clear.
Ain't that the flat earth truth?
Can I refer to him as percentage of the truth?
You may.
Okay, so slight percentage of the truth
No,
said.
you have to precede it. You don't don't assume my what's the word? Guys, what's the
Slight.
word? Pronoun. My pronoun is 100. Or sorry, my title. Let's go with title. My title's 100.
Okay, so slight percentage of the truth whose title is 100 out of 1,000.
No. Just like Mr. Blank, my title is 100.
We should just start adding titles to. We should just start adding titles. We should just go by titles from now on.
Percentage
Instead of
S.
names.
Percentage S is probably a better way to refer to him as. Not percentage, percentage S.
Percentages.
Boulder, could I ask you a question?
S.
Of course, man.
S is in the feminine way of saying it. Percentage S.
Oh, that's what you're getting at. I thought you were talking about like last initials S
No.
for whatever reason.
All right, we got a question on the table.
Boulder, do you think objects without mass can have electric charge?
Can objects without mass have electric charge? Give me 1 second to contemplate.
Take your time.
I do not think massless objects can have electric charge, but I am very open to contradiction. I don't feel strongly.
Why do you think massless objects can have electric charge?
Because the only things that I can really think of right now are electrons and protons, and they both have mass. So I don't have a good example of a massless object with electric charge. But I know that I know that these things can be decomposed into other subatomic particles, and so maybe those have electric charge, and that's why I say I'm not really committed. I could be wrong.
Moved. Can you define object in your question?
Yeah, but if you can decompose something into a subatomic particle, it has mass. But you are completely correct. A massless object can never have a charge.
I would say a massless object doesn't exist.
A photon.
Boom.
I wouldn't call it an object.
So did I answer the question right or wrong?
I would say that light goes through a medium, and that medium is the electromagnetic background. And if that is the case, and if photons don't have mass, then yes, they can have a charge.
So Boulder, you answered the same way I would have answered the question. I think that's the same way most people would have answered the question. There isn't a specific link between mass and charge. You know, they're not dependent of each other, but it's mainly because we just haven't discovered we don't have a theory for a massless particle with charge. All of the particles we find that have mass have charge, and vice versa.
That's my understanding so far, but
there are massless particles that have a different type of charge, colored charge.
That's interesting because when you start talking about,
I don't know if you know about color charge, man.
I think that's color charge is a property of subatomic particles. Yeah. That's like spin.
Yes, color charge
and
deals
charm
with
and such things like that.
no. That's kind of charm and things. That's like flavors, flavors within different types of leptons. Color charge, it's more to do with quarks and gluons. So it's to do with the strong nuclear force. So you get different types of colors, but when they combine these colors, you always end up with a neutral white color.
yeah, but
I don't want to get into that.
But we're still talking about particles of mass.
Gluons and quarks don't have mass.
Are you sure? There's subatomic.
I'm sure.
Yeah, they're called massless.
Okay.
They're massless elementary particles, and they give protons and neutrons mass through energy mass equivalence.
Okay.
But most of the people in this call don't believe in this stuff, so I don't want to get into it because this is going to turn into a prove
probably
that's true
annihilate
type
each
of
other.
thing.
Okay, yeah, got you.
Yeah.
I wanted to read up on this shit though. I didn't know gluons were massless. I thought they had a tiny, tiny mass.
Well, we've never measured the gluon to have mass.
Have we made gluons?
We've smashed particles together and like created a gluon quark type of plasma, but that's not us making gluons.
I just don't know where the charge would come from if it's massless. Would it be like that would then mean that pure energy should have a charge, which makes us to rethink what the properties of energy are?
Well, mass is just a form of energy. It's a property of energy.
Yeah, and we don't
And
really
when energy,
understand. We're at the quantum level, bro. We're so far away from understanding this shit anyway.
I thought quarks did have masses though.
That's what I always thought, that these
Gluons
things
are
masses.
massless, but I thought quarks had masses.
Well, I always thought that gluons had some mass towards them too, but I guess I'm completely wrong about that. I didn't study it, so I don't know. That's the nice thing about quantum physics is it brings up all these weird questions that usually have no answers.
quarks and gluons are different. It's their interaction that gives protons and neutrons mass through the strong force.
Pressure.
I guess I got something to read about tomorrow. So, Roland, I think it's time for another riddle.
Okay, shoot.
From you.
Oh, from me. What did the Pink Panther say when he stepped on an ant?
Does he have like a tagline?
Dead
I
ant.
forget.
Dead ant. Dead ant.
Oh,
Dead ant. Dead ant. Dead ant.
That's funny.
Okay, that was good. Dude, you know what, man? That whole fucking Days of the fucking Year shit with fucking Bob, I think you really pissed him off on that one, bro. Like I think he was literally fucking fuming when he got that shit wrong. Because I was getting on him like, what the fuck are you talking about, Bob? It's gotta be 100. And he still didn't fucking get it. And then afterwards, when everybody fucking agreed that it's 100, he still stuck around the room for like 10, 15 minutes, right? I think it really pissed him off.
I don't know. I think we could have definitely been a little bit meaner in terms of like that, at least 100 you know, we could have like made fun of it, but I think we handled it, you know, very respectfully. I got a riddle. If you guys are game.
I can just say that from my time engaging with everybody and everybody that I've talked to, my like I'm getting the most out of asking people questions that actually don't have anything to do with what they think about the shape of the earth, and challenge like how they think, and just everybody expects a question that like proves the globe and when you just say like, well, like, how do you like, what about whatever, if people don't, I don't know, it throws them off.
There's a big side of flat Earth that's not just about if you want the shape of the Earth, but it's about disproving all of science. I'm not sure if that's directly correlated to what you're saying, but like you'll find this sooner or later. It's not just about flat Earth. It's just about all of science is supposed to be wrong.
Well, in a sense, it's interesting because the Copernican revolution, as they call it, essentially they describe it in the mainstream kind of historical narrative as being this huge, you know, sort of renaissance for science and all these breakthroughs that came along with it. So, in a way, yeah, the globe Earth is kind of centered on this current paradigm, which is then rooted in the Newtonian Cartesian materialistic paradigm. And then you get the Big Bang, atheism's in there. So yeah, it does kind of all come together. Not to say that everything that, you know, is called science is false, but I think we're in a time period now of like a sifting through. We're going to have to reevaluate everything and see what's actually solid and what, you know, just wasn't true in the first place that could just be let go of.
So, Gio, let's say if it was found out that all of science is wrong, would the best thing to do be to burn all the books?
No, unless you're really cold and you need to make a fire, but other than that.
Well, you don't want future generations picking this shit up and reading, you know, bullshit, basically.
You got to be careful when you say science, because science, in and of itself, the methodology and everything, it can't be wrong given the assumptions we make, so as to like be able to use it. It can't be wrong by definition. But if you're referring to like, you know, colloquial science, the scientific consensus and stuff like that, then yeah, it could be wrong. But you got to like, you know, be clear with those, with what you're talking about.
Monday there's 9 planets, and Tuesday there's 8 planets. So is that science being wrong?
Yeah, I wouldn't say that I consider that science, because it's not like because they're talking about like what these lights in the sky are, right? They haven't tested them or anything. There's no science done on the stuff in the sky, like the celestial objects. They haven't been up there to do any sort of testing or verification or validation. It's not science per se, but it's mainstream science. So if you're talking about mainstream science, then, you know, that's a clear kind of distinction to make.
So there's real science and there's mainstream science.
Absolutely.
Which are different things. One could be bullshit and one is legit.
Absolutely. And when it's mainstream science and it's bullshit, or if it's any science that's bullshit, then it's pseudoscience. It's not necessarily actual science.
I remember when I was around, I don't know, 10, I was looking at a science book in a bookstore, and I remember distinctly being there reading about Mercury. It said the planet of Mercury is very special because the gravity is a crushing 90 tons. And I know that's not legit. Looking back, right? That was like scientism.
Yeah. Scientism is a nice word. It makes the distinction quite clear. They'll be like, what's scientism? Well, it's the, pseudoscience, the blah, 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 that doesn't follow the method of testing and validity. Sorry to interrupt. Go ahead.
I'm done. Thank you.
You're good. Did you know what what a ton was back then?
Yeah, because I'm watching I'm reading like Marvel superheroes, so like Thor can lift 90 tons, and hopefully lift 100 tons plus. So yeah, a ton was like 2.2 thousand pounds. That's when I first learned it.
Yeah.
The shit that kids think about.
The shit they tell kids. Like that Mercury claim is as reliable as the Hulk claim.
Yeah, we haven't stepped 1 foot near Mercury, and it's kind of creepy to see like a science poster that shows the core of Mercury, and it shows that Mercury has a core when we haven't stepped 1 foot near Mercury. But they know that inside the core is like cobalt and bullshit like that.
It's hilarious.
They're like, it has a core. It's got a core. What is that from? I'm thinking of
It's got to match up to how they define planets, really.
Well, it must have a core because of gravity.
Yeah, with the whole Mercury's core thing, it's not an exact answer. Isn't it like an assumption they make, or like an inference? Do they say that we?
It's a guesstimate.
Yeah, it's a guesstimate.
Right?
That's a nice word, guesstimate.
Yeah,
but not a 100% pure guesstimate, because they use things to infer what's in the core, right? Like the way it spins and things.
It spins?
Well, you see Mercury spin, don't you?
Do
You don't think Mercury spins? Yeah.
Ooh, I
Just
don't know.
get a telescope, so you can see Mercury spin.
You can see it spinning with a telescope.
You can't see it spinning per se.
I mean, but you know what I mean. You will see different faces of it. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so you're just seeing a different, perhaps, reflection of light or
Please.
emission of light.
Please take a look in the text stream. Tell me what you think. Is this science?
Well, it does have phases. Mercury has
What did you
phases.
post?
Of course it has phases, yeah.
Solid in a core, all layers shown are proportional.
Oh yeah,
that's
solid.
Yeah, but I don't think anyone says that is exact, Godric. It's I guess we can go with Bansaw's word, a guesstimate. I say it's more inferred, but it's not 100% exact.
And Geo, because it has phases, does that then mean it has rotation?
Hang on, it says solid anticrust.
No, I wouldn't say so.
It says solid anticrust. Now, how would you even know that?
Here's a paper.
Well, the solid inner core, it's like cobalt. It's very similar to cobalt. They infer it. It's not 100% similar, but it's very similar. It's like a special form of cobalt inside the core. They call it corbalt.
All right, percentage. Hey,
help us out, Coach.
Percentage. Why
we're
did
in needance of your
wisdom. I have a question.
Wisdom and
a quick question. Why did you say that? Of course, it has phases.
Of course, it has phases.
I know you.
Because we observe them.
Right.
But what's a phase?
What's different? It makes different faces. It doesn't. You don't see the same lit up portion of Mercury. It's just like the moon.
Yeah, the lights are just different that are entering our eye. It looks different, right?
Yeah, but why would that be an assumed property. There's many the other planets don't have phases.
What do you mean?
Venus and Mercury, but the other planets don't have phases.
How do they not have phases?
They just don't.
The face of them doesn't change at all?
No, the lit up part doesn't change. The part that's lit up that we see.
What about in retrograde motion?
It doesn't matter.
It does.
No, I'm saying it doesn't matter if it's retrograde or prograde. It doesn't. It doesn't. They don't have phases.
So if it's, so you're saying always it's the same face of those planets are shown, like the moon, kind of?
Well, I think they claim that they're rotating, is what they would claim, right, Kosho?
Oh,
Yeah,
sorry,
but
I
are
forgot
they
about how-
tidally locked like the moon is, so you always see
No.
the same face?
No, they rotate.
Okay,
What
then
I'm
it has
saying-
phases.
No, the phases are the lit up parts. So like the moon has phases.
Well, I mean, not the same as like the moon's phases. I guess it would just be like different kind of sections of like different images of the planet are shown, you know, depending on where it is in, you know, in the sky at the time of year or whatever.
Well,
Maybe phase is the wrong word, because
Mercury and Venus have phases like the moon does, but Mercury and Venus both stay within range of the sun.
That's also correct.
They never get, like, Mercury is like 21 degrees, and then Venus is like 45. It's the furthest it ever gets from the sun. So basically, from our viewpoint, even outside of heliocentric or geocentric or anything like that, just in our sky, we'll see Venus will, like, let's say Venus and the sun are conjunct. They're right at the same place in the sky. And then Venus will go faster than the sun and will be ahead of the sun, as it were, in its path. And then when that's happening, the phase will be angled towards the sun. And then it slows down and goes the same speed as the sun again. And then in its retrograde phase, it's going to go behind the sun. It's actually vice versa. It's actually when it goes retrograde, it actually picks up speed and goes faster. But the bottom line is that it's going on either side. So when it goes slower than the sun, it's now going slower. And then, you know, it'll get a maximum of about 45 degrees. And when that's happening, the phase will be pointing towards the sun,
the opposite
the
side
other
would be
side
lit.
of it. Yeah. So just like the moon, like the position of Mercury and Venus to the sun correlate with the way that the phases kind of
That's
are
correct.
fluorescing.
But the question is, why would that be assumed when it doesn't have? That's not the same case with Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Mars.
Right. No, it's a good thing. But what I was just saying, the one difference about Mercury and Venus versus Jupiter and all those is that they're like tied to the cycle of the sun in terms of going in front of the sun, behind the sun, but they don't. Whereas Jupiter goes all the way around; it makes a full rotation.
That's right. I mean, these are true facts. But
like Jupiter will, like the sun will lap Jupiter, whereas Mercury will never lap the sun.
Basically, just like the speed of the rotation.
Well, I mean, the rotational speed isn't relevant either, though, because I don't know how fast Jupiter rotates fairly quickly, but Venus takes like 200 days to rotate.
No, but if they're going at more or less the same speed as the sun, you'd expect that the phases would change if it's going above and behind versus just always kind of not, you know, like Jupiter being, hanging back and going at basically the angle to the sun remains relatively the same. You wouldn't expect it to have the phases like the other planets that have angles that are changing.
No, all the angles of all the wandering stars, planets, they all change.
Of course, but wouldn't you agree that Jupiter's, like the angle to the sun from Jupiter is relatively stable compared to Mercury and Venus?
No.
Why not?
Because it's just not. It's just like Gio said, it moves around the entire sky. It moves around the entire Earth in our model. Where Venus and Mercury are fairly close to the sun, but all the objects, angles in reference to the sun, they all change. drastically at different times. Jupiter can be close to the sun, or it can be, on the opposite side of the sun. I don't know. I was just curious. What you said, but of course it has phases. I think it's actually kind of interesting that Mars and Venus have phases, and the other planets don't.
You mean Mercury and Venus?
Yeah, right.
Well, if they're like all like, let's say over like a planar Earth type of system, like a stationary planar Earth, if you have, like the tropics, Tropic of Cancer, Equator, Tropic of Capricorn, so all the wandering stars are just like the sun does. They're moving in their paths, in their orbits, if you will, from the inner, Tropic of Cancer, then out to the Tropic of Capricorn, then back to the Tropic of Cancer, and all the wandering stars, like your planets, are all doing that in those orbital cycles. Like it takes 88 days for Mercury, 225 for Venus, 2 years for Mars, etc. Even up, where like Jupiter's like 12 years, Saturn's 29 and a half years, Uranus is 84, Neptune's 163, etc. So basically, each one of them is doing that in their cycles. But in terms of like the race cars, like Jupiter and anyways, yeah, maybe it's too much I've said too much here, but I was just trying to say that, yeah, when they're all moving in their racetracks like that, like Mercury and Venus are both sort of tied to the sun. They're just going a little faster, a little slower, a little faster, whereas the other ones are making full rotations. So in that way, it makes sense that like the Mercury and Venus could be like electromagnetically tied to the sun, and perhaps the phases are correlated with that.
In our model, it's simpler, obviously, because Mercury and Venus, the phases are explained because they're closer to the sun. They're in between us and the sun.
Yeah, that's why they call them like the inner planets. Yeah.
And Jupiter, when you said the planet that they cross the ecliptic or the path of the sun or whatever, I believe Jupiter, doesn't it not get too far from the ecliptic?
You mean the angle at which the orbit is supposed to be tilted to the ecliptic in the heliocentric model? I haven't looked this up in a while. In their model, I guess they say that it's like 1 degree. They say that most of them are like within 6, but Jupiter's, yeah. That's just, yeah. I mean, I think that they have to account for that in the frequencies of these. So, Kosho, do you agree that it could work in the way that, like, on a planar Earth, where the idea of like they're all like little race cars in their tracks? And do you agree that it could work that way? Like, do you see that as equally explanatory in terms of the positioning, or do you think there's anything that isolates whether it's a heliocentric or geocentric over a planar Earth like that?
Well, I think the difference, like you can explain it tons of ways, I guess, but the thing that sets aside the explanation that's mainstream or whatever is that it has a mechanism, like the explanation is explained through actual mechanisms, like they make sense, whereas other explanations would just be this is what happens, just be okay, this is what happens, this is where they appear to be, but there's no explanation for why they move the way they move or anything like that.
Well, but when we look up in the sky, like we see, let's say that like a band of the sky, like the part of the sky that's the Tropic of Cancer, Capricorn, and Equator, and the sun is on those throughout the year, throughout the seasons, and then all of the other wandering stars basically cycle in that same band. Like I was saying, at their different actual orbital rates or their different speeds. Like it takes Saturn essentially 29 and a half years to go from the Tropic of Capricorn all the way out to the Tropic of, no, sorry, I said it backwards. To the Tropic of Cancer on the inner ring, all the way out to the Tropic of Capricorn, crossing the equator, and then back crossing the equator again to get back to the Tropic of Cancer on the inner ring again. That takes, let's say, 29 and a half years. What's wild about it, though, is that not only does it take 29 and a half years to make that whole journey from inner to outer, but it also simultaneously takes 29 and a half years to make one full rotation around the zodiac. And so that's like the actual, like the way that Jupiter is up against the fixed, is compared to the fixed stars. So if it's in the sign of Aries or Gemini, whatever it may be, that takes 29 and a half years for it to go, let's just say, for example, from 1 degree Aries all the way around the entire thing, because it's moving a little bit slower than the fixed stars. So it's always, tracing back. And then it's also doing its retrograde cycles, which means, but even with the retrogrades, it will take, like in the case of Saturn, like 29 and a half years. So this is what blew my mind years ago when I figured this out, is that this time clock is a synchronistic machine to the point to where the time it takes for these things to go from that inner ring to the outer ring to the inner ring over the tropics and all that is the same time it takes for it to, since it's moving slightly slower in the fixed stars in its daily cycle, for it to make an entire cycle through the zodiac. So both of those, in the case of Saturn, are 29 and a half years. I can't even fathom how that was even created, that each one is doing the same orbital cycle through the zodiac as it is through the actual tropics.
It makes sense, doesn't it? I mean, it makes sense on our model. I mean, like just like the Earth, the Earth 1 year later is going to be in front of the same constellation on the ecliptic.
Right.
It's true for,
which would be like the zodiac, yeah. Is that what you're saying? Like in 1 year, like the sun will go from 1 degree Aries all the way around back to 1 degree Aries.
Yeah, just like in what you're describing is that same orbit or that same path, but each of the planets or each of the other planets.
Yeah, I think in a way it makes sense. Well, I think they kind of, in my opinion, it's reverse engineered. I mean, if you have what I'm describing, like let's say you have a huge clock above us, and then all those things are moving between the tropics and all that, like I described. And then Mercury and Venus, like I said, they're kind of tied to the sun in terms of how they move. I have my viewpoint on what it is, but I mean, you can take that, in my understanding, and you can invert it. Like you can basically make the sun at the center, and then you got to put Mercury and Venus as the first ones from the center because of the fact that they're kind of tied to the sun in that way, and they move quicker. So you kind of would have to do that. You'd have to put Mercury and Venus in orbits around a center sun, and then you would then have to put the Earth, etc. So you'd have to make them like that, and then all of like Kepler and all these like orbital motions, like I don't really think those are like any huge breakthroughs or anything. They're just using the foundational mathematics of how the sky works, and then they kind of caricatured it with those guys or whatever, and kind of, I think there's sort of a whole kind of agenda and propaganda that they push with it, because I don't think those guys cracked anything with the orbital cycles. They're just describing the orbital frequency cycles that we do see, but within that model. And then in order to do that, they have to kind of extrapolate it out and make the orbits elliptical. And they're elliptical because they're accounting for the fact that when those things go from the Tropic of, on the inner ring, the Tropic of Cancer, out to the Tropic of Capricorn, it sort of pauses there. That's like at the winter solstice point when the sun does it. They kind of pause there, like it gets all the way out to the outer ring, and it pauses there for several days, and then it slowly starts coming back inward. So the fact that it kind of goes out and pauses and then comes inward, that's why they had to make the orbits elliptical around the sun in the heliocentric model. The ellipticalness is to account for the fact that it kind of pauses on the inner ring and the outer ring as it's going through the seasons. So, like in my understanding, you can reverse engineer that whole thing and make it heliocentric. Does that mean it's heliocentric? Not necessarily, but you can do that and extrapolate it that way, and it's somewhat comparable the way that they've done it.
You know, I like Kepler's laws. I'm gonna try to do something with, I don't know, let's say Mercury's orbit, because Kepler's second law describes the speed at which Mercury would travel at any point in its orbit, given its distance and its what do you call that?
I mean, wasn't special relativity created almost because of Mercury?
Well, yeah, because not because of the that's not going to affect this equation, because that the flaw that was in that led to general relativity was that it was off by 3 arc seconds over, I think, a century. So just using one orbit, I don't think there's going to be any errors. But hold on, I'm going to need to download Stellarium again.
You know what's messed up, Kosho?
So,
is that they were not allowed to call any moon or any celestial object Vulcan because they fucked up so bad by naming that one false planet Vulcan.
Naming, wait, oh, when they thought there was another planet there, yeah. You talking about back when they saw with Mercury, you mean?
Yeah, the dude who figured out Uranus. Not Uranus, Neptune. Like, everybody was like, oh, well, fuck, he got it right the first time. He must have got it right the second time. So they just rolled with it.
Isn't Uranus where it rains diamonds?
That's Jupiter. And supposedly.
Oh, is that Jupiter?
That's just a theory, though. I mean, that's just a hypothesis, I suppose. But yeah, this GIF that I posted it represents Newton's second law, Kepler's second law, and it just says that blue area is always going to remain the same. How do I say this? Like, as it.
This is Mercury, right? We're looking at.
Yeah. So any portion that is traveling around that that circle, let's say that you split. Let's say that blue thing was 1/10 of the area of the whole thing. No matter where it was on this ellipse, you could divide it into 10 equal parts as far as time is concerned, and the area of that blue thing would be the same. And so that basically will define its speed, which is why it speeds up and slows down at different parts.
And is that different to other planets?
No. This is Kepler's second law of orbital mechanics. This is true for any orbit ever.
Right. I mean, I thought there was something special about Mercury.
No, I was going to use Mercury because it would be easy to identify, and its path is going to be the fastest.
But you do know that Mercury doesn't conform to Newtonian laws, right?
Yeah, not perfectly, but
what planet moves like that, slower and faster? Is that real?
Every orbit does that, but given one orbit branch, it should follow the same principle, because that air is only in air after like a long. You only notice it after a long period of time.
This is more about mechanics than. You're talking mechanics right now, right?
Yeah, but my point to Geo originally when I brought it up was just to show that the principles that the mainstream believes in, the explanations, there's more than just being ad hoc or reverse engineering, because they follow these
Yeah.
precise principles.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, it's not some dude in a flat earth room going, you know what, if that doesn't work, maybe it's the fucking ether. Right? There's a little bit more to it. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, well, yeah, I just mean that it's I just it'd be very difficult to reverse engineer and also match this very you know well this neat principle. You can use this principle to observe the movements, the what do you call it, retrograde and prograde movements of these planets. Actually, you know what, Mars would be a better example.
I don't think it matters. I think that as long as there isn't enormous. Actually, you know what? Even that won't matter. I don't think it matters which planet you pick, bro.
I'm only going to use Mars because if I use Mars, then you can use the zodiac, like its position in reference to the zodiac, to determine kind of how fast it's moving.
Dude, you missed it, man. We had this dude come in, right? And he had like 20 questions for Flat Earth. And it was just kind of cool just seeing people answer these 20 questions and shit.
What were the questions?
You know, he did post them in the room. I don't think you want to go and answer them all.
No, I'm just curious what they were.
It was just shit like, it's just normal Flat Earth stuff. But it was just fun, just having a basis, if you want, to facilitate conversations from. I think it worked really well.
Yeah, that was cool. It was a little bit more towards physics, I would say. Physics.
But I think it just added some structure that we don't normally have in these discussions, which is why people liked it. They added some structure, right, Gio?
Yeah, it was really cool because when somebody was answering the questions, everyone else was quiet and listening, to their questions, and we could all kind of hear the unique answers. And then, so it's kind of like people got to be kind of the center stage, like having the questions, answered, and then everyone wanted to do it. And yeah, it was really cool. I like that.
Like, I know in the when you set up the stage thing, there's like a question room or something like that, right? I haven't really messed with the whole Discord stage thing. But isn't there like this question thing that people can... I'm just wondering if there's a way to bring that type of structure into just general discussions where, when the room goes silent or something like that, there's a list of questions to fall back on that people in the room have generated.
Yeah, for sure. No, that's a great idea. I actually built a part of the server. There's a whole category for it. I think I hid it because there was a lot of rooms, and I was trying to have it be a little bit less cluttered. But it's called Ask a Question. But this was just, and there's a whole thing that I wrote up for it. There's like messages, and then there's instructions on it. But this was designed a little bit more. I mean, it could be all. It hasn't really been used, this whole system that I built, but This is a little bit more like if someone had a question, like let's say, how does retrograde motion work, or something like that they could ask it, and then people could respond to them. But yeah, what you're saying could be done as well, like kind of create like a database of questions. We could even do one like hooking in with the bot, where like you could just type in like a command and then it'll give you one. That'd be kind of cool too.
I mean, what would be cool is if we got the bot to actually like read the question out with text to talk in the chat.
Yeah, that'd be cool. Yeah, that's possible as well.
Like, what would be actually super cool is like if we did text moments of silence. Oh my god! Okay, don't get me on developing. Don't get me on software shit.
Well, I think like the Me 6 bot, it already has a thing where you can command a like put a command and then it will play like a soundbite in response to that command. So let's say you typed in whatever it would be, and you put the command in that would then trigger that question, and then the bot would join the VC, and then it would play, like whatever, like a 5-second clip or 10-second clip, which would ask the question.
Well, what I was thinking was like more like if the room has, let's say, 10 seconds of silence, right? Then the bot automatically would just ask a question. It doesn't have to be in a human voice, but just from a list of text questions. Just to feel, I don't know, make people talk again. Because a lot of times what happens is, you know when the room is getting silent. And sometimes you just need some weird question to reinvigorate people, you know what I mean?
Yeah, no, it is an awesome exercise. And this also, like I have that ask a question section that, like I said, but hasn't really fully been like rolled out, hasn't really been used yet. So yeah, those are all options. And then like you're saying with the bot, but I also had this thought like way back where I thought it'd be cool to do like, kind of like this, kind of like showcases where, whether it's like someone being kind of like interviewed, or in this case, it's answering questions, to where, yeah, like I just kind of had that idea where it'd be cool to do that, where like each person, is able to. It's like everybody can listen to that one person's perspective, and yeah, questions is a great way to go about it, because then we can kind of hear like each person's particular take on these things.
It is weird though, right? Like even today, it was like people can be super chill, and I understand that when I'm not chill, I understand how the fuck I am, right? But like the general sense of the room normally is super chill, but it's always when egos get into it, when shit gets fucking heated, like when somebody comes in here to prove that for some reason they're right. That's when shit gets heated. Like today, fucking who was it? Bob came in, and the only reason it got heated with Bob was he came in to be like he had something to prove.
I don't know. I think it got heated because Percentage started giving him a lot of pushback and questioning everything he was saying,
But I think Percentage only started doing that because of the attitude that Bob brought.
But I mean, Bob was just answering questions. Like, yeah, he sounds a bit, conceited and whatnot, but he was just answering questions. I think it's because Percentage knows who Bob is, and he realized this is a big fish global. Let me go at him.
Well, I kind of think of the difference with it where like if you're at like a cafe or something, or like a restaurant, like, you sit at a table with people, in general, you're all like respectful, you're respecting each other's space, and then you're talking, hanging out, sharing ideas, whatever it may be. And it's like, there's a positive energy. There's like a mutual positivity between everyone, ideally, and they're sharing stories, whatever it may be. And then another energy is like a food fight, where it's like fucking food's being thrown and fucking chairs are being thrown. And it's like, you know, people are angry and they're trying to like convince each other of stuff, and there's like emotions running high. So it's kind of like two different kind of
Right,
energies.
and
Like,
if you, that's kind of what I was getting at. It wasn't so much about what was said; it was about the vibe, right? And you know, honestly, in the scenario that Gio just said, if it looks like the people throwing food are having a lot of fun, the people that aren't throwing food will start throwing food because they want to join in the
Yeah.
fun.
Yeah, I totally agree. Bob came in with a weird energy. He sounded condescending. He sounded like the questions he was being asked was stupid. But the only person that reacted to that energy was Percentage.
Well, no,
I mean, Bob was like he even asked that the dude that was asking the questions, was it Boulder? Bob even asked him like do you know who I am? You know, like he came off very
I
condescending.
know, right?
But
Honestly,
yeah,
it's like,
but nobody reacted to it except for Percentage.
how many? Do you guys know who Bob actually is? Like, I don't. Like, how many subs does this dude have? Is he like a big deal, or is he not? I would assume that he's probably got like
In
2,000
the
subs.
flat Earth argument, yeah, he's a pretty big deal.
But
Not
does anybody here
generally.
know how big his channel is? Like,
No.
no.
When you say Bob, do you mean the guy that had the high tech equipment that detected drift?
Oh, this is Bob the Science Guy. He's a glober.
You talking about Bob Nodell? You talking about Bob the Science Guy?
He came in here.
Yeah, he was here earlier.
Oh, I didn't know that. Cool.
Like, I've gone into his room before. I've gone
Oh,
into his room before, and I would admit the only reason I went to his room was I was drunk as fuck and muted from other rooms. But it was interesting. It was very fucking. Who's the smartest person? Let's all fucking.
He was very confident, right?
You what?
He was very confident.
Yeah, very, very confident in the things he says, and he came off a bit condescending, you know. But so what? I mean, no one really
You know what,
cared
though?
or took it seriously. It was only Percentage that reacted a certain way.
Right, I will say this though. He isn't a dumb fuck. He's an extremely smart person, so he can.
Yeah, but I mean, he says wrong things. Like I try to tell him gravity is a pseudo force, and he started saying I was wrong, and I give him an explanation that he didn't understand. So I don't know how smart he is.
And that's the problem. Is there's a part of fucking being smart is being able to admit you're fucking wrong.
Exactly.
Part of his act is that he triggers people. That's part of his thing.
And I swear, like, smart people like to be wrong. They enjoy
Exactly. They love to learn new things. They love to know that an idea they held is wrong, and there's something they didn't know that they're finding out about now. You know.
It interests them. Like, usually they're bored as fuck, and it gives them something to fucking read about or do something. You know what I mean? Like, that's why I used to love fucking George. Everybody fucking hated George, but like, if you called George out on some of his fucking physics or math, then he would be the first one to be like, okay. He wouldn't even try to doubt it. And that's why I love fucking George. I wish he would come back to this fucking room. He was a great addition to this room.
This is the old George guy with his dog.
Yeah, bro. Like, I don't know, man. For some reason, me and him became fucking good friends, right? Like, I used to hate his ass. I used to fucking post pictures of him with a fucking veggie and shit. Not veggie, a wedgie. And be like, why has George got a wedgie? For some reason, we became friends, right? I don't know. But it's like, he's actually a very cool guy. George isn't the guy who threw people's phones and shit. If you just get to know him, he's okay. I think my mission now is to get George back in this room.
Please, no.
Dude, you gotta admit, George is fun.
No.
Someone had to say it, Bandy.
George Jane fun.
He's more fun than fucking what's that dude's name? Fucking he's probably the guy I'm talking about. Probably always climbing him up here, but who's the other guy?
Thank you. Right.
Hot
I know
mic.
exactly,
Someone got a
I know
hot
exactly,
mic.
I know exactly who
Yeah,
you're
no
going to say,
worries.
Branch.
What I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Oh, sure.
I know
What's his
who
name?
you say.
What's his name?
Oh, I'm not going to call him out. Starts with a P.
I don't think it does. That would have clicked for me if it did.
Paul.
No, Paul's cool. Rumpus.
I was thinking of someone else.
Dude, did you guys hear what it must have been? Well, because we're all in different time zones, but it was like 18 hours ago or something. It was like my morning basically, and Rumpus and Witsit, and was anyone here for that? That was wild. That was good.
I mean,
That was on fire. I was listening to all of that. It was
like 2 days ago.
Rumpus and I went at it for about half an hour about pressure, and then Witsit came in and took over a bit, and yeah, it was crazy. It was crazy.
Who won afterwards? Did Rumpus won, right? Obviously.
Rumpus never wins.
Come
He always ends up getting muted.
But you know what was interesting? Yeah, that one night.
And deafening.
When people were just fucking mad chilling and shit. And then just the way that, Witsit came in, and he didn't do anything different. He was just being Witsit. But then Ali B completely switched. Just because there was another flat earther in the room and he had to get another flat earther's
I remember.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That type of mentality where you got it. I mean, it shows brotherhood and shit, but it's also another good thing. You should be yourself always, especially in a room like this where it's supposed to be just friendly talk.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think Witz is a smart guy, but I won't lie, he brings up interesting arguments. He brings up points I've never heard other flat earthers bring up before. I mean, it's always a weird quote that he twists, but the fact that he looks into those kind of quotes, I've never seen other people do that.
What do you mean he twists? That's a sounds like an allegation. Why you put
Not
it there.
twists.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah,
I'll
you haven't been around very
I'll
long.
take that away.
Yeah,
I'll take that away.
Really blowing
But
your mind.
Cool.
Fuck's sake.
he brings up weird. Okay, I mean, let me not say weird, but he does
Quotes
bring up obscure
university
quotes
papers and shit.
that I've never seen anyone else use before.
You've never seen anybody quote a university paper. You're fucking kidding me.
Those quotes come from Jeranism.
No,
the
sorry, Kosha.
Yeah, those quotes are something Jeranism posted a long time ago in his video.
No.
Oh, okay.
It's his own research.
I don't know who Jeranism is. Merle, what I'm trying to say is he would bring a quote I've never seen another flat earther use before in an argument,
Okay.
No.
Yeah.
No.
I've never heard you talk
Witsit
about the axis of evil cosmology in my life, Merle.
Witsit is not progressing the flat earth conversation, Lise. Sorry, mate.
I'm not saying he is. I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying he brings up
that's a
arguments
load
I've
of
never heard
fucking-
other flat earthers
That
use.
is pure shit. That's pure shit. Okay.
Okay.
And if you
Well,
if you want to sit
I'm
here,
talking about
if
myself.
you want to
Merle.
sit
I'm
here
talking about
and make
myself.
out that is a real progressive view of flat Earth and the thinkers in the community, the voices in it. It's all about Witsit.
Well, Mel, hold on, Mel.
Do you not like Witsit, Merle? You not like him?
Hold on, Mel.
doesn't.
You're playing the
It's not
conversation.
obvious.
No, what instigated this conversation was something we were talking about a while ago, where people started changing their views, or even the discussional methods, based on who's talking and what they're talking about. And Mel, you gotta understand, it's like nobody here hates Witsit, right? But what we're talking about is how awkward it is when people start changing their point of view to, if you want, facilitate somebody else. And Mel, do you get what I'm saying, Mel?
Yeah.
And so,
Merle, why do you not like Witsit? Did something happen?
It's not that I don't like him. He doesn't dazzle me like he does you guys, you know? It's just, I've watched that happen too many times, and I'm scratching my chin going, what is going on here? Why are you so dazzled?
Right, but Mel, you gotta remember he's a very
Because he went out and spoke at Mount Rushmore. Like, you gotta wonder, like, because he got out there with Nathan.
That bedazzled me, bro. That bedazzled me.
I mean, Merle, like, do you know what the axis of evil cosmology is like all about? Could you ever use that as proof of a flat and stationary Earth?
Dude,
I wouldn't go to
background
anything.
microwave radiation.
Witsit didn't use it as a flat, as evidence for a flat stationary Earth though either.
Oh yeah, Kosha was there then.
Yeah,
He
I know he was trying to use it to say that.
So what journalism did was journalism has quotes that he there's like 100 quotes or something where he claims these are mainstream scientists who who agree that a flat stationary geocentric universe, or geocentrism is just as valid as heliocentrism, and almost none of those quotes say that. And that's all he's posting. He's posting.
I mean, I could just as easily say this new crew of globe Earth and flat Earth, like the new people coming in, they're piggybacking off of us. We were out there before them.
Are you part of the old school, Merle?
We put the first arguments out there, and then they've piggybacked off us.
But is that a bad thing? I mean, shouldn't they build off of the shoulders of giants? Like, is that wrong, bro?
I don't think. Mel, I think that
we've got the right to say there's no new arguments.
Okay.
And the ballers haven't brought us anything new in years as well.
That's what I was gonna say. Is that the shit that Mel put forward back in the day is the same shit that people are still arguing about, right, Mel?
Pretty much. Yeah.
Like, can you give us one of those like initial things that?
How they weighed Earth without a scale. Things like this. You go through the whole model. You fucking flour it. I guess you deconstruct it. You pull it apart, smash it on the ground in front of the. That's what you do.
Smash its back in.
Nobody talks about how they weighed Earth anymore. Why is that?
Right.
I like Witsit because he's an advocate of free speech, and he goes out there and does free speech and is willing to get arrested for it, and that's more than most people do.
He didn't get arrested for flat Earth.
If he said it was a ball, he wouldn't have got arrested. That's a thing. Kosho.
I mean, maybe it's American. Like, honestly, right now, if Kosho went out arrested trying to prove the globe, I would look at Kosho and say, "What the fuck are you doing, bro? Don't do that shit again." Like, I wouldn't be fucking hyping him on and saying, "Bro, that was real good shit, man. Good proving the globe and shit. Do it again."
So what, Lisa, are you saying that we need to spice it up a bit, the flat earthers? We need to make our arguments more exciting and revolutionary.
I'm just saying, Merle, in the brief time that I've cared about, well, I don't even care about this argument, but in the brief time I've been in these servers and seen the debates on YouTube, they tend to parrot and repeat the same arguments. And that a few days ago with Witsit was the first time I've ever heard a flat earther bring up those points in these arguments. Yeah.
Maybe because there's been no resolution, or people won't agree on resolutions.
Well, the problem with Witsit is he brings up 20 points in a span of 1 minute, and it makes it almost impossible to answer back.
It does get a bit scattergunning, doesn't it, Branch?
Problem with it, he talks way too fast.
You know, I've never been on a receiving end with Witsit. But I guess I have. But the only way I'll be able to respond back to him is fucking slow down, or to not actually answer him. So imagine how people that do want to try answering feel.
Like, for example, Bansaw's point that all forces lead to pressure. I know that doesn't really tell us what the shape of the Earth is. It's not even really a flat Earth argument, but I've never heard someone on the flat Earth side bring up statements like that, you know?
Really?
Yeah, but that's because Bansaw is considered like granddaddy motherfucker. Like,
Wasn't that Dell's argument for a long time though?
Yeah.
Mel was great granddaddy, but like Bansaw
Well,
was one step lower.
I think Dell and Bansaw and me have a similar way of thinking about things.
guys- so
and
you
even
think
though
we're
I'm not
on
a
level?
plumber or a mechanic, it's a practical understanding of the world.
So Mo, you're
And that's what it
you're
is.
all great granddads.
Exactly, bro. Exactly. Practical. And that's what we
Yeah.
need.
Yeah, no, I mean, Merle,
You relate
I'm not
to it,
trying to,
It resonates
I'm not trying
with
to
you.
I'm not trying to disrespect you, Merle. I fully understand that you're like a legend in the flat Earth game. You've been doing this a while. You know, I give you all the props, bro. Yeah. You ain't even got to
Listen.
worry about that.
Listen, even if I was a retarded man with one eye and one leg, the flat Earth is one of those things. You know, I'm proud to be a part of it.
Would you give up? Would you give up your if you was a man with one eye and one leg? Would you give up your other eye and other leg for flat Earth?
For the flat Earth.
I love those random nonsense questions.
How much money would you take to give up the flat Earth right now? Cash.
Shit.
27 million.
And you would just go away, like never come back.
Fuck yeah, I wouldn't even do my
I'd do it
test.
for 1 million.
And if people ask you what shape the Earth is, you would just say it's an oblate spheroid.
You know how much
For
I
27
could do with
million.
1 million?
Do you want to hear about gravity?
27 million. All right.
1
I
million.
want to hear about gravity, Mel. From a legend.
Gosh. Pay me. Show me the money.
Hey, I'm gonna let you keep your other eye, bro.
I mean, I'm glad you're here, Nate. Like, believe it or not, you know, we need smart people thinking about this.
Like for 27 million, you have to also appear in a NASA commercial.
That's fine.
I didn't want to hear you try to, potentially suck off Nate.
What?
What?
Well,
It's a brain thing.
I thought you were just gonna tell me
It's
something.
a brain thing. It's not about his
But I'll
penis.
dance in front of a green screen for 27 mil. I don't care. Pretend I'm underwater. Fuck, I'll do it. I'll do everything.
Bunch of sellouts.
That's cheap. Fucking hell, that's cheap. Dude.
Bunch of sellouts up in here.
It's not being a sellout, Gio. You know, like imagine the amount of good you could do with that much money. You know, you could feed a lot of communities in Africa that don't have food, and you could like in Syria where they had all the snow and stuff like that this winter, and the tents in the refugee camps were falling apart. And so you could reduce so much suffering. It would definitely be worth it.
I mean, honestly, there's part of me that doesn't like these charitable systems that think they can fix these problems. Because all they do is stop the country from fixing the issue themselves, the core of the issues. They're putting band-aids.
Most of them, but you could start a company, you could employ them, you could like give them gainful employment, not just handouts.
Right,
you know?
but you need the country itself to realize the problem and fix the core of the problem, not throw money at it.
I agree, but money definitely helps.
Gio, how much is your soul worth? Like, how much would you be willing to take to give up on flat Earth?
Oh, well,
You
I
can
have
never
a
talk
hard time
about it
answering
again.
that because I'm not really standing up for a quote unquote flat Earth or anything. I don't. So that term is not really.
Okay.
You have to shut down your server.
Well, for not believing that the Earth is what NASA tells us it is, how much would you be willing to drop
Well,
that
in
belief
Geo's case, how about
I would say zero.
for there being no afterlife or spiritual
I
life?
don't believe that, Chew. I don't believe that. So there's no amount of money I could pay you for you to stop saying NASA are lying to us about what we live on?
He also has to
Yeah,
appear in a
yeah.
NASA
There's no price that could buy out for me to misalign with the truth.
That's because you have integrity.
Yeah, but Geo, I asked you a question one time. What would you do if we actually took you up into space and showed you the globe? And you at that point said you still wouldn't believe it's a globe.
Are you saying I said that?
Yeah, you said that you still wouldn't believe it's a globe. You would say that somehow you got put into a different realm on the way up.
You'd have to show me a virgin hooker first.
You don't remember that day?
Well, I think maybe what you're referring to at one point, I might have said something when someone asked that question. I might have said, like, if I were to go up at high altitude and see the Earth as a sphere, I would basically, my first thought would be, well, that's strange. It looks like a sphere up here, but down on the ground, it's a planar surface. So it's like, okay, then how did reality just change when I went up to altitude? But
Yeah. What would you think would be the
like a
reason?
virtual reality.
That would be cool though, right? If they could just turn it on and off like that. Hit this point, virtual reality kicks in. You see
Right,
it?
I know, which I'm just kind of like joking. I'm not really saying that's like, I'm just saying it'd be funny to think of it that way.
It'd be weird if when you look down, it was like Google Maps.
Have you guys seen Ascension? So Ascension is this show, right? Where they built this enormous fucking like fake spaceship and got a whole crew to go on it, right? And they essentially lived years and years of life on this fake spaceship, but it was always on Earth. But the whole thing was fake, right? Stayed on Earth, it never took off, and it was all just created around making the crew think they were in space for generations.
That's crazy.
For generations. It's actually it's so underrated as a show. Nobody's really watched it, but yeah, check out Ascension. It's a really good show.
It's kind of new, hey?
No, it's old as fuck.
Oh, never mind.
Is
It's
it
old as
is it the
fuck,
show
but
from 2014 or?
somewhere around that time, yeah.
Okay, but it's only got one season. What the fuck?
Yeah, it got cancelled.
But that's a pretty good idea for a show.
Yeah, and it's interesting because everybody in the show thinks they're in space and going on this mission, but nope, they're just sitting on Earth. It kind of folds into the whole.
There's a show that they're living their life inside of a spaceship, and they're really in there. They don't know they're in there. They think that they're in a spaceship, but they're really on Earth in a big movie studio. And is that the one you mean?
Yeah, that's what Brand's just talking about.
Yeah, I've seen that show. Yeah, I've seen that show. That could be, that could be a thing as long as you. And the people that jumped out, there's one guy that jumped out and they just caught him like on a floaty thing and just kind of like threw him like separate, like put him separate.
Threw him in a truck.
It's crazy. I'm definitely gonna watch it.
Yeah, it's good, dude, and it lives up to time. It's like, it's not.
And they have a TV station, like it's like all black and white, the TV shows.
You guys think that's what could be happening with us? Like we're on a ball, but we're not, but we think we are.
Right, that's why I brought it up. That's why I brought it up.
Yeah. That would be crazy. Oh my god. That's what I'm saying. The only way Earth could be flat is if for the last 2,000 years we were all under some mass hallucination, you know, some
2,000?
shared
Just
hallucination or something.
2,000 years. What about the Hindus, bro? Like Hindus are fucking. They've got their shit documented for over 5,000 years.
Did the Hindus believe it was a ball for 5,000 years?
I'm just saying, they wouldn't have had to do this for 2,000 years. They also have to.
No, but I'm just saying the idea that Earth is a sphere, you know.
Oh yeah, Hindus have said it's a sphere for about 5,000 years.
How though? Like, how would Hindus know about Australia and that their stars on the other side and like, you know?
I don't know, man, but Krishna said it's a fucking sphere, and that's 5,000 years ago.
Do you have a quote for that, Branch? I would love to see that.
Are you just making stuff up, Branch?
No, like the verdict texts do get into some flat earthiness. Not really saying it's totally flat, but like that.
All the Vedas are based on a planar stationary type Earth.
Right,
structure.
but I'm not talking about Vedas. Like the Vedas were way before fucking Krishna, like way before him.
Right. The Vedas are what predates Buddhism, Hinduism, Jainism, a lot. Like, yeah, so many of those.
But when he comes down to Krishna, he pretty much said that we're just a planet like any other fucking planet. We're not even that fucking special.
Branch.
And
oh man,
he did.
I don't think so.
All right, man. Trust me, that's what he said in the Gita.
Or Maya.
He didn't say God loves you.
No, it doesn't really say that.
Did he tell you to get a booster?
It
as
does.
well?
He even goes on to say that, like, you know, there's multiple other planets and there's multiple different demigods that are all part of him that people can believe in. And if you really do believe in a demigod, then you could potentially go on to one of the planets that this demigod rules after. And he goes into all this bullshit about it. But the gist of it is that we live on a planet and there's other planets out there. When you get born and shit, you know, you don't just come back on this Earth. You can come back in multiple different places. We are not the only form of life in this fucking universe. We're actually very small.
The karmic wheel.
Is that like a L. Ron Hubbard theory?
Based on karma. Your deeds, the knowledge you attain, enlightenment, oneness.
I mean, it's actually somewhat soothing to know that we are not the only thing in the universe, right? Because if it is, then why the fuck are we such assholes?
Why is that soothing?
It's
No one's
soothing.
kicked
It's
our
soothing to
ass.
think there may be other societies out in the cosmos that aren't as big of an asshole fucking community that we are.
Nobody can be that much of an asshole.
There is no
the
cosmos.
biggest news right now, right, is whether or not fucking Putin is gonna try to take over Ukraine or not. What kind of stupid fucking utilization of fucking humanity is that? We're not even close to fucking being one nation.
That tells you who your controllers are.
It's a tough situation, this Putin and Ukraine thing.
I
think Putin has to invade for the greater good.
I was just gonna say, Branch. I was just looking up. You were talking about the Hindu cosmology, and this is on the Wikipedia page. But they have what they call Brahmanda, which is the cosmic egg, in their cosmology, and it represents a geocentric. I'll read it. A geocentric model of Brahmanda, cosmic egg or universe, where our Bhumandala disk. Bhumandala is what they refer to as like the earthly, the plane itself. So yeah, it says where our Bhumandala disk, equal in diameter to our Brahmanda, has a diameter of 500 million Okay, yeah, there's a bunch.
Shit, I thought you would have stopped at like the words that were hard to pronounce and stopped at the number.
No, I kind of did. I am looking at the words to pronounce that are coming ahead. So yeah, maybe I just won't read this right now. But my point was just saying that, yeah, it's based on the Bhumandala, which is that it's a planar Earth surface that's surrounded in the cosmic egg.
Yeah, I don't know too much about that, bro. But like, I'm talking about what Krishna said in the Gita, right? Which is basically the last time that Hindus believe an incarnation of the Lord came to Earth. Apart from other incarnations that could have been Christ or somebody else that weren't part of the Hindu religion.
Well, they have what they call the lokas, which are these planes that continue going to higher and higher octaves and levels. So there's all of these different ones, and then there's the one that's the earthly plane, and the lokas are all layered in these systems, kind of within the ether, and they all represent different components of like the celestial fields and of the spiritual fields and the like the archetypal beings that inhabit each of them.
Yeah, man. But the problem is that when we read that type of stuff, right? Now you got people trying to translate Sanskrit into English, and you know, God knows what the fuck was actually written. Nobody fucking speaks that language anymore.
I mean, there is a little bit of modern day heliocentrism that's brought into some of these traditions, but they're all rooted in a planar type surface of Earth, like they're all there seem to be a universality or universalness to the concept that all these ancient cultures had, where you have like the heavens above, and then you have the middle world, like the planar Earth, and then you have the underworld beneath it, like that kind of 3-layered system.
I don't know, man. I'll try to find you those verses of the Gita that I'm talking about and shit. But again, when you listen to this shit or read it from the Gita, you're gonna take from it what you want to hear too. It's kind of like reading the Bible, right? Like you always fucking interpret it differently based on your mood and shit. That's how most of these fucking ancient texts are fucking written and crap. But I'll try to find what I'm referring to and I'll post it for you.
Isn't it set on a battlefield?
Yeah, it's like he was the charioteer of one of the guys who was gonna fight, and the guy who was gonna fight lost the will to fight. So he explained to him what the fuck life's about, so that he could get the will again to fight. And him explaining it to him is what the book is.
Yeah. Yeah. And he talks about the Maya, doesn't he? How it's all illusion. And how some people are already dead.
I know, man. Again, there's so many translations of the book too that sometimes you gotta. It's just like the Bible, right? Where you gotta look into who the fuck translated it, and all that shit, because you know these texts were shit that was spoken a long time ago.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Miraji used to talk about it like a bit.
So, man, I don't even keep up with what the fuck he says, bro.
Mm.
But yeah, he talks. I've heard him at least like when I was a kid, and I remember him talking a lot about the cabal, right?
Yeah.
Actually, that's all I remember. I don't even remember him talking about Krishna and the Gita and shit that much. I remember him talking about the cabal more than anything else.
He in the Himalayas, they had a knowledge that has something to do with yoga as well, but the knowledge that Miraji's dad and Miraji talks about is knowledge of the self, and that's the king of all knowledge.
Well, Krishna goes into all that shit, talking about meditation and fucking finding yourself and clearing your mind and fucking the whole. I talk about it like it's all not important stuff, but it is, right? But yeah, like he goes into it in the Gita, talking about how to find peace within yourself, you gotta really chill the fuck out and meditate.
Yeah, but isn't the ultimate enlightenment to fully remember who you are? To be fully awoken to one's true nature?
Yeah, to reconnect and to know that the source of you is within you and you can plug back into it.
I guess. I mean,
actually, that brings me. I was asking people this question, Merle, a couple of days ago, and we were talking about it. So I'll throw it out here, and I'll ask you if you're up for it. Which would just be, in your viewpoint, will you, your consciousness, your soul, however you want to describe it, will you eventually return back to the source, to the creator, to the center, or will you always be separate from it?
I like this question. I hope that as we transition out of this, I think that's the ultimate point of existence. I've heard it spoken about, but I think currently being humans, we are away from our creator. And I think some of us are trying to find our way home. So
Sing a song about mummy. You sing a song about how mum has a shower.
That's funny as. Memories, kids. Memories. Oh dear. Sorry to interrupt, guys.
No, it's fine.
I don't know, dude. There's part of me that thinks that it's nothing new what we need to relearn. I think that when we were children, we knew what happiness was, and we just got to find that again. Something about growing up that made us forget what the fuck being happy was about, and made us become fucking assholes.
Yeah. Well, they give you they give you the formula, and then some people follow the formula to the letter, and then they're like, "But I followed the formula. Why aren't I happy? I've got a car, I've got children, I've got a dog, a cat, a really good job, a beautiful wife."
Right?
Who was that said you got to live the American dream? Because you got to be what is it? You got to be asleep to be. I forget what it is now.
Yeah.
Well, a lot of people, right? They think they're gonna be happy once they reach this level, right? Of even societal norms.
Mhm.
And then once
You
they reach
made it.
that level, they're like, "Why ain't I happy yet?"
Right.
And that's usually when
That's what it is.
midlife crisis comes in. Or
You got to be
something.
asleep to live the American dream.
Yeah, as George Carlin, he said, it's called the American dream because you have to be asleep to believe it.
He's a genius, that guy. He was even in Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure.
Yeah, no, I don't know.
He is a good guy.
Yeah, he was in that. That was great. I love that when he was in that. But I don't know if he ever was really confronted with the shape of the Earth discussion, just in his time. But what do you guys predict if he had looked into the Earth not being a globe and all of that? Like,
he was to say, "Shut the fuck up."
What would he have? What conclusion would he have?
He would have told you guys to shut the fuck up and look for peace somewhere else.
Look for peace somewhere else? Why do I need to go beyond myself for peace?
He would have told us that nothing they tell us is the truth.
I mean, you guys might have heard this before, but I like it. Where are you going to find God? In a temple or a church or inside of you?
You're going to find it everywhere.
Inside.
But imagine if you went to a church, like hoping to meet God, and your whole life you're searching for God, when the whole time God was inside you.
That's like the atheist logic. They think that God should have a physical address, so they can disprove him.
What if God one day just gave us all his email address?
God is not inside you. Because if God's inside you, then when you die, a part of God dies. It makes the creator need the creation, which is not the case whatsoever. You could say looking at the creation, is representative of God because it shows his design, his majesty, his glory. But God is not a part of you.
I think that God is like.
Are we made in God's image?
I don't know if we're made in God's image or not. But I think
everything is made in God's image.
God is everything. Like everything is God. It's not like one day he said, "This is the universe. This is him." We're living in God.
No, what the hell kind of psycho shit is that?
It's not psycho shit. It's the
You
fact
can't
that
confuse the creation with a creator, man.
If there is a being, if there is a being so
in us.
powerful and shit, then everything he created is within himself. He is
It's
all
not.
knowing and all fucking. He is everything.
So you think he's not powerful enough to extricate his creation from himself?
I mean, I don't think that when you get to a being at that level, I don't think there's a difference.
I think it's you set yourself up for some disaster when you
I mean,
when you
like when
the creation
so
of the creator.
you think God has himself, and then he has this other thing he created, which is everything, but he's not part of everything.
Absolutely, because he needed to exist before everything, right?
Yeah, I don't see it that way. I see it like he is everything. He created everything, and that's part of him.
But then you're saying that the universe is eternal, and everything inside is eternal. It's falsity of composition because everything we have obeys causality, so it's not eternal.
It is eternal. I do think it's eternal.
Okay.
There is a verse in the Bible where Moses says, "Hey God, let me see what you look like," and God's like, "If I showed you my image, you